Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-guided human introduction for 30 seconds, followed by AI alternation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter closed Voldemort's 50-year advantage? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Hermione and Harry realize Voldemort's greatest weapon is time, they create a way to take it back. By quietly rewriting the timeline instead of overpowering it, Harry enters the war prepared, patient, and finally on equal footing with a Dark Lord who no longer holds the advantage. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Hermione hit the ground running after taking the portkey back to Hogwarts. She only had a few minutes inside the castle before all the staff, ghosts, and portraits were alerted to her presence. Stalking prey, she panted out when she reached the fat lady's portrait. "What's the rush?" asked the pudgy painting as she swung open. Only a minute after Hermione was inside did another portrait visit her and inform her that the entire castle was on alert, looking for the girl who she had just let into the tower. Professor McGonagall was alerted immediately. Meanwhile, Hermione was shoving everything she owned into her trunk haphazardly. As soon as she was packed, she closed, locked, shrunk, and levitated her trunk behind her. As she made her way back down, she heard a commotion outside the common room. The fat lady was explaining to someone else that she had just seen Hermione. Unable to get out the front door, she rushed up the boys' stairs and burst into Harry's dorm. "Hey, Hermione, what's going on?" Neville asked. "Isn't Harry supposed to be at the tournament thing right now?" Neville's question struck her painfully in her heart. The last few minutes, the fear of her own safety had kept the pain of Harry's disappearance suppressed, but the casual mention of his name brought the grief back. "Harry's been kidnapped," she cried out. She began to cast the same spells on Harry's trunk as she had on her own. "Wait, that doesn't mean you have to leave, too." Neville tried to calm her down. "Just wait for the orders, tell Dumbledore. Going off to save him on your own is, well, it's more Harry's style, to be honest." "Dumbledore," Hermione shrieked. "He's the one responsible. He just gave up Harry to Voldemort." "That's stupid," Ron shouted from across the room. "What book did you read that one out of, Hermione? That story's worse than one of Guinea's 9 Canute novels." "Yeah, Dumbledore's always favored Harry, now you're saying he wants Harry dead," Dean added, slightly more politely. After hanging out with Ron much more over the past year, Dean and Seamus had begun to see that Dumbledore really did favor Harry, not Gryffindor as a whole, but they didn't really mind as much as Ron did. I don't usually agree with Ron, but I have to say that does sound pretty far-fetched. Professor Moody trusts him, and you know he'd barely trust his own mother," Neville told her in a neutral tone. "You're sure?" "Yes, I'm sure," Hermione snarled. She'd learned to ignore Ron normally, but he still got on her nerves. "He wants to obliviate me because of it," she added, grabbing Harry's broom from under his bed. Hearing some shouting from the other side of the wall, she guessed that Professor McGonagall and the prefects were searching in the girls' side of the tower. Opening a window and mounting the broom, she said, "I've got to go." "Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's a professional broom. You can't just read about those things and think you can handle one of those." Ron exclaimed as Hermione quickly proved him wrong. She was out the window and flying away a full minute before the others realized she'd snuck into the boys' side. The firebolt was certainly a hard broom to control. Almost every little twitch of her fingers or change in her grip was interpreted by the broom as a command. Hermione had ridden it a few times, but Harry was always there to support her. The only times she flew solo was with more user-friendly brooms. Harry made it look so easy, Hermione thought. Then again, he's always made everything look easy. Defeating the big baddie and saving the day. "I hope he's made it this time," she prayed as she flew out towards Hogsmeade. Realizing that she shouldn't be seen by the villagers, she landed on the outskirts of town, a short walk from the Shrieking Shack. With no other place left to go, she headed towards the rickety building to collect her thoughts. "What have I done? I can't go back to school anymore. If I head back home to Mum and Dad, oh my goodness, I can't face them. I'm a dropout. Maybe it's best if I just stay on the run until the end of the school year." She paused at her own thoughts, then scolded herself. What am I doing? Harry's in trouble right now, he could be in danger, and I'm worrying about myself. He could already be dead, for all I know. Looking at her trunk, remembering that she still had dozens of blank sandstones to carve out some runes, she thought about sending herself back right away. She shook those thoughts out of her head. No. Have hope, Hermione. Not until I've seen proof that Harry's already gone. It didn't stop her from taking out the runes and begin carving carefully, just in case she needed to use them in an emergency. Okay, I screwed up, Hermione admitted to herself as she was carving. How can I get everyone to know what Dumbledore's done? She reminded herself of Moody's discussion. What pieces were Dumbledore holding? For one, he was known throughout Europe for being wise and had a history of saving the world. Hermione was known throughout Hogwarts for being smart and for dating Harry. Dumbledore had the Ministry of Magic and Order of the Phoenix to back him up. She had Sirius and Remus on her side. The only trump card was that she had the truth on her side, but how could she use it? For now, it's my word against his. He hasn't left any evidence behind. Short of spiking his drink with Veritaserum, what else can I do? One doesn't accuse the chief warlock of conspiracy to murder without something to back them up, after all. Then again, there was one person who had made a great reputation on writing about a whole lot of nothing: Rita Skeeter. She only asked for an article to be written, leaving out the specifics until they could meet. She placed the letter to Skeeter in her pocket when she was done, and only then remembered the mirror in her pocket. Remus. Harry's really gone, she informed him. Remus was, once again, hiding out in the lavatory of a train station. He looked pensive. Hold up, Hermione. Are you in the Shrieking Shack? She nodded in reply. Stay there. I'll fetch Sirius. The next day, Rita Skeeter found herself sitting in the back room of a very shady pub with some very shady characters. She was expecting a teenage girl. A rather powerful teenage girl who had some serious dirt on her, of course, but a teenage girl nonetheless. She wasn't expecting a werewolf and a huge, vicious-looking dog flanking her. So what's this all about? I thought you'd be trying to find Potter, she said as she dropped a copy of The Prophet on the table. Obviously, Harry Potter's failure to show up for the final scoring at the end of the trial didn't go unnoticed by the audience and had made front-page news. Some reporters had already scribbled out an article regarding Harry's cheating before the event even ended, so there were several theories floating around that Harry had cheated again and the Goblet saw fit to punish him by making him disappear. Rita, to her dismay, couldn't write about the scoop of the decade without risking the full fury of the Ogden family coming down on her head. I am, and you're going to help me. I'm calling in the favor you owe me. Remus and Sirius both looked at her, surprised that she could somehow have something on Rita Skeeter herself. You'd better make this worth it. I'm telling you, I had to make the lamest excuse to my editor as to why I was passing over an article about something I predicted months ago. Harry Potter cheating in the tournament. Keeping our agreement could cost me as much as breaking it. You love smearing the names of the high and mighty with your pen. So I want you to fry the biggest fish in the ocean. Dumbledore. Rita's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Are you kidding me? She shrieked. Good thing for silencing wards, or else the entire bar would have come running into the room. Look, in my line of work, you have to know your limits, and there are some things you just don't say. You don't question Moody's ability to hex your head off, Malfoy's friendliness with the minister, or Dumbledore being the greatest wizard every mother wants their little boy to become. You really want to end my career. I think I'm better off taking my chances with old man Tiberius and just pay the animagus fine instead. She stood up and grabbed her satchel. We've got an angle you can work your information in, Remus said. Publicly known facts, as well as a few other facts that only we're aware of. He won't be able to deny your claims for this article. I'm listening, Rita said without sitting down. We can get to him through Severus Snape. He's the one who kidnapped Harry. You know that for a fact. Rita sat back down and took out a quick quotes quill. You'd better put that quill away, Rita, Hermione warned. Nothing goes into the article that we don't want in there. Sighing, the woman took out a regular dicta quill instead. Remus relayed his experience as an anonymous friend of Harry's. He went on to point out Dumbledore and Snape's past history. Hermione mentioned the other champions might know about it, since she noticed Harry staying with Cedric for the entire last round of the trial. If his mirror hadn't been confiscated, Hermione would have known the full story behind that. There was a decent amount of information, but not quite enough for Rita. She decided to investigate a few leads on her own. Hermione had to wait out 2 more days before the article showed up in the paper. Thankfully, Dobby, Remus, and Sirius kept her safe and secure in the Shrieking Shack. When the paper finally arrived, all of them boggled at the headline. Dumbledore's Love and Losses. A Daily Prophet exclusive. One has to wonder how such a powerful, renowned, and well-respected wizard has managed to stay celibate his entire life. Indeed, even after the fall of Grindelwald, there were many witches less than half his age throwing themselves at the savior of Europe. How, then, has he not found anyone to confide in for over a century? The answer isn't obvious, but after some careful digging, this reporter has found some juicy evidence of Dumbledore's love life. There is one person who he had fought tooth and nail to protect despite all odds against them, and that person is named Severus Snape. Mr. Severus Snape. After the defeat of you-know-who, a great deal of Death Eaters pled guilty to taking the Dark Mark, but of those, only one managed to escape any time in Azkaban. A few received reduced sentences for naming other Death Eaters, but Snape named none. How did he do it, then? Dumbledore came to his defense. Court records show that the only evidence presented was, and quote, "I have the utmost confidence in Severus Snape. He presented himself to me in the darkest times of the war. And I stand behind him completely." He then used his powers as the chief warlock to close the case immediately, acquitting the man of his crimes completely. When further pressed on how he knew the man was truly reformed, Dumbledore only replied, "Any man who understands love can be redeemed." Over a decade later, we look into the state of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. More specifically, the decline of the Slytherin house. People have placed the blame squarely on you-know-who's very public affinity for snakes that has caused such a low opinion of the house following the war, but it wasn't until Lucius Malfoy's son hurt himself due to the lack of discipline that the real cause was pinned down. You-know-who? You mean Snape, right? Of course he's the reason nobody likes Slytherin. They're a bunch of cheaters. He took away house points from us for breathing and gave his own house points for teasing us, says Andrew Brogdon, a first-year Gryffindor. For further reading on the state of history of magic class, see page 12. Many of the youngest students, born well after the aftermath of the you-know-who's reign, clearly saw the real reason behind the decline of what used to be the most powerful house at Hogwarts. Even after the man was sacked, Dumbledore refused to admit Snape had done any wrong, including a possible assault on Harry Potter, the boy who lived. An hour before the boy's disappearance, he was already completely convinced that the Snape was attempting to kidnap him and chose to stay close by Cedric Diggory for the final round in the Triwizard Trial of Champions. He was sure of it. I think he was scared for his life. I mean, here's a kid who's jeweled Victor Crumb and weaves through a zoo's talons on his broom, and he was terrified that he was going to get snatched away by someone. I thought he was being a little silly, but lo and behold, he's disappeared right after the tournament's over. Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion, explained. I just wish I could have done more for that kid. Harry Potter's muggle-born girlfriend, Hermione Granger, has insisted that Snape, and therefore Dumbledore, is responsible. Be sure to pick up tomorrow's copy of The Prophet as we delve further into Harry Potter's disappearance and Dumbledore's involvement. She barely wrote anything about Harry. Hermione shouted in frustration. Hey, she called Dumbledore a poofter. And Snape too. That's better than anything we managed against him. Sirius laughed, clearly the least mature of the three. Remus read the article much more objectively. I like it, actually. It stirs up the pot and it makes sure more people will be reading the follow-up article tomorrow. Let's hope it works. She's got a point with this article. Maybe Dumbledore really does swing the other way, Sirius said while rereading the article. Focus. Harry could be dead already. We need to do more to find him, and fast. Hermione rapped Sirius on the head. Sorry, Hermione. I was just trying to lighten the mood. You've been stressing out too much. Still, we have to go and do something, she said weakly. She knew there wasn't much they could do. She couldn't return to school, as everyone had heard about her hasty exodus and the fact that the mind healers were after her. Sirius, of course, had to stay hidden and really couldn't do anything to help. Remus was the only one that could really travel freely, but he had his own problems. I'm sorry, but the full moon's coming up in a few days. I can't help you for now, don't do anything rash, Hermione, Remus cautioned her. It'd probably be best if you head home and stayed with your parents. Tell them what's going on and lay low for a while. Skeeter might actually be able to force an investigation on Snape and Harry. What is the meaning of this, Snape? Voldemort hissed from inside Snape's head. M.I.L. Lord, surely you don't believe this d-drivel F from Skeeter. Snape sputtered out. Apparently, Quirrell's stuttering problem was actually a symptom of long-term possession by Voldemort. While Snape wasn't nearly as bad, he'd only had Voldemort in his head for a few days so far. Within every lie there is a grain of truth, Voldemort said. And not even all that is in this is a lie. Dumbledore personally vouched for your services to him. He didn't offer such amnesty even for the lowest of my Death Eaters who got cold feet and fled. What did you do to earn so much of his trust? Snape was struggling to keep Voldemort out of his mind. He was a master occlumens, a practice that saved his life more than once from Voldemort's mental probing during the First War. However, defending his mind from a spirit inside him was far more difficult. He knew his mind's defenses were eroding away quickly. Barty was still a few more days away from completing another body for Voldemort, and if that blasted article from Skeeter hadn't appeared, he probably could have lasted long enough. With the Dark Lord's full attention on him and questioning his loyalty, there was no way his mind would last. The old man is a fool. I plead for our Lily Potter's life and he believed IW was redeemed. Even without the shakiness in his voice, Voldemort could easily tell he was lying. Without replying to his unfaithful servant, Voldemort continued to degrade Snape's mind until he could read it like an open book. Spy. As I thought, Voldemort hissed. He could clearly see the prophecy that Dumbledore had told Snape originally, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. The Dark Lord will mark him with death, and only he can invite death to visit the one who slays him. He saw how Snape only delivered Harry with Dumbledore's approval, and some help as well. So, you think that by allowing me to kill Potter, you would bring my defeat? Your prophecy is worthless. Death has attempted to visit me many times, and yet here I remain. I have taken measures against my demise far beyond any wizard, and I will be eternal. Snape wondered how soon it would be until he died. With all his secrets revealed, Voldemort wouldn't keep him around for very long. He did have one use left: disrupting Dumbledore's plans. Snape was to inform Dumbledore when their plans had come to fruition and he could safely contact the headmaster and inform of Voldemort's plans by way of encoded messages, a code which Voldemort now knew. Combined with Barty Crouch's spying, they could wreak havoc on the Order of the Phoenix. Love is blind, love blinds. Yesterday, we were left wondering if Dumbledore could have ignored all the warning signs that Severus Snape had not, in fact, reformed. For some reason, he harbored a very personal grudge against Harry Potter himself. He hated Gryffindors especially, but he picked on Harry the most, roommate Dean Thomas said. Sometimes if another Gryffindor screwed up, he'd take points from Gryffindor as usual, but blame it on Harry for no reason at all. What reason could anyone have to hate such a young, innocent child who lost his own family when he saved Britain from you-know-who? Why, a former Death Eater, of course. In fact, for many years following the you-know-who's demise, many residents were worried about the current state of the boy who lived, who could not be found anywhere. His health was assured by Albus Dumbledore, but it was not until he began his life at Hogwarts that any wizard had finally seen Harry Potter in person. Of course, his return to Hogwarts once again raised questions of his security. Was Harry truly in danger from one of his professors? Oh, definitely. Rumors have gone around that he's nearly died every single year, Marietta Edgecombe claimed. Well, it's about time Potter snuffed it, Pansy Parkinson stated. Frankly, I thought he would already be dead by the end of third year. Snape's creepy, I tell you. I've seen him hiding around the corner and watching Harry. More than once, as soon as Harry pulls out his wand he jumps out from the corner and gives him a detention or something. I think he was trying to get Harry alone, Flora Everhart, Hufflepuff prefect said. Staff members of Hogwarts declined to comment, but you don't need a portrait to tell you what's painted in this picture. Why did Dumbledore not put a stop to this? Well, as any love-struck witch or wizard could tell you, we are apt to forgive the ones we love, but sometimes we let them go too far. In fact, it was only this past Valentine's Day that Cormander Creswick was arrested for attempting to capture a unicorn to present to his love. And so, on the 8th of April, Harry Potter was yelling bloody murder, and yet Dumbledore still refused to believe it was Mr. Snape. Dumbledore came to all but an outright denial of the man's involvement in a public statement. Severus may not have been the kindest teacher to Mr. Potter, but we should remember there are many other possible culprits. We should focus on recovering Mr. Potter, not chasing down rumors or hearsay. In an exclusive meeting with Hermione Granger, Harry Potter's girlfriend for the last 8 months, she claimed that Dumbledore wasn't interested in finding Harry Potter at all, and was sending search parties on wild goose chases. He'd never let justice be served. Snape's more important to him than Harry is. But to me, Harry's more important than Dumbledore will ever be. I want Harry found, and I want Dumbledore to admit everything under Veritaserum. Readers, I only ask this of you: if you had to choose between the one you loved and the boy who lived, who would you choose? Nobody would think lesser of you if you picked your spouse, but in the interest of justice, we must ask Dumbledore to reveal what he knows of Snape's involvement in Harry Potter's disappearance. Perhaps Miss Granger's challenge of a Veritaserum questioning can help reassure us when we have lost our tragic hero. Talk about a turnaround, Remus commented. Didn't she just call Harry a Dark Lord a few months ago? Now he's just a young, innocent child. That woman has no shame. You sure you wanted your name in there? Sirius asked. At least you're his girlfriend this time, not some dark seductress. Yes. I don't know if Dumbledore will actually take the challenge, but if this works, then maybe people will listen to my side of the story more. There's no other way the prophet will give the time of day to a Muggleborn. Skeeter probably wouldn't have written the article if she hadn't, because she wanted someone to lay the blame on if it didn't work out. The three of them parted ways for the week. Remus needed to lock himself in his house as he transformed, while Hermione headed back home to stay with her parents. Sirius returned to Grimmauld Place, keeping in touch with Hermione via mirror and informing her of what was happening with the Order. He also reminded her to keep Harry's firebolt and invisibility cloak close at hand and even offered her a tip. Practice your transformation while wearing the cloak. It's got some pretty heavy enchantments, so it'll take a few tries before you get it, but if you can do it, you'll be invisible in your animagus form. You have no idea how much damage an invisible stag can do, although a little bird. Like you could make a quick escape, Stiltwit. Hermione winced. Can't you just reduce it to stilts? See you later, Padfoot, Moony. The three marauders parted ways, hoping for the best. The reaction was not quite immediate, as it took well over a week with no signs of Harry Potter anywhere before people started getting disgruntled at the apparent lack of action. Rita's loyal fans pointed to her article and called for Dumbledore to be questioned. It was another week until the public furor had grown to the point where the Minister of Magic felt like he needed to do something. Look, Dumbledore, just answer a few questions to keep the people happy. We print an article saying you answered everything, and we'll be on our way with the Harry Potter case, all right? Cornelius Fudge pleaded. Dumbledore hadn't expected this as part of his plans. Miss Skeeter usually didn't write about him, not after her first attempt at slandering him got her tossed out of Hogwarts, and Dumbledore wasn't even the one who had to expel her. All the other staff and students had seen to that, forcing her to change her name before she could find employment. Still, she had the insight to find out about his say, Oolity. How did she know? Although she was completely off the mark regarding his love for Snape, he was suspicious that she made the guess at all. Perhaps Miss Granger had managed to divine some more information. He needed to nip this little problem in the bud before it became a real hindrance. Even some of his Order members, especially Remus and Sirius, were showing signs of being disgruntled with his lack of action. Very well, Cornelius. I will submit myself to Veritaserum questioning, but it is important to understand that a man of my many positions has been entrusted with many secrets. After all, I have spoken with many students in trust as the headmaster. Most members of the Wizengamot would not like their votes to become public knowledge, and the wrong question for the Supreme Mugwump could spark an international incident. He gave Fudge a knowing look. Even Fudge knew that Dumbledore knew some of his less flattering habits, and should the wrong questions be asked, he would just as quickly be ousted from his very comfortable seat in the Ministry of Magic. Yes, I agree completely, Fudge said. What do you think? I'll ask Amelia to submit some questions for you, and you can make sure to answer the ones that won't cause any problems. My thoughts exactly, Cornelius. Your prudence may be what keeps all of Britain united following such a sad event. The minister beamed at the flattery. The questioning came days later. Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement, didn't get all the questions she wanted to ask answered, but Dumbledore had chosen to answer a set of widely encompassing questions, which was a good sign. If he had specifically avoided an entire set of questions regarding a particular subject, that would have been highly suspicious. A few others were modified, and he had even suggested a few more himself. Dumbledore, on the other hand, knew the power of plausible deniability. More importantly, he knew occlumency. While nobody had ever managed to completely beat Veritaserum on sheer willpower alone, a good occlumens could have enough control to maintain the difference between telling the truth and telling the whole truth. Did you ever suggest the idea of kidnapping Harry Potter to Severus Snape? That question seemed to be the core of Miss Granger's accusations, so it was best to get it out of the way first. No, that was his only reply. He refrained from saying any more, but Snape was the one who had originally suggested the idea. Do you know Harry Potter's current location? No, that was rather simple. When Severus reported that he had found Voldemort a few weeks ago, he didn't tell Dumbledore the exact location and Dumbledore hadn't asked. He didn't need to know where Voldemort was until the Horcruxes were destroyed, and he was sure to change location in the meantime. Do you know how Harry Potter was kidnapped? A man polyjuiced as Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt took him at the end of the 6th trial of the Triwizard Tournament. That much was public knowledge, and not saying that he knew it was Severus made it the most difficult question to answer. He did manage to do it without the effort showing on his face. Have you been in regular contact with Severus Snape since he was removed from his post at Hogwarts? Yes. He has asked for my help at his new post and I have provided it. Madame Bones was very interested in pursuing this question further, but nobody thought to ask Dumbledore what Snape's new occupation was prior to questioning. Do you know what the kidnapper's goals are? She was surprised that Dumbledore would answer a question about kidnappers' motives when he had turned down the questions on the kidnapper's identity. He was taken to be delivered to a Dark Lord. Everyone's jaw dropped. A Dark Lord. Another one, so soon. Fudge almost refused to believe it. With this answer, though, the last question made much more sense in context. Are you working to ensure what is best for the magical community? Yes. The positive response was no surprise for anyone present. Dumbledore is still Dumbledore. By Gwendolyn Fairweather. For all those who were following last week's exposé on the great Albus Dumbledore and one of his former employees, Severus Snape, there is nothing to fear. Dumbledore has taken the Muggle-born girl's challenge and proven without a doubt that he is still the leader of the light. Under a Veritaserum interview conducted by the head of magical law enforcement herself, Amelia Bones, Dumbledore answered several questions pertaining to the kidnapping of Harry Potter. The hero of the global wizarding war continues to fight against the forces of darkness for the safety and well-being of all who live in the wizarding world. He did, however, make a revelation under the potent truth serum. A new dark wizard is on the rise, who wanted to eliminate the hero of the last war against you-know-who. Dumbledore explained that he is already moving against this dark wizard, but chose not to make this information public beforehand to prevent mass panic. He is now working with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to find this wizard before he becomes a true threat to our society, who may have incited the violence during the Quidditch World Cup last summer. Hermione read the paper in horror. How could Dumbledore have cheated the Veritaserum? Maybe he didn't take any at all, and simply obliviated Madame Bones. Did he secretly take an antidote before the interview began? She was absolutely certain she wasn't mistaken. The first time they eavesdropped, it might have been an accident, something they heard out of context. The next several times when they deliberately spied on Dumbledore, though, there had been no mistaking it. The truth didn't matter anymore, though. The public believed what was in the paper what they knew all along. Hermione couldn't show her face anymore, especially with the end of the article tossing out theories that she was evil and wanted Dumbledore dead to merely being deranged and in need of a mind healer, like Dumbledore had suggested. She had to abandon the wizarding world entirely, but she wouldn't give up hope on Harry not until she was sure he was gone. She didn't want to go before Harry did and effectively abandon him. With the Aurors being of no help, Hermione turned to the Muggle police. She made up a story of how Harry disappeared and saw a man stalking them at night, describing Snape in great detail, and then discovering he never returned home after dropping her off. They obviously couldn't find Harry, but found a little amusement when the police questioned Vernon Dursley and he ended up being arrested after losing his temper. It was a small consolation, since Harry wasn't even here to enjoy it. 2 weeks later and there was little news to report. She kept her subscription to the Daily Prophet and kept in contact with Sirius and Remus, but found very little that was of use. The Ministry was quick to drum up some more excitement for the Trial of Fire as if there had been 3 champions all along like it was supposed to. Come see the spectacle instead. Dragons. Hermione didn't care about any silly dragons. The news on Dumbledore's side was more of the same. He had Madame Bones send Aurors on token searches for Harry that turned up nothing. The Order of the Phoenix was working secretly on finding the few Horcruxes that Snape had managed to report. It was far more dangerous than any of them had anticipated. The first trio of Order members died attempting to retrieve an antique wand of some kind. One of them returned only to inform everyone that they had been ambushed by Voldemort himself before succumbing to his injuries. Luckily, neither Remus nor Sirius were part of that group, but it was all they needed to distrust Snape. A few other members hung on for a few more missions until the list of casualties became suspicious. Any time Dumbledore or Moody went personally, there were only traps. Without those two, there was an ambush. With Order members dying left and right and seeds of distrust being sown within the ranks, it wasn't long until the Order was disbanded. Hermione was almost certain Harry was dead, if Voldemort was somehow capable of keeping tabs on Dumbledore himself. She was about to take her rune cluster out of her trunk one morning when the Daily Prophet rolled itself in front of her. The must-read-me charm. They don't usually use that spell unless. Hermione braced herself for bad news. It was worse than she could have imagined. The front page was made up entirely of one word and one picture. Assassination. The picture showed a scene of destruction where there should have been celebration. Over 20 members of the British, French, and Bulgarian ministries lay dead, with hundreds of others in the audience bleeding or wounded. On the final podium for the Triwizard task was Victor Krum, winner of the tournament, still firing spells into the audience. Standing beside him, though, was an Inferus, the reanimated body of Harry Potter. Hermione had seen more than she had wanted to. Activating the runes, all she could wish for was to wake up with Harry sleeping on her lap once again. As Harry and Hermione both awoke, they both felt like they had woken from a very long dream. Much like their usual dreams, they quickly forgot everything that happened in it. Try as they might, neither one of them could remember a single distinct image. Hermione, was it supposed to do that? Asked Harry. No. At least, I don't think so, Hermione said, confused. The beacon was supposed to just send out a signal in time. It shouldn't have affected us in any way. Unless, oh no, I messed up somehow. Are you alright? I feel fine, except for the headache, Harry answered. Maybe we should go to the infirmary just to be sure. When they finally climbed out of the Chamber of Secrets, they realized that it had taken them well past curfew to finish. It was hard to keep track of time underground, after all. They snuck back to their dorms, resolving to visit Madame Pomfrey before classes on Monday. The school nurse told them that there was nothing wrong with them at all. The two of them chalked up the incident to nothing more than a burst of powerful magic that knocked them unconscious. Harry decided to spend his free period looking for Professor Lupin, hoping the man hadn't left yet and that they would be able to chat. Sadly, the man had already left. The last week of school without defense class was boring indeed. With Hermione taking another class that overlapped Dada, he was left with little to do other than play chess with Ron. As they parted ways at King's Cross Station, Harry watched Hermione and Ron leave with their respective families. For the last 2 weeks, he had constantly entertained the idea that Sirius would make good on his promise to take him in as his godson, and he wouldn't have to go back to the Dursleys. He was fooling himself, he knew. A good dose of logic told him that there was no way that would ever happen with Sirius still a fugitive. Harry didn't blame him, of course. He knew Sirius would do anything to be with him, but the man had his own hide to look after. But to say it was a letdown would be like saying that Dementors were a little depressing. A little over 2 weeks ago, he had just conjured up the most amazing Patronus he'd ever seen using the joy of getting away from the Dursleys forever. And now he was waiting for them to pick him up again. They would never consider any issue of Harry's to be more important than, say, making sure Vernon's 7-iron was polished just right. Thus, Harry's summer began with a whole lot of neglect and didn't get better from there. His birthday was something of a surprise, though. Hermione had bought him a book on curse breaking that featured Ron's brother. Ron provided him a book as well, surprisingly, about the history of Quidditch. Hagrid had sent him one of his infamous rock cakes, which tasted better than what the Dursleys allowed him to eat, but that wasn't saying much. Sirius even managed to deliver him something, his personal notes on becoming an animagus. Harry was sad that he probably wouldn't start until he got back to school. Unlike his godfather, he didn't have any magical adults nearby, so all magic he cast would be traced back to him. One of the prerequisites was to be good at animal transfiguration and human transfiguration, both of which Harry knew were dangerous, upper-year skills that he definitely didn't want to try unsupervised, anyways. He fell asleep, dreaming about animagi. Harry woke up in the middle of the night with a start. He certainly began dreaming about animagi, and then his dream had switched over to one particular animagus. Wormtail. It was certainly an odd dream, where he was a baby again, but Pettigrew was carrying him around as if he were the fat, rodent-like man's own child. Harry shuddered at the idea. If only they'd caught Pettigrew that night, he wouldn't be having such weird dreams. Oh, and Sirius would be a free man. Harry tried to go back to sleep, but his head was still throbbing in pain. I hope that's not food poisoning, he thought, remembering Hagrid's rock cake. He eventually fell asleep again, with the curious vision forgotten by morning. Roughly a dozen men and women around Europe suddenly grasped their left arms. The same thought crossed all of their minds. Our master is still alive. Some thought it with fear and panic. Others considered the idea with glee and pride. For one man in particular, trapped in a basement under a spell, the jolt he received was just enough to bring him to his senses and break free of his mental shackles. He fled before his captor realized he was gone. In another part of the country, there sat a run-down house that was all but abandoned by the non-magical residents of the town. One man resided there in peace, where he could get 2 months' peace in between having to deal with dunderheaded children for over 300 days a year. He nearly blew up his cauldron when he dropped an unprepared potion ingredient from his left hand. He stared at the tattoo in horror. He'd enjoyed 10 years of safety under the chief warlock and headmaster of Hogwarts, and then, the day Harry Potter stepped into the school again, so did Voldemort. Snape's tattoo hadn't burnt him that strongly since 3 years ago, when the Dark Lord was laying dormant inside Quirrell's body. He thought that threat had once again been eliminated, but here it was again. Perhaps the rumors were true. Maybe the Dark Lord really was immortal. In any case, he needed to inform Dumbledore. He knew Voldemort's stance on traitors, and now he needed to be protected from both sides of the coming battle. That was the most amazing game ever. Ron shouted with joy. Pinch me, Harry. I still think I'm dreaming. Harry was excited as well, but more because he could finally see his friends again and be free of his prison at the Dursleys. He'd even met his Hufflepuff counterpart, Cedric Diggory, on the trip here. Thankfully, Hermione was there as well to provide him some relief from the non-stop barrage of Quidditch fever oozing off of everyone around them as they squeezed out of the stadium and back to their tent. The campground was packed with so many people it was hard to take 2 steps without bumping into someone else. Suddenly, they heard some screams off in the distance. Harry could just barely make out the flashes of a spellwork coming from the direction of the forest. Suddenly, a large skull with a snake coiled through its eye socket and mouth appeared in the sky, and everyone around them started panicking as well. What's going on? Harry shouted. Mr. Weasley grabbed him and Hermione while yelling at his own sons. You two are too young to remember, but that was Voldemort's symbol. Let's go, someone's definitely out to cause trouble. But our stuff's still in the tent. Ron argued. Leave it. We'll get it when we come back. Now move. I don't want any of you getting hurt. Mr. Weasley shouted. Charlie and Bill agreed. They were old enough to remember the terror of the war, and very often it was flee or die. They urged the younger kids along, but nobody fought them. It would have been harder not to move, as the entire crowd surged like a wave away from the icon of fear in the sky. So, who the hell are you, anyways? The over-eager street rat wasn't a real Death Eater. He was just a fallen pureblood who had nothing left but his name, and that wasn't worth much, either. He blamed the mudbloods and the muggles for his family's fall from grace, so when a few masked men started having a bit of fun at the World Cup, he joined in. This particular man told him he was on a mission from his master, one who would greatly reward all of them if successful. Barty Crouch lifted up his left sleeve. "That's all you need to know," he replied from behind his mask. No need to show him a dead man's face, after all. He took a look at the others. He'd recruited 3 in total. Every one of them was itching for a fight and probably drunk enough to have one with the most feared former Auror alive. They'd make good decoys. He kept his orders simple. 2 of them go in from the front, 2 of them from the back. There were a few known traps biting doorknobs, venomous man-eating hedges, quickstones on the walkway that would trap their feet while the porch lights shot fireballs at them. Their target was definitely paranoid. Mere minutes into the operation, he heard a few screams from the other side of the house. Damn fools, he thought. Couldn't even last long enough to reach the front steps. He told his partner to stop as they heard Moody's signature peg leg banging against the floor as he rushed to the front window. Meanwhile, Barty was doing some quick spellwork on the back door. He wouldn't be able to get through all the traps and wards on the door, but he was in luck. The doorknob itself was purchased from the Cyphermancer Sanctum, and they had a simple design flaw. Within a few minutes, he had added 1 rune and modified 1 charm on the doorknob. He wasn't the Dark Lord's master enchanter for nothing. Throwing on his invisibility cloak, he shoved his partner hard into some garbage bins. They rolled and battered the poor sod until he was unconscious, and continued to pummel him. Moody immediately realized that the intruders had been trying to get in from both sides of the house at once, but his defenses had held up quite well. As soon as he twisted the doorknob, though, it turned into a spiky ball that pierced his palm and fingers. He didn't even have any time to yell in pain as the door burst open, knocking him backwards. He could only register someone under an invisibility cloak before he was hit with several stunning spells in quick succession. Harry Potter. Would you please enter the champion's room? Harry was dumbstruck. Of all the stupid, idiotic things that had to happen to him every year, this one had to take the cake. Voldemort trying to kill him. Fine. Young version of Voldemort trying to kill him. Sure. Supposed right-hand man of Voldemort escaping from prison who turned out to be his godfather. That was pretty nice, actually. But an international tournament that shouldn't have anything at all to do with any half-dead Dark Lords comes to the school and he's thrown into the middle of it again. Why does all this horrible stuff keep happening to me? Harry wondered as he stood up from the table. How come all the good stuff keeps happening to you? Ron blurted out, breaking the silence in the Great Hall. Harry stared at his friend in wonder and was about to explain everything, but was quickly ushered away by the officials into the back room. He returned from the champions meeting in the side room to see Hermione and Ron bickering again. Upon seeing Harry, Ron stormed off. Hermione nervously asked, "Harry, you didn't put your name in there, right?" "No, I didn't," Harry flatly answered. "I remember how often you quoted the death tolls and stuff. I believe you, Harry. It's just that, well, you know how much Ron's been going on about how much he wants to be in the tournament." Harry nodded. "Well, he thinks you're being selfish for not putting his name in with his. That's what we were arguing about. He didn't even care about whether or not you wanted to be in it. It's the fact that he didn't get a chance at the prize." "What, the 1,000 galleon prize? I'm not going to win it," Harry snorted. "And if he thinks he has any better chance than me, then he's just dreaming. I can't do anything special. I'm going to look like a fool up there." "Wait, you're still in the tournament. I saw Dumbledore go in there. And Moody. And most of the judges, too. They all agreed to keep you in the tournament. Apparently it's not their call. There could be some grave consequences for refusing to participate now that my name's popped out of the cup. I'm the second Hogwarts champion, not that it really matters. I can't take on the others." Harry got the chance to prove that statement in less than a week. At the wand weighing, the very first step was to conjure a stone block. Harry didn't know how to conjure. Ollivander had just given him his wand back after expertly performing a series of spells. Harry remembered what the man had said when he first bought his wand. "I expect great things from you, Mr. Potter." And now, in front of some very expectant reporters, he had to say out loud, embarrassingly, I haven't learned how to conjure stone yet. He could see the other champions trying to stifle their amusement. The audience before him, however, wasn't so polite. He heard some amused chuckles as the reporters scratched their quills furiously against the parchment. This was mortifying. He didn't have high hopes for the rest of the tournament, either. His bad luck didn't let up when the ceremony was over. Harry Potter. A quick word, if you will. A skinny woman with a rather unscrupulous look about her pulled Harry into a broom closet. And so began the worst interview Harry had ever experienced. Well, that wasn't so bad, Harry thought. His trusty firebolt had gotten him through the trial of air without too many nasty bumps and bruises. He wasn't even last place. Although he'd barely cast any spells throughout the trial, he relied entirely on his flying skills to pull him through. There was the dozen odd cutting charms he threw at the zoo, which barely did any damage as Crumb and Cedric did most of the work with their heavy bone breakers and conjurations. Even Fleur, who played it safe with her less maneuverable broom, had done far more damage than he did. Harry knew he needed to study more spells. He picked up an old book from the library, Dueling for Beginners. That would be useful for the upcoming task. He started to read, picking an empty classroom to practice. Silencio. Petrificus too, Harry shouted, but was blasted off the arena before he even managed to get his second spell out. Crumb was lightning fast. He was trying out the first spell combo that was listed in the book. It had only taken him 2 weeks to finally learn the rope conjuring spell. His first conjuration. It was the only combo in the book he was capable of performing so far. What did he learn from this experience? Well, speed was important. That was the entire point of chaining together spells in combos, to let off spells in quick succession without wasting a single wand movement. On the other hand, the definition of a beginner dueler was equivalent to completed all their charms, transfiguration, and defense owls. Nobody had told him, of course, but there was an implicit understanding that all duelers were capable of casting all their basic spells non-verbally. The Silencio wasn't there to disable the opponent completely, just prevent him from using more complex and destructive spells they hadn't fully mastered. The Body Bind Hex would never be spoken in any combo because saying a 7-syllable incantation would hold the dueler back. The wand movement itself was much shorter. And Harry had spent most of his time thinking that learning the new spells was the hard part. At least he knew what to practice next. Ron had finally come around now that it was clear the tournament wasn't benefiting Harry in the least. Rita's article didn't even have to insinuate anything. Harry Potter receives lowest score in Triwizard history wasn't a fabrication. His score of a flat 0 made him a laughingstock, and Ron knew that he couldn't have done any better than Harry. Finally realizing how his prospects of winning 1,000 galleons was worse than a snowman's chance of beating a dragon, he started speaking to Harry again. At least there was one good thing that came out of his horrible performance. A ball. What's a ball got to do with the tournament? Is it like Chasers Only Quidditch? Ron asked. Hermione sighed at his ignorance. No, Ron. A ball, as in a dance. A fancy one. Ron now had the same expression on his face as Harry did. And they just changed the rules to allow 4th years in, on account of me, Harry said. I think you need to get some dress robes, and fast. We need to find some girls who'll go with us, won't we? Hermione nodded expectantly. Well, you won't have any problem with that, mate. You're Harry Potter. Who am I going to ask? I'm in as much trouble as you, Ron. In case you didn't notice, I'm dead last by more than 50 points in the tournament. You'd probably have an easier time finding a date. Nobody wants to dance with the Triwizard loser. Harry, don't talk like that. You did pretty well in the first trial. Harry sighed. Maybe he could bring that up with Cho. He'd noticed her during the Quidditch matches over the years, but when Quidditch was cancelled, he really started noticing her. Especially in her casual clothes at the Three Broomsticks, now that he was allowed to go to Hogsmeade. The others had caught him staring at her more than once before. Earth to Harry, you're going to ask Cho out, aren't you? Hermione guessed with a knowing smile. I'm still figuring out how to do it. She's always with her friends. It took almost the entire week for Harry to summon up the courage to ask Cho out to the ball. It was a disaster. Of course a pretty girl like her would already have a date, Harry sighed glumly. At least he wasn't silly enough to get caught in Fleur's aura like Ron had. Still, Ron had managed to run away before everyone laughed at him. Cho's friends managed to see him approach, and before he could even open his mouth, one of them imitated Fleur and said, "Look, eetz little boy." They laughed as Harry approached, his face growing beet red. It had taken every bit of courage not to turn around then and there. At least Cho was nice enough not to laugh along with them. Cho. Would you like? Harry stammered out in nervousness. Sorry, Harry, I already have a date for the ball. That's what you wanted to ask, right? Yeah, sorry to bother you, Harry mumbled out, looking at the floor as he quickly scurried away. He heard Cho telling her friends not to laugh too hard. Harry was amazed at the sight of Hermione coming down the steps. He caught himself staring at her instead of his own date, Parvati, but it wasn't so bad because that girl was staring at Hermione as well. Apparently Hermione had kept her date a secret from her own roommate. She had a good reason, though her date was none other than Victor Crumb. Ron, of course, ended up blowing up at Hermione in a fit of jealous rage. He accused Hermione of betraying Harry at the end of the first dance. After a heated argument in which Crumb himself nearly hexed Ron, Harry tried to calm Hermione down. For the record, I really don't mind. I'm glad someone like Victor Crumb actually noticed. How beautiful you are. He winced as he realized how he had just implied his own ignorance. Hermione didn't notice as she sniffled in a very unladylike manner. Thanks, Harry, she managed to say in between her short, hiccuping breaths. She ended up leaving the ball early, along with Crumb who kept trying to comfort her. Harry had ended up neglecting his own date. Parvati was enjoying the food and chatting with her sister Padma, who Ron had abandoned. Sitting down beside them, he said, sorry about Ron. Would you like to dance, Padma? Oh, you don't have to apologize for him. He just kept snarling at Hermione the whole time they were dancing. Ruined the mood. And I'll have to decline your dance, because I'm not much of a dancer and my sister here, she let out a forced cough, says you're not much of one either. I said I was sorry, are your feet still hurting? Harry asked meekly. Can you still dance? Parvati rolled her eyes. I know you only asked me out because you were required to have a date, Harry. If you don't want to be here, then I'm not keeping you. Thanks for inviting me, though. Good food and good music is really all I'm here for. Harry hung his head low. Ron had left. Hermione was crying, but at least she had Crumb to comfort her. He had wanted to summon up some more courage to ask Cho for a dance at least, but she was looking very happy dancing with Cedric. There really wasn't anything for him here. He glumly decided to leave and go to bed before the countdown to the new year. What can you tell me of the boy, Crouch? Voldemort had just finished torturing Wormtail for messing up the soul transfer to his new body. The nerve of that little man to claim that his soul was behaving erratically. No, he had mastered his own soul when he created his sixth Horcrux. He could shape, change, and tear his own soul with complete control, and today he had willed it into a new body. He wanted some good news. As we suspected, the soul transfer did cause our dark marks to darken a little more, my lord. It seems that even Snape and Karkaroff could feel it, even in Hogwarts. That was good. It would mean all his previous followers would be aware of his return to strength. Those who fled would be hunted and killed. Those who returned to serve, they would still be punished, if only a little less. What about Moody? Still brewing and taking the potion regularly. Still got him under my Imperius. Want me to give him some orders? No, simply have him keep quiet about Dumbledore. Use him to ensure Dumbledore is distracted on the final day of the tournament. He can be our greatest spy. And what of Potter? A whole lot of nothing, my lord. He's completely untalented. Average fourth year. Only started studying a little more when he embarrassed himself during the weighing of the wands, but he doesn't learn very quickly even when he's putting his mind to it. Couldn't even cast a Silencio nonverbally. Voldemort mulled over the prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Obviously Potter's magical power was nothing exceptional. He didn't put much faith into prophecies, in any case. Power could have meant any kind of power. For that matter, vanquish had many interpretations as well. Perhaps it meant only the one time he had fallen after all, He did disappear from the world for a decade before finally clawing himself back into the magical world. Harry had managed to drive him out of Quirrell's body rather violently a few years ago, though. There was something about the boy, he needed to approach him with caution next time. Perhaps he had a natural affinity for magics of the soul, which would explain his lackluster performance in the tournament. Keep an eye on him. If he ever shows signs of an unexplained power or skill, then we will strike him before he learns to develop it. For now, we leave him be. The death of Harry Potter would never go unnoticed by the wizarding world. Harry Potter realized he had a lot of people to thank that day. First there was Hermione, who had effectively saved his life by teaching him just enough about swimming so that he could kick his way up the last meter or so to reach the surface after his gillyweed ran out. Then he had to thank Dobby for procuring the gillyweed in the first place, which let him compete instead of standing at the dock looking like a fool. It was a shame the elf didn't explain how quickly the transformation back to a human was. Lastly, there was Cedric, who had saved him when he was overwhelmed with Grindylows. Then again, Cedric had technically just been doing it to reach the chest first, but it was the action that counted, right? Now he had the problem of the wandless duel coming up. He immediately thought of the sword of Gryffindor, which Dumbledore lent to him. 1 week later and he realized that swinging a bulky sword around probably wasn't the best idea. Killing the basilisk had been a really lucky swing, and nobody in Hogwarts knew anything about fencing, so there was no one to teach him. His only other skill in the wizarding world that didn't involve wands was Quidditch. Madam Hooch, may I borrow the bludgers and beater bats? Harry gasped out after searching the grounds for the Quidditch pitch. Which bludgers? Not the snitch. I though you would want to get your hands on a spare snitch to carry around like your father, Madam Hooch said. Huh, my father did what? Never mind, can I have them? There's no Quidditch this year anyway, right? Very well, Mr. Potter. I expect them to be returned to me in pristine condition, do you hear? Harry wasn't sure how pristine the balls could be if they solely existed to be whacked around, but he agreed. Next, he just needed to find the twins to give him a bit of training. On his way back to the tower, though, he ran into a very excited Hermione. Hey, Hermione, I just wanted to thank you for your swimming. Harry, it works. It's working. I did it. She was jumping up and down with glee. Harry had never seen her act like that before. What's working? He asked, resulting in Hermione grabbing him by the arm and pulling him into a broom closet. Harry couldn't help but picture Hermione all dressed up at the New Year's ball as she did so. The beacon. Look. She tapped a small rune cluster in her hand, which displayed the number 20,627,658. It was counting up by the second. What is that? It's a simple receiver, the counterpart to the beacon. It finds the signal from the beacon through time, and it's telling us exactly how far away. I mean, how long ago the beacon was activated. Hermione, you're amazing. So, is there more to this that I need to know? Harry shifted around from the awkward silence. No. That's all I have for now. I still don't know if time travel will really be possible, but this is a start. You're the only one I can tell, and, well, I was just dying to tell someone. Hermione opened the door to the broom closet and the two of them walked back to Gryffindor Tower to find Fred and George. Harry would be the first to admit that he hadn't expected to do so well. 3 draws was better than 3 losses. It also surprised him that nobody had anticipated using a broom. Hermione supposed it was because brooms were such a commonplace tool for wizards that none of them even thought of using them in a duel any more than a muggle would think of using a bicycle in a street brawl. Harry was in much more trouble with Madam Hooch, however, since the bludgers were no longer in pristine condition. In fact, one of them had been reduced to dust. Harry still managed the stalemates, though, simply by staying in the air and refusing to come down until the judges forcibly ended the match. 3 times. The rest of the tournament was downhill from there, though. Maybe it was because he annoyed the judges in the wandless duel. The Trial of Earth earned him a 0, since nothing Professor Snape had taught him was of any help against a golem. The hunt was equally disappointing, since Harry didn't know of any way to track people down other than the Marauders map, and the event wasn't at Hogwarts. Trial of Fire, though, took the prize for the hardest trial yet. Dragons. Whose stupid idea was it to make champions face off, one-on-one, against dragons? Harry didn't even know what he could have done, and Crumb was the only one who had managed to retrieve his egg, in any case. Fleur nearly died when she thought she had the dragon sleeping and approached it. Cedric tried multiple strategies before tiring himself out, to no avail. Harry, well, he banished a few pebbles at the dragon, got it angry, and then took off. Cedric and Fleur considered his strategy as effective as theirs, even though the judges disagreed. The only trouble they had scoring Harry was an internal argument over whether or not negative scores were allowed. And so, Harry Potter arrived at the final event of the Triwizard Tournament, the Triwizard Task of Champions. He had retrieved 1 egg out of 4. He was the only contestant who was sitting on a double-digit score. Even Fleur, in third place with a fairly large gap between her and Cedric, was still positioned well enough to have a chance to retrieve the cup. Harry dejectedly made his way up the mountain, knowing he had no chance whatsoever of winning. His glum, moody attitude nearly cost him his life as he lost his footing and slipped down the steep mountainside. By the time he woke up, Harry was in the medical tent, fixed up just enough for publicity photos beside the winner, Victor Crumb. Victor was suddenly acting very cold to him. He'd been much more talkative after the wandless duel, because he actually found Harry's strategy amusing. Just because he won the tournament. Harry wondered. You'd think an international Quidditch star would handle victory without being so snooty. As the year came to an end, Harry was simply glad that he had, once again, survived an ordeal that could have killed him. 5th year was remarkably unremarkable. Given the last 4 years at Hogwarts, he was expecting something to happen to him. The defense teacher was halfway decent. Not as good as Remus or memorable as Moody, but he was actually decent at his job. Crumb remained friends with Hermione, although it seemed that after she spurned his advances, he wanted to chat a lot more about Harry. Nothing had occurred that would test Harry's life except for the owls, of course. If Newts were worse than this, Harry would think these tests would really kill him. Hermione's nagging had elevated to unbearable levels, quite possibly worse than Percy in frequency, but without the pompousness. His experience with the Triwizard Tournament had been an eye-opener. He finally realized how much luck had been on his side the first 3 years at school. Potions was still as horrible as ever, and divination was so vague that he ended up making up his answers like Ron did, but he worked hard on all his other subjects. Ron wasn't quite so studious, and Hermione was almost tearing her hair out trying to make sure he was prepared for the exams. The following June, just before the exams were to start, Hermione pulled him into an empty classroom. "Harry, do you remember the promise you made to me back in the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry nodded. "Are you telling me you've already finished it? Are you serious?" "I think so." "So, is that a yes? You'd be willing to test it out with me? I've got 2 rune clusters carved up for us. All you have to do is force your magic into the runes to activate it as you press it against your body." She was obviously nervous as she took the clusters out of her bag. Harry held out his hand and smiled. "I'm sure it'll work perfectly, Hermione. Shall we, then?" With a minute of charging, the runes released a flash of light. Hermione awoke in the Chamber of Secrets, and immediately wanted to bend down the extra centimeter to key. Harry awake. To her surprise, her lips didn't meet his. Only then did she realize she never felt the weight of his head resting on her lap. She scrambled for her wand and cast a lighting charm to see in the dark chamber. She looked at the ground to her right in horror. Harry wasn't there, but his clothes, glasses, and shoes were, and they were all laid out exactly where he'd been lying down. No. Did something happen to him? Hermione couldn't help but worry. Did the beacon take too much magic? Was there something that Voldemort did that happened to get sent back along with Harry's memories? She clutched at her chest as she had ever since the last Valentine's Day, forgetting that the locket Harry had given her didn't exist yet. Could it have been abandonment? No, that didn't make sense. Why would it attack him and not me? She noticed the lump in the pile of clothing start to wriggle. She pointed her wand at it with a spell at her fingertips. Whatever had taken Harry, she would be ready for it. When a tuft of black feathers finally managed to pop out through the bottom of the shirt, Hermione just stood there, stunned. She'd seen this particular ruffled bird before, but only in her dreams. "Harry," she managed to squeak out. The black-topped osprey finally managed to spill out from the clothes, struggling to get back on his feet. He looked at Hermione, then at his own wings, and then back to Hermione in confusion. Harry nodded. Hermione burst out in glee and only just managed to stop herself from crushing Harry in a big hug. "I've missed you so much, Harry. You can't imagine how hard it was to find out you died. How did you learn to perform your animagus? Where were you? I've wanted to hold you again for so long." She was babbling on and on as tears streamed down her face. Harry, not knowing what to do, hopped beside Hermione and tried to pat her on the back with his wing. Given his fairly large wingspan, he actually managed to do a decent job of it, which brought a chuckle to Hermione. "Here, Harry, I'll make it easier for you." Hermione transformed into her tiny owl form, which was much smaller than Harry. Their roles were suddenly reversed, with Harry towering over Hermione. She leaned into him, nuzzling her beak against his beast feathers. Harry extended his wings and wrapped them around Hermione as best he could. He could almost cover her completely, as if shielding her with a fortress of feathers. Harry nipped at the top of Hermione's head with his beak. It was a feeling he didn't want to lose, the desire to be there for her, to be there to protect her. He wondered how long Hermione had gone on without him. Eventually, they broke apart, and Hermione changed back into her human form. "Why don't you change back too, Harry?" Harry hung his head low, avoiding her gaze. "You can't figure it out, huh?" Harry gave her a sheepish look. "Well, just concentrate on how you transformed in the first place." Harry shook his head and did a weird motion with his wings. Hermione figured it was the closest thing to a bird shrugging as she could see. "You don't remember how you did it?" Harry shook his head. "Well, to put it simply, you have to want to be human again. It took a few weeks for it to become second nature to me, but, here, I'll give you a reason. Give me a hug, Harry." Hermione knelt down and opened up her arms. Harry looked at her strangely and opened up his wings. "No, a human hug, Harry. And a key, as well." As she puckered her lips, Harry glared at her. "It's working," she thought happily. After some internal conflict, Harry began to slowly morph back into human form. Hermione gasped as he transformed, but he was so glad to be able to speak and use his arms again he immediately grabbed her. "Hermione, I'm so glad to see you again. How long did you wait before going back? Are you hurt? Did Snape or Dumbledore try to get to you?" Hermione was speechless as she gingerly tried to push Harry away. "What's going on? Why's she like this all of a sudden?" Harry wondered. "Ah, Harry, you're BPD." Hermione was looking up at the ceiling as she said it. Harry looked down, and then to the blurry pile of clothes he had left behind. He needed his glasses again just when he had gotten used to not wearing them. He also needed to practice his transformation. In private. More immediately, his concern was to get his clothes back on before Hermione strained her neck. "I'm done, you can look," Harry told her when he finished dressing. They looked at each other in silence for a few minutes, both blushing furiously. "Let's go up to the room of requirements and get those runes done first," Hermione said. "Let's," Harry agreed quickly. Taking out the Marauder's map, they realized the castle was almost completely empty. That could only mean one thing: the train had already left, and they were even more late than before. There were, however, more professors who stayed behind roaming the halls. Unfortunately, even with the invisibility cloak, it was difficult to get to the room of requirement without being seen. Most of the professors were searching around Gryffindor Tower, and its entrance was on the same floor as the room. They moved slowly, trying not to make any sound and making sure their feet didn't poke out from under the cloak as they navigated the maze-like moving staircases up to the 7th floor. They waited by the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. The professors were frantically searching, with someone passing by every few seconds. They didn't have enough time to summon the room. Suddenly, Luna was standing right in front of them and staring. From under the cloak, Harry glanced at Hermione, who was expressing just as much bewilderment. Reaching through the cloak, Harry grabbed Luna and pulled her in with them before another professor came by. Hermione cast a quick silencing ward as Harry began rattling off questions. "Luna, what are you doing here? Do you remember? How did you see us under the cloak?" Luna, who had stumbled when Harry grabbed her, had fallen into Harry's lap. Looking back and forth between Hermione and Harry, she said, "You're Harry Potter. And you're Hermione Granger. That means I did bet correctly, didn't I?" What bet?" For once, Luna wasn't talking about strange creatures, but it still managed to get Harry confused. The twins bet, Hermione said. Yes, Luna, we're officially a couple. Still, could you tell us? Do you remember us? And how did you find us? Of course I remember you, Luna said, looking perfectly comfortable in Harry's lap. You're Harry Potter. You're quite famous. And you're Hermione Granger. You got petrified in my first year, and you're Harry's girlfriend. Everyone knows that by now. Harry couldn't figure out whether or not Luna was just giving one of many possible answers, or actually giving the only answer she knew at the time. He bet on the latter. Can you tell us how you found us? I don't think anyone's ever seen through this invisibility cloak before, except Dumbledore, probably. I didn't see you under the cloak. I just followed the Raxperts. There's a whole bunch of them flying between you two. Neither of them wanted another perplexing, long-winded explanation of yet another not quite real animal of Luna's. So why are you even here? Everyone else has already taken the train home, Harry said. The blibbering humdingers told me to follow the Raxperts. They usually just lead me to broom closets. I have to say the results were far more interesting than the results of most Raxpert swarms. Most people don't invite me to join in when I find them. I've never seen it happen under an invisibility cloak in the hallway, either, she explained happily. Listen, Luna, we need a bit of help. Could you think of a way to distract the professors? We need this hallway clear long enough to get into a room without anyone noticing. Luna nodded in consent and left the confines of the cloak. On the map, Harry and Hermione watched her walk down the stairs and deliberately run into her head of house, Professor Flitwick. Many of the other professors stopped what they were doing and began converging on Flitwick and Luna, leaving the 7th floor hallways clear. They quickly summoned the room and slipped inside. Hermione realized why things were already different this round. This time, it wasn't just Ron who had slept in and missed the train. The two of them never showed up and forgot to pack, leaving evidence of their disappearance. Luna, for her own strange reasons, had decided to hide out after school and seek them out. The staff must have been searching for all of them. Thankfully, Luna had done her job and let them carve out the blood runes without anybody else discovering them. While in the clean, sterile, and safely hidden version of the room, Harry and Hermione began the carving procedure again. Hermione showed Harry the slight change in the cluster that would hold a second charging rune that would maintain a glamour charm over their back indefinitely, so that the carvings wouldn't be seen. Wasn't there a rune for invisibility or something? Harry asked. Glamours weren't the best option, since they could easily be detected and dispelled. I was having a hard time getting the rune for invisibility to affect the scars and not your whole back. That would have looked really suspicious. It, might have also made you blind. What? Harry almost jerked up from the bed, as the numbing charm was so effective that he nearly forgot Hermione was still carving into his back. It's an ancient language, all right. They didn't have a very large vocabulary. The closest thing to meaning, invisibility, was Candot and Nyx runes, which together mean something like, no sight. On an object it would make it hard to see or close to invisible, but if I carved it into a living thing like you, well, I think it might make you blind. We're going with the easier and safer route. I'm just amazed at how you can make a time machine with runes but not an invisibility set, Harry joked. I can make a set of invisibility runes just fine, Hermione huffed. It's just that making an invisible time machine is a little harder, alright. A charging rune paired with a charm was the easiest way about it, even if it had a few minor inconveniences. It was the way most charmed objects were made if they were to last any given amount of time. The cheap ones, like Zonko's joke products or the World Cup souvenirs, would quickly fade within weeks. Other ones had more complex stasis and refreshing runes, or different charging runes that would pull a bit of magic from the user to ensure the object always had some magic to sustain it. As Hermione was showing Harry with a charmed mirror, the new rune wasn't even part of the cluster, just carved into a separate section on his back to maintain the glamour. It was certainly a simple and reliable solution. When it was Hermione's turn to have the runes carved in, they began to discuss what had happened after Harry's disappearance. After a little bit of arguing, Hermione went first. Well, after you were gone, I mirror called Remus and went to the Aurors. Nobody believed me when I said it was Dumbledore, of course, and he even managed to convince Amelia Bones to only ask certain questions under Veritaserum. His name was completely cleared, she spat bitterly. Veritaserum. How did he manage that? Harry asked. He made sure the questions were just specific enough that he could simply answer no, but broad enough that it wasn't too obvious that he was cherry-picking answers. It was enough to convince the Aurors, at least. I went home to my parents afterwards, nobody would hear my story after that, and I couldn't go back to Hogwarts. Hermione began to sob after that, forcing Harry to pause his cutting. It's all right, Hermione, he lamely tried to reassure her. Being shunned by the world wasn't something Harry enjoyed, as he remembered from his second year. You're back now. I'm back now. We can avoid Dumbledore this time. It was just so scary at the time. It only felt like a few hours ago to me, you know. You weren't just dead, Harry. You got turned into an Inferus. I did. Front page news. Voldemort struck fast and hard at the end of the tournament. He possessed Krum, and killed dozens of people who were in the audience at the Triwizard Tournament finale. Of course, things hadn't been going so well for the Order either. Snape must have been leaking information to them. And Moody, Harry added. What? I thought we ended Moody's Imperius months ago. His eye was charmed to transmit images. Not sure if they could get any sound from it, but needless to say Barty Crouch Jr. could see everything that Moody could see. Oh, and Snape must have been possessed by Voldemort. Possessed. Then everything Dumbledore told Snape. Voldemort saw directly. I'm not sure if it really happened, because I only heard him swear an unbreakable vow about it. Died pretty soon afterwards. How soon? I think it was within a few hours of being kidnapped. Are you telling me I waited 2 months hoping you were still alive and you'd been dead within hours? Well, excuse me for dying so quickly. I did have to face Voldemort without a working wand, you know. At least now I know what we need this time around, Hermione sighed. Better communication. A second wand, Harry said simultaneously. Wait, what? I had no idea what was going on with you. I was so worried. The mirrors were too hard to use without someone noticing, and yours got confiscated. We need something better, Hermione explained. I didn't have a second wand in the tournament, Harry argued. When mine was sealed, I had nothing left. Well, if we do things right, then you won't have to be in the tournament anyways. It's not as if you'd have been able to duel your way away from Voldemort, could you? Krum could have beaten you with brute force alone, Hermione pointed out. It would have helped, Harry muttered. Why can't we just get both? It helps to be prepared. Actually, why not? That settled the argument quickly. Hermione would be the first to agree that you couldn't be too prepared. So, if you don't mind me asking, how did you die? Snape told him some different prophecy that convinced him to kill me personally. Harry paused as he finally recalled his last clear memory that he had filed away with his occlumency. I know where all the Horcruxes are. What? That's how I died. I taunted Voldemort about the Horcruxes and then used Legilimency when he was off guard. That made him mad. He killed me right after that. Let's discuss those later, Hermione said. Harry's answer hadn't ended her curiosity about Harry's animagus form. So you were kidnapped by Voldemort and a few hours later you're already dead. When did you have time to learn to transform? Harry chuckled. You could always trust Hermione to want to know more about learning. I didn't, he admitted. He concentrated on the last thing he remembered before waking up. Voldemort blasted me right through a mountain. I'm surprised I was still alive for a few seconds after that, but I remember falling through the air, and the only thing I could think of was flying back to you. I woke up in the chamber already a bird. Instead of leaving right away, the two of them used the privacy of the room to comfortably plan out the coming summer. Since they were unable to do wand work at home, they would once again be limited to potions and studying over the summer. The first items on the docket were the potions for Harry Eyesight and Regrowth Potion. Hopefully, Hermione's parents would be up for taking them to Diagon Alley for some shopping. In August, Hermione wanted to take her owls at the ministry so that she could officially begin learning at a Newt level, even though she had already begun to read the textbooks. Harry wasn't too sure if he could handle the exam, but Hermione convinced him to at least try. Checking the map and the time with a quick Tempest spell showed the halls were mostly clear. The two of them finally went to pack their trunks. Hermione realized they'd made a mistake. I forgot to write to my parents. It was already too late. Their parents would be expecting them at the train station in half an hour or so. Hedwig wouldn't make it in time. How about this, we flow to the Leaky Cauldron with Hedwig, send a letter from there to King's Cross, which should only take a few minutes. We still need to find a fireplace and flow powder. We can't go all the way into Hogsmeade again this time, Hermione argued. One of the professor's offices, Harry suggested. They knew each one had a fireplace and hoped that they also had flow powder lying around. Their first stop was the Dada professor's office. Moody always kept some flow powder handy, but Remus Lupin didn't. He'd left the room was bare after leaving his post early. Professor McGonagall's door was locked quite securely. So were all the other professors. Running especially low on time, Harry counted his blessings that all the professors had left the building when he decided to forcibly break through Snape's locks and use his fireplace. If any professor deserved a broken door, it was him. Or Dumbledore, but the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office looked a lot meaner and sturdier. While she was riding the night bus home with her father, Luna smacked her forehead and said, "I forgot to tell them about the house on the hill. I'm sure they'll find it on their own, my dearest little satellite," Zeno Lovegood replied absent-mindedly. "That's the problem. It would be ever so inconvenient for them," Luna concluded, shrugging. Arriving at the leaky cauldron, Hermione sent off her hastily scribbled note with Hedwig as they waited. Harry kept his head down, not wanting to draw any attention. Eventually he got impatient and decided to withdraw some money from Gringotts. Hermione insisted that they stayed, but Harry knew it would only take a couple of minutes and save them from a small headache if he withdrew 20 galleons in front of Hermione's parents. It was well within his budget, enough for 2 new wands, a bunch of potions ingredients including some rare ones needed for the regrowth potion, and 6th and 7th year textbooks for the 2 of them with plenty of change to spare. He also wanted to grab one of the moleskin pouches again. Hermione, of course, wanted to wait for her parents. They decided to split up, and if her parents showed up while Harry was out, she might have a chance to soften them up before they met Harry for the first time again. Harry kept his head down and voice low when dealing with the goblins, managing not to attract much attention to himself. Once again he had asked for the same pouches last time, currency exchange and exact change enchantments, and foregoing the increase in withdrawal limits. Only after signing the contract did he notice a small discrepancy. "Granchik, I seem to recall the withdrawal limit on my account to be 50 galleons, not 100, Harry pointed out. He realized he couldn't have used the pouch upgrade, even if he had bought it. The upgrade was for the pouch, not for your account, Mr. Potter, the goblin replied. How sneaky, Harry thought. Just wanted me to spend extra money for nothing. Is there a way for me to withdraw more than 50 galleons at a time? Harry asked. Remembering Krumm's battle armor, he figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to face Voldemort with a little more protection, and he figured that stuff was probably expensive. It must be approved by your head of house or family treasurer, the goblin replied, reading from the parchment verbatim. And who is my family treasurer? Harry asked. Currently, there is nobody alive listed for that position. And am I not head of house? Harry Potter nearly shouted but caught himself just in time to avoid a scene. Not until your 17th birthday, youngling, the goblin sneered. Fine, I will be when I turn 17, but I'm the sole heir of the Potter family. Don't I have any say in my finances? He said with some aggravation. Mr. Potter, many of your predecessors have expressed desire to increase their monthly allowance from the trust fund. Thankfully, your ancestors were prudent enough not to allow the young to make such rash decisions with something as important as family vaults, Granchik explained. But, I'm the last of my family. All of it belongs to me anyways. Will belong to you. Unfortunately, your ancestors were not prudent enough to foresee the entire clan dwindle down to a single living heir. Never mind, Harry said, exasperated. Then he remembered one more thing. Hermione had had a hard time getting the news out about Dumbledore after he died. She couldn't do anything other than get one article out of Rita Skeeter and read the news. But since money made the world go round, I'd like to designate an heir to my accounts. They are not your accounts, Mr. Potter. They are the Potter family accounts, and as such they are not yours to give away until you are the head of the Potter house. At the point, Harry just wanted to throttle Granchak's neck, regardless of the sharp teeth that lined the goblin's nasty smile. Out of sheer morbid curiosity, Harry asked, and what would happen to all this should I die before I turn 17? The accounts will remain open for 1 more year as claimants can make their case. If nobody can successfully claim the accounts, the vaults will be emptied. Emptied. Harry knew there were no other Potters. The closest blood relatives were going to be Petunia Dursley or Draco Malfoy, but neither of them could really claim the Potter vaults. Either way, Harry didn't want his money going in either of those directions. Gringotts will reclaim ownership of the gold and other contents of the vaults. Now it all suddenly made sense. They didn't want Harry to spend the money, just in case he died early. The goblins would be getting their hands on over 4 million galleons. Knowing this, Harry was surprised the goblins didn't just assassinate him themselves when he walked into the bank. With a quiet thank you, Harry left the bank as quickly as he could. He returned to a frenetic scene at the leaky cauldron. Emma Granger was squeezing the life out of Hermione while Dan was stroking her hair and talking to several Aurors at once. Hedwig was standing at the bar, the only place where she could rest. Harry was instantly surrounded by Aurors himself as soon as he walked through the door. "Mr. Potter, if you would please answer a few questions for us." Harry just looked back and forth between them with a blank expression. Professor McGonagall suddenly stepped through the fireplace and immediately approached the Grangers. After a quick chat with the family. Harry noticed Hermione grow red and shake her head furiously while both of her parents gave Harry a scathing look. "What did I do?" Harry wondered worriedly. She then walked over to the Aurors standing by Harry. "Thank you, gentlemen, but your presence is no longer required. All this has apparently been nothing more than an academic issue." The Aurors grumbled a little, but pulled out a small piece of parchment for her to sign and then left. "Mr. Potter, would you care to explain?" His stern head of house had the most disapproving look on her face that Harry had seen yet. Suddenly, his excuse of taking an early morning stroll with Hermione didn't seem adequate. "Hermione and I missed the train. Why don't I hear your side of the story first?" McGonagall pulled him over to the Granger family. "I might as well give the lengthy explanation to everyone at once." Hermione mouthed out silently, "What are we going to tell them?" Harry only gave her a quick glance and a shrug in reply. McGonagall began telling what she knew. After the students had all left the Great Hall and departed on the carriages, the staff members began our customary sweep of the school. At approximately 9:45, we found Ronald Weasley still asleep in bed. Waking him up in time for the train was not an issue, but we also noticed Mr. Potter's trunk was unpacked and his bed untouched. It seemed that he had not slept in it the previous night. A search of the girls' dorms revealed the same for Miss Granger. Ronald Weasley could not offer us an explanation for their whereabouts. Harry and Hermione only shrugged when they realized they forgot about their former friend. Then again, he was still their friend for now. As we continued to search, we sent an owl to the train, which had just left Hogsmeade Station, for the head boy and girl to perform a head count. It turned up 4 students short, but all the dorms had now been searched. At that point, we decided to flow the Aurors and report several missing students to them. We were quite tense, you see. I don't know if you heard, but the criminal who was attempting to sneak into the school all year managed to escape at the last minute. "Sirius is innocent," Harry interrupted. "What was that?" "Sirius Black is innocent. He's been framed by Peter Pettigrew," Harry stated loudly, enough for other patrons of the leaky cauldron to overhear. Even if he couldn't convince Fudge or the Aurors without evidence, maybe he could get a leg up and start turning public opinion from the ground up instead. "Peter. That man died." "He's right, Professor." Hermione quickly jumped to Harry's side, to the annoyance of her parents. "We, along with Ron and Professor Lupin, met him the night of his escape. Along with the supposedly dead Peter Pettigrew. Well, all this is beside the point. We thought they had been kidnapped by Sirius Black when they were discovered missing along with another student. As we searched, we found that other student Miss Luna Lovegood. After leading us out into the countryside for hours, she finally admitted that she was actually leading us away from the two of you, who had wanted some time to yourselves." She now stared intently at both Harry and Hermione, expecting an explanation. "She led you around for hours. We only needed a few minutes to pack our things. We didn't want to get in trouble for being late, that's all. Is there any more you two would like to admit?" We were out all night because we wanted to talk to Sirius Black again." Upon seeing her shocked look, he added, "It's not a problem. He's completely innocent, and he's a pretty nice guy to boot. He's the one who bought the completely jinx-free firebolt for me at Christmas." Harry wanted to remind her of the broom she had checked out herself. Be that as it may, Mr. Potter, you should not have been out at night. It's still dangerous. Black wasn't the only thing that could have harmed you too. Is there anything else you'd like to admit? No. Is there something I missed? Dan Granger stepped in, sensing the question that the professor didn't have the authority to ask, but he did. What we'd like to know is what you were doing with my daughter all last night, and today. We were just walking, and talking, and looking for Sirius. That's all. All day. Dan obviously didn't believe his story. I did have a broom. Harry decided to see how far this lie could go. He was working up excuses on the fly now. Emma Granger decided to go the other route. Placing both hands on Hermione's shoulders, she asked, Hermione, did Harry here force you to do anything? No. Her reply came out a little too forcefully and caused Emma to jump. I mean, no. Harry would never force me to do anything. He loves me, and I. Hermione's hands flew to her mouth at the slip-up. Well, at least that corroborates with Miss Lovegood's story, Professor McGonagall said. Since school is out, you can expect your punishments to be carried forward to the first day of school in your 4th year. Wait, what did Luna say? Harry asked. That girl was so unpredictable and her words could always be interpreted every which way. Miss Lovegood told us that she had already found the two of you hours ago the same way she found other students in broom closets. You mean, no, she didn't mean it like that. She was just talking about the Raxperts. Harry's voice trailed off as he conceded how silly that sounded. Dan and Emma both gave him a harsh glare while firmly gripping Hermione's arms. The Grangers certainly wouldn't want him hanging around their daughter unattended this summer. Of all the second first impressions he could make, he managed to make the most important one worse already. It was so much worse when he knew how much better his life could be outside of number 4, Privet Drive. He never really cared before he had a choice, grudgingly returning to the House of Hell every summer to yearn for his return to Hogwarts for 2 months. But last time, he experienced living at home. The few weeks he had stayed at the Burrow back in 2nd year wasn't quite the same, as the crowded house was always busy, never quite giving Harry the chance to settle down and relax. That was what Hermione's home offered. 2 full months to settle in and just live. Hogwarts was learning, the Burrow was excitement, and Hermione's house was living. And the Dursleys, of course, was prison. This time, however, he had an escape, inspired by his own godfather. Apparently, the Ministry's trace was completely incapable of detecting internal magic, like occlumency and animagus transformations. He could escape his little prison by turning into an osprey and go wherever he wanted, and neither the Dursleys nor the Ministry had a clue. Unfortunately, he couldn't turn into his human form away from his room without some embarrassment. How did Hermione manage to get her clothes into her transformation overnight? Then again, he hadn't been focused solely on that goal for the past week. Initially, he concentrated on incorporating his glasses first, because flying with poor vision was never a good idea. Hedwig, of course, was delighted to have a flying partner. After Harry could actually see, Hedwig began to teach him how to spot prey and hunt. He could never match her ability to catch squirrels and other small animals, but after 2 nights of exploring and hunting, he'd found a nearby lake with fish. From that point on, Harry never really cared about how much food the Dursleys let him eat. His ultimate goal, however, was to fly to Hermione's home. He wasn't the best writer, he knew. He wanted to be with Hermione, not just write to her. He couldn't brew potions at his home, but he had ordered the ingredients for Hermione, who was already preparing both his eyesight potion and regrowth. It was only a few nights after he'd managed to incorporate his glasses that he had the rest of his clothes transformed with him, and wasted no time informing Hermione. He penned a quick missive to her. Dear Hermione, I've finally got the transformation with my clothes. I'll be working on getting my wand next. I've been eating well, trout is delicious. Anyways, I think I'll. He left the letter unfinished and threw it away, with a much better idea coming to mind. He scribbled an even shorter note to her. Dear Hermione, please open your window all the way. Love, Harry. Tying the note to Hedwig's leg, he said, ready to lead me to Hermione, girl. The snowy owl nodded and took off through the window. Harry knew that Hedwig could make it to Hermione's home and come back with a reply letter within a few hours, so if he timed it right, he could still be back in time to cook their breakfast. They'd only acknowledge his existence if he didn't do his chores. Heck, if it came right down to it, he didn't care if the Dursleys really did find out about him. He might just leave and get a room at the Leaky Cauldron again. The flight consisted mostly of gliding, which was how Hedwig taught him to read the winds and coast along with minimal effort. About 2 hours later, they were above the city of Southampton and Hedwig was diving down towards a familiar house. Harry continued to circle above the house, watching Hedwig tap on Hermione's window. After the snowy owl hopped inside, a puzzled Hermione poked her head out of her window as she opened it. Harry took the cue and began his dive. Harry was a second away from flying into her when he spread his wings out full, slowing himself down instantly. He hadn't mastered the art of silent flying like Hedwig did, which caused Hermione to glance upward at the noise of his flapping wings. Seeing a huge silhouette swooping in towards her face, talons first, caused her to react instinctively. She leapt back, slamming the window closed. Harry, who had intended to land on her desk just inside the window, suddenly flapped extra hard to stop himself from smashing into the glass, but hit it anyways. He recovered well enough to land on the windowsill, shaking his head in a daze. "Is Hedwig laughing at me? That's it, no owl treat tonight." The window opened again and Hermione quietly whispered, "Sorry, Harry. Come inside quietly. I just hope you didn't wake up my parents with that prank of yours." Harry waddled onto her desk and then hopped down to the center of the room, transforming back into a human. "I've missed you so much." Harry quickly pulled Hermione into a hug, and she was just as eager to return it. "Me too, Harry. We've got to," she paused, turning her eyes towards her door. "Hide. Harry, fly back outside." Harry just managed to transform and jump outside the window as the footsteps approached Hermione's door. When it opened, Harry was perched on the roof above the window and Hermione was sitting at her desk with Hedwig, as if she had just received the letter. "Hermione, dear, what was that noise we heard?" It was her father who had come to investigate. "Nothing, Dad. I just received a letter from Harry, that's all. That boy who practically kidnapped you. And you said he's a celebrity, right? I know he might seem charming to you, honey, but I know his type. He'll sweet-talk you for a while and when he gets bored, he'll find another girl. Dad, he's not like that. That's how they always seem at first, Hermione. You're only 14. Your first love will always seem like it'll last forever, but I'm just warning you so that you don't get hurt." Hermione's slip of the tongue back at the Leaky Cauldron certainly made an impression on her parents, and not a good one. "I've known him for years already. You remember my letters I sent home. He's my best friend." Daniel Granger didn't want to break his daughter's heart by saying what was on his mind. She's never had many friends to begin with, her best friend might not be a very good one. "May I at least see this letter?" "It's nothing. He just told me to keep the window open." "Why would he do that?" Maybe he's sending me a gift that's too big for Hedwig to carry." Harry wondered if he should take this opportunity to swoop inside and introduce his bird form to her father. "He's sending you more gifts." "Well, scratch that idea," Harry thought. "How much has he bought for you already?" Harry began listing the things off the top of his head while Hermione explained the educational value of his gifts to her father. After leaving the Leaky Cauldron, he had bought textbooks for her in hopes of making a good impression. That didn't go well. Over the next week, he'd sent Hermione all of the potions' ingredients, a better cauldron and other potions tools, since he couldn't do any brewing it himself at the Dursleys. "He's just helping me study. He has his own owl so he can order these things. We're both ready to take our owls this summer." Owls. He vaguely remembered the term, but it was a while since he'd had one of those discussions with her professors. The magical version of GCSEs. Really? Which ones? Just about all of them. Harry is, too. "Really?" asked Dan. "Really?" Harry mirrored his thoughts. He knew he was perfectly capable of doing the coursework, but the thought of actually taking the exams early hadn't crossed his mind. He had planned on self-study in secret for the higher-level courses. "Yes, you should be happy about Harry," Hermione replied, nearly losing her temper. Dan was startled by his daughter's boldness. It was almost as if he didn't know the girl in front of him anymore. Could that magic school have affected her so much? She'd never talked back to him like this before. She was more evasive. Even if she didn't talk to him all that much, she'd at least confided in her mother before. Now she was showing a strong independent streak. At least she didn't lose her love of studying. In fact, it seemed to have become even more intense. He didn't really like it, of course. He always wanted Hermione to be his little girl, but she had to grow up sometime. She was a teenager, after all. Some of his own friends who had their children a few years before him had warned him about the moody teenage years. When Hermione hit 13 and didn't become a teenage terror, he thought he was safe. His girl was still smart, well-adjusted and open to her parents. Of course, he should have known that humans didn't act like clockwork. Maybe her teenage temper had only begun manifesting a few years late. Was he really just blaming Harry for the changes he didn't like in his daughter? Was she just growing up like any other child? He never understood teenage girls when he was in school, and he still didn't understand now. Maybe Emma would have better luck talking to her. For now, he just turned to the door and quietly said, "I'm sorry. It's just that, you've changed so much," as he left. After hearing the door close, Harry flew back inside and transformed back into a human. He pulled Hermione's head to his shoulder and felt his shirt grow damp. "I didn't know it was so hard for you too, Hermione. I can handle your parents not thinking the best of me, but I didn't know they'd doubt you, too. It's all right, Harry. It's nothing I can't handle, but I've always been able to talk to them about any problems I had. I wrote a lot of letters to them in first year, and they helped reassure me when I didn't have any friends to talk to." "How do you do it, Harry?" Harry didn't know what to say to that, because he'd never had anyone to confide in before Hermione. Ron wasn't very mature, especially not in first year, and he would never understand the kind of turmoil that Harry went through daily. Even when he trusted Dumbledore, the headmaster had never been around. McGonagall's strict sense of following rules meant, unfortunately, that he could never talk to her about anything that wasn't school-sanctioned. Back at home, he had no friends and the only person who treated him like a human was Mrs. Fig and her cats. He stayed silent. "Now I've only got you. I hope my parents will come around, but I just wish you could be here more often," Hermione sighed. "I'd come here every night if I could," Harry said. "It must take hours to fly here. I can't have you losing that much sleep every night just for me. Then maybe I'll just stay here. Sleeping in a tree and hunting fish is better than what I have to put up with over in Surrey. Once I manage to get my wand incorporated into my transformation, I think I'll ditch the Dursleys." "You're not sleeping in a tree, Harry, you'll stay in my room." "But what about all your other belongings? Your clothes, the invisibility cloak, your broom?" She did make a good point. The Dursleys would probably just bin everything he owned once they found out he'd run away. The invisibility cloak was one of his most prized possessions, next to his firebolt. The Marauder's map was important, too. His moleskin pouch didn't even need to be part of his transformation, as it shrunk small enough that he could just wear it in his bird form. Just about everything else was replaceable, though. His clothes had never fit properly, and his old textbooks probably should have been donated to a second-hand store anyways. Even though he had cut down to the bare essentials, the delivery was going to be a problem. The cloak didn't fit over him and the broom, and it would surely be visible flapping in the wind, although most muggles wouldn't notice. Delivery owls, however, were routinely ignored by wizards. If he flew high enough, though, even muggles would think it was just a bird who managed to catch some large prey. "I'll have Hedwig deliver my cloak to you, and I'll fly to you carrying my broom. I'll just have to buy a few new textbooks and a perch for Hedwig after I arrive. When school starts, I can buy the rest of the things I need." Harry worked furiously for the next few days, concentrating on incorporating his wand into the transformation. Meanwhile, Hermione had begun brewing the potions for Harry, using chemistry safety equipment instead of the bubblehead charm. Once he could comfortably transform with both the wand and the map in his pockets, he opened up Hedwig's cage, giving her the bundled-up invisibility cloak and his photo album, tying it to her leg. Transforming himself into his osprey form, he picked up a second package with his broom and a set of clothes, and the two birds took off together. He didn't bother looking back. He arrived at Hermione's just before midnight, finding her open window and swooping straight over to her bed. She was waiting expectantly for him. Hermione gave him a quick key after he arrived and then held out a sliced onion. "What's this for?" Harry asked. "Sniff it. I need your tears for the potion again," Hermione told him. "Wow, Not wasting any time, are you? The tears welling up in his eyes were the result of amusement, joy, and the onion. After Hermione gathered them in 2 vials of ready-made potion, she told Harry to lay on her bed. She dripped the potion into each eye, holding his hand as the sharp, burning pain coursed over his eyes. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. Even the blood runes were more comfortable to carve. I know the feeling. I took the potion as well, Hermione told him. You did, but you don't even need glasses. Harry said. Just because I don't need glasses doesn't mean my vision's perfect. I can read perfectly well, but after taking it I noticed everything's just a little sharper. And it's especially good in my owl form. I'm thinking of taking some of the regrowth potions as well. Let's get some sleep, we can start on those tomorrow morning. That's a good idea, Harry agreed, stretching his arms. The flight to Hermione's house this time was much longer and more tiring as the airspeed velocity of a laden osprey was far slower than an unladen one. He got up from the bed and unwrapped his invisibility cloak. He began to lie down on the carpet beside the bed and laid the cloak over himself. Harry, what are you doing? Going to sleep. Not there, you're not. Harry looked around the room. Where should I sleep, then? He knew he couldn't take the guest bedroom this time around. Hermione rolled her eyes. Here, Harry, she patted her mattress. But it's not like it's the first time we've slept in the same bed, Harry. While that was true, the few times they'd done it on purpose the room of requirement had provided a bed large enough for both of them to splay out comfortably. Her bed was sized more appropriately for a single occupant. Not that I'm completely against the idea, Hermione, but I wouldn't want you to be uncomfortable. Harry, there would be nothing more comfortable to me than sleeping with you in my arms. Now get over here, she said with a voice that exuded flaming passion and icy forcefulness at the same time. There was no arguing with her as Harry climbed into bed. They quickly fell into a daily routine that would keep Harry hidden from her parents until they were left alone in the house. Harry would then take his shower and fix up a small breakfast and they'd both read the Daily Prophet together. Since he didn't want to take too much from the Grangers, he ate the rest of his fill by hunting in his animagus form, which took only about half an hour's flight to the nearest lake. Hermione followed, mostly to get more flying practice and to learn more about hunting. After breakfast, they took a daily dose of regrowth potion, followed by occlumency and legilimency practice. Unable to cast actual spells without the ministry knowing, the afternoons were often spent either studying from textbooks or strategizing for the rest of the year. When her parents returned in the evening, Harry spent most of it hunting for more food and just flying around his favorite hunting grounds until Hermione came to get him. At night, of course, both of them were eager to fall asleep in each other's arms. First things first, I'm not going to tell Dumbledore about the vision that's coming on my birthday, Harry said. I'm not going to give him another reason to use me. Stupid old bastard, muttered Hermione. How about getting rid of Snape? I don't think we can curry enough favor with one of the Hogwarts governors to sack him. We could always kidnap Draco and obliviate him again, Harry suggested jokingly. I'm not going to make a career of kidnapping and extortion. Besides, I think Lucius did it last time to teach Draco and Snape a lesson, because he'd been doing stupid things like getting his wand broken, Hermione answered. I could always goad him into a duel and make him break his wand again. Harry couldn't resist. Hermione ignored him. There's got to be a better way to do it. Legally. Faster. Maybe we can get him before summer's out. I don't want to wait until Malfoy's upset with his son's antics. I'll write a letter to Mr. Fleming. Maybe he'd be willing to take the post again. We'll figure out how to deal with Snape later. They brainstormed a few ideas, but the main problem was that people trusted Dumbledore, and Dumbledore protected Snape. They needed people, or at least the Board of Governors, who had enough influence to override Dumbledore's decisions. Unfortunately for them, they missed a good opportunity to call him out publicly, as they saw in the Prophet one morning. Snape had just received the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, as Fudge had promised him. It was a public event with plenty of reporters. If Harry had known, he would have stormed the stage and announced Pettigrew's guilt and Sirius's innocence, not to mention Snape's hand in nearly getting them killed. The very same day, Harry's invitation to teach at Hogwarts was answered with a courteous, but short, rejection. Dear Mr. Potter, I am quite pleased that my reputation has led you to invite me personally to become your potions professor. Although a teaching position at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a highly respectable position, it would represent a loss in wages compared to running my current potions businesses. I am already training several apprentices at this time, and I much prefer the more private and dedicated teaching style as opposed to teaching in a classroom. If you would like me to take you on as a personal apprentice, you will have to arrange for transportation to my brewing facilities in Bordeaux yourself. We can discuss the pricing at a later date. Floyd Fleming, Maître de Potions International, Westeuropäischer Grossmeister im Zaubertrankbrauen, Certified British Potions Master. Both of them were surprised at how many titles this man held. He'd never mentioned them in class last year. In fact, most of them had assumed he was just another student who had graduated from Hogwarts earlier. The fact that he held the British recognized Potions Master title was practically an afterthought. Harry wondered what on earth Malfoy could have used to prompt him to teach. Whatever businesses he was running was probably very successful. A few days later, they both received their first letters from Ron, which reminded them that he was still friendly for now. His letter, once again, invited them to come over to listen to the World Cup game on the Wizarding Wireless. "Ron's going to invite us to the World Cup again," Hermione said. "Do you want to go? I think we should. There's going to be a Death Eater attack, right? Maybe we can stop them, alert a few Aurors, maybe lay down some traps for them." "That's a good idea. Let's see, time delay wards or entry trigger. They mostly came from the forested area, right? I think time delay would be best. We don't know how many campers were playing around in the forest before the game started, but it should have been nearly empty when the game started." Again, they needed a lot of brainstorming to plan out how to handle that part of their plan. Catching Death Eaters was one thing, but they weren't sure if all the rioters were even marked Death Eaters or just sympathizers. Even if they were all marked, they still needed access to someone who was marked to study the dark mark before they could make a trap specific for them. Without that, they would have to limit themselves only to disarming, stunning, tripping, and other non-lethal traps. Not wanting to accidentally maim or kill an innocent person in the crossfire did limit their options. With that planned out, they moved on to trying to help Moody. They did so in a simple letter. "Dear Alistair Moody, you are going to be ambushed at your home sometime after the Quidditch World Cup. I'd suggest you upgrade your home security. Sincerely, a friend." Although they had to admit it sounded ridiculously suspicious, at least it would put Moody more on his guard than usual. He could have interpreted it as a trap and prepared for an ambush before the World Cup. He could have left the country. They didn't really know, but whatever Moody did, they hoped it would prevent him from falling under the control of Barty Crouch Jr. That brought them to the final issue of the summer. Voldemort. Harry recalled the list of Horcruxes he pulled out of Voldemort's head. The first one was the diary, which Voldemort didn't know was already destroyed. The second was his family ring, hidden in his mother's home. The third to fifth were items of Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. He'd been intent on making the sixth Horcrux out of the Sword of Gryffindor, but he was unable to find it and ended up settling on attempting to make a Horcrux out of the statue of Godric Gryffindor in Godric's Hollow. Hiding in plain sight, a Horcrux that was visible and protected by the very people who wanted to slay him would have been a very cunning ploy on his part if he hadn't been killed trying to use Harry's death to complete the ritual. He'd settled on turning a basilisk into a Horcrux which, if things played out the same way, was due to be made next week. They knew that, despite all their advanced studying, they couldn't destroy these themselves. Harry hadn't been able to pull the information about their enchantments or the wards at the locations where they were hidden out of Voldemort's mind. Analyzing and breaking the protective enchantments on the Horcruxes would require the work of professional curse breakers and nothing less. The only time and place they knew Voldemort was for certain was at Riddle Manor on the night of July 31st, turning Nagini into a Horcrux. Again, wary of protective wards and unable to perform magic without activating the trace, they needed to hire a cursebreaker. The only one Harry remembered by name was Bill Weasley, who was working in Egypt for Gringotts. Even if he couldn't work for Harry himself, he could at least recommend a few other cursebreakers. His letter was answered more quickly than Harry expected. Hedwig returned with 2 pieces of parchment instead of just one. They unraveled the shorter one first. "Hey Harry, how's your summer going? What in Merlin's name do you need a cursebreaker for?" When I saw Hedwig flying to the burrow, I thought you wrote a letter for me and tried to take it from her, but then she bit my finger. So what's going on with those muggles you live with? Are you going to get some professional level revenge on them? Blimey, mate, I want in on this. Just don't tell Hermione, okay? She'd probably tell you to stop because her parents are muggles too. Although it was unsigned, the messy writing was unmistakably Ron's. Hermione let off an unladylike snort as she read Ron's letter. I wouldn't understand. I'd be first in line to hex the Dursleys straight. Yeah, Ron's assuming too much again. We're not going to be bringing him to face baby Voldemort. Harry unraveled the other piece of parchment. To Mr. Harry Potter. It seems my reputation precedes me, because when I asked my brother Ron about you, he said he'd barely mentioned my name or profession to you. At first I thought the letter was a prank by the twins, but Ron confirmed that the snowy owl did belong to you. Needless to say, I'm glad someone as famous as you would consider me for your curse-breaking needs. I'm also glad to inform you that I'm staying at the Burrow for the duration of the summer while I search for a flat for myself. I've just completed my 4-year tour of duty and apprenticeship in Egypt for Gringotts, and they decided to move me back to England for a while so I can help test the vault wards. They've been getting a different cursebreaker to test their vaults every season now, ever since the break-in of '91. To that end, I'll be available to work for you myself, perhaps even scout out the job for you. Gringotts doesn't usually hire out their cursebreakers, but I do know of several other companies they normally contact when we need an extra hand. Perhaps you'd like to discuss this in person. I do have weekends off, so we could meet at Diagon Alley at the Leaky Cauldron this Saturday. I can get an estimate of the equipment and team size we'd need for job once I get a good look at the job site. I'm sure you'll have no problem spotting me, as the famous Weasley red runs through me strongly. Sincerely, William Weasley. This sounds promising, Harry said. Except for the fact that your birthday's on Sunday, Harry, Hermione said. That means we've got to convince Bill to go all the way to Little Hangleton on Saturday, check out the wards, hire some more cursebreakers, and break through them in 36 hours. I doubt he's going to leave right after the Horcrux ritual, Harry said. Let's just see how it goes. If we're lucky, the wards might not even be that strong. When the weekend rolled around, Hermione made an excuse to her parents that she was going shopping with a friend. She'd never gone out with anybody before, as far as her parents knew. Even though it wasn't a lie, her parents had a hard time believing her, which led to another strained argument that nearly led to a shouting match. Hermione ran out the front door, with Harry flying invisibly above her, transformed with his invisibility cloak on. With a few sickles handed to her, she stuck her wand out and took the night bus to Diagon Alley. They'd be meeting with Bill at noon, and they decided to spend the morning shopping for their extra supplies. Their first stop was Ollivander's, for their extra wands and wand holsters. As they stepped into the old man's shop, they noticed that he was whittling away at the back of the store, working on some unfinished wands. Phoenix Feather and Holly, Vinewood and Dragon Heartstring, it must be Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. What brings you two back into my shop, if your wands appear to be in perfect condition? Ollivander asked without turning around. How do you do that? Harry asked bluntly. I know all of my wands, Mr. Potter, Ollivander answered, continuing to work. And they know me. It is far more difficult to craft a quality wand if you do not take the time and make the process personal. They know you. Wait, does that mean I am almost equally compatible with all the wands I have created? Yes. Didn't you tell me that the wand chooses the wizard, though? Harry asked. Yes, they do. And most of them may not choose me, but they would never deny me, either. I do converse with them as I create them, you know. They would not deny my magic any more than a child would deny their parents' touch. You say that like they were sentient. Hermione didn't have nearly as much difficulty finding her wand as Harry did, and thus didn't quite believe Ollivander's explanation for the wand selection process. Her parents just thought it was a bit of showmanship to guarantee a sale. Sentient is not quite the right word, but should you ever delve into wand crafting, then perhaps you would discover it for yourself. Now, how can I help you two today? Hermione's eyes widened when it sounded like Ollivander was offering to teach them, but Harry had gone straight to business. We'd both like a spare wand, and wand holsters for all of them. You are aware that this second wand is unlikely to perform as well as your current one, yes? Still, it never hurts to be prepared. Would you like the wand to be more suited to your main hand or your offhand? Harry never really considered the idea of using his left hand to cast spells. It could open up the possibility of casting with both hands at the same time, though, if he had a wand made for each hand. He had tried it a few times, testing out a spell with his left hand for fun, but it came out as weak and imprecise as trying to write with his left hand. With a wand that was suited for it and a little more practice, though, he thought he could do better. I'd like it for my offhand, Harry said. Main hand, Hermione said at the same time. She was surprised at Harry's choice, as she thought her own answer was obvious. She'd read about wizards in the history books who cast from two wands at once, like Dermot the double-handed dueler, one of the only wizards to ever use two wands in the dueling circuit. Casting two spells at once from two wands was far more difficult than casting from one alone. Most wizards were far more efficient simply casting a chain of spells from a single wand. Dermot himself didn't actually win any grand championships, but he was a crowd favorite for his unique style. Why would you want that, Harry? You know, maybe cast two spells at once. The main reason for choosing a wand for your offhand is, in fact, to cast spells when your main hand is injured or otherwise occupied with something other than spellcasting, Mr. Potter, Ollivander told him. Other than spellcasting, should you choose to wield a sword alongside your wand, perhaps. No wizard has done that for centuries, Ollivander said in a way that almost sounded like reminiscing. Well, I think I'd still like it for my offhand, Harry answered. Even if he could only cast from one wand at a time, the element of surprise could count for a lot. Very well. Hold out your left arm please, Mr. Potter. The magical tape measures came flying and did their measuring while Ollivander inspected Harry's hand as if he were trying to do a palm reading. When that was done, he pulled several boxes from his shelves. Try this one, Alder and Dragon Heartstring. Harry took up the wand, with no results. Ollivander snatched it away and gave him another one. Mistletoe and Salamander Tail. Another rejection. Blackthorn and Hippogriff Feather. A few small sparks, but nothing close to a match. I was so sure, Ollivander muttered as he took it away. It took nearly a dozen more tries before they found one that finally worked. Rowan and Dragon Heartstring, 11 3/4 inches, Ollivander triumphantly announced as a shower of bluish-green sparks erupted from Harry's new wand. A little more forgiving than your first wand, Mr. Potter, but you'll find it quite suited to less precise spellcasting like warding and shielding. I thought you would get another Phoenix Feather core, Hermione commented. Inwardly, she was a little happy that Harry's second wand shared the same type of core that hers did. Not at all, Miss Granger. In fact, Mr. Potter here could probably tell you that the core of the wand is the least important aspect in a wand's compatibility. It focuses the magic into a spell after the wood has absorbed his magic. Huh, me, what do I know? Oh, right. Harry turned to Hermione, realizing he'd never told Hermione what was particularly special about his wand before. Voldemort's wand and mine share the same core. Hermione's eyes turned to Harry's pocket, where he kept his holly wand. You mean his is a phoenix feather core, too? Not just any phoenix feather. The same phoenix feather was used for both wands. But phoenixes are such light-aligned creatures. How's that possible? Again, Miss Granger, you are putting far too much emphasis on the core of the wand. It is merely a part of the whole, and you can never understand a wand simply by its parts. I can tell you Tom Marvolo Riddle's wand was very well suited for charms, hexes, and curses, much the same way that Mr. Potter's first wand is. Oh, I see. Hermione's heart sank a little when she realized the connection between her wand and Harry's wasn't as strong as she initially thought. Without bothering to measure Hermione's right hand again, Ollivander began to pull out several boxes. It only took 2 tries to find a compatible wand for her. Hazel and unicorn tail hair, 10 3/4 inches, Ollivander announced. Very nearly mirroring your first wand, Miss Granger. It, too, is well balanced for all spells. After paying for the new wands and holsters, the two popped outside of Diagon Alley, and in a few minutes they were at De Benham's, shopping for new clothes for Harry. The regrowth potion had certainly done a job for him, as he had spurted up several centimeters in the past month alone, and was probably going to continue growing. Combined with the extra exercise he was getting in his bird form, his chest and shoulders were becoming much more defined. Although he was certainly bigger, his waistline would never be large enough to fill Dudley's old clothes, even the ones he'd received at half his current age. Hermione wasn't getting the same results as him, mostly because she was taken care of quite well during her childhood. Even in her animagus form, she kept to the ground, and all that running, along with some very positive responses from Harry, she had decided to finally update her wardrobe a little with skinny jeans and shorts. She held the line at skirts, though, as she always felt they were too girly. When they returned to the Leaky Cauldron, it was 11:30. Bill had agreed to meet them to discuss the job at noon. They didn't mind the cheap food that Tom served, as both their minds were going into overdrive, anticipating what could be their very first preemptive strike against Voldemort. "Nice to meet you, Harry." Bill was easily the tallest Weasley and had quite a handsome face, keeping his long hair tied back in a ponytail. He held himself with an aura of confidence that Harry had never seen in Ron or Percy. That confidence was transmitted through the handshake he gave each of them before sitting down. "First things first, Harry. Can you give me a rough idea of what the job will be?" "I don't have much detail, but, it's probably a well-protected wizard's house." "You're asking me to break into a house for you. I know I've done some shady jobs for the goblins, but just promise me you're not doing anything illegal, Harry. I wouldn't want anyone to think the boy who lived has turned to a life of crime." "No. In fact, we're trying to catch a criminal," Harry explained. "So why aren't you going to the Aurors? Why a private job?" "I haven't had much luck with justice when it comes to the ministry," Harry growled out. "And if they found Wormtail, Fudge would probably give him a medal." "I know what you mean, slow, inefficient, but we're going to have to hire a few hit wizards for protection as well. That'll cost you. Now, for the house itself, what kind of protections are we talking about?" "Standard security wards. Anything nasty or illegal. I have no idea, but you should expect some pretty dark ones," Harry said. "Then I should probably scout it out before we can figure out what kind of team and equipment I'll need to assemble. By the sound of it, the wizard's a right nasty piece of work." "Who is it? And why don't you try calling the Aurors if he's a real criminal?" Harry pulled Hermione aside and the two of them quietly debated whether or not they should let Bill in on the identity of Voldemort. They felt he was trustworthy enough. "I haven't been able to trust the Aurors to do their job competently. And the minister's never made a good decision in his life. If he finds one of the targets inside the house, he'd probably walk up to him and give him a medal." "And who exactly are we talking about here?" "Peter Pettigrew. But he's not the real target." Pettigrew, the name sounded familiar to Bill, but having been in Egypt until June, he hadn't been very up to date with current events in Britain. He shook it off as a curiosity. "So who is the main mark?" Harry took a deep breath while Hermione cast a silencing ward. "Voldemort." "What?" Bill reacted in a relatively predictable manner. He was old enough to remember the actual reign of terror that Voldemort had for years. Even though his parents had shielded him from the greatest of dangers, he understood the headlines he saw on the Daily Prophet and the unfriendly, distrusting looks on everyone's faces as they scurried by on the streets. It was a way of life he didn't want to go back to. "He's making a return. Right now, he's pretty weak, and I have a good idea where he is. I think it's our best chance to, nab him. At least, temporarily." "So you're saying he'll be back in another 13 years even if we do this?" "There are some other jobs to do before we get rid of him completely, but I think being partially dead would be another good setback." "You're not joking, are you?" Bill's face dropped. "How do you know all this?" "It's better that I don't say," Harry told him. "So, will you do it?" "I'll do the survey free of charge if you're right." Harry and Hermione explained in as much detail as they could what they had been able to find out about the Riddles and Little Hangleton. It was a Muggle town with no wizards, not even Muggle-born ones. Most children moved away as quickly as they could, Muggle and Muggle-born alike. The manor overlooked the town from above a bluff but had been abandoned since the last Riddle died decades ago. Bill would check it out and meet them again in a few days to gather a team. Harry had hoped that this could have been done quickly, but now he was depending on Voldemort staying put after his Horcrux had been completed. Still, this type of work wasn't to be rushed, so they shook hands on the deal. On Harry's birthday, Hermione baked him a cake. Her parents were surprised at her sudden interest in baking. She toiled all day in the kitchen, making several attempts while Harry was out of the house, avoiding her parents. Finally satisfied with the product of her third attempt, she ended up stuffing it in the refrigerator and waiting until after her parents had retired for the night. When the lights were out, she finally snuck the cake and 2 forks up to her room, where Harry was hiding. "Happy birthday to you," she sang in an airy whisper. When she finished, there were no candles to blow out, but Harry reached over and gave Hermione a long, adoring kiss, as he ran his fingers through her hair. His kiss continued over to her cheek, then her ear, then began to move down her neck. What did you wish for, Harry? I'm granting it myself right now," Harry cooed, moving his hands down to her hips and pulling her in close to him and nuzzling his cheek against hers. Through her thin nightgown, Harry could feel her heartbeats and her breaths. They pulled their faces close to each other and gazed into each other's eyes. It was only then that Harry really noticed how much he'd grown in the past 2 weeks. Originally he'd been the same height as her, but now Hermione was stretching her neck up ever so seductively to give him another peck. "Then could I have my birthday present a little early?" Hermione's silky voice captivated his senses as she ran her hands over his not-so-scrawny shoulders. She unbuttoned his shirt, slipping her hands inside and around Harry's back. She pulled herself close again, placing her head against Harry's chest. The beating of Harry's heart made her purr in delight as she pushed him onto her bed and fell on top of him. For the next little while, they ran their hands over each other as quietly as they could, stifling their moans in their throats, not letting anything louder than a heavy breath escape their lips. Eventually, they settled down in the same position that they initially fallen on the bed, with Hermione lying on top of Harry, her head resting on his chest. He had his arms draped over her back. Neither of them were paying attention to the fact that their breathing, and even their heartbeats, were matching. "Shouldn't we eat that cake at some point?" Harry asked, rolling his head towards Hermione's desk. "Oh, forget it. It probably tastes horrible anyways. The first 2 did, this one just didn't look nearly as bad," she said. "Besides, I don't want to get up." "Neither do I," Harry said. With her in his arms, he felt safe, comfortable, loved, and complete, in malice. The completely foreign emotion caused Harry to realize what was coming. The vision. "Hermione, keep me quiet," he managed to whisper out just before he passed out. Harry was ready with his occlumency the moment the vision began. The Muggle man was already in the room. The old man was talking back to Voldemort, heckling him about being the trespasser on Baron Riddle's property. Voldemort was still facing the fireplace and the Horcrux ritual in front of him, with Nagini sitting patiently at the center. Harry took the opportunity to get as much detail as he could, but he could only look at what Voldemort was looking at, hear what he heard, feel what Voldemort felt. Perhaps Harry could get a sense of what Voldemort was thinking as well. Instead of pulling back behind his mental shields, he pushed in a little further. Hopefully Voldemort wouldn't notice. "The potion has taken effect. The ritual is nearly ready and old Mr. Bryce will do just fine," Voldemort was thinking. Harry got a few flashes of memories, back when Tom Riddle was still in 7th year, seeing the old man working on the lawn when he came seeking his biological father. The man called Voldemort a coward, daring him to turn around and look him in the eye. That struck a nerve. Voldemort swiveled the chair around and said, "I will face you, but I will tell you that I am no coward, nor am I a man. I am becoming something far greater, and you will have the honor of dying to serve my greatness." In his head, he was thinking, "This will be my 6th. Finally, the shards of my soul will be stabilized by the magical strength of the septagram and my immortality will be complete." Harry felt a surge of magic rising inside Voldemort's body. He knew what was coming, but he had never felt a surge like this before. Instead of erupting from Voldemort's wand, it coiled around inside his body malevolently, seemingly shredding his insides. Harry had never felt a pain like this before. It wasn't a physical pain, but something much deeper down. It was like despair that had reached into his heart and was trying to rip it straight out of his body. It felt cold, like a dementor. It was like he was going to lose Sirius again. Or Hermione. He couldn't help but scream in pain, but Voldemort made no sound other than the words, Avada Kedavra. The feeling of ripping and tearing reached a climax just before the spell erupted from the wand, but Harry suddenly felt a comforting warmth pulling him back, letting him put up his shields again and retreat to the safety of being a distant observer just as the bright green spell flew at the old gardener. He tried to hang on for a little longer, noticing that Voldemort obviously never felt any of the pain that he experienced. There was a little light floating above the dead man's body, which Voldemort was now trying to direct towards Nagini. It was losing its shine quickly, as if the light was liquid dripping away and began to reveal a dark, smoldering heart. Harry felt the warmth pull him further back with more desperation. It was time to leave, he knew. As the scene dimmed, he did notice a yelp of surprise from both Wormtail and Voldemort as the Dark Lord suddenly lost control of his own soul fragment. Harry, what happened? This was so much worse than last time, or even at the ball, Hermione cried out. Her hands were wrapped around him and he was facing a completely different direction from when they had laid down. He stroked her hair, telling her, I did something a little risky. I let myself be more connected with him to try to find out some more. I don't think I'll be doing that again. A loud clearing of the throat brought their attention to Hermione's bedroom door. Two very unhappy parents were standing there. Get off my daughter's bed. Dan Granger's icy tone was no joke. He didn't have a shotgun like Vernon, but he was certainly skilled enough with picks and drills to cause a world of hurt. And right now, he really wanted to hurt the boy lying underneath his half-dressed daughter. Hermione leapt up to Harry's defense. Mum, Dad, it's not what it looks like, I swear. Just give me a chance. Oh no, we'll be having a talk later, Dan said furiously. He grabbed Hermione's arm roughly and pushed her out the door with her mother. Now, then, you're Harry, I presume. Harry scowled at the rough treatment of his girlfriend. Sure, Dan had good reason to be angry, and he wasn't nearly as rough as Vernon, who had often left bruises on Harry's arm when he was younger. Harry still didn't like it. It was such a dramatic change from the loving parents he lived with last time around. Instead of answering Dan's question, he looked him straight in the eye and said, You shouldn't treat Hermione that way. Don't you dare tell me what I do in my own house. You're the trespasser, sneaking into my daughter's room in the middle of the night. My daughter isn't just some floozy for you to shag. I'm warning you. Harry calmed himself as much as possible, using his occlumency to bring forth all the best memories of the Grangers to keep himself from lashing out at the man in front of him. He knew he'd defend Hermione just as fiercely against someone he didn't know. Hermione told you, it isn't what it looked like. Maybe you should listen to her, he said as calmly as possible. And what would a half-naked boy be doing in my daughter's bedroom? One step away from debauchery is still filthy, so you can keep your hands to yourself, do you hear? I don't want to see you near my daughter again. Certainly, a boy with his shirt off, covered in sweat while his daughter was screaming his name could hardly be interpreted the right way by anybody, but Harry wasn't in the mood to defend himself. He was more worried about how much more strained Hermione's relationship with her parents would be. If it got any worse, she really would have to choose between them and Harry, something Harry wanted to avoid at all costs. She won't like that. Harry stated it with a perfectly level voice. He was hoping to use his occlumency training to be the voice of reason and calm in this argument, but his unnaturally peaceful tone aggravated Dan further. What is this, a game to you? Do you even care? That's not just some girl, that's my daughter. In a move that even Harry wasn't expecting, Dan punched him in the gut. Harry collapsed to the floor but was unwilling to fight back. There's more where that came from if you don't leave right now. I've been struck before, Harry coughed out. It's nothing I can't handle. But I'm not leaving if Hermione doesn't want me to. She doesn't know what kind of person you are. You assume she doesn't know what kind of person you assume I am. You little. He's right, Dan. Emma had returned and was standing at the doorway. You've been doing a lot of telling to Hermione instead of talking. Stay out of this, Emma. This is a man-to-man issue. I have to deal with him. No, you need to deal with your daughter, Harry said. I don't care if you hate me, sir. That doesn't matter to me. You can't keep treating Hermione the way you have this past month. Emma was surprised at Harry's maturity and held Dan back. They managed to eke out a temporary truce while all four of them sat down in the living room to discuss things with civility. 5 minutes later, all four of them were sitting around a coffee table downstairs. Why don't we begin with you, Hermione? Emma nodded to her daughter. Hermione didn't know where to begin, so she said the only thing that she knew with absolute certainty. I love Harry. She reached out and took his hand, looking defiantly at her own father. The adults mirrored the children as Emma took Dan's hand, but more to calm him down instead of reassure him. "And I love her too," Harry said. "I'll never let anyone hurt her. Even her own parents," he said defiantly. Hermione winced at the antagonistic position Harry chose. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that, shall we?" Emma tried to make peace, looking back and forth between Dan and Harry. "I just want you to step back and look at this a little more objectively, Hermione. You've always been good at that." Dan attempted to appeal to Hermione's pride with a challenge. "Forget all the material goods he's bought for you or any sweet words he told you just before you, make out. Forget his celebrity status or what he's offered. Tell me something he's already done for you that was truly selfless." Hermione decided to pull out the big guns right away. "He risked his own life to save mine before we were even friends." It was a risky move, since she had downplayed the dangers at Hogwarts to her parents. Both her parents suddenly looked at Hermione like she was joking, so she elaborated. "A troll was let into the school. I wasn't at dinner at the time, so Harry came to search for me while everyone else was being evacuated. That's all. I guess that's rather thoughtful of him, but I really wouldn't consider that risking his life, Hermione. He jumped on the troll's back and tried to wrestle it down because it had me cornered in a bathroom. An average troll is about 12 feet tall and weighs over half a ton." This time both parents stared at Harry, who simply shrugged. "I'd do it again," he said nonchalantly. "If that's true, then we're eternally grateful to have our daughter alive, but you'd better not be taking advantage of her just because she thinks she owes you," Dan stubbornly argued. Harry wondered if he would ever be this protective of his own daughter one day. He could, but he'd never act on it. "What do you mean?" all three of them asked at once. Hermione only looked at Harry as if the answer should have been obvious. "I owe you a life debt for that, Harry. You could probably force my hand in marriage since I'd never be able to pay out the usual amount of compensation." "And just what is the usual compensation?" Dan was curious to know. "About £1 million, Hermione answered. "I'd never force you like that. I know you won't. I trust you. I just hope that Mum and Dad can see that." Hermione looked over at her parents. Dan wasn't budging. "Besides, you've saved my life plenty of times in return. Like the devil's snare. That would absolve the debt pretty easily, wouldn't it?" "It would if you didn't keep risking your life for me again and again," Hermione giggled. "Is this heroics thing a regular occurrence?" Emma asked them. "Well, most of the time it's more like standing by me in the face of bullies like Draco." "You did land a pretty good punch on him last year," Harry commented. "I don't want my daughter getting into fights. Don't encourage her. Dad, he called me a racial slur. And he'd been getting away with it because his head of house protects him. I probably would have just hid in the bathroom and cried if Harry hadn't been standing behind me." She slid closer to Harry and placed her hand on his thigh, almost daring her parents to try to split them up again. "And I'm not just trying to be her knight in shining armor. I respect her. She's brilliant, insightful, and she gives me direction in my life. There was a time in second year when she was in the hospital wing for an extended period. I just felt clueless the entire time. I had no idea what to do with myself." Harry wrapped his fingers around Hermione's. "Madame Pomfrey told me you visited every night." Hermione smiled sweetly and took Harry's other hand. "That's when I realized I loved you, but I didn't want to admit it." "I guess it was the same for me, too," Harry said. "I almost couldn't go on without you. That's why I came to see you whenever I could. I guess you could say I fell in love with you then, but I just didn't know what I was feeling was love at the time." They leaned on each other, shoulder to shoulder, silently waiting for their parents' judgment. Emma had her hands clasped over Dan's mouth, and slowly loosened her grip. "So, what do you think?" she whispered to him. "There could be better boys for Hermione out there, but I can't name one right now. Let's give him a chance." "Still doesn't mean he can sleep in my daughter's bed," he growled. "I'm inclined to agree," Emma said this time. "It certainly doesn't look like something appropriate for 14-year-olds to be doing." "I said it wasn't what it looked like," Hermione mumbled. "So what was it?" Hermione looked at Harry, unsure of how much she should reveal. Harry simply smiled and nodded, indicating that he trusted her judgment. "Harry occasionally gets visions," Hermione said. "Please keep it a secret. I'm the only one he's told." "What do you mean by visions, exactly? Are we talking about the Oracle at Delphi or something like that?" Close enough. Anyways, this time it was pretty bad. I've never seen him thrash or scream that much before, so I sat on top of him trying to hold him down on the bed. That still doesn't explain why you were here in the first place. It's my birthday, Harry told them. No point in lying about that, since they had seen Hermione baking a cake all day and go shopping yesterday. I don't really have any friends I can trust, you see, on account of my getting visions and everything. It's, an exploited talent in the wizarding world, so Hermione told me to sneak over here and she would help me celebrate. Your family doesn't celebrate your birthday. I don't have a family, Harry said flatly. Here we go again, he thought. Oh. Emma's fingers flew over her mouth as she realized her faux pas. I'm sorry. Do you have foster parents? Yes, but they're rather racist against magical folk, Hermione explained for Harry. I've actually been living on my own for the past few weeks. Ever since Hermione took care of me on the last day of school while I was having another vision, I couldn't think of anyone else to turn to. Harry realized that was a perfect opportunity to extend the excuse to their first meeting with the parents. Hermione picked up on it immediately. I'm sorry I couldn't explain to you for the past month, Dad. It wasn't my secret to share. Harry, if you really have no other place to go, then you can stay here, she offered, her eyes noticeably more moist. Hermione squealed in glee and hugged both her parents together. Through her bushy hair, Dan cried, "What?" In the guest room, of course. For the next week, tension still ran high between Harry and Dan, but Emma was much more forgiving. Thankfully, the stress of their upcoming owls kept their minds occupied on things other than living together again. The summer remedial owl exams were coming up and Bill still hadn't returned from his survey. After sending him an owl, he replied that the job would take a few more days, so they decided that he knew what he was doing and concentrated on their owls. The remedial owls were rather expensive to take. Nothing Harry couldn't afford, but obviously very few half-bloods were taking the tests. Although there were no actual restrictions regarding who could take the exams, it was obviously cost prohibitive for all but the older and richer families to give their children a second chance. The ministry hallways weren't filled with just Slytherins, though Harry did recognize Marcus Flint, who had apparently failed a few newts again. There were a few adults from the continent who had decided to immigrate to Britain, and taking the wombats were part of proving their competency. Registering for the exams was also quite a chore. First, Harry had to convince the registrar that he wanted to take 6 exams. She boggled when Harry told her that Hermione was going to take 8. Most people only took 1, maybe 2 exams that they had failed, since these ones were expensive and more condensed than the standard owl at the end of the school year. Few people could handle more than 3. Secondly, when she searched the education records, she found that Harry hadn't even taken the third-year courses for arithmancy and ancient runes, and obviously had no record of taking any fifth-year courses. At that point, she was just about ready to kick Harry out of the department for wasting her time with such a prank. It was only after Harry dropped a pile of galleons in front of her that she finally understood that he really wanted to pay for, and take, the exams. "It's your money you're wasting, kid," was all she said. She didn't bother wishing him luck. The following 2 days were horrendous for Harry while Hermione seemed to be right at home. Wake up early. Arrive at the Ministry of Magic and head to the Department of Magical Education on Level 5 before 7 a.m. Begin the first exam at 7:30. Break for breakfast at 10. Second exam at 10:30. Break for lunch at 1. Third exam at 1:30. Pepper up potion. Fourth one at 4:30. Well, fourth for Hermione, at least. Harry only took 3 each day, going with the core classes of defense, charms, transfiguration, potions, arithmancy and ancient runes. He decided to do without herbology or history of magic, but Hermione handled the full load well. They finished the days with a quick dinner before heading home. At home, Hermione went straight back to studying while Harry lay on the floor with Hedwig and Crookshanks helping him get feeling back in his right hand. At the end of the 2 days, both of them had nearly stopped caring about Voldemort. Can I just defeat the Department of Education instead? They're evil. They must be evil. Why did they have to cram everything into 2 days? Hermione was stressing out for entirely different reasons. I know. Why did so many subjects have to overlap? If they had spread it over a week, or even 4 days, I could have taken the Muggle Studies owl and astronomy. I could have even had time to study more in between the exams. I barely had time to finish eating. Harry had a hard time debating whether or not to tell her she looked like Ron, stuffing food in her mouth as quickly as she could before racing off for the next test. Then again, he had done the same. They were both so tired from the exams that neither of them picked up Bill's letter immediately when his owl arrived. Hermione, rubbing her forehead while lying on her bed, looked over at it. Harry was content with staying on the floor, told Hermione, "You get it. You're closer, Harry." "Not vertically," he countered. "If it's from Bill it'll be addressed to you anyways." Harry decided with the lazy way out. "Hedwig, would you tell that owl to come down here? I'm too tired to get up." The snowy owl hopped up to the desk, leading the gray-horned owl down to the floor. "Thanks, girl." He tried to untie the letter with his left hand only, failing miserably until Hedwig used her beak to hold one end of the string for him. "Thanks again, Hedwig. I'm going to have to buy you a toy for that." "What does the letter say?" Hermione rolled onto her stomach with her head just peeping over the edge of the bed and watched Harry read the letter aloud. "To Harry Potter. This is a much tougher job than I expected. Without going into too much detail, almost every ward on that property is dark, illegal, or just plain dangerous. The overall scheme will be hard to nullify with anything less than 5 curse breakers working in conjunction if you want to surprise the occupants. I'd like to meet as soon as possible tomorrow morning at the Leaky Cauldron again to discuss the contract. I've already contacted 4 others and a hit wizard, but it won't be cheap, I'm telling you now. They also won't wait too long for this job, so if we're going to do this, we have to do the negotiations and have our signatures inked up soon. William Weasley, Cursebreaker. Sounds urgent. Let's meet him at 9 tomorrow, then. That should be early enough and we can still get enough sleep, Hermione said. Harry scribbled a reply and sent it off. Another trip with the night bus and the two of them were ready for another meeting with Bill. When he arrived, he was holding plenty of parchment. "Hello, Harry. Let me go over what we're looking at here. Let me warn you, though, it's not going to be cheap." Harry gulped, his hand instinctively moving towards his moleskin pouch. "We're talking a 7-layer offensive ward system anchored on 5 points around the property. Every one of them except for the tracking ward is illegal and dangerous. There's a magic draining, disintegration, aging, flesh rotting and 2 more that I couldn't identify properly, but they look like variants of what I've found in the Pharaoh's tombs. Well, I didn't expect Voldemort to be very friendly. Then there's the defensive wards, mostly the usual, unplottable, notice me not, forgetfulness, and the like. The interesting thing I noticed is that the wards only affect wizards. Muggles can come and go. I think you know who is luring victims in for some reason. Interesting, but not very useful. Harry could hire a team of Muggle hitmen and try to kill Voldemort that way, but it probably wouldn't work anyway. Can you just tell me the price? Then, something this risky, it's going to be about 200 galleons. Harry's jaw drooped. Per person. His head dropped. The hit wizards are probably going to be cheaper, depending on how much time it takes. 10 to 15 galleons per day, per person is a fair amount. His shoulders dropped. I take it you'll have trouble paying for it all. Immediately, anyways. How much is that? 1,000 galleons, and more for the hit wizards. Voldemort's dangerous. I hope 4 of them are enough. 40 to 60 galleons per day. How long do you think this should take? 1 day, if everything goes perfectly. Nothing ever does. I only get 500 galleons a year. Is there a way to spread the payments out over the next 3 years? Bill sighed. They won't like it. They might end up charging more. I think we should do this in person. He got up and walked over to the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace to make a flow call. A few minutes later, 4 people came through and greeted Bill in a familiar manner, with slaps on the back and hugs instead of handshakes. Evidently, they knew Bill quite well. "Harry, I'd like you to meet Yorick Croyer, the man who oversaw my apprenticeship in Egypt." He looked like a big gray bear to Harry. His hair and beard were graying, but trimmed. His arms were thick and trunk-like, almost like a normal-sized version of Hagrid. If Harry had to guess, he was about the same age as Professor McGonagall. "And this is Celestine Garcia. I've crossed paths with her on the job so often we might as well be working for the same team for once," Bill chuckled. The woman, who appeared to be in her mid-30s and dark skin, gave a friendly wave. She looked to be the type who was used to roughing it, as her hair was even messier than Hermione's and her hands were slightly calloused. "The last two here were my classmates in Gryffindor. We decided to become Cursebreakers together. I'd like you to meet Gregory Jordan and Brigid Barnaby." Brigid held herself much more professionally than Gregory, who was treating this like a class reunion. Gregory Jordan resembled Lee Jordan, so much that Harry couldn't resist asking, "Do you have a brother named Lee, going into 6th year at Hogwarts?" "Yes, I do. He's friends with Bill's brothers, in fact." "You know him?" Harry nodded. "Well, now that I've introduced you to the crew, I present to you our contractor Harry Potter," Bill proclaimed proudly. The response was underwhelming. "Yeah, we figured that out already, Bill," Celestine told him. "How many other rich kids with lightning bolt scars who want to take out Dark Lords are there in the world?" "You really need to work on your presentation," Gregory added. "So what have we got to talk about? Surely Harry Potter can afford our services." They all sat down for a discussion of finances. Most of them were reluctant to not receive their money immediately, but agreed that having the boy who lived listed as one of their clientele wasn't an opportunity to be passed over easily. Eventually, they ended up agreeing that Harry would pay a monthly fee of 37 galleons transferred directly to Croyer's company each month for the next 3 years. The first payment or two would have to go to the hit wizards, so the Cursebreakers wouldn't be paid for 2 months after the job. That worked out to a total cost of 1332 galleons, but that was the price to pay for not having all the money up front. It also left Harry with a small budget of 56 galleons for himself per year, 30 of which were already spent this year on the various potions ingredients, textbooks, the OWL exams, new clothes, and spare wands for Hermione and himself. Then again, destroying Voldemort again would be worth it, right? They approached the house on the bluff on the side away from the town, which led them through a private graveyard. Walking through the rows of tombstones in the bright morning sun didn't ease their tensions any. They'd decided on an early day job, as Voldemort and Wormtail were more likely to be in hiding during the day. As the Cursebreakers split up, Harry and Hermione stuck with Bill for company. They'd insisted on coming along, even though all 5 Cursebreakers and 4 hit wizards felt that, as young children, they were wholly unprepared for this kind of job. Harry took his invisibility cloak and broom for a little extra protection, as did Hermione. Bill, of course, argued that Harry was the one providing all the information on what lay inside the manor, although Harry refused to reveal how he knew it. Prior to the beginning of the mission on the outskirts of Little Hangleton, Harry and Bill let everyone know exactly what they were looking for so that there wouldn't be any surprises. The plan for infiltrating the house was simple. The Cursebreakers would position themselves on the anchor stones that Bill had scouted, destabilizing the outer, offensive wards in unison to give as little time as possible for the residents of the manor to react. The hit wizards would then attempt to simply, brute force, their way through the inner defensive wards, which were much more mundane, while the Cursebreakers continued to disable those, while erecting their own anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Once those were up, the Cursebreakers would enter to back up the hit wizards. Their orders were relatively simple. Kill Voldemort and any other Death Eaters inside. Capture Peter Pettigrew alive if at all possible. Most of them scoffed at the idea that Voldemort was still alive, while still shuddering when Harry said his name aloud. None of the 4 hit wizards batted an eyelash at the name, though. They had simply listened to what Harry had told them, including all his odd requests like considering a large, grey rat as a high-priority target to be caught alive. After Harry had given them the details, they immediately began planning their portion of the job amongst themselves, as if they'd worked together before. Mr. Croyer explained to Harry, "They're from America, but exiled, all 4 of them. They call their little outfit, the O-Team. They really are outstanding. They'll take any odd job, but I've worked with them several times. Bloody hard to get a hold of them, but they're reliable and honest. Dark wizards and fake deaths aren't new to them." Harry wouldn't have guessed, since the 4 of them seemed to be so unlike each other. The oldest one, who appeared to be their leader, kept the team in line by barking out orders in a gruff tone while being very friendly to everyone else. The youngest one wasn't much bigger than Harry, and reminded him of Luna somewhat in the way he kept looking around at nothing in particular, as if the clouds were just as interesting as the people in front of him. Harry did notice he carried a small, compact broom on his back. Was he thinking of flying around indoors, or what? The third member reminded him of Gilderoy Lockhart, in the way his hands kept moving up to his hair, as well as his pristinely maintained skin complexion. Still, if Mr. Croyer had actually seen this man work in dangerous situations along with the others on the team, perhaps he was the exact opposite of Lockhart. The last member of the team could only be described as big and dark. The dark-skinned man had a permanent, dark frown on his face, with long, dark dreadlocks that ran down to his neck, and mostly kept to himself while standing in the shade. Harry and Bill both needed Croyer's reassurance that the man was, in fact, not a dark wizard himself. The group stopped in the middle of the graveyard, with the house was still a few hundred meters away. "That's one of the anchor stones," Bill said, pointing to one of the largest headstones at the far end of the graveyard. Harry squinted, just barely making out the words, "Here lies Thomas Riddle II, 1905–1943 and his wife Elisa Riddle, 1909–1943. In heaven they will find the love that was taken from them on earth." Evidently Voldemort didn't pick this one randomly. He just had to defile his own father's grave to spite his own Muggle roots. As Bill worked on the wards, Hermione watched closely, taking notes. He had to work from a distance, as any closer he'd be within the warding field, and subject to the horrible effects of the flesh rotting in other wards. He cast some spells to reveal the runes that formed the foundation of the wards and studied them via an eyepiece. Harry couldn't follow the scheme beyond recognizing a few runes himself, but Bill was kind enough to explain how they worked, surprised that Harry knew as much as he did. He pointed out the charging runes, which drew magic up from the earth to sustain the basic ward spells. Another one buffered the magic slightly, allowing them to continue to work for a minute even if the charging runes were destroyed. A resonance rune, similar to what Hermione used to detect the temporal beacon's signal, amplified the power between it and the 4 other anchor stones around the property. Certain other fail-safes would raise an alarm as well as discharge the buffers violently in the event of damage. Much of the problem wasn't so much figuring out how to disable it wasn't the most complex rune foundation Bill had seen, it was just powering some of the most gruesome warding spells he'd ever encountered. The real problem was altering them at a safe distance. "If I were a more powerful wizard, I guess I could knock out these wards from outside their range, even if they discharged in a burst," Bill explained. That made Harry wonder if Dumbledore had been powerful enough to destroy the ward from a safe distance all by himself. The old man was known to be the most powerful wizard alive, after all. Last time around, Harry's letter to Dumbledore had been enough to force Voldemort away from the comforts of home and into a cave. The old man must have been able to do something. "Are we safe now?" Hermione asked. "As safe as this business gets. I suggest you move back when I tell you to," Bill warned them as he continued to work. Harry and Hermione watched as Bill continued to prod the rune cluster with a few spells and the occasional banished pebble, causing the coloration of the runes to fluctuate. "Big Red is ready," Bill said into a little device. He gestured to Harry and Hermione to retreat to a safe distance while he confirmed that everyone else was done at their stations. With one final spell, he overloaded the anchor stone, causing all the runes on it to sizzle and burn. Within seconds, sparks were flying and the magic in the air was visibly receding as the outer wards fell. Harry and Hermione both watched in awe as the aurora-like waves of light seemed to burn through the air. "Piece of cake," Bill said, grinning. "Bill, you're bleeding," Hermione cried, pointing to his shoulder. "Huh, that's nothing," Bill said. It was a long, but shallow gash that was most likely caused by the backlash when he first destabilized the anchor. He cast a quick episkey and the bleeding stopped. "You should have seen the one I got in the Valley of the Seven Dynasties. Now that's a story to tell after the job's done." Hermione just muttered, "Boys," as Bill ran forward. The hit wizards were already hammering at the defensive wards closer to the house, forcing their way in. They'd taken some focus filter to get through the wizard repelling and notice me not charms, and were working directly against the magic repulsing barriers. There was very little to breaking through that barrier other than overwhelming it by focusing spells at a single point. The 4 of them had chosen a spot just in front of the back door of the manor. Bill pulled some pre-made runes out of his pockets and started charging them up. They were the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards and their own intrusion ward, except it alerted them if something escaped. Again, with perfect precision, Bill and the other cursebreakers activated them in sync, preventing the standard magical routes of escape. At about the same time that the Cursebreakers finished, the hit wizards managed to overpower the final ward. They stepped through the hole before it managed to seal itself up again. Bill and the others immediately began working on permanently disabling the defensive wards while Harry waited. The waiting was a lot harder than Harry thought it would be. He knew that the hit wizards were professionals. Even his duels in the arena with Crumb would be nothing compared to real-world experience that these men had. He wanted to help Bill or tell him to hurry up, at the very least, but again, knew that Bill was far more educated in runes, arithmancy, curse breaking, and real-world experience than him. Harry just stayed out of the way. Every few seconds he would cast Tempest, only to find the numbers had changed little. Pacing back and forth, he wondered if the hit wizards had found their target already. It had only been 2 minutes. The plan was to search methodically, room by room, and seal each room behind them. The manor was a pretty big place, though. It would take about half an hour to go through the whole thing, less, if Bill and the others could take the wards down more quickly. Harry found himself distracted by drawing letters in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. Harry James Potter. Tempest Hayroar Jr. He definitely wasn't using that as his nickname if he became a Dark Lord. What are you doing, Harry? Hermione asked. Just wondering if I can give Voldemort another nickname, Harry said, trying again. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Mr. Radio Mold Lover T. One leftover letter. Darn. Hermione raised an eyebrow, but then joined in herself. Odd immortal lover, she spelled out quickly. How about that? I don't think we should encourage him, Harry said, pointing at the middle word. He tried again. Mr. I loved malt odor. That's the American spelling. You can do better than that, Harry. Oh, as if Voldemort is proper English. It's not even good French, he complained. Sounds like a bad airplane disaster movie in French, Hermione added with a smile. Bill interrupted their little game when he was done. You kids wait here. I'm going inside, and you two had better not follow me. Stay out here where it's safe. Hide under that cloak of yours, Harry. Despite being the main informant and financer of the operation, Harry still couldn't convince them that he should come along. Future duels weren't much in the way of evidence, and he had lost against Victor Crumb anyways. He wished the best of luck to Bill as he entered the house along with the other Cursebreakers while longingly staring at the windows, hoping to catch a glimpse of what was inside. So far, all was still quiet. Hermione was continuing with the anagram play, coming up with names for Voldemort like Mr. Dim Old Valerut. You're not going in there, Harry, Hermione said, almost precognitively as Harry shifted around. I wasn't going to. Harry lied. In fact, he was thinking the house was far too quiet. Perhaps they were ambushed. He was hoping to hear some crashing windows, cracking wood, and crumbling stone from a fight. Not that he wanted anyone to get hurt, but something would be nice. I can see it in your eyes, Harry. You need more training if you plan to fight him yourself. Promise me you won't actually try fighting him until you've got your newts in defense, charms, and transfiguration. Fine, I promise. I guess that's what I'll be doing this year, as well, Harry said. I just want to know how the team's doing. Do you think Voldemort's even in here today? I don't see why he wouldn't be, Hermione said. I mean, we are a week late, but he still hasn't got a body yet, right? And those wards were a good indication that he's still using the house. Harry was more worried that Voldemort's failure to create a Nagini Horcrux may have changed things. Just as he was about to reply, the anti-apparition ward rang out as something struck it. Hermione smiled, saying, There. Someone just tried to escape. Harry, who had his eyes on the house the whole time, had noticed the small flash of light where the person bounced off and it had come from the outside. I don't think so, Hermione. Someone just tried to get in. I'm going to check it out. Harry, what did we just agree on? You're not supposed to fight. That's not part of the plan, Hermione nagged. Having reinforcements sneaking in behind them isn't part of the plan, either. And I'm not going into the house, I'm just going to find out who this is. Now come on, stay under the cloak with me. Harry was almost ready to leave Hermione in his eagerness for action. She grudgingly followed close by as he moved towards a figure at the bottom of the hill to the side of the house. The man was initially stumbling around haphazardly, confused about his location. He quickly realized what had happened and began running towards the house. As Harry got closer, he recognized the dirty blonde hair and the characteristic twitchiness. "That's Barty Crouch," Harry whispered to Hermione as they approached. "We can stop him right now." They picked up the pace, racing to intercept him before he could enter the house. Barty, however, wasn't looking for a way in. He did a quick scan for the source of the anti-apparition wards, and immediately found one of the anchors set up by Mr. Croyer, just outside the front hedges. Harry saw him take down one of the anchors with a simple blasting hex and begin his search for the next anchor. Unfortunately for Harry, he chose to move away from Harry without noticing him, going for the anchor on the other side of the house. Trying to keep both himself and Hermione under the cloak was slowing him down, so he left the cloak with Hermione and cast a disillusionment on himself. "You work on repairing the anchor, I'm going after Barty before he takes them all down," he said before sprinting ahead. Barty had already found the second anchor by the time Harry was within casting range. This one was set up by Mr. Jordan. Harry focused as much power as he could into his stunner, releasing a bright red bolt of magic towards the criminal. To Harry, watching the spell streak towards its target was agonizingly long. It may as well have been hours, but in reality it was seconds. Still, 2 seconds was more than enough time for Barty to notice a spell and duck out of the way. The stunner streaked by him harmlessly. With Harry sprinting to close the distance as quickly as possible, it didn't take long for Barty to notice the shimmer from the disillusionment spell. He tossed a few deadly hexes in Harry's direction, which were easy enough for the agile teen to dodge. Behind him, several hedges caught fire and bits of grass went flying as the spells impacted the yard. As he got closer, Harry could finally get a good look into Barty's eyes and used his legilimency to predict the man's actions. From here on out, dodging the spells would be a piece of cake, except for the fact that Barty didn't only use spells. The man reached into his cloak and dropped several little balls that immediately began bouncing towards Harry. Despite each one being about the size of a golf ball, they made a meter-wide crater in the dirt on every bounce. They would be deadly, but they weren't an immediate concern for Harry as long as he kept moving. Harry kept his wand on Barty, aiming to slow the man down with liberal use of sticking charms and quicksand enchantments on the ground. He wanted to avoid breaking eye contact, since Barty was far less predictable than most other wizards. Barty, on the other hand, concentrated mostly on defense with his wand work, using his other hand to pull out a set of winged knives. They fluttered in the air for a second, much like pointy snitches, before shooting straight towards Harry. His decision to keep reading Barty's intentions proved useful, as now he knew the knives were tipped with poison. A mere scratch could be deadly. Harry turned his attention away from Barty and concentrated on shooting the knives out of the air. Catching a snitch was second nature to Harry, but dodging 7 of them at once when they flew towards him instead of away was much more difficult. On top of that, the bouncy balls were surrounding him as well, and he was getting tired jumping back and forth. As he blasted another knife out of the air, a burst of magic from behind him banished the balls far away from him, creating huge dents in the side of the house where they impacted. "You think I'm just going to sit back and let you fight a madman alone?" Hermione's voice came from behind him as one of the knives was transfigured into stone, dropping straight to the ground. She was still under the invisibility cloak. "Sorry. Wasn't thinking." The two of them quickly destroyed the rest of the weapons, only to realize that Barty had disappeared. Neither one noticed if the man had entered the manor or fled, but Harry had to admit if Barty had continued fighting, he probably wouldn't have survived. In fact, the knives and balls alone would have been enough to kill most wizards who weren't also Quidditch seekers. "You saved my life again, so don't you dare think I could ever owe you a life debt," Harry told her, semi-jokingly. "And next time, don't just leave me behind. We could have planned it better and coordinated it, you know," Hermione told him with a scathing tone. "I didn't think there was time," Harry complained. "Now, did you see where he went?" "I saw him head inside," Hermione said. "Don't tell me you're thinking of following him in there. We have to warn them," Harry countered, which set off a tense staring contest between the two of them. Peter paid no mind when the wards first sounded. A mere 3 days after the botched Horcrux ritual, the day he recovered from the painful Cruciatus curses from Voldemort, he had scurried around the house all through the night, casting compulsion charm after compulsion charm on the teens who kept showing up to wreck the house. He'd panicked, thinking they had been found out, and nearly revealed Voldemort himself when he attacked the first group and had to obliviate the others. The only difference was that this time, they had finally come in broad daylight. It seemed that, in a small town in the middle of summer, there was very little to do. When the caretaker of the haunted Riddle Manor was dead, a few of the geriatrics at the local pub may have mourned, but the children were finally happy to explore the mysterious house without being chased off by anybody. Night after night, a group would dare, or be dared, to go up there, but by the next morning none of them could recall actually approaching the house. Not so eager to end the summer with a reputation for cowardice, many of them volunteered for second, third, or fourth attempts at breaking in, or at least spraying some graffiti on the windows to prove they'd been successful. It was no surprise, then, that Peter Pettigrew quickly learned to ignore the children and adjust the wards so they only reacted to the presence of wizards. Muggles were harmless to the Dark Lord, after all. Voldemort was in the next room, deciphering old texts on the Horcrux ritual. He knew that no other wizard had managed to create 6 Horcruxes. Perhaps there was an unforeseen barrier to splitting the soul into 7 pieces. Only one other wizard had ever attempted more than 1 Horcrux, and he had only made 2, creating a 3-part soul. Perhaps it was simply unwise to make a Horcrux out of a living creature, even a naturally enduring creature like Nagini. Wormtail himself could have been the factor. He couldn't recall what error the little turncoat had made, but it felt good to punish him anyways. Upon hearing the alarm sound for several minutes without shutting off, he animated his chair to take him to the next room. Wormtail, I thought you said you dealt with those Muggle children already. How hard is it to cast a fear ward? Peter whimpered. He wasn't going to talk back, but he had cast a fear ward. Those blasted Muggles just didn't act logically in any way at all. He'd seen them tripping over each other to get away when the fear ward activated, only to come back again the next night. This just meant he had to take care of those blasted kids by himself. Yes, my lord. I'll see that they won't disturb you again, my lord. He first looked out the front windows. He couldn't see anyone there, which was odd. Most of the children liked to throw toilet paper or rotten eggs at the front of the house, where the damage would be the most visible. He scrambled over to the kitchens and looked out the side of the house. He couldn't see anything there, either. Now he was getting worried. The longer the wards continued to sound, the angrier Voldemort would be, and the worse his punishment would be. When he reached one of the rear windows, he froze at the sight of 4 wizards breaking through the inner wards. He was shaken out of his trance when they burst through the back door and his self-preservation instincts took over. He shrunk to his rat form to avoid a burst of spellfire and scurried away. Huh, so there was a rat to catch. He's all yours, Ace, the oldest man said to the youngest one. With a wild grin, Ace mounted his compact broom and began an indoor seeker's game. Voldemort heard the crash and immediately knew that there was an intruder, and a skilled one at that. He wondered what wizard would have been able to penetrate his wards so quickly, and why they would do it at all. He'd picked this little, backwater Muggle town not just to spite his father, but because of the total lack of magical presence. In fact, there weren't even any Muggle-born children living here, no ley lines for miles, no magical artifacts or ancient ritual sites buried beneath the earth nearby. The only reason for a wizard to stumble across this place was by mistake. The wards were harmful, but nearly undetectable. Someone had to be targeting this house specifically to even realize the wards existed. The timing couldn't have been worse. He had just recovered from the failed Horcrux ritual and decided to send Barty out to continue gathering parts for his golem body. His current body couldn't even move, and if he did any powerful magic it would degrade even more quickly. The worst part, though, was the fact that he had one of his Horcruxes in the building. If anybody discovered that, they would uncover the secret to his immortality. He'd intended to put it away someplace safer after he'd turned Nagini into a Horcrux. After that, his final Horcrux would be able to seek him out and help him with his revival in case he was destroyed, instead of agonizingly working for an entire decade before being able to return to a physical body. It was ingenious, something else that the others hadn't considered. The existence of a Horcrux was enough to keep a soul on the mortal plane, but its physical presence was required to ensure the transfer of a soul into a new body. He could barely move himself, and now he certainly couldn't get the cup out of the way. Tilda Nagini. Tilda, he hissed. Tilda, carry me downstairs, we will barricade ourselves in the cellar while Wormtail distracts them. Tilda the snake wrapped the fetus-like body of the Dark Lord with its tail and began slithering down. Voldemort cast several obstructive charms on all the doors they passed. He couldn't depend on a fool like Wormtail to save him. He could only hope that Barty Crouch Jr. would return from his little hunting trip in time. He didn't want to be thwarted now and spend another decade scrounging around, possessing snakes and other small animals. When the 5 curse breakers entered the house, they found it was a mess, but there was very little trace of magic having been used, other than what had already been planned. Room after room was marked and sealed as searched, while paintings, lights, and furniture were smashed or knocked over. They met up with the hit wizards at the main stairway. "You boys look like you're on vacation. What's going on, Lecter? Didn't expect this job to be so easy. Caught ourselves target number 2 already," the leader said, gesturing towards Ace, who was haphazardly swinging around a conjured cage with a rat inside. "And targets number 1 and 3. We think he's downstairs. Those doors are the only ones with magical locks on. Don't think the last one's here today. We couldn't figure out what spells he was using. We tried smashing through them, but we've exhausted our curse-breaking knowledge. It would be better to have one of you guys unlock them for us. Any takers?" Bill rolled his eyes. "Let's just get this done, shall we?" Harry was spoiling for a fight outside. If we take any longer, he'll probably come flying in himself. 10 minutes later, Harry did just that. "Barty Crouch is here," he shouted at the first person he saw, who happened to be Mr. Jordan. "He's somewhere in the house." Jordan wasted no time informing the others with his communicator. "Buccaneer to everyone. Target number 3 is somewhere in the house." To Harry, he quickly asked, "What are you doing here?" "You're the client. You're supposed to wait outside where it's safe." "True, but we had to stop Barty ourselves when he tried to take down the anti-apparition wards. I think a few of you guys should have stayed outside." "Yeah, well, everything's clearer in hindsight. Just stay away from the cellar. We've got target number 1 pinned down in there and Bill's working on breaking through the locks. He's got backup, don't worry. The rest of us are searching the house for anything we may have missed." Hermione nudged Harry and said, "What did I tell you? They've got everything under control." "You're right. Let's." Harry paused as his vision faded for a second, just long enough to see a small door in a dark room. He heard the words, "Avada Kedavra," as a green jet of light shot towards the door in front of him before the vision faded. He found himself kneeling on the ground as Hermione held him. "What was that about?" Jordan asked. "Voldemort. He's just used a killing curse," Harry breathed. He immediately took off towards the stairs to see what had happened. The sounds of explosions and curses quickly led him downstairs, where 3 of the hit wizards were throwing destructive spells down a narrow corridor. The small door at the end seemed to be holding. The big, dark hit wizard was carrying Bill's limp body over his left shoulder while retreating. Harry got another short vision just before the well-groomed hit wizard shouted, "Watch out." Another sickly green curse flew through the door as everyone pressed their backs against the walls. It was now evident that Voldemort had picked this room to hold his last stand for a reason. There was only one way in, and it was a narrow corridor that prevented everyone from overwhelming him. The hit wizard's leader arrived and began barking orders. "Bear, put Mr. Weasley down upstairs. Backhand and Ace, you're with me. You curse breakers can just make sure he doesn't come out, right? Don't try to enter. It's too dangerous. Just keep him pinned down. Boys, we need to jimmy something up." Harry followed Bear upstairs, where he lay Bill down on the floor. He looked like he could wake up at any moment. His body was still warm, his skin was still flush. It was only the lack of breathing that clued them into his current state. Hermione was looking up and down his body in disbelief. "Harry, is he?" He didn't need to check for a pulse. The only spell that could have passed through both magical and physical barriers, the only unblockable spell, was Avada Kedavra. Harry had watched the spell being cast from Voldemort's perspective in an unexpectedly powerful retaliation, hitting them just before they could break through to his safe room. As he sat by Bill's body, his vision shifted to Voldemort's several more times until a pair of simultaneous crashes ended the fighting. One came from downstairs, which was quickly accompanied by some cheering. The second one was upstairs, and Harry saw a shower of splinters rain down outside as Barty Crouch fell from the roof, hitting the ground softly with the help of multiple cushioning charms. He was carrying an odd object in a sack as he ran towards the edge of the anti-apparition wards, with a dark, smoky specter trailing behind him. Harry wanted to chase after him again, but Hermione held his arm. "You won't catch him before he gets away," she said. Sure enough, half a minute later he disappeared with a small pop. The hit wizard team and Mr. Jordan emerged from the bottom of the stairwell and was joined by Croyer and Barnaby, who were supporting Garcia on their shoulders. The older woman was bleeding from the abdomen and appeared to be only semi-lucid. "We need to get to St. Mungo's, fast. I think those knives had poison," Croyer told the group. Harry could only nod as the young hit wizard took out his broom, cast a levitation charm on Garcia and quickly escorted her out to the edge of the wards, using a portkey straight to the hospital. Barnaby and Jordan both ran to the side of their former classmate, in shock at what had happened. "Target 3 got away. Sorry about that, Harry," Croyer said. "He had a few more tricks up his sleeves than we thought." "More like dark objects," Barnaby spat. She turned to the other hit wizards. "What happened with Bill? I'll be honest, I haven't met many wizards who were capable of using it, and never more than once in a single fight. This Voldemort fellow of yours tossed 5 of them out in the past half hour. There's no saving his soul," said Backhand. "On the bright side, we did manage to drop the ceiling on him," their leader said as he lit up a pipe. "Not much down there except a big dead snake. If it is what I think it is, it could fetch some good coin. Some cursed cup, too. We can hand that over to the unspeakables and see what they think of it. Probably get a reward out of that, as well." Bear patted Harry and Hermione on the shoulders. "Death happens in this line of business," he said. Mr. Weasley was no fool. He knew what he signed up for. That was the only condolence he could offer the teens. Objectively, only a single death and 1 major injury while vanquishing Voldemort again, retrieving 1 Horcrux, killing a basilisk, and capturing Peter Pettigrew could be counted as a success. Unfortunately, that death just had to be the brother of several of his friends, and he was the one who had proposed the job to him. How could he face the Weasley family again? It was Mr. Croyer who broke the news to the Weasleys first. While Harry was helping Hermione cope with Bill's death at her home, the wizard visited the burrow the same evening and explained to a devastated family that their eldest child would not be returning to them. As he was technically Bill's employer as the contract was written out, he felt obligated to be the one to tell them. It was simply part of his job, after all. This kind of event was not foreign to him. This was the 5th time he had to approach an employee's family over his long career. The entire family, save Charlie, had gathered into the living room, not knowing what to make of Croyer's grim expression. He went straight to the point. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your eldest son, William Weasley, died this afternoon." The family was already prepared for bad news, but not this bad. Bill's hand on the Weasley family clock was stuck on mortal peril, since there was no position for deceased. They had been hoping to hear that he was merely at St. Mungo's. All the Weasleys were shocked into silence. Arthur was the first to speak. Are you sure? How did it happen?" Molly, on the other hand, was shaking her head, muttering quietly, "I knew I shouldn't have let him run off after he graduated." Already the tears in her eyes were flowing, preventing her from looking at Mr. Croyer directly. "Let me first assure you that William was a top-notch cursebreaker. He did nothing wrong professionally, he was hit with something none of us predicted. And what was that? The killing curse. The only consolation I can give is that he died quickly." "That's preposterous," Percy shouted, rising to his feet. "That's an unforgivable curse. Nobody in their right mind would cast that. They would have broken the law. The ministry would have sent orders." "You work for the ministry, don't you, laddie?" Percy lifted his chin with some pride, until he noticed Croyer didn't mean it as a compliment. "First, our target wasn't in his right mind. That much should be obvious. Secondly, the breach of law is the least of your concerns after casting such a curse. And lastly, the ministry can't send orders to investigate something they're not even aware of. That's why we were called in. You could have alerted the ministry. And they would have sent one bumbling inspector from the improper use of magic office, our target would have fled, and you'd have been left with nothing. In fact, our client believes that's happened once already before he managed to track him down to his present location." "That's slander," Percy shouted, ready to defend his new employer. Just shut it, Fred said angrily. This is about our brother, not your ministry. Yeah, what I want to know is who that client was, George said. And why Bill? Thankfully, client confidentiality was also something he'd had great experience in. Harry Potter could reveal that he had ordered the job if he wanted to, but Croyer knew that was Potter's decision, not his. If you're thinking of petty revenge, I can assure you my client is just as distraught over his death as you are. There's no need to add to their grief. As to your second question, it was really the luck of the draw. There were several others in the team and he simply volunteered to be the one to work on breaching the final door. Do you have any other questions for me? Where is his body? There is a body, right? Molly was still weeping and looking at the floor as she asked. Yes, as you know, the killing curse does no physical harm to the body. His body is being held at the St. Mungo's morgue for investigation, but I don't believe it will reveal anything. Is there anything else? I wonder how much was he being paid for that job? Ron wondered a little too loudly. Molly pinched Ron's ear, angrily shouting, Ron, how could you think about money at a time like this? Actually, Mrs. Weasley, that is something I almost forgot to mention. His share of the work will be approximately 150 galleons, but it will be paid monthly over the next 3 years. Molly was still too busy reprimanding Ron, so Arthur escorted Mr. Croyer to the door, thanking him for informing them. The minute the man is gone, the family broke apart and all the kids ran upstairs, while the parents stayed in the kitchen. Arthur consoled his wife as best he could, but she was already attempting to distract herself with cooking. Okay, the kids will need something to eat. Grieving on an empty stomach will only make things worse, she said, frantically buttering a frying pan. The fact that they only just had dinner before Croyer's arrival didn't stop her. Molly. Oh, and we need to prepare for the funeral, and the wake. Do we have enough to make refreshments? We might have to pick up some supplies in town. She quickly switched over to rummaging through the cupboards. Molly. How many people are we going to invite? Do you think Harry would come? He's never met Bill, has he? Well, we'd better call Charlie back home before those dragons. She broke down into tears again. Where did we go wrong, Arthur? Arthur pulled her in close. Molly, that's enough. Charlie will be fine. He glanced at the clock, hoping he wasn't jinxing himself. Charlie's hand was resting on work. Beale, he was already his own man by the time he graduated from Hogwarts. You couldn't force him away from his passion, Molly, but he always remembered to visit whenever he could spare some time. I'm sure he was thinking about us when he died. We raised a good son, the best son anyone could hope for. We did nothing wrong, Molly. But why now? He told us he would be settling into Gringotts for a banking job. No more traipsing around the mountains and deserts anymore. Was it something I said? It was when I said I told him to finally settle down and find a nice witch, wasn't it? He wasn't ready to settle down, was he? Did he want more adventure? Was I? It had nothing to do with you, Molly. Bill, he told me he was just taking one more job before he left. He said the money was good, it would be quick, and he'd give us half of it when he was done. Molly turned her puffy red eyes towards Arthur, unable to get the words out. Yes, Molly, I knew. He told me a day before he left. The only reason he didn't tell you was because he knew you'd make a fuss over it. He was thinking of the whole family when he signed on. After laying his wife down on the bed, Arthur penned a letter to summon Charlie back home. It wasn't until he watched the owl fly off that he finally allowed himself to break down, weeping silently at his desk to avoid waking Molly. Ron, how could you be such a prat and ask a question like that? Bill's dead and you're thinking of money. Ginny nearly tore Ron's ear off in anger when they got upstairs. Because, I think I know who hired him. I wanted to know what he thought Bill's life was worth. Seeing Ginny's horrified expression, he explained further. About 2 weeks ago, just before Bill bought his flat, Harry's owl came flying in. Yeah, Ginny was afraid of what Ron was implying. Only Hedwig wasn't carrying an owl for me. It was for Bill. No, don't tell me. I dunno. I wasn't going to snoop in Bill's mail. But after that, Bill finally moved to his own place, so I don't know if he was getting any more letters from Harry. But Harry doesn't even know Bill. Why would he? I don't know that, either. Bloody hell, Ginny. I don't like thinking it either, but maybe Harry got Bill killed. Ron's head slumped as he sighed. For 150 galleons. That's what Bill was worth. Don't say that. Ginny ran out of Ron's room and into her own. Ron didn't pay her any mind. At this point, his mind was reeling. He hadn't thought much about Hedwig contacting Bill, but now that he had remembered, it seemed to be coming into place. Harry said he'd give up his riches to have his parents back before, didn't he? Ron knew that he'd give anything to have Bill back. He didn't have 150 galleons, but that was chump change compared to a brother. Ron always looked up to Bill and Charlie. Bill, the head boy. Charlie, the Quidditch captain. Before he ever attended Hogwarts, he wanted to be just like his two oldest brothers. But then, on the train, he'd met Harry Potter himself and became his friend. None of his other brothers, heck, none of the other wizards his age could claim the same thing. He didn't concentrate quite so hard on his studies as his brothers. He was the friend of Harry Potter. They'd had adventures together and he would become more famous than even Percy, who was trying to become Minister of Magic. In hindsight, it was really stupid. Bill was dead. One less brother to beat, huh? That was so wrong. That was so stupid. Bill didn't have any brothers to outshine, but he worked hard and did brilliantly. Ron looked down at his bedsheets. A long time ago, they used to be Bill's. He even sat with Ron in them when he was little, reading him his bedtime stories while Mum and Dad were too busy with Ginny. What story do you want to hear, Ron? Babbity rabbity. Babbity rabbity. Ron jumped up and down on the mattress. Whoa, careful there, little bro. You know these are my favorite sheets. Don't wreck 'em. It's why I like sitting here and reading your stories so much. Hey, Bill's favorite sheets. How did I forget that? Ron wondered. He was the last to have them, since Ginny got nice new pink ones. He was so jealous of Ginny. He had the oldest hand-me-downs because he was the smallest. Ginny was special because she was a girl. His were holey, stretched, and slightly stained. Mum did a good job repairing them, but magic couldn't make things perfect. He always knew that one day, he would finally outgrow his sheets. Now, he no longer wanted to. Sorry, Bill. I didn't take care of them like I should have. He picked up his tattered copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard and began reading to himself. Ginny rushed to her room, instantly burying her face into her pillow. Ron was being a stupid prat again. How could he think about money at a time like this? And he said Harry Potter was the one who led Bill to his death. That was so stupid. Harry was a hero. He saved her from Tom in her first year at Hogwarts. Bill was her hero, too. Every summer when he came back from Hogwarts, he'd taken care of her. She didn't really remember the first few years, but he always teased her about how she accidentally called him Daddy at the end of his third-year summer because he was home so often while Arthur was working long shifts at the ministry to support his family. Bill had practically raised her when her father couldn't, doing whatever he could to help ease the burden of raising 7 children from his mother. Every summer, when Bill came back home, he would treat Ginny to endless piggyback rides and tummy rubs. He even raised her up to reach the cookie jar, which Mum always left on the top shelf, so she could reach in and grab one all by herself. When Bill graduated from Hogwarts, she was only 7 years old, and that was the saddest day of her life until today. Bill was all grown up, and she still didn't quite understand why he was going away. Until that point, she had expected him to be there for her every summer. It took her another few years to get used to the fact that Bill would only be able to visit during the holidays. Then there was Harry Potter. Her hero. Mum read her bedtime stories of Harry, who would swoop in to save the day and make everything right. But when he came into her life for real, she could barely speak 5 words to him. He was living in her house. In fact, he was living in Bill's room, and still, she couldn't summon up the courage to introduce herself. For all she knew, the Sorting Hat dumped her into Gryffindor just because the rest of her family went there. The following year was a mess, with the diary and the blackouts and being too scared to ask for help, but Harry had saved her. The following year, Harry didn't save her at all. Because of how irritable and moody she had been her entire first year, she didn't make many friends. That was okay, she could handle herself. Harry couldn't fly into the girls' dorms anyways. Bill was the one who reassured her via owl post that she would be alright. She just needed to hold her head up high, stop talking to Myrtle so much, and find someone with some common interest. It started off with Colin Creevey, the only person who was more obsessed about Harry Potter than she was, but from there her circle of friends grew. When the older Slytherins like Malfoy had been bullying her, Harry couldn't rescue her. If he wasn't in class, he was at Quidditch, or taking extra lessons somewhere. He wasn't around much, that year. But Bill taught her the Bat Bogey Hex, a very entertaining and useful spell. At the end of the year, Harry hadn't come to her rescue once. But he did come to the rescue of Buckbeak the Hippogriff. She should have seen it then. Harry wasn't her hero. He was everyone's hero. She wasn't any more important than some magical beast. Bill, however, had always made time for her. She didn't need to hope for Bill to have an answer for her, she just needed to write him a letter and he would always write back. She pulled open one of her desk drawers where she kept Bill's letters. It was one of the first ones she'd written to him after he took up his curse-breaking apprenticeship. Dear Ginny, did you know you're the first one to write to me since I arrived in Egypt? Even Mum hasn't written to me yet. It makes me so happy to know you're still thinking of me. I know you miss me, and I miss you too. But you have to remember, just because you miss someone doesn't mean you've forgotten them. I won't forget you and I know you won't forget me. Don't cry anymore, Ginny. She'd wondered for years about how he knew she was crying, but now she remembered some of her tears had dripped onto the parchment as she was writing her letter. You're a big girl now. I know Mum isn't always around, but you're very talented and I've seen you collect eggs from the chicken coop and cook them all by yourself. I've seen you sneak out to the broom shed and fly all by yourself. I didn't tell Mum because I'm so proud of you and I don't want you to stop. Now, the next holiday is Halloween, so when I get back then I want to show you how to make pancakes and start you on some chaser practice. Make me proud, Ginny. Love, Bill. Ginny put the letter down. When had she stopped writing to Bill? She couldn't quite remember, but it was probably around first year. It was the combination of finally going to school, seeing Harry Potter every day, and the diary. That stupid diary was so much more convenient compared to Bill. It reassured her, let her talk on and on for hours about Harry Potter or her school subjects or her family every single night. Why had she stopped writing? It was like the diary had hogged all her attention for itself. That year was such a waste. She could have had another stack of parchment to remember Bill by if she'd only followed her father's advice: don't trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. Bill would have followed that advice. Percy had great amount of pride in his work. He had a great amount of pride in his older brothers. He didn't, however, have a great amount of pride in his older brother's work. He never understood why Bill, with the marks he held, chose to go into such a dangerous and dirty line of work like curse breaking. He was the top of his year, head boy, and had a position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, although he wasn't captain. He could have worked his way up to undersecretary to the Minster by now. To his surprise, it was his two younger brothers that explained it to him. He does what he likes and he excels at it, Perce, George said. Yeah, I believe Croyer when he said that Bill took on what the ministry failed at. If Bill couldn't handle it, then the ministry certainly couldn't have. Fred knew he was exaggerating slightly, but he didn't mind remembering his brother with pride. Yes, but he could have had a respectable, well-paying position in something other than curse breaking. Percy argued. He wouldn't have gotten himself killed. If there was one word you couldn't use to describe Bill, it would be boring. And the ministry is dead boring. It is not. It's a highly respected. People respect money too, Perce, and it's nothing but a pile of metal. That's right. Lifeless. I mean, take a look at Dad. Our father simply doesn't have the ambition to rise higher. He spends all his spare time in his shed playing with Muggle trinkets. I'll surpass him by the time I'm 30, I can tell you that much. Percy haughtily lifted his chin. And thank goodness he hasn't, snorted Fred. Yeah, if he spent any more time signing papers he wouldn't have any time left for, being our father. Not to mention those fantastic little contraptions he showed us the other day. The wind-up cars. You two are always thinking of nothing but games and toys. You'd never understand how important it is to hold a respectable job. Percy was about to push the twins out of his bedroom, but the two of them easily overpowered him and sat him back down, flanking him. No, Percy, what you'd never understand is how important it is to hold a passionate job. Bill's the one who explained that to us. You see, when you're at the ministry, the most excitement you could ever hope for is to sign your name with a pink quill. Charlie understood that. It's why he went to Romania. Bill was happy where he was. Do you remember our vacation last year? Percy nodded. He mostly remembered how hot, stuffy, stinky, and dirty it was. He wanted to stay indoors, but Bill worked out in the fields. You sure? You were too busy complaining, Fred pointed out. The point is, Bill was happy. He was smiling when he came out of the tomb and smiling when he broke through the door. He was happy the whole time, and it wasn't because we were there to visit. So, Percy didn't see where the twins were going with this. He could be perfectly happy with desk work. Do you remember the time we visited Dad at work? Percy nodded again. It was when he first felt like he should be like his father and take a position in the ministry, after all. He must have been only 9 or 10 years old. Just before he went to Hogwarts. Do you remember what the work was like? Before Percy could nod, Fred interrupted. You sure? All three of us got so bored watching Dad sign papers we ended up exploring. Yeah, and you know what we saw? In theory. George suddenly stuck his face in front of Percy's. This is no time for your stupid jokes, Fred. I'm George. Anyways, what I mean is they may as well have been in theory. All they did was sit there, grab some parchment, scribble something, and repeat. Over and over and over. I think I was hypnotized for a while just watching them. It's like watching a clock. Yeah, I'm glad Dad at least gets to fiddle with some muggle thingamabobs. You're as good as dead if you just do that, day in and day out. If Bill was in the ministry, the only place that would have suited him would have been the DMLE. And that's no more dangerous than being a cursebreaker. His line of work may have killed him, but he told us it also made him feel alive. Harry and Hermione had debated daily whether or not to let the Weasleys know they were the clients. In the end, they decided it was only right to let the family know. Having been estranged from Ron all of last year, Harry was hoping it couldn't be much worse. After the funeral would be the opportune time to do it. At first, they were unsure whether they'd even be invited, but the two of them sent an owl requesting to be at the funeral, having heard of Bill's death through other channels. Harry knew that the family also wouldn't be getting anything more from him than Bill's share of the contract and he wanted to do more for them, but Hermione pointed out that simply donating more money to them would have been both suspicious and patronizing. They decided to arrive early with several extra bouquets of flowers as well as some store-bought food and drink, helping to ease the load from Molly. Harry, you didn't have to bring all this, Molly said, seeing him entering the burrow with several trays and bouquets behind him. Despite Hermione making sure his dress robes and tie were perfect, Molly still managed to fuss over him as he signed the guest book, his name clearly visible as the first one in the book. Hopefully it wouldn't cause any unwanted extra attention. I felt like I had to, Harry said. I didn't want you to overwork yourself on a day like this. I mean, you're like family to me. It was only partially an excuse, after all. He really did want to help out the Weasleys however he could. He greeted the other family members and helped them finish setting out the chairs, flowers, food, and drink. As the guests arrived, it was fortunate that Harry had chosen to bring extra food. Bill had made many friends in Egypt, as well as during his time at Hogwarts, so there were far more people than the Weasleys expected had come to pay their respects. The Cursebreakers who last worked with Bill were all there, including Ms. Garcia, who had made a full recovery. It made them a little happier to think that, at the very least, Bill would be well remembered. The open casket showed Bill's unmarred body that was the result of an Avada Kedavra, after all. As more and more guests filtered in, Ginny and Molly were having trouble keeping up with the refreshments, so Harry decided to call on Dobby. Do you know how to serve the guests at a funeral, Dobby? Harry asked when the little house elf arrived. Hermione decided to recolor his multicolored tea cozy into a more appropriate black. Oh, yes, Dobby has been having much experience with dead wizards, yes. Harry didn't know what to make of that before Dobby popped away. After that, Ginny and Molly were free actually talk to their many guests. After everyone had finally settled in, the eulogies began. One of them was from Alania Dorwick, who was the head girl at Hogwarts the year Bill was head boy. She lauded him as both hard-working yet easygoing person who held himself to the highest standard, but never allowed himself to be haughty enough to be unapproachable. Harry noticed the younger Weasleys giving Percy a few looks during that part of the speech. Charlie was the next one to give his eulogy. Harry noticed how his immense strength he'd attained from a few years of dragon handling seemed to shrink away as he began his speech. I always looked up to Bill. We all did, I'm sure. And that's not just because he was so tall, he joked, managing a small smile. He was the epitome of everything that made a Weasley. He gave a part of himself to every one of his younger siblings. Ginny, you received his bravery, more than anyone. He'll be proud of the woman you'll become. Ron, you've got his passion. He always put his whole heart into everything he did. Use your heart to fuel your achievements, and I think Bill would be happy with the results. Fred, George, you got his creativity. I don't know how many of your tricks he taught you and how many you two came up with on your own, but all I have to say is don't stop. Just don't turn Bill's grave into a prank-filled tomb, alright? Even the twins were crying too hard at this point to make a joke, but Charlie continued. Percy, you have his ambition. He wanted to show the world what it meant to be a Weasley and what we're capable of. You can be a great man, Percy, and you'll always have Bill's support. Charlie sighed and glanced at the casket behind him. And I received his strength. I can tell you a funny story about how that one happened. It started with a fight, actually. I was 5, I think, and he was 7. We were rolling an old quaffle around, playing some ground Quidditch. Bill was beating me handily, so I got the bright idea that tackling him would be the best way to stop him from scoring. We were wrestling on the ground for a while and I finally took possession. Well, Bill wasn't very happy about it, but I guess even then he realized a 5-year-old doesn't really get to beat a 7-year-old very often, so he let me keep doing it every time we played. I know we got into a lot of trouble with Mum for that, but it was so fun that I'm wrestling dragons now. Charlie had finally begun to tear up, forcing him to pause occasionally for the remainder of his speech. And finally, Mum and Dad. Why you gave him love, kindness, and care. Bill went on to share all of that with the rest of us. And I'd very much like to think that he gave you pride. You raised him well and I'm proud to call him my brother. You can always be proud to call him your son, because he's the person the rest of us should all strive to be. We haven't lost him, Mum and Dad. A bit of Bill lives on in all of us. After a few more speeches and a moment of silence, all of the guests were handed a charmed card, which was a portkey to the graveyard in Ottery Street. Catchpole. Arthur and his 5 remaining sons lifted the casket and were whisked away to the grave. The guests all followed immediately. As the casket was lowered into the open grave, Harry took a look at Ron's face. He'd never seen Ron so solemn, determined, and focused. The last rites were read, and then the grave was packed and filled with a simple swish and flick of a wand. Harry couldn't help but stare at the freshly packed dirt as the rest of the guests began to leave. As the last few guests were leaving, he approached Arthur and Molly. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Hermione and I need to talk to you, Harry said. The entire family gathered in the living room. Hermione held Harry's hand to give him a little more courage, as having 8 pairs of eyes looking expectantly at him was a little unnerving. I'd like to say, or confess something. How should I put this? Hermione spoke up for him. What he's trying to say. Harry interrupted by whispering into her ear, no, I should be the one to tell them. It was my idea. He cleared his throat and was about to speak when Hermione nudged him. It was our idea. I'm just as responsible as you are. You're not going to announce a wedding right after a funeral, are you? Fred joked, seeing the banter between the two of them. Everyone gaped at him, not expecting a joke so soon after the burial. Thankfully, his joke managed to ease some of the tension off Harry. What? No. Look, what we're trying to say is that we were the ones who hired Bill for that job. I knew it, Ron shouted. Ginny looked distraught, glancing between her brother and Harry. The rest of the family was surprised that Ron was the first to know anything. What did you hire him for? And why Bill? Well, Harry discovered that where Peter Pettigrew and Voldemort were hiding. We decided to hire a team of cursebreakers and hit wizards to capture them. You know who? How's that possible? He's dead, you killed him. Percy exclaimed. Ron and Ginny's eyes widened, as they clearly had more personal experience with the Dark Lord. Harry just said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Ron, but there wasn't much you could do. There wasn't much for me or Hermione to do for that matter, we just mostly watched. That was a lie, but there was no need to make his friend feel more inadequate. Why didn't you alert the Aurors? Or Dumbledore? Arthur asked. We didn't know how long he'd be there, Hermione explained. We only knew where he was for a short time, and we couldn't trust the Aurors to send out a full squad out without a long investigation period. This was the fastest way to try to overwhelm him. As for Dumbledore, there are other reasons for not alerting him, but that's not important right now, Harry made the excuse. At least they achieved more this time than what Dumbledore had, whatever the old man did. Did he know he would be fighting you-know-who? Charlie asked. Yes, I explained that to him before the contract was signed. He's still pretty weak. Charlie's questioning eyes turned into a more pensive look. Did you know that Bill was going to settle down in Britain again? He was just hired by Gringotts of London. He would have had a safe job. The bitterness in Molly's voice was clear to Harry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. You offered him a lot of money. A normal curse-breaking job would have only earned him about 30 galleons for a week's work. Harry already knew that, but given the much more dangerous nature of the job, and the fact it was Voldemort, he was willing to give a lot of money as a hazard bonus. He stayed silent at Molly's statement, not knowing how to reply, until she continued. You know how tempting money was for him. Not for himself, he'd always send back a chunk of his earnings after every job to help pay for Ron and Ginny's schooling. Harry had only wanted to make sure they were well compensated for his efforts, but he never realized that paying them so well had effectively lured Bill into a dangerous job. Molly's face was flush, and her cheeks were wet with the tears running down her face. Arthur quietly said to them, Thanks for telling us, but I think we need some time to mull this over. He escorted the two to the door. As they walked up the path to the main road, Charlie caught up to them. Harry, Hermione, I just wanted to tell you. Most of the family isn't very happy with you right now. That means don't try to talk to my mum for a while. Watch out for pranks from the twins. Ron and Ginny are a little conflicted, but I can talk to them. I just want to tell you, since I've got a relatively dangerous job like Bill did, well, don't blame yourself. Bill knew what he was doing. You told him what he was up against, and he calculated the risks. I've no grudge against you. He held out his hand and shook theirs. Thanks, Charlie, Harry said, calling on the night bus to take them home. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, at least. After having paid his respects to Bill, Harry was tempted to return and prevent the whole accident from happening, but he was held back by two things. First was Hermione's analytical mind. She reminded him that neither of them really knew what to change once they returned. Should they have hired a different set of cursebreakers, or forego the attack completely? Would the results be the same, only with a different person dying in Bill's place? Quite frankly, they had no idea if their attack had done anything to truly affect Voldemort's return. With nothing else to compare it to, Hermione wanted to stay till the end of fourth year, at least, to make sure their strike against Voldemort had, in fact, been the right choice. A little further education and they might even be able to join the fight more effectively themselves. The second reason was more personal. Peter Pettigrew had been captured and turned in by the Hit Wizards. Sirius' trial was coming up, and Harry knew he'd never seen Sirius free before, not a memory he'd lost, but something he'd never experienced before. He felt guilty that he was gaining a godfather at the price of Ron's brother, but he didn't want to let this opportunity die. He wanted at least one summer with the man, free to walk the streets, go broom shopping, or watch a Quidditch game. This summer was nearly over, but that would mean waiting until at least the Christmas holidays to have any time with Sirius. He couldn't wait to see justice finally served for his godfather. Within days, he was punching the number 62,442 inside a telephone booth in London. After receiving a badge that read, Harry Potter, Witness, he descended down into the ministry with Hermione and her parents. Oddly enough, Hermione wasn't asked by the prosecutors to be a witness as well, despite her being right by Harry's side during last year's events. As they got off the elevator on the 9th floor, they passed by the Department of Mysteries. The Unspeakables had received the goblet a few days earlier. Hopefully, having an actual Horcrux would force them to acknowledge the fact that Voldemort was still around. Harry waved to the Grangers as they split up. Hermione and her parents made their way to the observation gallery, while he descended the stairs to the courtroom. Just as he placed his hands on the large wooden doors, a familiar voice spoke up beside him. Harry, My boy, you seem to have grown quite a bit this summer. Do I have you to thank for this unexpected capture and trial of Peter Pettigrew? Harry turned to see Dumbledore smiling jovially. He immediately brought his occlumency to full strength, not wanting the old man to find out what Harry already knew about him. Of course, I'd do anything within my power to see Sirius freed and justice finally served, Chief Warlock, he admitted. It was enough for Dumbledore realized that Harry had changed, and not just physically. He was acting defensively, something that he'd never been around him ever since they met. The boy had never questioned his judgment before, never acted so rashly without seeking his advice. To investigate where Pettigrew was hiding and send hit wizards to catch him. That was ambitious. And the boy was seeking power of his own. Dumbledore wasn't sure what potions or rituals contributed to his taller, more muscular body, but if this continued, he would head down the path of Slytherin ideals. He needed to steer Harry back towards Gryffindor ideals: courage, chivalry, and the lesser-known ideal dying for a cause. That sounds like a very Slytherin thing to do, Harry. Do you not care for the loss of Bill Weasley? A Gryffindor would have fought his own fights instead of watching from the sidelines, Dumbledore told him. He just had to bring that up, didn't he? It's not as if I wanted Bill dead, Harry thought angrily. I never intended anything to happen to Bill, but I'll always do what I think is right, Chief Warlock. He flung open the door and walked into the courtroom, not wanting to stretch out this personal conversation much longer. He knew it was inevitable that he would see Dumbledore today, but had hoped the old man wouldn't see him until the trial began. Again with the formal title, Dumbledore thought. Why is he pushing away from me? I must win his heart back, or else he will never accept his role once Voldemort returns to power. This 92nd session of the Wizengamot of the year 1994 is called to order, declared Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. To his right sat an ugly, squat, pink-robed woman who resembled a toad and was trying very desperately not to look like one via excessive use of makeup. Dolores Umbridge, the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. To his left was Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Dumbledore had taken a position in front of the seated Wizengamot members. We will begin with the trial of, wait, am I reading this correctly? Fudge leaned over to Umbridge, pointing at the parchment in his hands. She nodded, giving curious look towards Bones. The trial of Peter Pettigrew, who is charged with 1 count of feigning death, 1 count of framing a wizard for murder, aiding and abetting a Dark Lord, creation of false life, breeding a forbidden beast, failure to register an animagus form, 8 counts of illegal warding and warding another's property, 14 counts of tax evasion, and squatting. Amelia, what in Merlin's name do you mean by this? Harry was hoping for more, including the murder of the 12 muggles that were also blamed on Sirius, but Amelia Bones was smart enough to only charge Peter with things they had concrete, and recent, evidence to support. Hopefully they could charge him for more once Sirius was absolved of his crimes and he could safely return to Britain to testify. The old, commanding woman on his left said, well, perhaps this will clear things up. Bailiff. 2 guards marched in with the pudgy man in shackles and strapped him into a chair at the center of the courtroom. He was looking very much like how he was in the Shrieking Shack, scared out of his wits and looking for a way out. The minister, along with several dozen people in the Wizengamot and the galleries above, balked at the sight. Dumbledore merely smiled approvingly. Harry still didn't know what was going on in that man's mind, but decided to play along. A few talented hit wizards dropped him off last week. I believe the charges of faking his own death should be quite clear, since he's breathing before us. Questioning the man has been quite enlightening. I'd like to call Mr. Potter to the witness stand. Madam Bones didn't want to waste any time. Neither did Harry, who strode up to the witness box, eyeing Pettigrew maliciously the entire way across the room. Mr. Potter, would you like to tell us about the first time you first saw this man? You mean in his human form or animagus form? Harry asked with a grin. Either. Well, it would have been on the 1st of September, back in first year. My very first trip on the Hogwarts Express, Ron showed me his pet rat, Harry said. And you're sure this rat was the same as the animagus form of Peter Pettigrew? Well, yeah, he slept with us for 3 years, Harry said, only just realizing just how much Pettigrew had violated his privacy. Gray, losing his hair, lost 1 toe on his front left paw. At this point we would like to point out that Mr. Pettigrew is missing a section of his little finger on his left hand, Amelia pointed out, indicating to the guards to force Pettigrew's hand up in the air for everyone to see. The missing section matches perfectly with the finger found 13 years ago on the day of his supposed death. Thank you, Mr. Potter, that's all. What? That's all I was called here for. Harry thought. He wanted to explain Sirius' side of the story, how Pettigrew was his parents' secret keeper, and everything else to condemn him. Wait, I can tell you a lot more. He's the one who betrayed my parents. Contentious information, Mr. Potter. Please step down and allow the next witness into the witness box, Madam Bones declared. Dumbledore nodded to him as if he knew exactly what was going on, as if that would reassure Harry. Defeated, he stepped down. The next witness, to his surprise, was Percy Weasley, who was called in from his desk job upstairs. Evidently, he didn't want to waste a single minute of his work with this case. He gave further testimony of how Peter Pettigrew had lived with the family ever since the winter of 1981, a short time after the defeat of Voldemort. Percy was obviously avoiding Harry's eyes the entire time, leaving immediately after his testimony was given. By then, most of the members of the Wizengamot were already eyeing Peter disgustedly. The idea of a man sneaking into the home and living years as an animal was more disgusting to them than, well, living as a muggle. Peter pleaded in his defense, I was afraid. I was a friend of the Potters. The Dark Lord's followers would have hunted me down like they hunted the Longbottoms. Hem. That's no reason for you to stay in hiding for 10 extra years and continue avoid paying your taxes, Umbridge said. Yes, we caught all the Death Eaters and sent them to Azkaban within a year of he who must not be named's defeat. Fudge added. Harry had to hide his sarcastic snort while glancing at Lucius Malfoy sitting in his seat at the Wizengamot. Nearly all, Amelia Bones corrected, again gesturing to the guards. They forcibly lifted his left arm, pulling down his sleeve. The dark mark was faint, but visible. A few people in the Wizengamot also unconsciously shifted their arms when it was put on display. I believe he was in hiding from the law, not from any rogue Death Eaters. This next set of evidence will show that Peter Pettigrew conspired to raise a new Dark Lord, she said to the gasps of everyone in the room. No, that's preposterous. Our Mr. Potter here already defeated Voldemort. Fudge immediately panicked, until Umbridge pulled him aside and whispered something into his ear. Oh, right, yes, do proceed. 3 masked men walked in, their masks only covering their eyes like comic book characters. Their hooded robes covered the rest of their heads but also had a clear Ministry of Magic logo across the back. Harry had never seen these men before, but he guessed correctly that they were unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries. Each of them carried a box of a different size, setting it down in the center of the courtroom. He opened it, revealing the mangled husk of Voldemort's body. This is one of the darkest forms of homunculi, one which requires the death of a pregnant woman and the seizure of her unborn child. It was found in the care of Mr. Pettigrew, he said. The second unspeakable set down the largest box, and revealed the corpse of Nagini. This is the corpse of a basilisk, also in the care of Mr. Pettigrew, which was slain at the same time as the homunculus. Its venom can be modified into a blood replacement to support the body of such unnatural life. The third one set down the third box, which was only the size of a textbook. We have consulted with Mr. Ollivander, who recognizes this wand as the one originally sold to he who must not be named. It was never found after his initial defeat, but was again found in the same building in which Pettigrew was originally found. With those 3 pieces of evidence, we believe it is clear that Pettigrew was attempting to create a puppet of the former Dark Lord, perhaps to strike fear and destabilize the magical world. Few people wanted to disagree with that conclusion. There wasn't really any need to mention that Voldemort's soul was actually inside the puppet to make things worse. Harry started to understand why his testimony was worth so little, compared to the investigation of the unspeakables. He didn't need to take credit for the attack, which would focus more suspicions on him anyways. Further testimonies from the Cursebreakers that Harry had hired were added, and Pettigrew was quickly found guilty with nobody coming to his defense. Congratulations were being handed back and forth between Fudge and Umbridge, to the chagrin of Madam Bones. At this point, Dumbledore winked at Harry and called for order. I believe that the actions of Mr. Pettigrew in recent days have called into question his order of Merlin and his actions in the last war, Dumbledore said. Yes, yes, of course. We will revoke his order of Merlin, Fudge said absently. And Sirius Black? Harry asked aloud. Don't worry, dear boy, we will catch him soon. You've nothing to worry about, Fudge continued. Harry shook his head in disbelief at the man's idiocy. I mean, when are you going to clear his name since Peter Pettigrew framed him? Harry shouted, quickly losing his patience. But he led your parents to their death, boy. That was Pettigrew, too. I told you 2 months ago. Harry said, looking back and forth between the two pudgy men. Harry realized it would take a boulder to smash through Fudge's thick skull to admit he ever made any mistakes. Since we've already convicted Pettigrew of multiple crimes, could I get authorization for some veritaserum for further questioning? Madam Bones asked. Harry showed his surprise at the fact that the woman had managed to gather all the evidence for trial without using veritaserum before. Fudge and Umbridge nodded in approval, and another ministry worker entered the room with a vial of the clear truth drug. Dripping 3 drops onto his tongue, the fear on his face faded as the potion began to take effect. Madam Bones asked, Mr. Pettigrew, did you frame Sirius Black for your own death? Yes, he answered without emotion. Did you also frame him for the murder of 12 muggles? Yes. Did you also frame Sirius Black for being the Potter's secret keeper? Yes. Who was actually their secret keeper? Me. Shocked gasps rang out across the room. Did Sirius Black have any reason to join the Dark Lord and become a Death Eater? No. He had already abandoned his family at a young age and was loyal to the Potters, who gave him a home. Did you have any reason to join the Dark Lord and become a Death Eater? James Potter always had everything. Good looks, talent, money, popularity. He shared a little with me but always kept the good things for himself. I was one of his first friends at Hogwarts, but he quickly passed me up for others like Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. I would never be able to surpass him unless the world was turned upside down. So, in the end it was jealousy that turned him against my father, Harry realized. There was always the chance he had done it merely out of fear, something Harry could have forgiven, since being face to face with Voldemort was a rather life-changing experience. Now it was clear that Peter had gone to him willingly. There would be no forgiveness for him from Harry. With the Dark Lord vanquished, why did you attempt to recreate a puppet of him? I didn't try to make a puppet. I was trying to revive him. I would have been his most loyal servant and his second in command. As the courtroom exploded in chaos at that statement, Harry chuckled in amusement. Even when he did successfully bring Voldemort back to life last time, he was quickly pushed down to the lowest ranks. Secondly, the same Wizengamot members who had instinctively touched their dark marks earlier were all staring at the man in horror. Evidently they were all quite comfortable where they stood after Voldemort's fall, and his return would risk their cushy lives. I believe this calls for a new trial for Sirius Black, Amelia Bones said. New orders for the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement will direct all orders that Mr. Black is to be escorted without harm to the DMLE for questioning. All Dementors are to stop hunting Mr. Black. We will have a new trial for him once we find out where he is. The partial victory for Sirius was enough to lift Harry's spirits. Maybe he'd write Sirius a letter telling him to come back to Britain. He slipped out of the courtroom before Dumbledore could, running upstairs to meet with Hermione and her parents. Harry, you won. Sirius is going to be free after this. Hermione squealed when she saw Harry. I know. I'm going to write him as soon as we get back home. Harry was overjoyed at the prospect of being able to live with Sirius, as the man had offered but was unable to deliver. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, but I think I'll finally have someone I can live with next summer. Emma gave him a warm smile. I never knew your life was so hectic, Harry. If only we knew about the whole situation with your parents, and your godfather, we wouldn't have been so hard on you. Right, Dan. Huh. Her husband jerked to attention from his quiet musing. Sorry, I didn't catch that. I just can't get over how incompetent their Prime Minister is, he said. Minister of Magic, Dad, Hermione corrected. And I could have sworn that the Speaker for the House looked exactly like your headmaster at school. That's Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, she corrected again. But he is the same person. How does a man do both those jobs at the same time? Each one is full-time work. Not very well, Harry muttered his answer under his breath. Hermione was the only one who heard him. The news of the trial hit the front pages of the Daily Prophet the next day, but it wasn't what Harry had expected. Disaster dodged. Dark Wizard captured. By Andrea Anderson. No matter what dark activity is brewing, the Ministry will quash the threat before its citizens even know it existed. That was the message being sent by Minister Fudge this morning as a dark wizard was sent to Azkaban for multiple, unspecified crimes. His name was not released, nor was his full list of crimes, but it was known that he was a sympathizer of He Who Must Not Be Named, attempting to perform magic of the darkest nature, and left plenty for the Department of Mysteries to investigate. The capture resulted in no harm to any Ministry personnel. Since the fall of He Who Must Not Be Named, there has been a steady decline in dark activity throughout the country. The Sirius Black scare last year has brought Minister Fudge's judgment into question, when he decided to bring in dozens of Dementors to Hogwarts. Many have argued that they caused more harm than good on the children, as Sirius Black still managed to make his way onto the grounds and all the way into the boys' dormitories. The official statement from his office was that the damage could have been worse without the aid of the Dementors. This recent capture and sentencing of the Dark Wizard has bolstered confidence in the minister, who is expected to retain his position and maintain his platform of economic stability, security, and continuation wizarding tradition. What about Bill? What about Sirius? Harry threw the paper down angrily. The Ministry doesn't like admitting its mistakes, Hermione said, reading the paper more carefully. Well, here's a small blurb about Bill, and it doesn't relate his death to anything about capturing Pettigrew. It was nothing more than a two-sentence statement hidden at the bottom corner of the paper. They didn't expect to find anything about Sirius without an accompanying article declaring Pettigrew's guilt. It would probably be a good idea to warn Sirius that although the Aurors were no longer looking to arrest him, the general public would still believe he was a criminal. Harry got to writing the letter immediately while Hermione continued reading the paper. A few more pages into the paper, she came upon another surprise and brought it to Harry's attention. Harry Potter makes his move. Wizards and witches, I bring to you today news you've been waiting for. After the defeat of you-know-who, many have wondered what Harry Potter was up to. Surely, such a powerful child who could defeat the most terrible dark wizard of our times would be destined for great things. Unfortunately, while there were many stories of Harry Potter, real news of the boy was extremely limited. Few people saw him at all until he finally returned from wherever he was hidden at the age of 11 to attend Hogwarts. Many people have wondered what special training or education he was receiving during those secretive years. His first 3 years of Hogwarts was disappointing for us, to say the least. His professors rarely spoke of him without mentioning that he was just like any other student, but I, and my readers, knew better. We have just discovered that his skills were merely hidden, and he has finally decided to show his cards. He has decided that the standard Hogwarts curriculum was holding him back and decided to take his L's 2 years early. His marks were just released today, and it's a strong showing for the boy who lived. He gained L's in every subject he attempted, including 3 outstandings in defense against the dark arts, charms, and transfiguration. I believe it's safe to say that Harry Potter will be a very powerful wizard, but the question is, what is he planning? Neat, I got 3 O's. Harry wondered aloud. You should be more concerned that she could find your marks and post them to the public. It's Rita Skeeter, what can I say? She probably turned into a bug again and wandered into the ministry. Actually, she probably blackmailed someone at the ministry for it. At least she's not calling me evil this time, Harry said. Not yet. You know she's just wants to sell her article, and there's no news like bad news. Well, you know it was inevitable for everyone to find out when we got to Hogwarts. They just found out a week or 2 earlier, Harry said. When are we supposed to receive our marks, by the way? As if on cue, 2 L's swooped down through the window, dropping off envelopes with the official Mom Wizarding Examinations Authority seal. Hermione tore hers open in the way she should have used on her Christmas presents. Harry wasn't surprised to see a straight set of 8 O's down her sheet of paper. Harry opened his own, already knowing what to expect for half his results. As Skeeter had announced, he received O's on the 3 Wandwork courses. In potions, he had an EE, much of which came from his extra practice for the Trial of Earth and Professor Fleming's teaching. He also scraped by with A's on both arithmancy and ancient runes, not bad for someone who only took the 4th year class, as far as he remembered, at least. Congratulations, Hermione. 8 O's. That's amazing. Hermione was squealing in glee at her marks when she looked over at Harry's. Harry, you got all your owls. That's fantastic. Which, Newt courses are you going to be taking? She asked with some hesitance, to Harry's surprise. Hermione, what are you so worried about? I'll be taking all the ones that I can, of course, Harry said. Charms, transfig, dada, potions, runes and arithmancy. Hermione squealed and hugged him when he mentioned the last two. You're going to be in all those classes with me, then. Thank you, Harry. Why on earth wouldn't I have? I thought you might have dropped the harder courses and take some of the easier ones instead. I'm glad you didn't. Your runes have saved my life already. I think I'd like to learn as much about it as I can, Harry smiled. Come on, you should tell your parents all about it. I'm sure they'll be proud of you, he said. They did just that when her parents got home, and they reacted very well to the news. Hermione had only skipped 1 year in primary school before she received her Hogwarts invitation. Skipping 2 years at once was more impressive than anything she'd achieved before, and was something her parents could appreciate. Mastering the summoning charm wasn't any more impressive to them than mastering the levitation charm, since all magic seemed equally impossible for them, not to mention the fact that Hermione wasn't able to demonstrate the spells for them anyway. The fact that Harry was able to take his classes with her reassured them that she would still have a friend in her new classes, unlike what had happened years earlier. Finally seeing some tangible benefits from her relationship with Harry, Dan finally accepted that Harry was, in fact, a good thing for his daughter. On the day that they decided to go to Diagon Alley to buy their textbooks and other school supplies, they noticed that Tom's bar had far more people and the shops themselves had far fewer. Only after they finished their shopping that they stopped for lunch at the Leaky Cauldron and realized what they'd forgotten. Everyone was listening to the Quidditch semifinals on the Wizarding Wireless. Arthur Weasley had sold the World Cup tickets this year to help pay for the cost of Bill's funeral. Without their invitation, the two of them wondered how they could get to the campgrounds to ambush the Death Eater rioters. If things still happened the same way as last time, they only had until the next night to set up their traps. With the assault on Riddle Manor in mind, they didn't want to engage a group of hostile rioters when they would be greatly outnumbered. Hopefully, a warning letter to the DMLE and a few traps to stun the rioters when they showed up would help catch several of them. They had to be careful not to catch some innocent civilians within their traps. As they had planned before, they would only have some tripping, stunning, and confusion wards, as well as some anti-apparition wards. They planned on setting up the wards to activate during the game, so they'd catch the Death Eaters as they arrived in the forest by the campgrounds while everyone else was watching the game. Unfortunately, at the last moment, they ran into a problem: parental approval. While they were perfectly happy to buy Hermione a gift for her academic achievement, they weren't ready to let her go out at night with Harry. A 14-year-old girl was far too young to be going out at late night without an adult escort, in their opinion. There was no way Hermione would be bringing her parents to a potential Death Eater rally. Without being able to oversee the attack themselves, they had to settle for an afternoon date and return before sunset. That allowed them to set up their time delay wards in the afternoon, hoping the Aurors would be able to clean up the rest of the rioters. Unbeknownst to the two-time traveling teens, this time the terrorist responsible for the riot was far too busy with other matters to recruit hoodlums to the World Cup. Barty Crouch Jr. was fixing up the larynx of the golem body because he'd been having a hard time understanding his master via eye movements. "Hello, milord. Can you talk now?" The pale head's mouth moved slowly and unnaturally, lacking the strength to speak above a whisper as the body was powered only by a weak hag's heart. "When will you finish this body?" "Sorry, milord, but a lot of parts were smashed up in that last attack. At least I managed to save the head, yeah. No. Would you prefer something like the homunculus that Wormtail fellow got for you in the meantime?" "How long until magic?" "Well, not until I can get more Bowtruckle silk. I barely had enough to keep your head alive. I might need to get you a new right arm. That one looks salvageable, but I don't think it would hold up to your full power." "Need homunculus. We need some basilisk venom for that to hold up, though, milord." Breeding a new one would mean we'd need some safe haven for a month. And a toad. And a Horcrux would smooth out the process, too. Malfoy. Voldemort, having lost his Hufflepuff Horcrux, decided to head immediately for his next most accessible Horcrux, which should be safe at Malfoy Manor. It was time to test Lucius's loyalty. Anonymous horror hoax leaves campers confused. By Gwendolyn Fairweather. While nearly 100,000 wizards and witches were enjoying an exciting final match at the Quidditch World Cup tournament, at least one was setting up a prank for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We received a letter informing us there was going to be several people inciting a riot at the end of the event, Madam Bones said in a statement. As this was an international event Britain has not hosted for 3 decades, we sent 2 full squads of Aurors to ensure the stadium and campsites would be secure. Our Aurors fell into a trap, although there were no casualties or severe injuries. The trap was laid just outside the camping grounds, rebounding several Aurors who apparated to the scene, confounding others, and causing general mayhem. Thankfully, they were able to clear the traps quite quickly, before the game ended and few magical citizens were affected. The perpetrators left very few clues, unfortunately. Given the number of people who were camping for days in the area, it is extremely hard to pin down who could have done this. The runes were set for a time delay, which makes it even harder to identify when they were planted. The fact that they were made with standard school-grade sandstones and the lack of any jinxes that could cause permanent damage lead us to believe that it was a hoax perpetrated by some rowdy schoolchildren. It is known that many students from Durmstrang, Salem Witches Academy, Beauxbatons, and Chernamore were visiting, although the possibility that a British student had a hand in the prank remains open. Harry looked at Hermione, who was already panicking. Obviously, their plan to ambush the Death Eaters had backfired. They were glad the Aurors couldn't trace it back to them, but they had to lay low and not rouse any more suspicion. If her parents read the paper, they could easily match the dates with their afternoon trip and that wouldn't be good. They threw the paper into the fireplace, missing an interesting article at the back. Throughout the train ride to Hogwarts, Harry was being repeatedly mobbed by both boys and girls with strong showings from both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Most of them began the same way: "Harry, I read in the paper that you've already taken your owls." And was quickly followed up with, "Wow, Harry, what did you eat this summer?" The 5th and 6th year Ravenclaws were the first to find them. They wanted exam preparation advice from a real-life boy genius. Harry, who had really learned all his study habits from Hermione, deflected their questions to her. They were quite surprised that she had managed the same feat with even better marks than Harry, and yet received no attention from the Daily Prophet. Hermione seemed to be quite thankful for Harry for allowing her to gain some adulation and respect from the older students, many of whom she had a casual acquaintance from the library. One of the last few Ravenclaws to visit were Cho Chang and her friend Marietta who, despite being in the house of the studious, weren't above some gossip as well. They left the cabin all a Twitter over Harry's new look and the way he sat with Hermione. Within minutes of their departure, other students who weren't interested in owls but had some fascination with the boy who lived began to peek their heads in. Colin Creevey was the first, snapping a picture before Harry had a chance to protest. The news spread to his dorm mates Dean, Seamus, and Neville, who were taken completely aback at Harry's lack of glasses and the fact that he was no longer the shortest. Hermione, having been with Harry all summer long during his regular potions regimen, got used to his gradual gain in height and knew that his improved vision was the least of the changes. The entire Gryffindor Quidditch team dropped by as the news continued to spread, surprised to hear that Harry had performed so well for years without perfect vision all along. His slight size increase was actually a disappointment to Angelina, but Harry assured her it wouldn't be a problem this year, not just because of the tournament, but because he was certain his flying skills had actually improved with the help of his animagus form. About halfway through the train ride, the rumors had morphed from, "Harry has taken his owls and isn't wearing glasses anymore," to, "Harry is smart, say, why, and extremely available." Harry never knew how bad the attention of being boy who lived could get until now. There were over a dozen girls in the school who professed their desire to be his girlfriend, several of which he'd never spoken a word to in all his time at Hogwarts. Only 3 of them decided to turn around when they saw the rumors were greatly exaggerated. Despite having his arm draped around Hermione and staunch refusals, Harry was only able to turn away 4 more. It got to be so bad that he resorted to locking and silencing the door to the cabin. Oddly enough, it was the people who didn't visit his room that had Harry worried the most. Ginny, one of the biggest Harry Potter fans Harry had ever met, didn't drop by, and neither did Ron, their former best friend. Both those Weasleys had good reason not to want to talk to him, so Harry didn't bother seeking them out if they wanted to be left alone. The one other visitor they'd expected, but didn't see, was Draco. They knew the boy had plenty to brag about. He would probably go on another tirade about Durmstrang and the tournament, probably tease Harry about being either a know-it-all or a cheat for attaining his owls. Hopefully he wasn't teasing Ron about Bill, although Draco certainly was callous enough to do it. He probably hadn't noticed the article in the paper. When they were nearing Hogwarts, they finally unlocked the door to find Luna standing outside with a curious look on her face. "I heard rumors that you were here, Harry." Yeah, sorry about locking the door, Luna. The rumors were getting a little out of hand. Harry sighed out, knowing he'd be victim to even more of it once he stepped into the castle. "Don't worry, Harry, I won't doubt rumors that easily," Luna replied. Sorry Luna, I was hoping you would forget about the rumors you've heard about me so far. I mean, you're a nice girl and all, but I'm very happy with Hermione." "Really? But wouldn't it be impolite to forget you existed while I was still talking to you?" "I'd like to consider my own existence a fact and not a rumor," Harry replied with some amusement. "Well, people tell me that I'm talking to imaginary creatures all the time, but they always assure me they're real too," Luna said. "I was so glad that other people told me you were real, too, but quite frankly the creatures have had a far better track record than the people." Hermione pulled her inside and closed the door, casting a silencing charm on it as well. "All right, Luna, we have about 10 minutes before we pull into Hogsmeade Station. I think we really need to know what is going on with those imaginary creatures of yours." Harry had nearly given up on trying to understand Luna long ago, but Hermione was determined to figure her out. "They assure me they're real," Luna said. "Yes, well, let's start with the blibbering humdingers," Hermione said. "Wouldn't you like to know about the Crumplehorn Snurkax? I spent all summer searching for them in Norway with my father," Luna asked cheerfully. "No, blibbering humdingers. I'm really interested in what they tell you," she said. "They tell me how to find interesting things," she answered. "Last June they told me to follow the Raxperts and I found you two under an invisibility cloak. And then they told me to go search for Crumplehorn Snurkax in the home of plunderers, so my father and I went to Norway. Next time we're going try looking in the Department of Magical Finance and Taxation." Right, okay." Hermione was slowly trying to find the right frame of mind to understand Luna properly. "And were they also the ones who told you that Harry didn't exist?" "No, they just told me that they found something more interesting about you last month." "And how does that mean I stopped existing?" Harry asked, somewhat worried. "Oh, they chatter on about everything. The breezes, the trees, my textbooks, Hagrid, eyelashes, sunlight, nargles, shoes, particle accelerators, spider webs, vampires. The only thing they lost interest in are imaginary things." "Like history," she answered. Hermione had to bite her lip to stop herself from launching a tirade about the importance of history and how very real it was. Harry took over the questioning, very eager to ask, "Did they say what exactly was so very interesting about last month?" "Nope." Luna only smiled blankly after her flat refutation, which really irritated Harry despite seeing it happen often. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, in June, don't go to the house on the hill. You haven't done it already, have you?" "Wait, you've said something about this before, haven't you?" Harry recalled a cryptic message from her just before the trial of Earth last time around. "Oh, I did tell you then. I don't remember passing on the message, but memories are overrated anyways," Luna said. "They can be changed ever so easily." "No. Yes, never mind. Hermione." Harry turned to the brainy witch for better insight. "Do you think she's talking about Riddle Manor?" "I'm pretty sure she is," Hermione answered. "So I guess we shouldn't assault it next time. I thought we did pretty well. We just need to make sure Bill doesn't die and catch Crouch Jr. "I think there's one more question we need to ask," she said. Turning to Luna, she asked, "Luna, do the blibbering humdingers want Harry to succeed?" "Success is relative, isn't it? It's mostly just a matter of opinion," Luna said. "The blibbering humdingers don't talk about feelings much, because they don't exist, either. Feelings are real, Luna, Harry muttered, instinctively hugging Hermione a little more tightly. I think the Humdingers use a more empirical definition of real, Harry, Hermione. Let's try this, then. What did they say about Voldemort? They find him quite interesting, she said. Very few things happen to have a gap in their existence. And my last question, what exactly do you do to hear them? Luna didn't answer, but instead just drifted off into the dreamy stare she often had, only breaking it off when Harry tapped her shoulder. Like that, she said in an obliviously unhelpful manner. Can you tell us what they're saying? Harry was intrigued with this possible new source of information. They were watching over the last moments of 600 fat birds, she answered unhelpfully. Thanks, Luna. I think it's time to head into the school, we're pulling into the station now. When Luna left for her own cabin, Hermione turned to Harry and said, well, I still think assaulting the manor was a good idea. Those messages from the Humdingers that Luna's getting might not help us at all, if they're the kind of creatures that consider Voldemort interesting. Right. I'd rather concentrate on making the raid go better before I give up on it entirely, Harry said while he pulled his trunk down from the shelf. Do you really think they're not imaginary? Either that or Luna's some kind of seer, Hermione answered. But even seers aren't quite as certain as she seems to be acting. She's different. The trip up to the castle allowed no privacy for the two of them as more Ravenclaws kept asking questions even as they climbed into the carriages. They ended up riding with two sixth-year Ravenclaws, Lena and Gerald Rennet, fraternal twins in the same house. Seeing as they were future classmates in some classes, the two of them suffered the unending curiosity of the twins quietly. Harry was distracted by looking for the Weasleys, and noticed the four of them all rode one carriage together. As far as he could tell, they'd never done that before. Only when they actually went to sit down at the Gryffindor table did they mange a strained hello to them. To Harry's relief, they weren't hostile or angry outright, much like they had been on the night of the funeral. They weren't feeling very talkative, at least to Harry and Hermione, and sat a few seats away from them. Dumbledore made his customary speeches, welcoming the new students to Hogwarts and beginning the sorting quickly. For the most part, it happened exactly the same way as it did last time. There were the groans as Quidditch was cancelled, whispers when the Triwizard Tournament was announced, and the sudden hush when Moody entered the room. Instantly, Harry could see Moody's eye swivel towards him. While he walked up to the staff table and took his seat, Harry was certain the eye was trained on him, even looking through the back of Moody's head. He was being studied, scrutinized, and scanned by that eye. It was unnerving. He's okay, isn't he? No, Imperious, right? Harry asked Hermione, who had also noticed the attention Harry was receiving from the paranoid old man. You're asking me. We can't be completely sure until we try legilimency on him, she replied. He might attack us again if he's under Imperious. I think we should have a better strategy than we did last time, Harry said. He'd attack us regardless, Hermione corrected. Although I agree we should have a battle plan, last time we got lucky. Meanwhile, at the staff table, Moody was describing his summer to Dumbledore. It started with a letter delivered by a white owl, Moody said. Warned me about an attack on my home after the World Cup. Interesting, very interesting, Alistair, Dumbledore said. And the reason you suspect Harry Potter is that he is well known for having a snowy owl, correct? That's right. The funny thing is, there was no attack. Contacted some of the old crowd to see if anybody had any old grudges to settle. Found nothing. Nobody came to my house that day. Or the days before or after, for that matter. Perhaps the plans fell through for whatever people were plotting. Perhaps. Now I'm thinking I may have played into his plans. Maybe he was trying to keep me in my home while he was off doing something else. There's something odd about that lad, and I've just confirmed it. He's been staring at me like he wants to attack me. Like he knows me, beyond my reputation, the man growled. Oh, the dear boy has a penchant for getting into trouble, but perhaps he is only suspicious of you. He hasn't had a very good relationship with his past defense professors. Dumbledore tried to reassure the old Auror, mostly so the man's paranoia wouldn't go over the edge and cause him to launch a first strike on Harry. I didn't survive 2 wars without learning how to distinguish smart prey and disguised predators, Albus. That boy appears to be the latter, he said. Moody's words struck a chord with Dumbledore's memory of the trial of Peter Pettigrew. Harry had changed greatly in the past 2 months, no doubt about that. There was definitely something much more adversarial at the time, but predatorial was a much better word. The last 3 years the boy had been like a cornered mouse, reacting and lashing out when he was trapped, miraculously surviving every time. This could be dangerous after all. The boy was prophesied to have the power to defeat Voldemort himself. Whether he defeated Voldemort to rid the world of evil or to replace him was uncertain again. If anyone had asked at the end of the summer, Dumbledore could have sworn Harry would never fall to the temptations of power. Then again, he had misjudged students before. When did Tom Riddle begin his study of the dark arts? He had also believed his warnings to Tom were taken seriously, but the boy had successfully plotted under his nose 5 decades ago. He needed to refer to his pensieve once again. Thank goodness Harry didn't have the same slyness and charisma Tom used to charm his professors. Don't antagonize the boy, Alistair, but I'll need your help keeping an eye on him. At breakfast the next morning, when Professor McGonagall handed out the class schedules, she asked Harry and Hermione to come to her office. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, I believe we are currently facing a rather unique situation for the two of you. We've never had students who took only a few of their owls early, and never 2 years early, as far as I can personally remember, she explained. Now, Miss Granger, I expect that you'll be continuing with all the core courses in the 6th-year curriculum. There shouldn't be any conflict with your courses. Hermione happily nodded, grateful that her education wouldn't be interrupted. Both of you will have to take your astronomy course, as that is a required owl. Now, Mr. Potter, there could be several problems with your schedule, unfortunately. First, I expect that you're also going to take as many 6th-year courses as you've qualified for. Of course, Harry answered, giving Hermione a slightly worried look. Well, I have to inform you that there is one course in which you achieved your owl, but your marks didn't meet the minimum requirements for the Newt level. Harry's eyes widened. He'd only received acceptables in runes and arithmancy. Those were, by far, the hardest exams he'd taken that summer, and was beyond relieved that he managed to pass. It seemed that, in the original time loops, he had concentrated his study on the design of the temporal beacon and return clusters, and he could recite those particular runes and their layout as if it were instinct. The rest of the runic vocabulary and arithmetic formulas had simply taken sheer determination and a lot of help from Hermione. After hammering down the basics, though, he began to understand their usefulness and potential, not something he wanted to drop. The two courses also complemented each other well. Arithmancy alone had very little real-world application, while making runes without arithmancy was much harder to predict and fine-tune. Which course was it? Harry asked. In the end, if he couldn't take one, he'd have to depend on Hermione to just tutor him up to speed in private. Potions. Harry was dumbstruck for a moment. Wait, what? I got an exceeds expectations. You can't possibly expect a Newt class to only accept O students. Professor Snape does, and he sets the standard for the course, their head of house replied. Oh, that's just bull. Hermione kicked him lightly. McGonagall caught the cuss word. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. You will control your tongue while you're at Hogwarts. Now, you do have several options available to you. First, you can take the 5th-year potions again and reattempt the owl at the end of the year, but that will conflict with the 6th-year transfiguration class, she explained. I'd much rather take your class than Snape's, Harry said. Professor Snape, Mr. Potter, but allow me to say that I approve of your choice, she said. Your other options are to take another 3rd-year class for that period or simply leave it free. Now, before you answer, I would like to ask you if you've looked into future career choices, because the courses you take now will play into it greatly. Really? What about me, Professor? Hermione asked. Since you completed 8 owls and you are continuing with those courses this year, there are very few occupations that you couldn't handle, unless you would like a switch into magical creatures or divination, she explained. No thanks, Hermione replied. I'd like to go into curse breaking, Harry said, with recent events in mind. Then all your Newt level courses will serve you well, although you still have to complete your owls for history of magic and herbology, which brings me to the second problem. What? As much as we tried, we couldn't find a way to arrange the schedule to allow you to take all your Newt courses along with 4th-year herbology and history. I make a request to the Department of Mysteries for a time turner for you like I did with Miss Granger last year. But it was denied. Last year's loan was, apparently, a one-time offer. What does that mean? Well, you can either drop one or two of your NEWT courses, that is, charms or arithmancy, and take those courses. The other option is to simply study them on your own time, and you will have additional free periods to do so. You will not graduate from Hogwarts without your herbology and history owls, however. Not a problem, Harry said. He was thinking more practically, after all. Herbology was somewhat practical, but the way Binns taught history well, he would probably have an easier time staying awake by reading the textbook on a comfy couch in front of the fireplace. At 4 in the morning and a dreamless sleep potion. He wanted more fluency with runes and spellwork so that he might be able to take on a weakened Voldemort. Drop charms for history. Never. And lastly, don't think that I am doubting your integrity, but how did both of you pass the owls? I thought there was an error when I first received notice from the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Miss Granger, you did only use the time turner as directed last year. Yes, ma'am. I may have taken a few extra hours outside my classes but not beyond the prescribed limits, she answered. I was just interested in a little more research, that's all. I can understand when the brightest witch I've ever taught manages to study ahead by herself, but you are a complete mystery to me, Harry. How did you manage to complete so many owls? Although I would never call you unintelligent, I would not have put you on the same level as Miss Granger. You even received acceptables on 2 courses you didn't take last year. That's 3 years worth of study. Hermione taught me, Harry said, thinking of the most convenient excuse. She's a good teacher. When did she have time to do this? Did she take you along with her time turner? Other than the time Dumbledore told me to. Harry recalled. No, I was studying all of last year and the summer with Hermione. She's a very good teacher. Be that as it may, I would like to have a demonstration of your skill myself. Professor McGonagall pointed to 2 fist-sized stones on her desk. Mr. Potter, could you transfigure that stone into a live sparrow? Miss Granger, you have to transfigure the other one into a live lizard. The 2 of them performed the transfigurations flawlessly, thoroughly impressing the professor. Satisfied that they would do well in her class, but still wondering how they had learned so quickly, she dismissed them from her office. After they had left, she reported to the headmaster's office. Moody and Snape were already there. What is your assessment of our 2 prodigies, Minerva? Dumbledore asked. Their skills at transfiguration were phenomenal. Inanimate stone transfigured into live animals, non-verbally, and on their first try. They're like completely different people. I have no doubt his skill. They could be completely different people, Moody growled. Even my eye can't see through Polyjuice. Are you sure that's the real Potter? Didn't he disappear for hours on the last day of school and suddenly reappear in Diagon Alley? I am quite certain of Harry's identity, Alistair, although I'm not quite as certain about Miss Granger's. I haven't kept as close an eye on her. Then she could be an imposter, or possessed. Under the influence of dark objects. Something's got to be feeding them information. An enchanted tome, perhaps. I dare say that Potter must be out of his mind if he's displaying any competence. Any Potter in their right mind would only be thinking of his own amusement, Snape sneered. Mr. Potter is quite the well-mannered young lad, if you weren't so hell-bent on goading him into becoming his father, Severus. I can certainly say he's remained the well-mannered boy, although he may have added a few words in his vocabulary from the youngest Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger has always been an exceptionally bright witch, and it was not a great surprise for me to see her advance early. McGonagall was quick to defend her students, despite the doubts she still had about them. I'll give him a thorough check once he steps into my classroom, Moody decided. A mock ambush would keep the entire class on its toes. You'd attack your own students. McGonagall, appalled expression, only received a grunt in reply. Can't teach defense without forcing them to defend themselves. Potter just might have to defend himself a little harder than the rest of the class, that's all. Alistair, what you do in your classroom is up to you, so long as there is no permanent damage, Dumbledore said, ending the argument. What I am more concerned about is how he managed to arrive at the Ministry to take the owls without any magical escort. I received no indication that he left his home at all, Mrs. Fig hadn't seen Harry leave the Dursleys, and since she knew he was often locked inside his room for weeks at a time, his long absence this summer went unreported. Dumbledore's monitoring instruments in his office were equally unaffected. You've been monitoring the boy? Moody asked, more out of curiosity than disapproval. Ever since the fall of Voldemort, I took it upon myself to ensure he had a safe home to return to, Dumbledore said. I would have known immediately if he was abducted, or if he left the house for an extended period of time. Albus, those exams take 2 days to complete. Harry also told me he was being tutored by Miss Granger over the summer. They couldn't have been traveling by Muggle means every day, and the Grangers don't have their fireplace attached to the flow network. He must have stayed over for a part of the summer, McGonagall concluded. That is quite unlikely, Dumbledore said, looking at the instruments which were still rotating, puffing, and swinging around as usual. I'm sure Miss Granger must have stayed with Harry, he concluded. So there's your breach of security. This Granger girl is possessed or otherwise compromised, and is invited right into Potter's home. We need to investigate her, immediately, Moody said. I can deal with Granger in my potions class, Snape said. Being the lone Gryffindor in potions, and vastly outnumbered by Slytherins, Hermione wouldn't have anyone to turn to when he used his legilimency on her. That won't be necessary. I shall invite Miss Granger for a chat in my office this evening. Now, I believe the first classes of the semester will be beginning shortly. You all have young and eager minds to fill. I don't trust him. He might obliviate you or something, Hermione. The two of them approached the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. Ice mice, Hermione said, causing the gargoyle to reveal the doorway. And that's exactly the reason why I don't want you to come with me, Harry. If anything happens, you can go back and fix it. If we're together, he might get both of us at once. But if I'm there, he probably wouldn't even try it in the first place, Harry said. If you're alone, he could do whatever he wanted and cover it up afterwards. The argument was pulled to a halt as Dumbledore appeared at the top of the spiral staircase before they had stepped onto the escalating stairs. Good evening, Miss Granger. I certainly don't mind having Harry here join us for the evening. As he had expected, inviting Hermione automatically meant Harry would be here as well. After sitting down in front of the headmaster, Harry kept both of his wands ready to release from their holsters at a moment's notice. Hermione seemed to be doing the same. Dumbledore, however, kept his wand in his robes and placed his hands on the desk. Lemo, drop. He offered. Both of them shook their heads. I don't know what we're here for, Headmaster, Hermione said. Would you like to explain? Of course, Miss Granger. You see, your phenomenal advancement in your education has, naturally, caught the attention of all the professors at Hogwarts. Some of them have their doubts about the validity of the OWL results, so I have decided to settle these matters once and for all. Without naming any names, they will accept my judgment. Wait, why would they doubt Hermione's performance and not mine? Harry asked. She's always been smarter than me. The issue lies with your fame, Mr. Potter. It is quite unfair to your friends, is it not? Alas, you cannot control what others think of you, but you can avoid allowing your fame to leave your friends behind. As if I didn't already know that. Harry thought. I'd always choose my friends over my fame. He only nodded silently in response. Well, what would you like to know? We didn't cheat, if that's what you're asking, Hermione said. Firstly, may I ask when you obtained the materials for study? Neither of you are lucky enough to have older siblings pass on their books to you, like Ronald Weasley does. Harry held back a smirk on his face, as he knew Ron wouldn't have thought that was a blessing. We bought them at Diagon Alley on the last day of school, Hermione explained truthfully. In Miss Lovegood's explanation that the two of you were caught up in a broom closet that day. Harry felt that question was seriously breaching his privacy, but Hermione cut in before he could respond. Completely true. We got a little carried away and snuck over to Diagon Alley by Flo after we missed the train. She decided it was far easier just confirm the basic rumors so nobody would bother investigating more deeply. To complete the act, she smiled sweetly at Harry and took his hand. Harry responded warmly, although he kept his right hand ready to draw his wand. Ah, young love, Dumbledore said in an unexpectedly sing-song manner. I was told you two studied together over the summer, is that true? They both nodded. Tell me, Miss Granger, how did you manage to get to Mr. Potter's house every day? That's obvious. I didn't, Hermione answered. Yeah, I went over to her house, Harry said. Using the night bus, he added hastily, being the most convenient explanation. You left the safety of your home, Harry. There was nothing safe about that place, and it was never my home. I just wasn't brave enough to run away until I found Hermione, Harry thought bitterly. He wanted to tell the man just how wrong he was, but there wasn't any reason to divulge his private life to him. Why is that of any concern to you, headmaster? Do you remember what happened at the end of your first year with Professor Quirrell? The way he tried to touch you, but burned with pain. You said it was my mother's love that protected me. That's correct, Harry. Now, on the night your parents died, I erected wards over the Dursleys' home, which extended your mother's love through her sister to protect you. So long as you reside in that house with your aunt's love, the place you call home, you will be safe. Dumbledore smiled happily. I was very glad to see you arrive at Hogwarts 3 years ago, a little rough around the edges, but safe and healthy. Harry didn't know whether or not he should laugh, cry, or be enraged. He had been beaten, starved, worked like a South Avenue and neglected at the Dursleys' home. Love. From Petunia. The very idea that woman had any love for him was ridiculous. He certainly didn't receive any love from Vernon or Dudley, that much was certain. Dumbledore, however, continued. It is your capacity to love, Harry, that is your greatest strength. I can see that love is maintained despite spending a summer separated from them, he said, glancing at the curious little instruments on his shelves again. Harry recognized one of them. It was the one Snape was carrying during the hunt, when he was trying to kidnap Harry. Seeing Harry's sudden interest in his devices, he happily explained. You see, Harry, those instruments were how I knew you were healthy and loved. They are still twirling and puffing as strongly as the day I left you with your aunt. Your protection is as strong as it was since the very first day she took you into her arms. In other words, they're as weak as ever. Perhaps they never activated in the first place. I don't ever remember Petunia holding me in her arms or touching me, other than to push me around or slap me for doing something wrong. Harry paused as he realized the implications. He could have been living for years without protection at all. His survival after the fall of Voldemort could have been purely due to luck. Thank you, headmaster, but what does this have to do with my academic integrity? Hermione piped up, bringing both of them back to the reason they were up in his office at all. Oh, you've answered all the questions I need to know. Thank you for your time, Miss Granger, and Harry, remember, love is your strength. It will guide you onto the truest path, Dumbledore told them as he ushered them out of the room. As they left, he smiled. He was glad to know that Harry was capable of love, great amounts of love, and so was Hermione. The blood wards were proof of that. Little issues like cheating on an OWL or even a knowledge ritual or two were inconsequential in the long run. So long as the two of them had their love, they could always find redemption from their wrongdoings. Where Voldemort loathed repentance, Harry would revel in it. Where Voldemort fled from death, Harry would embrace it. Completely off his rocker, Harry muttered as he climbed into bed. What does he know about love, anyways? Harry's first free period was at the beginning of the next day. Normally he would have slept in, but today he wanted to accompany Hermione to breakfast for 2 reasons. As the excitement of a 4th year in 6th year classes still hadn't died down yet, he could share the burden of fame at the breakfast table, as he knew how much of a pain the extra attention could be. The other reason wasn't the horde students he'd have to avoid, it was the students who were avoiding him. Having lived with Ron's contempt last time, he wasn't expecting much from his friend, but the twins had been very supportive. Harry wasn't sure if he'd ever seen them hold a real grudge before. Normally they would just prank their target a little harder than the rest of the school for a few weeks, and all would be forgiven. As breakfast began, Harry and Hermione both found themselves accosted by the many Ravenclaws who were still interested in their study habits. The twin redheads, however, were easy to pick out as they approached. Harry, we're here to give you fair warning, Fred said. What? You too, Hermione, George added. Warning for what? Hermione asked. Charlie did a little explaining before he left for Romania again. And he did say that you gave Bill a fair warning about what he was getting himself into before he died. Harry nodded, hoping that was a good thing. The heart of the matter, Harry, is that we still lost our brother, Fred told him seriously. So you've no longer got immunity, George finished. Immunity? You mean from your pranks? I wasn't aware I had it. Oh, you did, our dear sister-saving Gryffindor seeker, explained Fred succinctly. We figure it evens out, so now you're at just as much risk as any other student. And that's our fair warning to you. At least you still won't be hit as hard as the Slytherins." The two of them walked away to the breakfast table. Those who knew the twins immediately turned their eyes to Harry and Hermione, expecting something to happen. "Check our food?" Harry asked. "And the utensils," Hermione confirmed. They picked random seats at the table just to be sure, but the twins were pretty notorious for somehow always getting their targets. They checked their plates and utensils, and found nothing. They watched everyone else shovel food onto their own plates and eat without any ill effects. They watched the twins eat as if they were pointedly ignoring them. Something was definitely up. Just as they were starting to relax, dozens of rotten eggs fell onto their plates, splattering their robes as well as several others in the hall. A quick Scourgify cleaned them off easily enough, but they couldn't figure out how the eggs had been placed above them. Several other people laughed. The twins were smirking and taking the credit. Harry was worried he'd have to go to Moody-level paranoia to avoid all of the twins' pranks, but then again, other students just had to live with it. He checked that his shoes hadn't been tied together or that his robes weren't stuck to the chair as he got up. Hermione cast a few revealing charms on the floor and doorway to make sure there weren't any other pranks up ahead. They checked each other for the odd bits of powder the twins could have snuck on them. "This is getting ridiculous," Harry said. "We're doing all this over 2 rotten eggs." "Well, I'm not wasting my time with this," Hermione answered. "As long as they don't ruin my essays, I'll just ignore them. I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of me freaking out." "I was just going to take it as practice," Harry said. "I don't think Moody's going to be in the mood to train us again this year." They went their separate ways after breakfast, with Hermione heading down to the dungeons for potions while Harry went up to the room of requirement to take care of something he couldn't access all summer long: the Horcrux at Hogwarts. He arrived at the 7th floor corridor, remembering clearly how Voldemort himself had hidden it. The man had been rather pompous in his request of the room, thinking of the most secretive place in Hogwarts, where even the most treasured gem will remain hidden. Harry took no chances, although he was sure he could find the room with a request that was less wordy. As he stepped inside, the room was piled high with everything ranging from small trinkets and junk to the decayed skeletons of magical beasts. There would be a lot of junk to search through, even though he knew exactly what he was looking for. It seemed that the room provided the same room for Voldemort as it had for everyone else who wanted to hide some of their trash over the past half-century. The room wasn't very large. In fact, as far as Harry could tell, it was the same size room as all the other times he'd requested it. That didn't mean it was an easy search, however. Behind every pile of junk, there seemed to be another pile of junk. "I'm going to have to search through these things properly one day to see if there's anything useful in here," Harry thought. But first things first, time to get rid of that Horcrux. Searching through each pile was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Upon closer inspection, much of the junk did seem somewhat valuable, or, at least, formerly valuable. There seemed to be plenty of tarnished jewelry with missing gems, broken necklaces, mangled bracelets, dented armor, and other no longer shiny objects. An ancient diadem would be hard to find among all this, even if the other discarded items like textbooks and broken cauldrons weren't getting in the way. As he carefully sifted through one heap after another, one particular pile kept catching his attention. He ignored it, knowing he'd get to it eventually, and he didn't want to lose his place in his methodical search. He'd found a few useful items already: an old pair of dragonhide gloves, half a set of Quidditch padding, and a few pieces of clothing that looked and fit better than Dudley's ever did. Everything was broken in some way, but much of it was still usable. He didn't want to miss out on a useful tool if he ever came across one. A short while after resuming his search, he found himself staring at that pile at the back of the room again. He regarded it carefully. There was absolutely nothing special about it. There was some parchment, a broken bookshelf that had topped over, an empty portrait frame, some miscellaneous junk he couldn't recognize, and the top half of a mannequin. There certainly was no diadem as far as he could tell, and nothing particularly interesting. Another 15 minutes later, the distraction was getting harder and harder to resist. Harry got up from the area he was scouring and trudged over to the back of the room. He didn't really know why it was so special. Pushing the fallen bookcase out of the way, he started digging. There were plenty of old textbooks, some dating back hundreds of years. A chair with two missing legs was tossed aside. A broken trunk containing dozens of cracked orbs and shattered glass nearly spilled on him, but he kept working. Eventually, he picked up a small, wooden box, feeling as if he had found what he was looking for. Upon opening it up, he found that it was exactly what he'd been searching for. Inside the small box was the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, exactly as Harry had seen in Voldemort's mind. It was a very pretty piece of jewelry, having lost none of its shine over 1,000 years of its existence. Harry felt an urge to put it on, wondering how good he'd look wearing it. Wait a second, he paused just before picking it up. Isn't that kind of thing for girls in beauty pageants? He gave his head a shake, wondering where such a vain idea came from. When was the last time he actually worried about looking pretty? Well, the answer to that was the last Yule Ball, but usually not was also a very appropriate answer. Right now he had practicality to worry about ridding the world of Voldemort and all. But the diadem was rumored to increase the wearer's intelligence. Or share the knowledge of Ravenclaw. Or something like that. It could be quite a useful tool if the rumors were true. Once again, he found himself reaching for the silvery headband. As it fell into place around his forehead, Harry didn't feel any different. His mind wasn't any clearer. He didn't feel any knowledge entering his mind. There was something entering his mind, though. With a sudden panic, Harry brought his mental shields to full strength and knocked the diadem off his head. It had already broken through his first level of occlumency. All of the memories he deemed frivolous and unimportant, as well as everything that he had yet to organize, had been ransacked. The fiery vault that held his real memories was still untouched, thankfully, but the Horcrux had managed to tear through the decoy without being detected. Harry thought his occlumency was already pretty good, but evidently there was still much he had to improve upon. He looked at the diadem laying on the floor in front of him, keeping his occlumency at full strength. He was now keenly aware of the false desire to wear it, but it seemed to be more than a simple compulsion charm. It wanted to communicate or connect with him. Harry knew he had to take it out of the room to try to destroy it, the Chamber of Secrets being the ideal place, but that meant picking it up again. He slipped on the dragonhide gloves he found earlier, hoping they would at least lessen the effects, and reached down. The closer he was, the more he felt it urging him to wear it again. It was offering power, knowledge, riches, everything it could think of to tempt Harry. It was trying to feed of his darkest desires, but thankfully it wasn't quite hitting the mark because it hadn't dug deep enough into Harry's mind to know what he truly wanted. Thoughts of the Dursleys, bloodied and begging in front of him, flashed through his mind. Images of them were replaced with the twins being humiliated in front of the school as one of their own pranks backfired. Finally, the thought of several of the more attractive girls who offered themselves to him on the train taking the place of Hermione helped him slam the old piece of jewelry into the wooden box it came in. He didn't like what he saw, but thankfully it meant that the Horcrux had only managed to get the most shallow and superficial look into him and didn't have any true power to entice him. Checking the Marauder's map before he left the room, Harry noticed that most of the dots were in the hallways. The first class of the day was already over. He didn't realize his search had taken so long, but he waited until the hall was clear before he stepped out. Running back up to his room to pick up his textbooks for his next class, he wondered if he had enough time to get down to the chamber before class. Remembering the shortcuts, though, he grabbed his firebolt and flew down to the chamber straight from the 7th floor pipe. He dropped the box by the basilisk, making a mental note to take care of it later, and continued on to class. "Why are you carrying your broom, Harry?" one of the Ravenclaws asked as arithmancy class began. It was Lena, who he'd met on the carriage ride. Hermione seemed to be wondering the same thing but had already guessed that the reason wasn't good for public discussion. "I was almost late for class," Harry answered. It was true he wouldn't have had time to return the broom to his room and get to class on time. "You're not supposed to fly through the hallways, Potter," another student said. Another Ravenclaw, with a prefect badge. What was his name again? Samuels. "There's no rule against flying around the outside of the castle," Harry said. He hoped it was true. It probably was, given how Samuels didn't pursue the issue any further. As the class began, Hermione whispered to him, "So what was the reason you have your broom?" "Chamber, after class," Harry answered. Professor Vector got the class started quickly, and although the lecture material was pretty dry, she decided to spice it up a little given the presence of Harry's broom. Mr. Potter, since you decided to bring your broom to class, would you care to bring it up to the front for a little demonstration? Don't worry, I won't damage it, she said. She then turned the lecture into the most interesting lesson on arithmancy Harry had ever experienced. She explained the numerology behind the bristle arrangements and placement, bristle to shaft length ratios and the theoretical limits of magical channeling. All things that Harry had never noticed on his broom, but it was easily the most captivating class he had so far. Hermione, of course, was noticeably pleased with Harry, but so was Professor Vector. She'd been teaching her class by the book for a few years now, with the same results. Never had she seen her students actually pay attention. So much, aside from those like Hermione who had no problems keeping her focus, and so she decided to start relating arithmancy to real-world objects more often. As class ended, Harry walked out with a newfound appreciation for his broom, but it didn't last long as Hermione asked him, "All right, what's down in the chamber?" "Another Horcrux. Come on, help me destroy it," Harry said. They went to the nearest hidden passage to the chamber, mounting the broom to fly down. When they finally reached the main chamber, Harry warned Hermione, "Keep your occlumency at full strength. This one really affects your mind. It almost got me." He opened up the box but left it lying on the ground. Once again, he could feel its pull, and so could Hermione. "That's really Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, isn't it?" she murmured in wonder. "Probably. It's definitely got some kind of dark soul inside of it, though," Harry said. "Just watch me and make sure I don't do anything crazy, alright? I think it's probably going to put up a fight." Putting on the old gloves he found, he picked up the Horcrux and stepped closer to the basilisk. The Horcrux sensed what he was about to do and was trying everything it could to prevent him from accomplishing it. Harry's mind was being assaulted on every level. He felt the desire to wear it more strongly than ever. His arms and legs were shaking and he was barely keeping his balance and grip on the diadem. As he approached the basilisk, he nearly thought he could see it blink and come back to life, and his fear was immensely amplified. He heard a scream from behind him, but when he turned around, Hermione was just watching him with a puzzled look on her face and her wand at the ready. Keeping himself focused, Harry picked a large fang that looked to still be full of venom and held the diadem just above it, ready to shove it down with all his strength. The goblin-forged silver was much more durable than the leather and paper diary he'd stabbed years ago, though, and the Horcrux made one last attempt to save itself. Harry wasn't sure if he had just lost his balance or if his foot had slipped, but he suddenly found himself tumbling forward with his lungs lined up perfectly with the fangs. He could see himself falling in slow motion, millimeters at a time, as the venom-coated spikes neared his body while his hands didn't have anything to grasp for support. Mobilicorpus. Hermione's hastily cast spell stopped Harry's fall, safely levitating him a few steps back. "Harry, what happened? You've never been that clumsy before." "I don't know. I think my leg just spasmed right when I tried to kill that thing," he said. The Horcrux was slightly damaged but still intact. The venom was slowly dissolving through the metal and burning straight through the protective enchantments, at least. It would only take a little more venom to get rid of it completely. "I think I'll have to do that again to finish the job," he said, getting ready to pick it up again. "Oh no, you're not. Ceratosis." She cast a bone-cleaving spell on one of the fangs and picked it up with one of Harry's gloves. "This should be safer," she said, kicking the Horcrux further away from the basilisk's gaping maw. This time, with the Horcrux on the ground and solid grip with both hands on the fang, Harry pushed down on the diadem, which could no longer affect him as much as before. With a solid kneeling position that wouldn't let him lose his balance again, he used his strength instead of his weight to pierce the band between the center jewels with the fang. As the venom slowly ate away through the durable, enchanted metal, Harry fought off the Horcrux's last death throes. Hermione placed her hand over Harry's, steadying his grip and taking some of the mental load as the Horcrux couldn't deal with a second occluded mind. There was a clatter as it finally broke, releasing a thick, dark smoke that quickly dissipated. Both of them immediately felt the weight on their minds lift. "Another one down, and only a few more to go," Harry said. "It's a shame we had to destroy a priceless ancient artifact to do it." Hermione regarded the broken diadem sadly. "So this was what you were doing while I was in class? Going Horcrux hunting on your own?" "Hey, this one was in a convenient place and I had some free time," Harry said. How was potions? Depressing. I've been so used to Professor Fleming's lessons that I just started off with the hair tie and bubble head charms right away, and he tried to punish me for it. Well, the Slytherins laughed as usual, but the joke was on them when they stirred in the wrong direction. It exploded in their faces. We were working on the wakeful sleep potion, too. Madame Pomfrey says she's going to have to strap them into the beds overnight or else they'll be wandering the halls after dark. A few of the Ravenclaws in the class told me it was a good idea and they'd cast the bubble head on themselves before they stepped into the classroom next time so Snape wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Did he try to do anything to you? Legilimency? Harry asked. I didn't give him the chance. I avoided his eyes the entire time. It seemed to frustrate him all the more, because I'm sure he was trying. Good, let's keep him in the dark. I just wish I knew what I could do to convince Fleming to come teach at Hogwarts. Malfoy must have offered him something last time, because he seemed pretty comfortable with his position in the letter. I don't think being a professor at Hogwarts pays well enough. Hermione turned her head towards the basilisk, then to the Fang laying on the ground. Then she sighed. It's a shame that there aren't any legal potions that can be made from basilisk venom and fangs, otherwise we could convince him that way. These must be worth a lot on the black market, Hermione said. Why can't we just do that? Harry realized. He'd never considered the basilisk as such a valuable resource. He could offer most of it to Fleming, but he'd have to keep some venom for himself. He wasn't sure, but he had a feeling that Fleming was perfectly fine with dealing in the shadier aspects of potion brewing. Last time, in the tournament, he even offered to brew some undetectable performance enhancers, Harry told Hermione. He's not above a little illicit dealing to make some more money. That new information took Hermione by surprise, forcing her to re-evaluate the man she'd only known for a few months. Still, his teaching was far more impressive than Snape's, and given the choice between them, Fleming was the clear winner. Fine, but we need to find a way to trade basilisk parts in exchange for tutoring you in private or something. We can't be seen walking around with corrosive venom in our satchels. Harry decided to write the letter first and worry about how to actually get Flamel into the Chamber of Secrets without the entire school finding out later. He had to delay that until after classes, though, since the two of them had spent the entire lunch break down in the chamber. The next class was Charms, and it was the first class Harry would have with all his fellow sixth-year Gryffindors. Harry did know a surprising number of them personally, since much of the Gryffindor Quidditch team was made up of sixth years. Newt-level Charms focused more on spells that required more mental focus and control, and Professor Flitwick knew one student who had already mastered a good example. Mr. Potter, I've heard that you mastered the Patronus charm last year. Now tell me, what is it? That you need to cast it, beyond the basic wand movements and incantation. You need a happy thought. No, wait, you actually need to feel happy, Harry said. Correct. 5 points for Gryffindor. Now, would you care to demonstrate the spell for us, Mr. Potter? Harry saw all his fellow classmates' eyes turn expectantly on him. It would be embarrassing to mess it up now, but at least he had plenty of good memories to make him happy. Winking at Hermione and concentrating on their first proper key. Down in the chamber, he yelled, "Expecto Patro," but the thought suddenly took a turn for something much more say, "Daul," and he stumbled over the last syllable. It turned out to be something that sounded more like, "Expecto Patronua," as only a silvery mist with a slightly pink tinge erupted from his wand and failed to take form. Fred Weasley, with what spell did you hit Mr. Potter? Flitwick asked shrilly. Just a cheering charm, Fred answered innocently. I figured Harry wouldn't mind a little help. Harry knew that was definitely not a cheering charm, and so did Professor Flitwick. I don't want to take away the points that Mr. Potter just earned, Mr. Weasley, so you'll be serving detention with your head of house. You can tell her what charm you actually used. And keep your wand above the desk, where I can see it. Now, Mr. Potter, would you like to try again without any interruption? It wasn't that he didn't mind the effects of the spell or that he'd never had such thoughts before, it was more the surprise that caused him to botch the Patronus. Shaking off the effects of the spell, he concentrated on his victory during the trial of water and cast the spell again. This time, a pure silvery mist burst from his wand that quickly formed into the shape of an owl. For a second, Harry thought his Patronus had turned into Hedwig for some reason, but noticed the legs were a little longer and the owl itself was a little smaller. The people who were at the Quidditch game in third year knew his Patronus was a stag. It had hilariously charged down Draco. A lot of them wondered aloud about the change, but none of them as much as Harry. What did it mean? Well, obviously it meant that Hermione had now taken the place as the most important person in his life, but what about his father? The Patronus was one of the only links he had to man he'd never met but was always being compared to. He'd have to talk to Sirius about it, soon. Professor Flitwick interrupted his thoughts when he answered the class's questions. 10 points for Gryffindor for the excellent demonstration of the Patronus charm. Now to let everyone know, a Patronus can change forms. I expect that Mr. Potter here has had a rather interesting summer. Secondly, that charm was only an example. It does have rather limited uses now that the Dementors are back in Azkaban and there are no Lethifolds native to Britain. The rest of class was much more mundane, as the charm they actually worked with was an advanced levitation charm Volanium Leviosa. The only difference between this one and the first-year Wingardium was that they needed to clearly envision the flight path of the object before they cast the spell. Once it hit, they no longer needed to guide it with their wands. Most of the class had an easy time with it, and the twins were having fun trying to get their feathers to crash into everyone else's. Harry wondered if they were like this in every class, every year. By the end of the class, Harry had already mastered the charm, as had Hermione. While most of the class was still practicing, he decided to try casting it with his left-handed wand, something he'd never had a chance to do all summer long. The darker, Rowan and Dragon Heartstring wand, being a lesser match than his Holly and Phoenix Feather wand, combined with the fact that he was using his offhand, meant the magic was weaker and the wand movements were imperfect. He resolved to practice more with it during his spare time. The students all moved as a unit to their next class, which was another core class where nobody had failed their owls. Defense against the dark arts with Moody. Being fairly certain that Moody would spring a trap on the class like last time, Harry decided to warn the Gryffindors about a possible ambush by Moody. The class was doubled with the Hufflepuffs, though, and most of them had arrived before the Gryffindors. Just as the last student sat down at their desks, the door slammed shut by itself and the chairs instantly warped, strapping down their arms and tying them down. Harry, along with the rest of the Quidditch team members, were already on their guard and had the reflexes to match. A quick finite spell was all that was needed to free Hermione, but he couldn't continue with the other students as Moody stepped out from the back of the room once again and started hitting them with body-bind spells. Harry easily deflected them with a Protega. With Hermione at his side, Harry was confident he could take on Moody, especially after having been given half a year's worth of training by the man and the fact that they were limited to classroom-safe spells. He boldly stepped forward to take the offensive, knowing that Hermione would be more than capable of defending, reviving, and restoring him to normal from any jinx or hex Moody was likely to try. Compared to the training in the Forbidden Forest, this was no challenge at all. Moody had revealed his position and was outnumbered. Harry opened up with his standard, silent, dueler's hello, followed by a repeated chain of the twitchy itch combination, one that was actually more useful in combat, since it incorporated both Stupefy and Expelliarmus in the chain, with the minor shrinking and itching hexes spaced in between them. The shrinking hex was more useful than most wizards gave it credit for, as constricting robes could limit mobility, create a choking hazard, or just be very uncomfortable. On Moody, however, Harry was aiming to hit his artificial leg with it, which would have thrown the man completely off balance. With only a few Protega charms and some banishing charms from Hermione, Harry was protected from Moody's spells and objects that were flung at him. Harry never actually managed to land that shrinking hex, but he did force Moody on the defensive long enough for the rest of the class to come to their senses and join in. Being assaulted from all angles now, he was forced to cast the extremely draining variant of Protega which completely surrounded his body. "Stop. 6 of you, at least, have proven yourselves to be ready for a fight," Moody said. As the spell fire abated, he lowered his wand and started hobbling up to the front of the class. He was looking at Harry suspiciously, while the rest of the class was regarding their new professor with shock and Harry with awe. This certainly wasn't the way Moody had planned for the class to start out. "Now, who is it that warned all of you about my little introduction? I thought I made it quite clear to the other classes that this test had to be a surprise," Moody growled. "Harry, George and Fred were quick to point fingers, just to see Harry squirm a little. They didn't expect Harry to be the one who received the punishment in the end, since he obviously got his information from somewhere else. They just didn't realize it happened to be from another time. Potter, you're staying with me after class. We've got a lot to discuss, Moody said, enunciating every syllable. Harry didn't like the sound of that. Wait, outside the door for me, Hermione. Maybe we could figure out if he's imperious or not for sure this time, Harry whispered. Of course, she answered. This year, their main focus of study would be the one magical danger that they hadn't touched on in earlier years' other wizards. It was decidedly different from what he had taught the fourth years. His opening lecture made two things quite clear to the entire class. First, he was truly an experienced combatant, and second, he truly was as paranoid as the rumors suggested. The main difference from all the dark creatures and plants they'd learned about earlier was that, although many of them were magically powerful or resistant to spells, most of them were fairly predictable and often had specific charms to manage them for good, like the Patronus charm for Dementors. Humans, on the other hand, had variety, which was why Moody was always checking his food, keeping a magical eye on everyone's wands, casting spell-revealing charms on every doorway and staircase, and lined his office with sneakoscopes and other dark detectors. At the end of class, everyone left with a healthy appreciation for having all their limbs and eyeballs intact. Harry stayed behind as Moody had requested. That's some mighty impressive dueling you demonstrated for us, Mr. Potter. Can you tell me where you learned to fight like that? Moody asked. Do I have to? Harry asked. Moody wasn't amused. I got it from a book, he answered. Very funny, Potter. What are you trying to hide from me? Well, if I was trying to hide it from you, I wouldn't tell you now, would I? Harry answered snidely. He decided to go for broke and followed up with, after all, you could be under an Imperius and working for a crazy wizard or something. Thankfully enough, he didn't feel any hint of apprehension from Moody when he said that. It would take more than an average wizard to place an Imperius on me, Potter, Moody answered. Now you tell me who you learned to duel from, because being cooped up in a muggle home with books all summer doesn't make you into a fighter. First, I don't see why I have to tell you about my summer unless it's a homework assignment. Secondly, how do I know your eye isn't a spy for some crazy wizard? You might be alright, but I don't trust those prosthetics. Wow, that rhymed so well. Why do you keep talking about crazy wizards, Potter? Were you the one who sent me that warning over the summer? Yes, answered Harry, surprising Moody with his forwardness. I heard a rumor that you might be ambushed by a crazy wizard and they were planning to do it after the World Cup. That's it. Where did you hear this rumor? While I was shopping, Harry said, instantly stonewalling again. Now, will you excuse me? You're starting to act like Professor Snivelus. He could have faked his death, Moody said. And the aging potion lasts much longer than polyjuice. But remember that I trained James myself during our order meetings. This Potter was fighting like he knew me. Several of the staff members at the meeting gasped in surprise. You couldn't possibly be convinced by that alone, Alistair, Dumbledore said. No, it was a few things he said afterwards, Moody said. Tell me, is Harry known for being a prankster? Professor McGonagall answered for everyone. No, that title has been taken by the Weasley twins. Harry gets into his fair share of trouble, but he's never been out to cause trouble himself. So, the very opposite of James Potter, you'd say. Most of the professors nodded in agreement, except for Snape. I disagree. Potter is the same arrogant ruffian as his father and has never had any regard for school rules. And what do you care about rules, Snivelus? Moody barked in. Laughter. Look, he said a few odd things during our conversation together, and that was one of them. James Potter always had that nickname for his favorite Death Eater. Do you all recall what he called Voldemort? Crazy wizard who was probably just angry that he never got a decent lay, McGonagall answered. He could always find some humor, even in the middle of a war. And that disrespect got the fool killed, Snape interjected. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I've never met anyone else who's got the stones to call Voldemort that, even after his death, until now. I think Potter was joking that I was a spy for Voldemort. He used to do that during the war, too. Does anybody remember what James Potter's Patronus was? Harry's is no longer a stag, it's changed to some sort of owl, Flitwick told the rest of them. Some forest animal. Elk, moose, or something with horns, McGonagall answered again. That doesn't support your theory, Moody. That doesn't matter, Moody stated. It takes a pretty major life-altering event to change a wizard's Patronus, and I think facing Voldemort, faking your own death and losing your wife would count. I doubt a summer's worth of studying did that for Harry Potter. This is a different person we're dealing with. I have to admit your idea is far-fetched, Alistair, but it is the most convenient explanation for his newfound skills and change in attitude. Nevertheless, we need to be sure if the current Harry Potter is actually an imposter before we jump to conclusions. Draco. It has been nearly 2 weeks since you have returned to Hogwarts and our honored houseguest has been getting anxious to hear from you. I would like to remind you that your mother wishes to see you again. We eagerly await your owl. Sincerely, your father. Draco read the short letter with trepidation. His body unconsciously prepared for his fight-or-flight response, but he had nowhere to flee and couldn't possibly fight. He'd arrived at Hogwarts this year with the greatest humbling of his life. The day he went shopping for his school supplies, he returned to find a strange man in his house. He looked like some kind of street rat. However, why the man had broken into Malfoy Manor was a mystery. Draco called out to the house elves to throw the man out, but none of them responded. He proceeded to draw his wand, but only then realized that neither his father nor mother had followed suit. Instead, they were staring at him with shock. In the following days, Draco had mostly been confined to his room, for his own safety, as his father explained it. The only time he was let out of his room was for meals, which were nothing more than simple dishes that were prepared horridly. His complaints only earned his mother's ire, as apparently she had cooked them herself. The family's house elves had all been slaughtered upon the strange man's arrival. Draco had no idea what was going on, but he'd caught glimpses of his own father groveling and begging for forgiveness. He'd never done that for anyone, not the minister, not Dumbledore, not even for the head of the DMLE the last time she received a warrant to inspect their home. He foolishly decided that he'd had enough one day and stormed out of his room, demanding that the man leave. When he walked into the parlor, he was instantly thrown against one of the chairs, smashing it to pieces and knocking the breath out of him. As he lay on the floor, barely able to observe the scene as he winced in pain, he heard his father beg for the man to spare Draco and his mother. A different voice had spoken, coming from a half-human, half-wooden abomination that ordered Draco to retrieve the next most accessible item, which was at Hogwarts. The punishment for failure would, naturally, be death. Not Draco's death, however. He wasn't the one to swear an unbreakable vow. His mother did, in his place. Unfortunately for her, she was deemed the most useless of the Malfoys, as Lucius still controlled the fortune and held sway at the Ministry, while Draco had easy access to Hogwarts, which seemed important to the half-human, half-wooden abomination that his father regarded with the utmost fear. If he didn't find that diadem by the end of the month and send it back home, he would find himself one parent short. His instructions had been clear: there was a room he could summon with a particular thought and he was to retrieve the diadem inside of it, in secret. Getting Crabbe and Goyle off his back had been difficult the first week and he'd only managed to successfully call up the room once in between classes. Sneaking around that far away from the dungeons was already causing some suspicions from his classmates, especially since he was so close to his rival house's residence. He'd managed an hour or two each time, but after going through the entire room and not finding it, he realized he might have to sneak out after curfew and comb through its contents all night to be absolutely sure he hadn't missed anything. That brought him back to where he was standing right now, right outside the hidden room. He tried summoning it several times, but it didn't work. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the door had already been summoned, but it had blended into the wall. That could only mean one thing. Somebody else knew about the room. He burst inside with his wand drawn to encounter nobody. Someone had been here, no doubt about it. Everything had been moved around since the last time he had been here. His task wasn't so easy anymore. He needed to inform his father right away. This forced independence and responsibility was far too much for him to handle and he desperately needed advice. Harry only just managed to cast a disillusionment charm on himself and press up against the wall when he heard the door open. At first, he thought he'd been careless. Nobody had ever stumbled upon the room before when he requested the hidden door. Harry prepared to stun him, but the boy left in a hurry with a very worried look on his face. His actions left Harry puzzled. There wasn't any surprise on Draco's face. In fact, it very much mirrored his own expression, surprise and worry that somebody else knew about the room. From the map, he could tell that Draco was heading directly to the dungeons again. Whatever the boy was planning to do, he was going to do it where Harry couldn't follow safely, and there were a few objects he'd found from his last few days of rummaging that he wanted to take back to the dorms to show Hermione. He found her doing her homework in the common room, so he plopped himself down on an armchair beside her. She didn't react to his presence at all as she worked on her history essay. Harry wasn't sure if it was because she was just concentrating really hard on her work or if she was giving him the silent treatment for choosing dumpster diving in the junk room over his homework. "So Draco knows about the room," Harry said nonchalantly. A loud scratching of quill across parchment told Harry she was paying attention. Pulling him into a more secluded corner of the room, she began grilling him immediately. "All right, what did you do, Harry? Thanks for having so much faith in me, Hermione," Harry huffed. "I was wondering if you'd want to help me investigate how he found out." Hermione arched an eyebrow. "You mean he didn't follow you in? How else would he know? He didn't discover it on his own last time." "I don't know, and that's what's so weird about it. I think he was worried when he realized someone else knew about this room, and then he rushed straight to the dungeons. Are you going to help me tail him and see what he's up to?" "I will, because this is important, Harry, but you'd better stop spending all your time in that junk room and start studying. We need to learn as much as we can to take down Voldemort, so you need to put your time to better use." Searching the room was useful. "I'll show you what I've found later," Harry said, patting his pockets. "Look, he's leaving the dorms now. Put your books and meet me back here in 1 minute." While Hermione packed up her work, Harry unceremoniously dumped his findings into his trunk, grabbed his invisibility cloak, and ran back downstairs. They expected him to return to the room of requirement, but instead he turned to the Ollery. They caught up with him just in time to see him tie a letter to his family owl's leg. Draco wasted no time after watching the owl fly away and immediately turned around. Hermione, watching the map, said, "I think he's going back to the room." "Come on. Wait, I think I'll try following the letter," Harry said. "Maybe even snatch it from the Malfoy owl." Hedwig woke from her perch and gave him a disapproving look. Feeling like he was being scolded for an offense against post owls, Harry added, "I won't hurt him, I promise." "What are you planning on doing, Harry?" The truth was that he wasn't really planning anything, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. "I'm going to chase down that letter. You can follow Draco. Chase down the letter. Your broom's back at the..." Leaving the cloak with Hermione, Harry took a running jump over the ledge of the Ollery and nearly shocked Hermione to death, until he swooped back into view in his osprey form. The owl was moving quickly, as Draco had clearly marked the letter as urgent. His animagus form wasn't exactly ideal for high-speed chases, as ospreys naturally hunted around lakes. It was pulling further and further away, but by a stroke of luck the owl suddenly changed direction. Harry didn't have any time to figure out why as he altered course, enough to close much of the distance. His only chance at getting the letter was to cast a spell at it. And no cutting charm either. He honestly didn't want to hurt an innocent owl even if he hadn't promised Hedwig. That left him with the untying charm to loosen the string tying the letter to the owl's leg. And he couldn't cast the spell in his owl form, only in his human form, whether or not he had the wand incorporated into the transformation or not. Maybe he could ask Professor McGonagall about it discreetly later, but right now that meant he had a few seconds to land and cast the spell, hopefully hitting a moving target that would quickly be out of range. That is, unless he transformed and cast the spell in midair. No, that's ridiculous. Hermione was probably right, this would have been much easier with the firebolt and the invisibility cloak, Harry thought. Getting a spell off midair and transforming back's almost impossible, he told himself. Like the leaping lemur snitch snatch in Quidditch, where the seeker leapt off his broom to catch the snitch and, if they were lucky, caught their broom again as they fell. Which Harry had performed once before. In practice, at least. Here goes nothing. Harry kept his keen eyes trained on the owl as he swooped higher into the air to give himself a little more air time. Turning back into a human, he began his tumble, desperately keeping his eyes fixed on his target as he cast his spells. He was used to the feeling of freefall from his fast dives in Quidditch, but his instinct kept nagging at him to grab onto something solid, like the broom he didn't have. His left arm flailed gracelessly, but he still managed to keep a solid grip on his wand with his right hand and launched 3 untying charms. He plummeted towards the ground. The ground was rushing towards him like an unstoppable freight train as he quickly transformed back into a bird. The air resisted his feathers' mighty flap as he strained his wings, just barely scraping the ground with his talons as he took off again immediately. Looking ahead, he saw the letter had successfully been untied from the owl's leg. The Malfoy owl wasn't just going to give its job up that easily. The large bird immediately dove to retrieve its letter, which was fluttering to the ground. Harry managed to swoop by just in time, screeching angrily and throwing the post owl off track. He circled around to retrieve the letter, but, much like Hedwig, the great horned owl was too proud to simply let an attacker take its package without a fight. A loud, angry hoot announced its intent to battle as it cut across in front of Harry. As both the raptors danced through the air, both of them were keeping an eye on the parchment that was being swept across the ground by the wind. Twirling and flapping in an effort to keep ahead of the attacking owl, Harry managed to find himself just above the parchment and went into a near vertical dive like the many he'd practiced over the summer. The Malfoy owl attempted to arc around, sweeping across the grass to claw at Harry after he landed, but Harry quickly transformed back into himself. The owl smacked into Harry's chest with a thud, hitting a target that was 50 times heavier than it had originally expected. It flopped on the ground, conscious but dazed. "Sorry, I'm going to have to keep this for myself," Harry said to the owl, putting the parchment in his pocket. As an osprey again, he flew straight back to the castle. Right when he arrived in the Ollery, he heard a hooting from behind. "What, do you want to fight again?" He turned and saw that it wasn't the Malfoy owl, but a different one here to deliver a letter to him. The little owl was surprised at his hostility but still stuck out its leg, which Harry accepted. "So what have you got for me?" "Dear Mr. Potter, I have arranged for one day off that should coincide with your Hogsmeade weekend. I will meet you on Sunday, and if you can show me the basilisk, then I can arrange for an apprenticeship in exchange for harvesting the body parts." Floyd Fleming, Maitre de Potions International, Westeuropäischer Grossmeister im Zaubertrankbrauen, Certified British Potions Master. Harry grinned. Even Mr. Fleming wouldn't be able to say no once he saw the basilisk itself inside the chamber. He opened up Draco's letter, hoping it would contain equally good news. "Dear Father, somebody else knows about the room. I need advice. Your son." Harry stared blankly at the letter he'd fought so hard to acquire. Whatever Draco was intending to do, he was being extremely cautious about it. At least now knew that Lucius knew about the Room of Requirement. Had he always known, or had something changed this time around? Putting the letters in his pockets, he went to search for Hermione to see what she could make of it. "Draco must have tried to contact us," Narcissa said, inspecting the loose bit of string that the owl was presenting her. "Perhaps he was going to tell us he's finally succeeded. Even if he did, he still managed to get his letter intercepted," Lucius replied bitterly. "I swear, you coddled him far too much. My father would have turned Draco's cheeks red for his brutishness and utter lack of subtlety. Could you please have a little more faith in your own son?" "What little faith I have in his ability to achieve pales in comparison to my faith in the Dark Lord's ability to punish me using your death. How hard is it to retrieve something when you have every instruction on how it's hidden?" He must have sent Draco on a fool's errand. Or perhaps not. Someone else is watching him closely. Dumbledore, obviously. The best I can do is keep him tied up at the Wizengamot during the upcoming Black Trial to give Draco some breathing room. Let's hope he finds it in time. After chasing down Draco and his letter both turned out to be a bust, Harry made good on his promise to study more diligently. They wouldn't get anything done by wasting even more time following him around, as the letter only revealed nothing that they couldn't have guessed. Trying to intercept all his mail and following him every day would do more harm than good. They had to keep their secret from Draco as well. He seemed to be spending more and more time there, so Harry decided stop scavenging and start sorting through the bounty from looting the room. Oh, omnioculars. Hermione inspected a pair of the devices that had been extremely popular during the World Cup and the Triwizard Tournament. It can only enlarge things now, like normal binoculars. There were others, but they were all cracked, Harry told her. Of course, that seemed to be the reason most of the items were tossed into the junk room. "I'll figure something out." I've wanted to study one of these all summer, but we never got around to buying one. They continued to organize the things Harry had found between usable, repairable, and junk. Harry had discovered that, aside from broken furniture, objects from Mr. Filch's list of banned items had made up a significant portion of the room's contents. Most of them were even working well enough to be considered usable, although Hermione considered them all to be junk. Ministry banned items seemed to have found their way into the room as well, like flying carpets and an enchanted bicycle. They decided to keep some mostly empty notebooks, spare quills, and spare potion supplies for obvious reasons. Harry charmed some old clothing to fit himself and kept an alarm clock to fix up as well, while Hermione kept a few seemingly ancient texts for study. Harry was particularly proud of one find, a metallic glove that was very similar to the one Cedric used in the tournament, except all its jewels were now missing. The metal itself was very tarnished and hadn't held up nearly as well as the sword of Gryffindor or the diadem, so Harry wondered if it really was a goblin-forged gloves. If only I could find some actual jewels to put back into these sockets, maybe I could get it to work, Harry said hopefully. You work on that, I'll work on the omnioculars. Hey, what's this? Hermione asked, reaching for the last object hidden far underneath Harry's bed. No, wait, it's not finished. Harry reached out to stop her, but it was too late. She pulled out a soft, but torn, stuffed animal. Not finished. She pulled out a stuffed animal, which immediately walked over to one of the textbooks Hermione had opened and closed it. It was supposed to be your birthday present, Harry said. You know how I can barely afford anything anymore. I'd like to give the Weasleys more if I could, but anyways, I figured I could fix that up for you, add a few charms, and make it your birthday present. When it's done it'll remember your page for you in the books that it closes. For now, it just closes books. The bear crawled over to another book and slammed it shut. Oh, that's sweet, Harry. I guess the surprise is ruined, but I look forward to when it's working properly, she said, nudging the bear back under the bed. A quiet cough from behind them caused them to turn around. Ron was standing at the doorway. Did you really bankrupt yourself to pay Bill? So much you can't even afford to give Hermione a present. Well, not completely bankrupt, but I couldn't pay him any more until I'm of age. And there were 4 other Cursebreakers and 4 hit wizards to pay as well. I was hoping to hire him for a few more jobs after that, Harry said, thinking of the other Horcruxes he'd have to hit next summer. Why didn't the 2 of you let me in on your plans? We could have faced him together, like everything else we've done over the years. We didn't face him at all. That's what Bill was there for, Hermione said in exasperation. And she knew because I ended up staying over at Hermione's for the summer. I would have hired Bill on my own if I was stuck at the Dursleys, he lied. Seeing Ron accept the explanation let him tack on another one. To be honest, we could only watch. That's why we studied so hard over the summer, to make sure we're ready to finish off Voldemort once and for all. Really? But you've faced Voldemort before. Twice. Why would you just start studying now? And how did you get everything done so quickly? I started last year, actually. Hermione tutored me. The whole basilisk thing made me realize how lucky I was, and I can't depend on luck, Harry said tentatively. Lie after lie was piling on now, but at least they were plausible. Do you want to practice some spells with us, too, after classes? Yeah, I'd like that. You know, for a while I didn't want to talk to you because, well, Bill and everything, but then I figured it wasn't your fault, you know. Charlie's of age, and he can decide for himself what was dangerous. And none of that really stopped us from going down for the Philosopher's Stone in first year, yeah. I already lost a brother, and I don't want to lose my friends, too. Harry's grin widened. He was impressed that Ron was taking a more mature attitude. We can start right away. I can show you where we can practice after dinner, then. Hermione was surprised at Ron's change in attitude, but welcomed him back as well. The trio made their way back down to dinner together for the first time in ages, at least, to Harry and Hermione. An owl for Harry swooped in front of his bowl of soup just as he was about to begin. It dropped off a hastily scribbled letter and went on its merry way. Harry unraveled it, and to his delight it was a letter from Sirius. Dear Harry, just as you said, some ministry orders came to France and told me I'm getting a trial. They escorted me back to England, no dementors, no shackles, nothing. It's amazing, I'm sure they'll find me innocent in no time at all. The trial starts tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be a free man in time for dinner. Your godfather. Sirius Black. Harry let out a loud victory whoop from his seat, causing several people to stare. He didn't care, though, and shared the good news with Ron and Hermione. Hopefully this meant he could finally have a godfather to go back to. After dinner, they took Ron up to an empty classroom and showed him the basics of 4th and 5th year charms. Hermione used the time to familiarize herself with her spare wand, as did Harry. The practice, and occasional flubbing of the spells, was enough to remind each of them of the better times they had in earlier years. Harry leapt at the paper that Friday to see the results of the trial. Sirius's innocence hadn't made front-page news, as Hermione predicted. Much like Peter Pettigrew's trial, much of the focus was not on Sirius's innocence but on something else that happened in the courtroom that day. Malfoy accuses Dumbledore of conspiracy against noble families. By Andrea Anderson. The recent, delayed trial of the head of a noble house caused some members of the Wizengamot to wonder how their very own rights could have been violated so badly. The heir to the ancient and noble House of Black was held in custody for an extended period of time while awaiting trial, and became the head of house when the previous head, Orion Black, passed on. Being in custody prevented him from claiming his inheritance or retaining his family's trusted solicitors. How did this unfortunate accident occur? According to Wizengamot member Lucius Malfoy, it was not an accident at all, but a deliberate plot to eliminate competition by Dumbledore. It has long been known that the House of Black has often stood in opposition to many of Dumbledore's liberal and Muggle-oriented proposals, such as increased scholarships for Muggle-borns or a Muggle education fund for squibs. The Malfoys, longtime allies of the Blacks, have often found themselves in the same position. Albus Dumbledore, as the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, shared authority with the head of the DMLE and the Minister of Magic when it came to high-profile crimes. He has been called in for questioning, as have the former head of the DMLE, Bartemius Crouch. Malfoy. All this time we've been wondering how to get Dumbledore off our backs and Malfoy's the one that does it for us. Hermione whispered to Harry. Sure enough, the staff table was missing the headmaster today. He does raise a really good point, though. Why didn't Sirius even get a trial? Why would Dumbledore let him rot in Azkaban without proof? Harry realized he'd never realized this injustice had occurred until now. He would have to ask Sirius about it when they met at Hogsmeade tomorrow. Harry couldn't stop bouncing off the walls until Saturday came. He practically dragged Hermione and Ron to Hogsmeade ahead of all the other students to get to the Three Broomsticks. The only person who was even more eager to be there was, apparently, Sirius himself. He already had a table ready and waiting when the trio came barreling through the door. Harry, how have you been? I'm sorry I couldn't take you home last summer. Lily's sister was a foul woman, and so was her husband. I'm not letting you stay with them for another year, I promise this time. Don't worry, Sirius. It wasn't your fault. My summer wasn't bad at all, actually. I spent it with Hermione, he said, giving his girlfriend a hug. Then again, Sirius didn't know about the girlfriend part yet. He'd save that surprise for later. So you took care of him this summer. You have my eternal thanks, Hermione. And tell Crookshanks I said hi, too. I will. Congratulations on getting pardoned, Mr. Black. Ah, I wasn't fully pardoned. They charged me with breaking and entering, child endangerment, petty theft, being an unregistered animagus, and prison breakout. I guess I did a lot of stupid things trying to get to Peter. Wait, they charged you for breaking out of prison when you weren't even supposed to be in there in the first place. Sirius just shrugged in reply. Apparently it's illegal to try to escape, whether or not you're supposed to be in there. Don't worry about it. That's all in the past, and I just want to enjoy my freedom. He turned to Ron and extended his hand. I heard your brother played a big part in catching Peter. I'm sorry for your loss, Ron, but I'll do what I can to make it up to your entire family. Ron silently accepted Sirius's gratitude, not knowing what to say. It was obvious that the loss of Bill had still left a hole in his heart that had yet to heal. Thanks, Mr. Black. I don't think Mom or Dad would want to accept anything. Nonsense. The least I can do is get you a proper owl, for starters. How's that tiny little furball doing? What tiny furball? Ron asked. What are you talking about? The one I sent with Harry's letter and Hogsmeade permission slip. I said he was yours, you should have received it on the last day of school. Pigwidgeon. That hyperactive little owl. I wonder where he went. Harry recalled that he received the letter while on the train, but he was hiding out inside Hogwarts last time. What had become of his Hogsmeade permission slip? I was a little preoccupied on the last day. I never received an owl from you until my birthday, he explained. As if on cue, Professor McGonagall strode in, giving a harsh glare at Harry. Mr. Potter, she said in her sternest voice. You have yet to hand in a permission slip that allows you to leave Hogwarts grounds. Then you have the audacity to run from me when I attempted to stop you. If only I were younger. Professor McGonagall, my favorite teacher. Sirius laughed. Hey, since I'm free and I'm officially Harry's godfather, why don't I just give him permission right now and you can forget the whole thing? Today's a day for celebration. Sit down and have a drink with us. In fact, drinks for everyone. He blew a key at Rosmerta, faked a swoon in return. She immediately began filling up glasses of butterbeer for the kids and fire whiskey for all the adults in the restaurant. Amazingly enough, Sirius managed to tame McGonagall enough that she decided not to give Harry any detention. Just before she left, though, she brought up the last day of third year and how Harry got away without detention for that, as well. From there, Harry and Hermione couldn't do anything to steer the conversation away from the incident with Luna, and the two of them were forced to stick to their cover story. Luna caught us snogging, Harry said reluctantly. Ron looked shocked and Sirius couldn't hold his laughter in. The two of you what? How did? Ron couldn't form a complete sentence when his unconscious denial of the obvious was shattered. Congratulations. I was meaning to ask you if she was your lucky lady when we finally met in the Shrieking Shack. We weren't a couple at the time, Harry answered. It was a little afterwards that we discovered how we really felt about each other. And you couldn't wait until after summer to get your snogs in, Don't worry, Harry. I approve. You know how many times James used his head boy status to sneak in a few late-night inspections with the head girl. He wiggled his eyebrows in the if you know what I mean manner, causing Harry to groan in disgust. Sirius, I didn't need to know that about my parents, thank you very much. Ron finally managed to recover from his shock and blurted out the first thing on his mind, while the sections of his brain that controlled tactfulness were still struggling. But you're only having a bit of fun, right? I mean, you can have your pick of any girl you want, like Parvati. Or Katie, even. You're Harry Potter. You're not going to stick around with Hermione, are you? Oh, and what is that supposed to mean? Hermione gave Ron a challenging, icy stare. Not that you're well, you can't say they're just really pretty, you know. Everyone knows that. Harry would be really happy with them. Ron stammered out, his nerves breaking down under Hermione's glare. I think Hermione's really pretty, Harry said, trying to defuse the situation, but it didn't help. You think Harry's as shallow and inconsiderate as you, Ron. She got up and dragged Ron by the ear outside, ranting the whole way. Is that the only thing you care about? How a girl looks? Would you be happy with one of those Slytherin girls? She was certainly giving Ron an earful, as Harry could still hear her muffled voice outside as the door slammed shut. So that's the girl in your life, Harry. I bet she's quite the brainy one as well, isn't she? How did you know? Harry was certain Sirius didn't have time to get a good impression of Hermione beforehand. She's just like Lily. She was never afraid to give James a piece of her mind when he said something stupid. Good thing he smartened up and worked hard to get head boy status. I can't tell you the number of times she scolded me. The two of you remind me of James and Lily. Hearing that his relationship with Hermione reflected those of his parents made him even more proud of confessing his feelings for her. After all, if their love was strong enough for them to produce Harry, then maybe wait, Harry didn't want to go there too soon. Thanks, Sirius. You know, I was wondering if you could teach me something, he said, changing the subject. How to be an animagus. How do you like my birthday gift, Harry? I can coach you through the harder parts. No, actually Hermione and I have something to show you later. We need to learn how to apparate, Harry said. Apparate. Harry, you're only 14. You're not allowed to learn until you're 16, and you can't do it by yourself until you're 17. Hey, you were an unregistered animagus when you were still in school, Harry countered. And there aren't any other adults I could ask that might be willing. You're the only one I can count on for this. Harry attempted to pull out his pleading puppy dog eyes on Sirius, but it was unnecessary. The potential for mischief and the chance to bond with his godson was enough to convince him. Touché, Harry. How about we learn in the Shrieking Shack on weekends? You still remember how to sneak in there, right? Sure thing, Sirius. Harry grinned. It was a busy Sunday planned for Harry, which began with a trip back down to the Chamber of Secrets to nab himself one of the broken-off fangs, carefully putting it in a thick leather bag found in the Room of Requirement, naturally. He trusted Fleming would be talented enough to recognize a basilisk fang when he saw one. The alarm clock he found would be put to its first use because Fleming insisted the meeting be early in the day, before he had to get back to work, combined with the fact that France was an hour ahead. After the meeting with Fleming, he'd have the afternoon with Sirius, where he could practice apparition. Ron would join him and Hermione then, because he wasn't inclined to wake up early to get to Hogsmeade by breakfast time just to talk about potions. Finally, he saved the last few hours at Hogsmeade for Hermione's birthday dinner, which Ron and Sirius would hopefully stay for. As Harry stepped into the Three Broomsticks, he asked Madame Rosmerta if Fleming had arrived yet. He's reserved a room upstairs, but he hasn't arrived, Mr. Potter. You're welcome to wait inside. Harry and Hermione went upstairs and ran into Sirius, who was stepping out of the shared bathroom for the overnight guests. Harry, I thought we weren't meeting until this afternoon. I'm meeting someone for business. Why are you still here? Harry responded. Didn't you go home? Nah, too much hassle. And I never liked my home anyway. The inn is much more comfortable choice if I'm going to see you 2 days in a row. What's this business meeting of yours? I need to learn potions and Snape won't teach me, so I'm trying to convince a good potions master to teach me, Harry said. Ah, you're better off without Snivelus anyways. Do you want an adult there for the discussion? I could do something officially as your godfather. He offered. That'd be great, Sirius, but I think you should put some proper clothes on first, Harry told him. Sirius looked down before he realized he was still in his bathrobe. With an aloof grin on his face, Sirius sauntered back to his room while Harry pointed out the room where they'd be meeting Fleming. Exactly when the clock struck 9, Fleming walked in through the door. It's good to know there are others who appreciate punctuality, he said, eyeing Harry, Hermione, and Sirius. Harry stood up to shake his hand and introduce everyone to Fleming. I'm Harry Potter. This is my girlfriend, Hermione Granger, and my godfather, Sirius Black. Floyd Fleming. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? Time is money. I suppose my reputation led you to seek me as a tutor, even though I don't normally teach as a profession. You've offered some extremely rare ingredients for me in exchange. Can you show me proof? Harry pulled out the leather bag and laid it out on the table. I hope you can tell what this is, he said, smiling. The look on Fleming's eyes told Harry all he needed to know, but he watched in silence as Fleming pulled a few tools from his bag, casting a few spells for further analysis. A basilisk fang with trace amounts of venom still on it, he breathed out. This is indeed an ingredient I have difficulty acquiring. That's seriously a basilisk fang, Harry? Sirius asked, shocked. You really need to tell me more about what you're getting up to at school these days. So I suppose you're satisfied with the sample, then. There's an entire basilisk's worth of material, of course, if you'll agree to tutor Hermione and me, Harry said, motioning to Sirius to calm down. Wait, Harry, you really mean the whole basilisk? Sirius interrupted before Fleming could respond. When Harry nodded in response, Sirius turned to the potions master. There's nowhere else in the world you could get these kinds of ingredients. I think that they deserve to become apprentices. Harry leaned over and whispered, what's the difference, actually? Tutors really only have to teach the school curriculums or whatever is required. An apprentice gets to learn above and beyond that, including the potion master's unique brews, he answered. In the old days, apprentices would generally inherit the businesses as well, but then somebody invented franchising. Quite correct, Mr. Black, but there are 2 problems with your proposal. First, I already have 2 apprentices studying under me, and I have no time to oversee 2 more. Secondly, payment is not my primary concern when taking apprentices. Skill is. How about a compromise? Hermione asked. We'd definitely like to learn more about potions than the standard Hogwarts curriculum. Could you just teach us a few of your specialties? No, that is simply something I can't do. My recipes are not to be tossed back and forth with abandon, and all my past apprentices have sworn this knowledge to secrecy and only used with my personal approval, at least until I designate an heir to my businesses. How about this? I will tutor you beyond your newt levels, but only in generalized techniques, enough to leave you only a few steps away from becoming potion masters yourselves. If you have proven your ability, and my current apprentices have mastered the arts themselves, I will complete your education by swearing the two of you as my next apprentices in line. All this is conditional on harvesting the basilisk you claim to have, of course. Does that sound fair? Harry, Hermione, and Sirius huddled together in a group discussion before finally agreeing. Over 2 years' worth of material was more than enough for them to learn, and they had no idea if Mr. Fleming's potions would be of any use to their particular mission, in any case. General potions expertise would be far more helpful, as well as medical potions if they could negotiate it out of him. All right, it's agreed. There are a few particular potions we want to learn, but we can discuss those later. Naturally, if we're trading in basilisk parts, you don't want a written contract lying around, do you? I see you're a little more well-versed in the ways of the world than the average teenager, Mr. Potter. Harry smiled. This means I also won't be showing you the basilisk itself, of course. If everybody knew how to access it, it wouldn't be much use for bartering, would it? Do you know how to properly harvest the head crest, Mr. Potter? Harry shook his head. Then proper dissection technique, harvesting, preservation, and handling of ingredients will be an excellent place to begin our lessons. This fang is worth enough to cover the first several lessons, and I expect the crest to be delivered more meticulously than in a simple leather bag, he said disapprovingly, but not without some hope in his voice. Will meeting twice a week suffice? Are you willing to skive off potions and sneak out to learn potions properly, Hermione? There's no need to sneak out, Harry. Personal tutors are allowed into Hogwarts, and there's plenty of empty classrooms within the castle. It's standard practice, mostly with Slytherin and Ravenclaw families. It's all documented in Hogwarts, a history. Of course it is, Harry said. Well then, are those times convenient for you? First class on Monday, and just before lunch on Thursdays. Monday. Then we begin tomorrow. Fleming agreed, and they all shook hands on the deal. Just before they left, though, Fleming asked Sirius, "You said your name was Sirius Black as in the British noble family of Black?" "Yes, in fact, I'm the head of house." "Why do you ask?" "A few years ago, well, more than a few, I have to admit, I attempted to establish a brewery and apothecary here in Britain, but the market was too tightly controlled by several families. The Blacks being one of them, I presume." "Yes. Tell me, does the Black family still control the Philolathus Concoctions Company? I hear they've made no interesting developments since the discovery of Veritaserum. If I were to take the reins of the company, I can promise it would be quite profitable for the both of us. I'll be honest, I only recently came into my inheritance of the family, and I haven't had time to go over my family holdings. My father and I never really got along, you see, so it was a surprise that I inherited anything at all. I'll send you a letter next week, how about that? Harry and I have the rest of the afternoon for some quality godfather-godson bonding, so if you'll excuse us." After a hearty breakfast, they met with Ron in the Shrieking Shack and Sirius got ready to give his first apparition lesson to the trio. "I still can't believe you want to learn apparition when you're still 14. I can't believe I'm the one teaching you. Okay, let's see if I remember." "Wait, you don't remember how to apparate?" "Ah, don't worry, it's like riding a broom. You do it a few times and you never really forget," he told them. "Just let me check. Wait, Sirius, how long has it been since you last apparated? Didn't you apparate to get here? Flowed to the 3 broomsticks. And an international portkey to the ministry from France. I spent a lot of time running around as a dog when I was in France. I think we should pick up some dittany before we begin, just in case," Hermione suggested. 15 minutes later, after a trip to the local apothecary, they were ready to start again. "Okay, so let's begin with a demonstration," Sirius said. "I'll just apparate to the other side of the room." Harry and Hermione held their breaths as Sirius disapparated with a pop. Ron didn't seem surprised, however, since his parents had done it plenty of times with him. The fact that Sirius didn't reappear on the other side of the room caused them to panic, until they heard some thumping from upstairs. "It's okay. I'm fine. I just didn't picture the house properly, that's all. Sirius said as he stepped back into the room. I think this is a good time to go over the 3Ds of apparition, the first of which is destination. You really have to know where you're going before you apparate. That also means you might accidentally apparate into a place you're more familiar with than the place you actually want to go, but you'll get over that with practice. The process is pretty easy, just picture the location in your mind. I want all of you to practice that. The more you can picture accurately, the better. For the next few hours, they didn't end up staying in the Shrieking Shack, since they weren't actually apparating. Instead, Sirius told them to describe, in detail, various places around Hogsmeade like Zonkos, Three Broomsticks, Honeydukes, the path that led from town to Hogwarts, and other locations they should have been familiar with. They quickly learned from this exercise how little attention they truly paid to the details of the places they visited so often. After getting tired of walking, Ron asked, "So, how soon until we can actually start apparating?" "Patience, patience," Sirius said. "I haven't even finished going over the theory yet. There's still more to do next week, but I'm famished. Let's call it a day and have a late lunch. Not to mention I need some more practice before I teach any more," he thought. "What are the other Ds of apparition?" Harry asked. "You never finished explaining. Air discomfort and don't splinch yourself." "That doesn't sound right," Hermione said. "Wasn't it supposed to be determination and deliberation? You can go with that, if it works for you. I never bothered looking up what deliberation meant, but I still got it. As long as you know what you're doing, where you're going, and what to expect, it's a piece of cake. Next week, I'll take you all on a side along so you know what it feels like. Took me ages to get used to the feeling. I'll say I never liked apparition with my dad until I was 8, Ron informed them. I still don't like it, but if I get to do it myself, that's a whole different story. And not splinching yourself is really the key to apparition. You could end up 3 towns over in the wrong direction, but if you didn't splinch yourself, you can always try again. But isn't determination what keeps people from splinching themselves? Hermione asked. Maybe if you're determined enough to ignore that squeezing feeling. I'm just telling you what works for me. As Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked back to the inn for their meal, Sirius kept popping ahead, apparating several steps at a time. It annoyed the teens a little, much to Sirius's delight, knowing that even after they learned to apparate they'd never be able to use it in public. I wish he'd stop doing that. Seriously, he's less mature than we are, Hermione huffed. Oh, come off it, Hermione. If I could apparate, I wouldn't be bothering with waiting for those pesky stairs at Hogwarts to line up properly all the time, Ron said. You can't apparate in Hogwarts. How many times have I told you, it's in Hogwarts. A history, we know, Harry cut in. But at least we won't have to take an hour-long walk from the gates to get to Hogsmeade. We still can't do that if we're going to be seen, Hermione said. It's illegal. We'll get in trouble, and not just with the professors. Well, we can do it from one of the underground passages to the Shrieking Shack. Nobody will see us. We just need to figure out where the wards end underground so we can apparate safely. Why didn't I think of that? Sirius said suddenly from behind, startling all 3 of them. I wouldn't have had to waste so much time dragging Wormtail over to the shack back in June. You mean dragging me, Ron grumbled. Hey, I said I was sorry. I tried not to hurt you too badly, Sirius barked out humorously. At least you were gripping Wormtail so hard that he couldn't escape if he tried, so thanks for that. Oh, and I'll get you that owl by next week. The prospect of finally receiving his own owl brightened Ron up immensely, but Sirius's attention was quickly diverted to Hermione. So it's your birthday tomorrow, right? I'll ask Rosmerta to whip up a cake for you faster than 2 wags of a dog's tail. Oh no, that's not necessary, Sirius. Hermione remained bashful, trying to discourage Sirius from continuing to act like a hyperactive teenager. Then again, he had good reason to celebrate. Nonsense. You're Harry's friend, and any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine. Now, do you like chocolate? Harry was smirking behind Sirius, silently mouthing, "Don't fight it." Ron was practically salivating at the thought of chocolate cake. Hermione sighed. All right, but just the cake. What do you mean just the cake? There's the rest of the meal. Which I'll cover, Harry said. I have to do something for her today, too. I thought you didn't have any money left. Ron gave Harry a questioning look. I only have pocket change left. I can buy my girlfriend a nice meal, at least. As they stepped into the dining section of the inn, Harry led the group towards one of the more secluded tables. You have no money left, Harry. How did you manage that? Making sure there was nobody around, Harry explained his financial situation in more detail with Sirius, along with the problem of the Horcruxes. There were still several more to go, and Harry couldn't afford more cursebreakers to get at them. After a long-winded explanation, Sirius responded with only a puzzled look and a simple question. You mean Dumbledore wasn't the one who got me freed? What? No, he had no idea until Pettigrew was taken to court. He was surprised that I was there. Did he actually take the credit for that? Sirius thought for a while, but ended up answering, I guess not, he only implied it. After my trial he said something like, I only wished that I could have given you your freedom earlier, as I left. Bill was the one who did most of the work. He helped scout out Voldemort's hideout, contact Croyer's company for other cursebreakers and the hit wizards, Harry explained. Then I really have to give your brother more credit, Ron. So Dumbledore didn't actually do anything at all other than his job as the chief warlock. According to Malfoy, he's not even doing that job properly, Hermione said. I suppose you haven't been keeping up with the news since your release. I guess I should, since it was a newspaper that motivated me to break out of prison, Sirius said. But enough about that. Here comes the cake. Serious discussions were put aside as Madame Rosmerta presented them with a small chocolate cake with a single candle in the center. After a cheerful song of, Happy Birthday, Hermione blew a small puff to extinguish the candle. The flame kept burning, so she blew harder, which only turned the flame green. Another long breath caused the candle to emit blue sparks. Naturally, a finite charm only caused the candle to change color as well. All right, Sirius, what's the trick? Say your birthday wish out loud before you blow it, he said. No, that ruins the whole point of the wish. Come on, just tell us. Oh, it must be something dirty, right? Right. Sirius and Ron both snickered, but Hermione caught a glint of hopefulness in Harry's expression. Oh, you're not getting away with that so easily, she warned Harry. I wish that Harry would give me a neck rub every night before bed. Forever. She then quickly blew out the candle. Does that candle actually enforce wishes? Harry asked. Not at all. They all had a good laugh and Harry promised to talk Hermione down from forever to 1 week as they ate their dessert before ordering their meal proper. The rest of the day was a much more private celebration than Hermione's last 15th birthday. Harry gave her the repaired, and charmed, teddy bear while Ron picked up a box of Honeydukay's finest chocolates as they left Hogsmeade. As curfew sounded, Sirius was reluctant to leave, as he would be returning home to a screaming portrait, a disrespectful house elf, and a lot of unhappy childhood memories. He inadvertently gave them one last laugh when he attempted to apparate from the main doors of Hogwarts, dazing himself when he bounced off the anti-apparition wards. They finally parted ways as Filch came to lock up and give detention to the stragglers. Now, before we begin, can you tell me what is the first step in brewing any potion? Harry and Hermione had an entire classroom to themselves with Mr. Fleming, and looked at each other with amused smirks. In perfect unison, they replied, tie up loose robes and hair, and proceeded to do just that, quickly working their way into Fleming's good books. The lesson was much like their first class lesson with Fleming last time around, with the focus on safety and handling of potion tools and ingredients, but in much more detail, since there were only 2 of them to teach. Of course, since he was being paid in basilisk parts, they went over the easiest of harvesting techniques, the external organs and structures, especially the basilisk crest, took up a large portion of the first lesson. Their skill with the basics definitely impressed him. Well, I'm glad that potion education in Britain hasn't completely neglected the focus on safety as I've been led to believe, Fleming stated as the lesson wrapped up. Actually, we learned most of that from studying on our own. The Hogwarts potions professor never taught us that, Harry said, hoping to once again to rid Hogwarts of the greasy nuisance. Is that so? How does he manage to teach the class without any permanent injuries, I wonder? He must be watching the class like a hawk, but prevention is always easier and more effective than protection, as they say. Well, Madame Pomfrey is a very good healer, Harry said. Yeah, she fixes Neville right up every time he flubs a potion. How many times has he been to the infirmary? Hermione bounced Fleming's attention back to Harry, catching the hint. This year. Twice, I think, so I guess he's getting better. Last year was still once a week, wasn't it? Fleming made a mental note to check with the witch in the infirmary before he left the castle. Perhaps he would even stay until lunch to observe a potions class himself to see if his two pupils were exaggerating. If they weren't, that would be very concerning for his future plans. Even if he could strike a deal with Mr. Black in setting up a new brewery business, it would all be moot if he couldn't find any decent brewers to run it. If he had to train and screen all the employees himself, he'd waste so much time he could simply make better profits staying in his core markets on continental Europe. Then again, there was something right here that could help ease the transition and prepare the British market quickly. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, I have an extra task for you so long as I will be tutoring the 2 of you. Consider it homework. Hermione perked up at the idea any homework from Fleming would be more productive than Snape's, at least. Harry just assumed Fleming wanted him to harvest some more of the basilisk. Neither of them were prepared for his assignment. I would like the 2 of you to teach to the other students what the official potions professor has been remiss in during his lessons. It could be a student association or club, voluntary for others to join, of course, but please try to teach as many as possible what I am teaching you. Teach. I'm not sure if I can. He didn't think he was cut out to be a teacher and teaching potions. Being in a position like Snape nearly turned him off the idea completely. You learn the least from reading it out of a book, Fleming explained, ignoring Hermione's sour look. While I'm impressed by how much you've remembered, you will learn much more by experiencing and practice. However, there is no better test of truly understanding your lessons than being able to pass that knowledge on to somebody else. Well, what can we teach? Harry asked. We really don't know much about potions. You don't have to be as formal as a professor. Simply use what you've learned from our tutoring sessions and improve the skills of your peers. If what you say is true, then there's already plenty of room for them to improve upon, Fleming said as he was packing up. Obviously, safety and proper equipment selection should be the focus of your first lessons. Perhaps, by the end of the month, your club can be better equipped than your standard class. There are entire classes of potions that cannot be brewed with the basic bronze cauldron, which I will have to teach you as well. As they bid Mr. Fleming goodbye, they prepared for their next class, arithmancy. It would be a perfect time to start asking others to start recruiting others for a potions club. The only students who managed to pass the arithmancy owl were the keen students who placed little value on the house rivalries. What should we call the club? Just the Potions Club. Harry threw out suggestions as they worked on their arithmancy exercise. Or the Hogwarts Potions Club HP for short, Hermione said. I'm not using my own initials for a club I'm going to be leading. That just seems so conceited. I'd never hear the end of it from Snape. You're right, wouldn't it be ironic if we named the club after Snape? The Snape Club, for everyone who didn't learn potions properly from Snape himself. I think that would be funny, but Snape would put an end to it as soon as he found out we were parading around his name. Samuels, who was sitting beside them, overheard their conversation and cut in. He can't stop you if you're using an acronym that just happens to spell out, Snape. And for what it's worth, I think it's a great idea, but you two need to talk more quietly while we're working, he advised. Hermione apologized, but continued talking more quietly. An acronym, It could be something like the Students Need a Proper Education Society. I don't think I could host that with a straight face, Harry sniggered. Is it a bad thing that how much I love this club will depend on how much Snape hates it? By the end of the class, Samuels had spread the word to his fellow Ravenclaws and many of them were quite interested in the idea. With the next 2 classes, they could spread the word to the other Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. Moody's class that day, however, left them no room to pass any notes during the lesson. He demanded their full attention, and had his full attention on Harry, as he was kicking off with his favorite topping in all of Defense Against the Dark Arts. The Unforgivables. There are only 3 spells that are classified as unforgivable, and every one of them will earn you a life sentence in Azkaban for its use. Are any of you aware of what they are? The Cruciatus Curse came from one of the Hufflepuff girls. One of the most common examples I'd seen in my years as an Auror. Known to cause the greatest amount of pain that your mind is even capable of comprehending, but without any physical damage to your body, interestingly enough. Next, how about you, Potter? The imperious, Harry answered, keeping his eyes locked on Moody. Evidently, Moody didn't trust students enough to lower his mental shields in the classroom, but the fact that Moody was capable of keeping his occlumency going was evidence enough that he wasn't under an imperious this time. Correct, Mr. Potter. The imperious is, interestingly enough, the only unforgivable curse that can be resisted. Should you fail to resist, you will fall under the complete control of the caster, although I was expecting you to name the curse you're famous for surviving. Well, that day wasn't exactly the high point in my life. When an unforgivable is cast, it's not going to be a good day for anybody, Moody growled. Now what's the last one? The killing curse. The last answer was given by Lee Jordan. And the killing curse unblockable and guaranteed to rip the soul right out of your body the moment it lands. It's also quite curious that it leaves not a single mark on the body as it does this. It's much like the Cruciatus. Each one of these is remarkably difficult to cast, and very few wizards have ever been able to perform them non-verbally. That means hearing the incantation and the color of the spell will be your only warnings. Can anyone tell me the color and incantation of the killing curse? It's green and the incantation is Avenue Avada. Alicia clearly knew the answer but was reluctant to actually speak the incantation aloud. Great Gwydion's gonads, you're not going to cast the spell accidentally just by saying it out loud. The spell is Avada Kedavra. He shouted, shocking the entire class to attention. And it looks something like this, he added, shooting a harmless jet of bright green light that splattered harmlessly on the rear wall of the classroom. Several students fell out of their seats as it rushed by them. Nobody dared to laugh, not even the twins, while Moody watched impatiently as they climbed back into their seats. Would anybody like another demonstration? No. Then I expect you to be able to tell the difference between that and the slug vomit hex next class. Now, the Cruciatus. Harry decided to answer this one, having experienced it himself. The incantation is Crucio and the spell is a very dark orange, almost brown, he answered. Moody was once again studying him silently, causing the rest of the class to turn in their seats to stare at Harry as well. That's somewhat correct, Potter. The spell is normally a dull orange. It turns darker depending on the amount of malice the caster is feeling towards his target, he said. It would take an extreme amount of hatred from an especially psychopathic mind to cause the spell to be nearly brown in color. It usually looks something like this. He cast another basic light spell that was a much brighter orange than the spell Voldemort used to torture Harry. Oh nuts, I didn't know that, Harry thought. Just my luck to accidentally look more suspicious. Maybe I can say Quirrell cast the spell that way in first year as an excuse. Lastly, there is the Imperious Curse. The incantation is Imperio and there is no visible spell bolt, although it does that they get extremely close to you. But since it is the only unforgivable that can be resisted, we can practice. I'll cast a confounding and a cheering charm on you at the same time that will mimic the experience of the Imperious. Try not to do anything too ridiculous. He went around the class, casting the pair of spells on the students, who resisted the spells with varying levels of success. Some of them managed to resist completely, while others gleefully take Moody's suggestions to walk into a wall or play hopscotch. Harry and Hermione both shrugged it off as if it were nothing, although Harry did deliberately relax his occlumency so he could get a better feel for the effects. After his turn, he kept an eye on Cedric, who had a little trouble but ultimately was focused enough to throw it off. As Moody finished with the rest of the students, the twins decided to get in on the action, specifically targeting the students who weren't capable of resisting the spells. Moody, of course, didn't stand for the tomfoolery at all. Without even turning around, possibly using his artificial eye to aim, he hit both Fred and George with more powerful charms than they did for practice, leaving the two acting only slightly sillier than they normally did. Why couldn't he have just cast the Imperious itself instead of doing it this way? Marius Arviragus, one of the Hufflepuff boys, asked his friends. I mean, as long as he doesn't actually make us do something dangerous, it's alright, innit? Are you daft? Moody whirled around angrily. It's an unforgivable, an instant life sentence in Azkaban, maybe even a Dementor's key, if anyone is proven to have cast any one of these spells. Yeah, but if it's just for teaching. Moody calmed down slightly but still gave the student a patronizing look. And it's still 1 year, at minimum, for an attempt. Can anyone tell me why these spells were classified as unforgivable in the first place? Anyone? The entire class was silent until Alicia ventured a guess. You end up in Azkaban for doing them even once. Wrong. They carry a life sentence because they are unforgivable, not the other way around, Moody said. Well, they're used to hurt people. Another Hufflepuff tried. In nearly all cases, yes, but as Mr. Arviragus suggested, the Imperius wouldn't be so bad, but the problem is it happens to have an interesting side effect. Then is it because they're the most destructive spells? Huh. Not by a long shot, Moody laughed. Although you may be on the right track. But the killing curse, it kills people. Jennifer protested. Miss Jones, there are plenty of spells that I can shoot from the tip of this wand that can kill you, Moody said, approaching the girl menacingly. In fact, I don't even need to cast a spell at all, he added, jabbing his wand dangerously close to the girl's eyeball. I get your point, sir. Please don't hurt me. It seems that none of you are even close to the answer. What have your previous defense teachers been teaching you? How to comb your hair? A few students restrained their laughter as they recalled that Lockhart had spent a great deal of time preening himself. The unforgivables are called that, quite simply, because they are unforgivable. They cause irreversible damage that cannot be replicated other than by very dark rituals. But sir, didn't you just say that? To the caster. They are still being studied by the unspeakables at the ministry, but it is sufficient to say that all three of these spells corrupt the soul, Moody informed them. The killing curse is the oldest, and the most well understood. It tears off a piece of the user's own soul and uses it to strike at the target's soul directly. Because of this, no other magic or physical object can block the spell. It's similar to ripping off your own leg just to use it to hit someone over the head. The other two are not as well understood, but suffice to say, if any other spell is discovered that corrupts a person's soul upon casting, it will also be classified as unforgivable and also carry a life sentence in Azkaban. If it's so horrible, why would anyone use it? Hermione asked. This kind of information wasn't available in any book she had access to. Because psychopaths aren't reasonable, Moody said, tapping his cane to his temples. I've heard some criminal organizations use the spells as a rite of passage, others because they think they're a sign of magical strength. For you, this means one thing only: if anyone is even capable of casting the spells, they are a menace to society. The killing and cruciatus curses can be dodged. The Imperius can be resisted. The greatest danger to you is not from the spell itself, but from the person who cast it. Harry recalled his visions of Voldemort, who seemed to speak the unforgivable incantations as if they were prepositions. Obviously, by creating Horcruxes, he had no problems mutilating his own soul. Was it any surprise that he had no issue with corrupting it further? As the day came to a close, Harry couldn't help but wonder how Voldemort could have grown up from an innocent child to the man he was today. Not a bad turnout, Harry said. The first meeting of Snape's Society had a more impressive turnout than he'd originally hoped for. Luckily, the word had spread to the second-year students, most of whom had remembered their first year's experience with the man. Should we be happy that there aren't any Slytherins here? Hermione commented on the lack of green in the classroom. Either nobody wanted to tell them, or none of them think it's worth coming. Their loss, Harry said. I'm not going to recruit them myself, but I won't turn away Slytherin who actually wants to learn. He held up his wand and cast a noisemaker spell. The loud bang turned everyone's eyes on him. Immediately. Welcome to the first meeting of the Students Needing a Proper Education Society, he announced. I thought this was the Students Need a Potions Education Club, someone shouted from the crowd. Wasn't it the Snape's Not a Passable Educator? Snape stood for something. I thought this was just the Snape KS Society. Once again, the rumors had spread like wildfire, but they'd also gone out of control like one as well. With another loud bang, he quieted everyone down and explained. Look, the name's not really important. We called it the Snape Society because Snape is such a piss-poor potions professor that I felt I had to get my own tutor. I heard it was because you did badly in your potions owl. Someone heckled from the back. He's fourth year, and he still passed his owl. A sixth year said in Harry's defense. I'd like to see you do better, although that begs the question, Harry, what are you planning to teach us new students? Well, I've learned more in one lesson from my tutor than a year with Snape, and there's things he's teaching that aren't on the standard potions curriculum, so I think everyone can benefit from it. Otherwise, we can all help each other, yeah. Harry answered. Can we practice Dada here, too? I'm not sure how good Moody will be, but 4 of the last 5 Dada teachers have been bollocks, one of the 6th-year Ravenclaws pointed out. Well, I'm only getting tutoring for potions, so someone else would have to lead those classes. And what about care of magical creatures? Another student added. Hey, Hagrid's not a bad teacher. He really knows his stuff. The 4th-year Gryffindors who had witnessed Malfoy's near mauling last year were the first to defend the groundskeeper. Yeah, but he picks the worst animals. I bet he'd make us pet a dragon if he had one in his hut. I'd like to pet a real dragon, declared a 2nd-year Gryffindor boy. Well, I'd actually like to learn about a creature that's rated less than on the Ministry's danger classification. Like a puffskein. They're cute. You mean boring. I could take care of those things in my sleep. Why don't you teach, if you're so good at it? Maybe I will. Harry never expected things to go smoothly, but he didn't envision the very first meeting devolving into a bickering match. Everybody, can we just do potions today? We can figure out Dada and creatures on other days. He certainly didn't mind learning about the other subjects, but he wanted to set the tone and pace on the first day with a proper lesson. Eventually they got the ball rolling, and even the upper-year students were impressed with Harry and Hermione's first lesson. A few of them had already figured that they should use bubble head charms on their own, for instance, but few realized it was standard practice in continental Europe. Although it felt strange to try to teach students who were older than him, Harry realized that despite his 3 years at Hogwarts, he had only met a very small fraction of the school population. Many of the other students were more willing to listen to his instructions compared to their professors or Hermione's simply because he was still the boy who lived to them. By the following week, the membership of their informal club had swelled to double its original size. When it was announced that the other schools of the Triwizard Tournament would be arriving soon and all the students had cleanup duty, a few motivated Hufflepuffs decided to take the lead for one of the club meetings to teach everyone some handy household charms. As far as Harry could tell, this one little difference made the work of beautifying the old castle go by twice as fast with half the effort as last time around, though the other students didn't have anything to compare it to, so they still complained about the extra work unloaded onto them. The enormous carriage of Beauxbatons and the fearsome ship of Durmstrang arrived in a timely manner on a relatively clear day. The French students arrived first, to be greeted by Professor McGonagall. Is my dear Dumbledore finally retired? Madame Maxime asked as she shook the deputy headmistress's hand. No, he is simply far too busy with some administrative work in the ministry. I will be performing the duties regarding the Triwizard Tournament, McGonagall answered. The half-giant witch huffed indignantly. Z nerve. Ewins Z petition to, Ost Z Tornamnet yet, does not even welcome, is guests too, as castle. She turned and explained the situation to her students, who marched into the castle without giving the Hogwarts students a second glance. It didn't stop the boys from ogling Fleur as she walked by, however. While the Durmstrang students marched up from the lake, Harry noticed someone was missing from the group. Where's Victor? He asked. Victor. Victor who? Ron replied. Victor Crumb, of course. You know, kind of a famous seeker. Durmstrang student. Harry said, as if it were common knowledge. Oh, come on, you're joking, right? He's a professional Quidditch player. One of the best. And the youngest, but he can't still be a student. One of the biggest Durmstrang students, who had stopped in front of them while Karkaroff talked to McGonagall, overheard their conversation. He is no longer a student, he explained. Took up Quidditch permanently after his World Cup win. Harry tilted his head up at the boy standing in front of him, who was well over 6 feet tall. His imposing height and huge frame gave Harry the impression that he was a cross between a giraffe and a rhinoceros. Another way to describe him was a more intelligent version of Marcus Flint. So he just dropped school. I heard he was going to compete in the Triwizard. So he really is a student at Durmstrang. Ron cut in incredulously. No longer. We all thought he would be champion for Durmstrang, but 200,000 Drimox each year makes 1,000 galleons a waste of time. I am not complaining. Less competition for me. He grinned and thumped his chest proudly. Isn't there only one champion per school for the tournament? I mean, you'd still have to face off against our champion in Beauxbatons, Hermione tried to correct him. The School of Manners and the School of Money against the School of Power. The only competition against Durmstrang is Durmstrang. If I am chosen, I already win, he boasted cockily. Several Hogwarts students overheard him and began shouting angrily. Harry, who had experienced the Durmstrang's strength firsthand, didn't want to escalate the situation to a real fight and tried to calm his classmates down, especially Ron. The Durmstrang students jeered at them, all of them looking confident and eager to prove their strength. However, Karkaroff immediately called them to attention when he saw things were getting out of hand, and with military precision they stopped and faced their headmaster. They left the Hogwarts students fuming as they proceeded into the castle without a second glance. Inside the Great Hall, the usual announcements for the Triwizard were made and the tournament officials were introduced. Apart from Dumbledore and Crumb, it seemed that somebody else was missing today. Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s position was filled by someone who obviously had very little experience with the international cooperation position. His French and Bulgarian counterparts were as displeased with the situation as Maxime and Karkaroff were with Dumbledore's absence. After the announcements and the feast, it came time for the students to mingle, but that didn't play out the same way as last time either. For one thing, Durmstrang and Beauxbaton's students seemed much friendlier with each other this time around, and very few Hogwarts students could get a word in edgewise with the foreign students. Then again, it could have been attributed to the lack of international celebrities who could compete in the tournament. Hufflepuffs and Slytherins alike were trying, of course, but the atmosphere was simply colder than before. There certainly wasn't any Draco Malfoy trying to cozy up to Durmstrang students. In fact, there was no Draco at all. Harry only realized then that his blonde Slytherin friend wasn't at the feast, but his two goons were. He decided to investigate further, motioning to Hermione and Ron for backup. Hello, Crabbe. Goyle. Isn't there a little pure-blooded snake you two should be guarding right now? They only grunted menacingly and cracked their knuckles in reply. Had this been the old Harry, he would have backed off, but his opinion of what constituted a tough opponent had changed dramatically after having survived the likes of Victor Crumb and Alistair Moody. He's gone home. A temporary suspension, explained Blaise Zabini. Quite frankly, I hope it becomes permanent. Hey, why you telling him? Crabbe shouted angrily. Yeah, don't you know what he's gonna do when he finds out? Goyle added. Of course, he'll do nothing, Blaise said condescendingly. He used to run to his daddy all the time. Rumor has it that Daddy Malfoy is too busy to save him this time. It's about time that Dolt stopped giving Slytherin a bad name. Can't even talk to a girl outside of Slytherin without someone jumping to her rescue. Thank goodness there are other schools here this year, he said, eyeing some of the girls from Beauxbaton's. What could he have possibly done? Harry wondered. Last time he broke his wand and I rescued him from the Forbidden Forest, and his father still came to his rescue. How could he screw up so much by himself? What does it have to do with the Room of Requirement? His thoughts were interrupted by Ron's response to Blaise. A bad name. All you snakes are just as bad as the next, Ron declared. I assure you, that idiot Malfoy was far from cunning. The only reason he was in Slytherin at all must have been his family tradition, Blaise replied calmly. In fact, he's so arrogant and dim-witted he should be in Gryffindor. Without giving the trio any time to retort, he turned and glided across the floor to charm his way into the Beauxbaton's crowd. They were left staring at Crabbe and Goyle, who were standing around looking more dumbfounded than usual. So what is going on with Malfoy and his father? Harry tried asking. None of your business, Potter. Why don't you go back to your Gryffindor table, huh? At this point, Goyle looked like he was ready to shove Harry to the ground, but was stopped by a group of Durmstrang students who had crowded around. So, Hogwarts settles fights with fists, That is what happens when nobody can teach magic. The Durmstrang students laughed at Goyle, who quickly backed off in embarrassment. The Hogwarts populace, however, weren't going to take that statement lying down. Immediately the feast lost all sense of welcome and the students faced off against each other. Even the house ghost stopped floating around and stood by the students. Had the enchanted ceiling been able to understand the mood, it would have displayed dark rainclouds rolling in. The Durmstrang students were strutting confidently, the Hogwarts students were glaring angrily, and the Beauxbaton students and a few of the wiser students were watching the whole situation from the sides of the Great Hall. With tense amusement. Before anything could happen, the professors quickly separated all the students and sent them back to their respective dormitories. With hours to go before curfew should have started and the Goblet of Fire only just revealed moments ago, it was not the ideal revival of the Triwizard Tournament that the organizers had been hoping for. Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts in the middle of the week, looking especially tired. The newspapers that were dropped in front of them that morning explained what he'd been doing this whole time. Injustice evident in inquest of incarcerated Death Eaters. By Gwendolyn Fairweather. With the release of Sirius Black, it had come to light that the man never received a trial before being thrown in Azkaban. Worried that this judicial irresponsibility could lead to more unjustified incarcerations, Lucius Malfoy called for a review of all legal proceedings in the year following He Who Must Not Be Named's downfall. A thorough examination of records by the current head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones, has led to the discovery that several of those who were accused of being Death Eaters were not given trials after the end of the last Wizarding War. As a result, Bartemius Crouch, Albus Dumbledore, and Millicent Bagnold have been called in for questioning. Over a dozen prisoners await trial after the investigation. Dumbledore's objectivity was called into question when it was clear that nearly every one of the prisoners who had not received a trial hailed from families that were friends of the Black family or were politically aligned with them. However, it was apparent that he had not presided over many of the cases and played little part in the decision to imprison the suspects indefinitely. Crouch is unlikely to escape the inquest unscathed, however. The former DMLE chief clearly overstepped his bounds, as there were no records that former Minister Bagnold passed any decree or law that allowed the DMLE head to convict without trial. Some suspect that he was being overzealous to make up for the fact that his own son was convicted as a supporter of He Who Must Not Be Named. "So, what do you think, Sirius?" Harry asked. He and Hermione had used one of their free periods to sneak out of the castle. "What do I think? I don't know what to think." Sirius dropped the paper to the floor of the Shrieking Shack and paced back and forth, running his hands through his long, shaggy hair. "You know, as much as I hate the Malfoys, Lucius makes a good point. 2 weeks ago I was happy just to be out of prison. I couldn't care less, but he let it happen. He didn't even look into it afterwards. You did say some pretty stupid things when you were arrested, Sirius," Hermione reminded him. "But you can see why we don't trust Dumbledore. Anyways, we have a few secrets we want to share. Harry, I kept the Marauders, Animagai's secret from him for the last few years of school. What do you want to tell me? I promise, I'll keep your secrets as well as I would have kept your parents." As much as Harry wanted Sirius to know about time travel, he knew he had to start small. "We're Animagai, too. We've finished our transformations," he said cheerfully. "Really? Both of you? Wait, I only sent you that Animagus handbook for your birthday, Harry." "How did you? Hermione's a genius and I spent the summer with her." Harry had been finding that was quickly becoming his most convenient excuse. Sirius just looked at Hermione and shrugged. Maybe I should have tried inviting Remus to stay over when I was young. My mother would have tossed all the silverware the moment he knocked on the door anyway." "So what are the two of you?" "I'm an osprey. And I'm an owl. What about your other friend, Ron?" "He hasn't started on it yet. And he doesn't know we're Animagai." "Harry, you should tell him. You know, when James and I got our forms, we didn't keep it a secret from Peter. Well, maybe we should have, but that's not the point. The point is we were friends at the time, and friends should help each other succeed. Why don't we turn our apparition lessons into apparition and animagus lessons?" "I bet. Well, you make a good point, Sirius." As much as Harry felt betrayed by Ron last time, he couldn't hold anything against the boy for what he hadn't done yet. "Good friends are hard to find, Harry. Remember that. Now, we have to pick your names, and there's a special process you have to go through." "Can Hermione go first?" Harry suggested. Hermione gave him a look that quite clearly said she wasn't going to be named Stiltwood again. "Yeah, why not? Okay, first, you have to transform," Harry made Stiltwood his first suggestion, earning him a hard peck on his ankles. She immediately changed back when Sirius suggested they shortened it to Stilts, since she figured it could have been much worse. "Spoilsport," joked Harry as he transformed for his turn to receive a name. He looks like a pretty normal bird." "A big bird, but normal," Sirius commented. "Sorry, I don't know much about birds. I was thinking of calling him Bandito or something like that. On account of the osprey's black band around the eyes." "Black band? The whole top half of his head's black, Sirius pointed out. That's just Harry, she said. And he's obviously not a normal osprey. Well, maybe we can call him Blacktop. Blackhead. Hermione had trouble hiding her giggles at his second suggestion. Both the boys were clueless about the cosmetic term. Okay, I won't be that mean. How about Lone Ranger? What does that have to do with anything? Sirius asked. Harry objected to the name as well, namely, the lone part of it, and showed it by hopping up on her shoulder and pulling her hair with his beak. Muggle thing. He's a hero who wore a mask, Hermione sighed. How about Zorro? Is that another Muggle thing? Yes, Hermione sighed. You won't like Dread Pirate Roberts either, would you? I think something simple like Bandana would be better, Sirius proposed. At that moment, they both noticed that Harry was in his human form again, and was halfway to transforming back. Oh no, you don't, Sirius said, casting the same animagus reversal spell he used on Pettigrew. Bandana. Your marauder name's going to be Bandana. Hermione said dryly. That's even worse than Stilts. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Harry protested. I was aiming for Dread Pirate. You talk too fast, Sirius. Too late, Sirius said. Your name is Bandana. You know, something similar happened to your father, too. I think he was shooting for Commander Rack but ended up with prongs. Were you the one who suggested prongs at the last second? Yes. They all had a good laugh as Sirius recounted how each one of the marauders got their names. Remus never even knew he received one until 2 days after his transformation, and Pettigrew naturally wasn't very happy with his. As the conversation turned to the traitorous marauder, Harry decided to discuss more important matters. Sirius, I need to ask a favor. And it has to be a secret, too. Sure thing, Bandy. Anything for my godson. Sirius laughed. I was hoping you could spot me some money. I've spent pretty much all of it on the Cursebreakers and hit wizards that caught Pettigrew. Which got me out of Azkaban. Geez, Harry, do you even have to ask? I consider that money I already owe you. I'm not asking for the money back, but I need to hire those Cursebreakers again. At least 2 more times. 2 more. Are there other godfathers in prison that you haven't been telling me about? Sirius joked. Really, though, what's going on? We're trying to kill Voldemort, a little bit at a time, and I need to hire more Cursebreakers, Harry said. You know who? Sheesh, Harry, you've already defeated him once, there's no need to do it again, Sirius ribbed. 3 times, Harry corrected. I never really did get around to telling you about my first and second year, did I? Well, in first year Voldemort possessed a teacher and I ended up stopping him. In second year Voldemort's teenage self possessed Ron's little sister and I defeated him again. I'm starting to think it is my job. You know that this should be the adults' problem, not yours. When Sirius pointed that out, Harry started to wonder why he had made it a personal mission to vanquish Voldemort. Well, he also gives me headaches at the most inopportune moments. At least I'm able to pull information out of him and he doesn't realize it. It sounded like a weak explanation even as he told himself again, and turned to Hermione, who was in deep thought. Well, there's also the prophecy, she suggested. Dark Lord Killer will be born at the end of July to those who defeated you-know-who thrice, something like that. Sirius asked. That jogs my memory. It's why your parents went into hiding in the first place. And you did defeat him already. It's incomplete. There's more to it than that, Harry added. The Dark Lord will mark him with death, and only he can invite death to visit the one who slays him, he recited. Hermione, at the same time, said, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Hey, wait, Harry, why is yours different? This is the one I remember Snape saying you think he was lying about it. Well, it better not be the real prophecy or else you'll have to die before Voldemort does. I don't think prophecies get less ambiguous than that, Hermione said. Well, neither can live while the other survives, is obviously false, since we're both alive right now. That one has to be false. It might work, depending on what your definition of live is, I guess. Hermione scrunched up her face as she tried to make sense of the old prophecy. I guess that means we can argue all day about what everyone's definition of is, Sirius interrupted. The prophecy doesn't matter in the end. The point is, Harry, do you really want to do this yourself? Fighting you-know-who is, shall we say, a dangerous proposition. I want you to stay safe. We don't even have to come near him, if we do this right. I have the information on what we need to do, and this is when he's at his weakest. He's already interested in me, and he'll come hunting for me if he gains any more power even if I do nothing. I'm sure he has a personal vendetta against me anyways, so I may as well strike first. Now that's more like a marauder. Sirius shouted in triumph. What? Weren't you just trying to convince me not to do it? I wanted to make sure you wanted to do it for yourself and you had a more solid reason for doing it. Gryffindors charge ahead, Harry, and Marauders strike first. So what's your plan with the Cursebreakers? I think we should hit the Gaunt family home first, Harry explained. There should be a cursed ring in there and it has to be destroyed. As soon as possible. It's probably layered with dozens of enchantments, and the shack itself probably has beepy traps everywhere. If you can, contact the Croyer Curse Cracking Company, they're the guys who took down Riddle Manor and captured Pettigrew. They had just enough time to give Sirius all the details for hiring the Cursebreakers for the next job before they had to sneak back into Hogwarts to have lunch. When they returned, they found the twins laughing it up at the Gryffindor table with long, white beards. This time, however, Lee had a matching beard as well. You three tried to get your names into the cup, didn't you? Harry asked with a smile. Oh no, Harry, you have, once again, underestimated us, George said with a false air of wisdom while stroking his beard. That's why you'll keep falling for our pranks. How are your essays looking, by the way? Perfectly legible with dried, black ink, Hermione answered sweetly. Her answer didn't dampen the prankster's mood, though. Well, the answer to your question, Harry, is that we didn't just try to put our names into the cup. We succeeded. The thick facial hair couldn't hide their smiles. If you succeeded, why do you have those beards on your face? Harry pointed out. You obviously got caught by the barrier around the goblet. That we did, Harry. That we did, George said solemnly. But we didn't get caught putting our names in. Once again, they started roaring at their little inside joke as everyone else wondered what they meant. When everyone finished eating, all the 4th and 6th years headed outside together. Harry was going to Creatures class while the 6th years were headed to the greenhouses. As they did, the group of Gryffindors crossed paths with several Durmstrang students who were doing physical exercises out on the front lawn. They have some cheaters, it looks like, one of them said, pointing to the bearded trio. Hey, there's a big difference between pranking and cheating. Lee answered defensively. Oh. You break rules for fun, yes. You break rule in Durmstrang, you spend a night on top of the main mast. You break rule a second time, you spend it under the keel, the Durmstrang student with the shaved head sneered at them. This is why you are weak. You British have no discipline. All talk about your great history, but you have nothing to show today, a pale-skinned student added. Who is the last great British wizard? Everyone knew that the answer was, technically, Voldemort. Surely the Durmstrang student knew as well, unless, of course, Voldemort wasn't quite as influential that far to the east as they thought he was. Dumbledore's a great wizard, and he's our headmaster. Someone shouted. He is old and ineffective leader of the ICW, the pale one countered. The eastern countries feel he has too much idealism. Not enough action. All bark and no bite, not since Grindelwald's defeat. Who do you have? I've never even heard of any Bulgarian wizards. Do you not follow sports? Have you not heard of Alexei Simeon, the 10-time champion of the international dueling circuit? Do you not study history? Ilya Ilinova, hero of the Oceanic War. When the name drew complete blanks from all the Hogwarts students, he threw his hands up in disgust. Well, we've got Harry Potter. Someone from the back shouted. Harry groaned. He hoped it wouldn't come to this. Who is that? The children's story character. He is a real person. Will he come to save you now? The bald one mocked. He's right here. Someone pointed out. Harry buried his face in his hands, wishing he could just disappear. He realized too late that he could. He drew his wand out to cast a disillusionment on himself, but the Durmstrang eyes were exactly where Gryffindor fingers were pointing. Ready to fight already. Iacus. The boy released a stinging hex without warning, which Harry dodged easily with a twist of his shoulders. Ow. The spell hit Lavender, who dropped her books. Hey, that hurt. Hurt. Is only stinging hex. Tell me, or all Englishwomen this week. My baby sister cries less than her. I'm not crying. Lavender protested. The burly Durmstrang student let fly. several more stinging hexes in response, causing her to scramble out of the way. The rest of the students backed up as well, but not quite out of the path of the spells. Stop that. Harry quickly moved to shield the other students and Hermione caught the hexes that were out of reach for him. Then let me see how Englishmen fight. So far I only see how they cheat, and how they flee, he challenged, pointing out the twins and the fourth years in particular. No, there's no need for this, Harry said. Our champions will represent the school, that's all. If a school only needs one good student to be called the best school, why bother teaching everyone else? Come, I want to see how others fight. He tried to provoke a fight again with a few more stinging hexes at the crowd, which Harry and Hermione shielded. I said stop that. Harry finally retaliated with a disarming hex, which the other boy dodged easily, eyes gleaming. This was what he was waiting for. A tripping hex began the duel for real, which Harry sidestepped, and a blinding curse followed right behind. Hermione kept the crowd safe, since they were lacking in proper spectator shields. There was no need to work up a sweat here. He didn't want to arrive at his next class muddy and covered in grass. Harry responded with a few more disarming hexes, trying to end the fight as quickly as possible. The Durmstrang boy danced around the hexes, snickering. He boldly marched forward, now conjuring ropes that flew at Harry. Those were sliced and dispelled with a simple wave of Harry's arm. The fight, compared to the ones with Moody, Crumb, and even practicing with Hermione, was lame. It was the most rudimentary of duels. Throw a spell, dodge a spell. He didn't know if it was the foreign student deliberately holding back. He was sure the boy was capable of more dangerous spells, like a simple stream of flame, or if he was Durmstrang's equivalent of Malfoy, overconfident and underperforming. To test it out, he launched his next charm at the ground, turning the ground into soft dirt. His opponent's foot sank into the soft dirt, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Caught by surprise, he banished a clump of dirt at Harry while pulling his foot out of the ground. Harry blocked it with his arm, careful not to take his eyes off his opponent, and cast several sticking charms on the ground. The boy showed he did have some good instincts, keeping his eyes on Harry as he dispelled the sticking charms near him. When he regained his footing, and leapt over the last sticking charms between them, Harry quickly cast a heavyweight charm on the boy's robes, causing him to land short of his target and catching his feet on the sticking charm, toppling over as he hit the ground. Harry finished off the fight with an Expelliarmus for good measure. You'd better not go around picking fights again, you hear? Harry told him as he handed the boy his wand back. And what are you going to do about it? If you have to be a hero and protect everybody in your school, that just means your school is weak. Ha! He snatched his wand back but made no more hostile gestures. Instead, he turned around and walked back to his friends, muttering angrily and making excuses. Obviously, the story of a Durmstrang student losing to a young Hogwarts boy would be passed around the mess deck of the Durmstrang ship that evening. Turning back to the Hogwarts students, Harry saw all the students looking at him in awe. Harry, that was awesome! Ron shouted, breaking the silence. Everyone else cheered and whooped for him as well. It really wasn't that much, you know. Just a few sticking hexes and a disarming hex. I mean, anyone could have done that. No, we couldn't. Wow, the way you stood up to him, and then you made it look so easy when you beat him, gushed Parvati. No kidding, though I think your duel with Moody was better, the George said. And thanks to Hermione, too, the way you shielded everyone before we figured we should draw our own wands, Fred added. Hermione smiled at his gratitude. The little reminder of the first day Dada lesson got everyone talking about Harry even more. Harry tried to change the subject. Come on, everyone, we're going to be late for class. Let's go. He pulled ahead of the crowd, leading them to their next class. Angelina held him back. No, wait, Harry. I think I speak for everyone when I ask, can you teach us how to fight like that? You can make it part of the Snape Society. Goodness knows Professor Flitwick will never teach us how to duel, for whatever reason. Right, everyone. A sea of nodding heads told Harry that he wasn't going to get out of this one. He sighed. Well, I guess we could always use a few new dueling partners instead of just practicing with each other, right, Stilty? I'll spread the news and invite the other schools myself if you call me that again, Bandy. Harry decided that he was going to need a bigger room. With well over 200 students showing up for the Snape Society, Self-defense session. Nobody would be able to even wave their wand without poking someone's eye out in the unused classrooms they'd used so far. Practicing in the wide-open fields outside of Hogwarts was out of the question, since the weather had decided that Scotland had seen far too many sunny days in the past week and was making up for it with a torrential downpour. Should we use the room of requirement, then? Harry quietly asked Hermione. He didn't want to disappoint everyone who was watching him, hopefully including several older students. I liked having it as a private getaway last time, Hermione griped. Even the library was busier, especially when Krum kept going down there, but that's not a good reason to keep it a secret, is it? Well, we don't have to give away the secret to summoning it, right? And the Chamber of Secrets can only be opened by me. That one can stay a secret. Not to mention all our valuables are down there, Hermione agreed. We can still keep the room a bit of a secret, though. I'll run ahead and request a big practice hall while you round everyone up. Harry led everyone up to the 7th floor, where he saw a doorway larger than he'd ever thought was possible from the room. Hermione threw the doors open as they approached, welcoming everyone inside. The massive doorway was wide enough to easily fit a dozen students at once, so everyone quickly found themselves in a huge gymnasium with lightly padded flooring. Naturally, they were all impressed, as it was bigger than anything in Hogwarts except the Great Hall, while being better equipped than the old classrooms they'd been using previously. "How did the Marauders miss this room?" cried Fred. "It's gigantic. How did we miss this room?" cried George. "It's so close to Gryffindor Tower." Hermione. "What's the secret?" "There has to be a secret to getting in here. That's for us to know and for you to keep wondering," Hermione said smugly. Meanwhile, Harry was wondering how he should teach all the students. He knew that he was about on par with most 7th years as far as dueling spells went. The problem was that there were many 1st and 2nd years who could barely cast the standard set of charms, never mind the more difficult spells taught to upper years, like the shield charm. He needed to keep things simple, yet useful for everyone from 1st to 7th year. "Come on, we'll do your homework for you for a week," Fred pleaded to Hermione, "and end up with a worse grade than if I did it myself." "No. Deal," she responded bitingly. Their persistence was getting on Hermione's nerves, so she cast a Notice Me Not charm on herself and a Notice Me Lots on Harry. "Harry, you know all about this room too, don't you?" They instantly refocused on him. "Gee, thanks, Hermione," Harry thought. "Guys, I'm trying to start the lesson here. Why don't we begin with the basic shield charm, Protega? Are you sure the Ickle Firsties can handle a spell like that?" George asked. "Yeah, our dad told us there's ministry workers who still can't cast it properly," Fred agreed. "I guess it might be a little tough for the younger members here. Well, how about Expelliarmus then?" Harry asked. "And get a repeat of what happened with Lockhart." "No thanks." George jumped in again. "It's one of those spells that can knock a lot more than your wand off if you cast it improperly, if you know what I mean." Fred wiggled his eyebrows as he said it. "Socks. I was talking about my socks. When will you guys stop cutting in?" Harry asked, growing as annoyed as Hermione. He was tempted to just stun the pair himself. "When you tell us the secret of this room, of course." Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. At least he had a bargaining chip with the twins, now. He could call in a favor later, but for now, he just needed to start the lesson. He needed a spell that 1st years could handle, but the senior students needed to practice something that they could use to defend themselves against a dangerous criminal or creature like a mountain troll. He decided on what to use. "All right, everybody. Today, our first spell we're going to practice is Wingardium Leviosa." The groans coming from everyone, including the 1st years, told him that while he couldn't please everyone, he could at least disappoint them all equally. "You've got to be joking. What can a measly hover charm do? Lift an earthworm out of harm's way?" Harry decided to divert the protests to Ron by pointing him out of the crowd and telling everyone, "Ron here defeated a mountain troll using the hover charm in our 1st year," Harry said. Ron beamed when Harry singled him out, basking in his temporary glory as people stared at him in disbelief. "That was luck on his part," George said. "And lots of luck on yours," Fred said. "Seriously, jumping on a troll's back. We haven't forgotten the stories." "Yeah, but is this luck?" Harry flicked out his second wand, and in the blink of an eye, cast 2 hover charms on the twins' shoes. Their legs shot up, tipping them over and wrenching their shoes off their feet. As the shoes reached the chandelier overhead, Harry cancelled the spell and let the shoes drop with a loud thud between their legs. All right, Harry. So it is useful, but having two wands is cheating Wingardium Leviosa. Both the twins attempted a counterattack on Harry, but he raised a silent shield, blocking their spells easily. The incantation's pretty long for that spell, boys. We'll work on silent casting in a few weeks. Harry chuckled as he finally convinced everyone to work on the spell this time, not just lifting feathers off desks, but coming up with more creative ways to use it. Restricted to a single spell, all of them had already learned, and following Harry's example, they started lifting shoes to trip others, socks as a variation, robes to confuse, and even wands to interrupt others' wand movements. Throughout the chaos, Harry was careful to take notes of ideas that others had that he didn't think of himself. He walked around the room, occasionally challenging others to a single spell, duel. Despite his speed and reflexes, he did manage to find himself on the losing end more than once to Neville, of all people. Thanks for going easy on me, Harry, Neville said nervously as Harry pushed the soft floor mat back into place. Easy. I was doing the same thing I've been doing with everyone else. Harry gave him a hearty slap on the back. That was all you, Neville. You're a lot more powerful than you think. Harry wondered if it would be too obvious if he tried to recruit Neville for intensive Moody-style bootcamp again. He could, at least, challenge Neville through the Snape Society lessons. Neville was one of the students who had shown up to every meeting so far. Harry paused for a while to watch how Cedric was doing. He was using his keen eyes to great effect, especially against anyone who accessorized. He often started with the obvious shoes, robes, and wands, but when his opponent kept those under control he quickly switched to other targets. A light hover charm on earrings was enough to cause some shrieks of pain, necklaces caused panic even though they couldn't actually choke, and when nothing else worked, he tossed a quill and cast a hover charm on that, often aiming for his target's face. Harry decided not to face off against him. He didn't really have anything to teach to the Hogwarts champion, at least, not for now. When all of the students finally left the room, the door silently opened one more time. Very interesting, Potter, Moody muttered to himself as he took off his invisibility cloak. Several days later, the sixth years arrived at their defense class, weary of the worst, dark spells and unforgivables, and found something completely new. Each desk had a Beelzebub and 3 small vials. Knowing exactly what Beelzebubs were good for, combined with Moody's teaching style, caused Hermione to stop short. I don't think today will be a very pleasant class, she said. Is it ever pleasant with Moody teaching? And did he decide to switch to teaching potions? Harry asked, noticing a large collection of vials on Moody's desk. When everybody took their seats, Moody posed a question to everybody. Do you all know what was in your breakfast this morning? They all knew. At least, they thought they did. That morning the elves served scrambled eggs, oatmeal, cereal, very simple fare. Harry and Hermione had made it routine to check their food for possible pranking before eating, and there was nothing unusual in their bowls. The rest of them were now feeling unsure, some were feeling queasy just imagining what they may have eaten. Having set the tone for the day, Moody tapped the vials on his desk. The liquid in each disappeared and they reappeared in the flasks on their desks. Each one of the vials on your desks now carry a different colorless liquid. 2 of them are unpleasant to drink. 1 is safe. Each of you have to drink 1. He went on by teaching a few basic poison detection spells, giving a short amount of practice time before getting everyone to cast all of the spells on their flasks. The spells were actually simple enough, for most unfortunately for Marius, who cast one of the detection spells incorrectly, ended up poisoning himself. Moody shoved the Beelzebub into this mouth and he was fine. Some other students, after seeing Marius's painful results, tried to cheat, replacing all the liquids in their vials with just plain conjured water while Moody was distracted. Unfortunately, they forgot that Moody's eye could see through the back of his head, and he was using it exactly for that purpose. Each of them were surprised to find themselves gagging when they confidently took a gulp from their vials, and once again Moody was shoving Beelzebubs down their throats. Others didn't require Beelzebubs, but extremely salty water made them gag anyways. Harry, on the other hand, had a different problem. He had no trouble casting the spells Moody taught that day on his first try, which clearly revealed 2 of the vials were tainted. Just for fun, however, he tried some more advanced spells that Moody showed him and it revealed something in his the third. Not poisonous, but certainly more complex than sugar or salt water. Was this some kind of test? Did Moody want him to think it was nothing, and drink from it? Hermione, could you check my vials for me? I think I've found something. Hermione cast the spells they were supposed to, finding nothing. Looks like there's nothing dangerous, Harry. Use the diluted draft revealer spell, he suggested. Hermione did so, producing a very faint yellow glow. Okay. Are we absolutely sure this Moody isn't being Imperio used by Barty Crouch? She whispered. Well, we can never be completely sure about anything, but I haven't seen either Bartemius Crouch on the Marauders map for the past 2 months. And believe me, I've been keeping an eye on that piece of parchment. Harry answered. Then take the Beazar anyways, Hermione suggested. In fact, let's swap just in case yours is tainted. And don't eat lunch until after we get you to Madame Pomfrey in case it's one of the rare poisons that Beozars don't nullify. Actually, I think I'd rather just drink one of the poisons. At least I know that one is only going to give me an upset stomach. On his turn, Harry deliberately miscast the spells, showing nothing in the middle flask. He hoped he wasn't being too obvious by faking it. You sure about that, Potter? Take a swig and see if you're right, Moody challenged. Harry nervously took a sip, noting Moody was watching him with a piercing gaze. He immediately began gagging, as he expected. Quickly grabbing the Beazar, he could feel the pain subside the instant it entered his mouth. Sorry, sir. I guess I miscast it. I thought I had it right as soon as I saw one good vial and 2 bad ones, he said. I expected better from you, Potter. You'd better be practicing on your spare time. After the class was over, Moody watched Harry hurrying out of the class. He had expected the boy to take up the diluted neutralizing potion. Potter, surprisingly, avoided that trap and walked straight into his other one. Unfortunately for him, the results pointed to 2 seemingly contradictory things. He eagerly watched as Harry popped a Beazar in his mouth to no effect. Beozars didn't just nullify poisons, they nullified the effects of many beneficial potions as well, and it seemed that it wasn't James using a de-aging potion. But he must have known there was something in the third vial and he'd need something like an Auror's forensic spell to catch it. That poorly acted, miscast, obviously meant Potter had something to hide. He'd have to scratch Polyjuice and de-aging potions off his list, but he did want to investigate some scarring he'd noticed on Harry's back. He never had a great appreciation for Muggles, and he heard that Harry grew up with them. Barbaric. Probably gave the boy lashings. He didn't want to intrude on the boy's private life, but under closer scrutiny he noticed the scars had a regular pattern to them. He'd need to find some excuse to get a closer look sometime. Sirius had news to deliver to Harry when they met up on the next Hogsmeade weekend. The Cursebreakers finished the job, Harry. They found a ring where they were supposed to, but, he said with a glum expression. But what? Was anyone hurt in the process? Or killed? No, they're all fine, but this is all they got. Sirius dropped a dull ring on the table. The band was made of gold, but it bore a mere pebble instead of a gemstone. Harry, much like the others, got the impression that the ring was supposed to be extremely valuable. The stone cut into a square and had some kind of family crest. But it had been worn down and wasn't from any family that Harry recognized. Harry hadn't extracted enough memories from Voldemort to know exactly what it should look like, but he was certain Voldemort prized it as a ring even before it was turned into a Horcrux. A pebble on a gold band practically screamed, "Decoy," to him. Were there curses on that ring? Plenty, or so they told me. In fact, here's the full list. Sirius pulled out a long scroll of parchment. Why did you want them to record all of it? You're not planning on doing something crazy like this yourself, are you, Harry? This took half a dozen Cursebreakers to manage successfully. Look, there's even confounding and allure charms built into this thing. The fact was that Harry was going to try it himself, just in case things didn't work out perfectly this time around. At the very least, he was guessing that Voldemort would put similar protections on all of his Horcruxes. I just think it would be useful to have a record, because there's one more and he may have left the same protections on. Let's move on to the next one until we can find the real ring, Harry sighed. After laying plans to seek out the next Horcrux, Sirius moved on to some lighter conversation. So, What's with all the pretty girls in different uniforms around here? It kind of makes me wish I was a student again. Oh, nothing important. Just some tournament with another school, Harry said, waving it off. Oh, I don't know, Harry, this could be your chance to dazzle some sweet foreign beauty. Ahem. Hermione cleared her throat in the most unconvincing way. I concur, Harry said. What about you, Sirius? Surely you're not thinking of chatting up some girl who's half your age, are you? What? No, I wasn't suggesting or even thinking. I mean, there's already someone. You can't possibly leave us hanging with that, Sirius. Look, it's nothing. It probably won't work out, anyways. I don't remember getting her name. Please don't tell me you just ogled the prettiest woman in the room without talking to her, Hermione said disapprovingly. No, I was drunk. She probably told me her name, but I forgot it. Anyways, I was probably blabbering about my stint in Azkaban and my whole life, and she just listened patiently and gave me some good advice. Which was? I don't remember that, either. Something about looking forward. That was the gist of it. I must have had a lot that evening. Anyways, she said she was some kind of mind healer psyche or something and that she'd like to talk to me some more. Wait, I think she gave me a card. He dug around his pockets and came up with a simple business card with the name Drive. Janine Grayson, a psychiatrist, Hermione suggested, suddenly getting a much better picture of what may have happened that night. I don't think she was interested in you romantically. A psychiatrist, huh? Sirius repeated glumly. Wait, what's a psychiatrist? Like a doctor, but they work on people's minds. Wizards don't have psychiatrists, Harry explained. They don't. Sirius, did you wander into a muggle pub? I guess so. Lily showed us to a few after we all turned 18. I don't quite remember. Oh no. I invited her to my house. And she accepted. Hermione asked, incredulously. I hope you didn't start talking about magic, or else she would have thought you were completely insane. No, I'm pretty sure I went home alone that night, but if she had, she would have met my mother. Well, that certainly would have breached the statute of secrecy. If you hadn't already. Yeah, well, I'm thinking about more important things, like if I'm ever going to be able to bring guests home, Sirius said. Why don't you just sell the house if you hate it so much? Harry suggested. Why, hey, that's a good idea, actually. I've never heard of a head of house selling their house before, but I guess there's a first time for everything. I'd rather be rid of that thing and start anew. Leave the past behind. Maybe that's what Janine meant. Just make sure you don't leave behind anything you'd regret, Hermione warned. Bah, there's nothing in that house I want to remember. It's full of bad memories and a family that hated me. I think the only reason I'm the head now is because my little brother died young. I'm sure I can get a good price for it and I'll find someplace better to live. Somebody else can deal with my screaming mother. Where are you going to go, though? I don't know, maybe Godric's Hollow. Do you remember your old house, Harry? No, I've never been there. Harry felt a wave of sadness wash over him as he was reminded of his parents. Is that where my mum and dad are buried, as well? Yes, I mean, it's one of the places I first visited when I escaped last year before I found out you were living with muggles. Do you want to go visit, Harry? I can write a note to McGonagall to tell her you're visiting them. I think it'd be nice to visit them on Halloween, won't it? Halloween was also the day that was selected for the choosing of the champions, but nobody would miss him if Barty Crouch wasn't there to sabotage the cup. Sure thing, Sirius. I'd like that. 1 week later, after informing Professor McGonagall that he'd be missing the Halloween feast, he met Sirius at the front gates as soon as his classes were over. They began walking down the path towards Hogsmeade. We'll be flowing through the 3 broomsticks, Sirius told him. You're not going to apparate us? Harry asked. I'm not confident enough with my side along to do that yet, Sirius said. Besides, it'll give us some time to talk. All right, Harry said, smiling. How's your house hunting coming along? I was thinking of looking around with you. You'll be living with me over the summer, won't you? I can show you around the town. I probably spent more time visiting than I should have, back in the day. Can you tell me what the town's like? Well, it's a pure wizarding town like Hogsmeade, but it's not too far from a muggle town, Exeter or something like that. That was one of Lily's demands when they decided where to live, actually. Said she couldn't give up certain muggle conveniences. There's also a forest nearby so we could still go on our monthly runs without disturbing anyone. That was one of James's demands. I guess this town was just perfect for them. Is my parents' home still there? Sirius hesitated for a moment. Yes, in fact, I heard it's just like the way it was, he said. Well, you'll just have to see for yourself. Stepping into the fireplace at the Three Broomsticks and tumbling out of the one at the Sword and Spirit, Harry felt something he thought he'd gotten used to over the past few years. He was being stared at. Perhaps it was because his classmates mostly got used to him and stopped staring, or maybe it was because they only stared at him when something crazy happened, like accidentally speaking Parseltongue or getting picked as a fourth champion. This time, it was like stepping into the leaky cauldron for the first time ever. People were staring at him just for who he was. Then came the pointing and whispering. Is that who I think it is? Look at the scar on his forehead. It's Harry Potter. Potter, my boy, what an honor it is to see you here. Harry half-heartedly mumbled a few hellos as he pushed through the crowd to the door outside. I wasn't expecting that, he sighed. Although I should have, I guess. They continued walking towards the center of town, where an old statue of the town's namesake, Godric Gryffindor, stood at the center of the town square. Proudly holding his sword on his left hand and wand in his right, he looked as if he was ready to come to life and defend the town at a moment's notice. Obviously that hadn't happened in 1981 when Voldemort charged into the town, or else there wouldn't have been another statue further down the street. This one was modeled after Harry as a baby and his parents. Harry stared at it for a very long time, his eyes jumping from the loving faces to the hands that were caressing the baby softly despite being carved from stone. Sirius, he finally spoke up, is this really what they looked like? Yes, Harry. At least, as much as I can remember. Do you have any memories of your parents at all? No, well, there's one thing, just their voices. That's good, Sirius said. No, it's not. It was just before they died Mum was pleading with Voldemort to spare my life. That's not good, Sirius said glumly. I could tell you a few more stories of them so you have something better to remember them by. Are you sure you want to see your old house now? It's just around the corner, and I don't want to stir up any more bad memories. What do you mean? His question was answered as they rounded the corner and saw a single home with a shattered roof, a blasted-in front door, and shattered windows all around. The battle could have taken place yesterday, for all Harry knew, except for the fact that there were bustling businesses left and right with bright lights and gaudy signs. His old home had been turned into a tourist trap. This isn't exactly how I remembered it, Sirius said. Harry stayed silent, just taking in as much of his old home and ignoring the souvenir shops as best he could. As they walked up to the house, they saw a sign on the front gate read, "The Potter home has been declared a historical site by the Ministry of Magic. It is maintained in its ruined state as a monument to Harry Potter and his defeat of the Dark Lord. No entry permitted." All around the sign was graffiti that thanked Harry for destroying Voldemort. Reading all the messages gave Harry a mixed feeling. At first, he thought it was anger at all the people who had scrawled things all over his home, but he was actually warmed by the congratulations that were given. The memory of the night of the attack flashed through his mind again. Not Harry. No. He's just a baby. Please don't kill him. This is your last chance. Step aside, you silly girl, and hand the boy over to me. No. Lily's final shout had always haunted Harry's dreams. Her final, agonizing scream as she died always woke Harry with a start, but now he remembered something else. No. His mother hadn't died screaming like that. She hadn't been scared in her final moment. She was determined, defiant. She had refused to step out of the way. The last thing Harry remembered was a flash of green. There was fear, followed by warmth and protection that was so comforting that he had drifted off to sleep afterwards. He never even remembered Voldemort casting the killing curse on him. They're thanking the wrong person, Harry said, finally. Excuse me, Sirius said, surprised by Harry's first choice of words. I didn't do anything that night. My mother saved my life. I'm sure she did something that caused Voldemort to die as well. I managed to sleep through it. I couldn't have done anything to Voldemort. But Dumbledore said that you were the one who reflected the spell back at you-know-who. He wasn't there. As far as I remember, only Voldemort, my mother, and I were in that room that night. There were no other witnesses. How did Dumbledore immediately jump to the conclusion that the unblockable killing curse got blocked? And instead of killing without harming the body, it completely destroyed Voldemort's body. None of it makes sense. I just wish I could go inside and look around. He prodded the gate, which was magically sealed and refused to budge. Come on, Mr. Bandana, you'd have an easier time getting in there than I would. Sirius pointed at the gaping hole in the roof. Are you sure the preservation wards don't extend all the way above the house as well? Harry asked. There's only one way to find out. Come on, I'll keep a lookout for you. You can transform over there, he said, nudging Harry towards a secluded path between two of the shops. I'm sure there's plenty of other ways to find out, Harry insisted. But this way's faster. Do it before the whole town knows you're here. Fine. Harry cast a notice me not charm on himself to be on the safe side before he took flight. He carefully attempted to descend through the roof, but felt a repelling force. He could only keep circling above, and look down at the house. At the very least, he could still see the room in which the final confrontation had taken place. Inside, there was a crib, still untouched. The hole blasted through the roof was just above the doorway to the bedroom, which was also shattered and charred. It seemed that Voldemort had only taken one step into the room and somehow exploded upon trying to kill Harry. It was strange that there was so much destruction on that side of the room, yet everything behind the crib seemed to have been protected. In fact, the charring seemed to stop abruptly just one step in front where Lily must have been standing. Harry had no doubt now that his mother had protected him. Flying back down to Sirius, he quickly asked, "Were you the one that found me that night, Sirius?" "Yes, Harry, I'm sorry to say I went chasing after Peter instead of keeping you safe. That was stupid. That's all in the past. I just want to confirm something. Do you remember what things looked like when you arrived?" Well, I was a little distraught. James was crumpled on the floor of the living room. I could tell he put up a good fight, but it just wasn't enough, you know. I just knew it would get worse when I went upstairs. The door to your bedroom was blasted off its hinges, and some of it was on fire. I put it out when I got there. I knew he was after you, and at the same time I knew Lily would never give you up for anything, and the first thing I saw was Lily, lying on the ground. She could have been sleeping. I knew it was futile, but I tried to wake her up anyways. When I knew she was dead, I just about gave up hope. I thought Voldemort had just killed you and fled. Both your parents were dead, so what chance did a 1-year-old have, right? But then I noticed the crib was fine and I picked you up. Took me a second to realize you were still breathing. Only a little scratch on your forehead. Thanks, Sirius. I think it's time I thanked my parents. And I need to apologize to them. Come on, let's pick up a few flowers first. They laid a bouquet of lilies on the headstone, a simple white marble slab. It only had their names, birth and death dates, and a single message: the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Harry wondered if his parents had already chosen that message before their deaths. Who really planned their own gravestone when they were still in their early 20s? Voldemort considered death to be an enemy and sought to conquer it. Was immortality an inherently immoral goal? The Flamels were practically immortal with their Philosopher's Stone, and they were nice people who didn't attempt to usurp governments and murder people for their blood purity. Forget it, Harry told himself. I'm not here to get all philosophical. Hi Mum. Hi, Dad, he announced to the headstone. He paused for a few moments, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry I didn't come visit sooner. Thank you for saving my life. I can't even comprehend how much you must love me. You gave your lives to stand up to Voldemort that night. I'm getting a whole lot of attention for defeating Voldemort, but I think it must have been you two that did it. I'm going to make sure you two get the recognition you deserve. You're the parents who defeated Voldemort. The world should be thanking you. You gave me life. And then you gave up yours for me. I just hope I can be as brave and as loving as the two of you were. A few hot tears slowly streamed down his cheeks as he made his little speech. After he finished, Sirius began his own. James, Lily, it's been a while for me, too. I hope you can see what a fantastic boy the two of you produced. He got your looks and your brains, he said, pointing to James and Lily's names respectively. After this his face turned grim and he fell to his knees. And I didn't have any part in it. I was stupid not to take care of him like I should have. I ended up tossed in Azkaban. Your sister Petunia ended up caring for your boy. The only good thing about that I can say is that it probably toughened him up. Don't worry, though. I'll be making up for lost time from now on. I'll be the godfather I should have been, James. Marauder's Oath. Speaking of which, Harry's a marauder now, too. You should see him, James. He can fly better without a broom than you ever could with your Nimbus 1500. We'll drop by again, we promise. I'd like to spend more time here, but I don't think we'd have any peace, Harry said. There was a crowd of onlookers watching Harry and Sirius. The only thing keeping them at bay seemed to be a few ghosts that haunted the graveyard, who had all gathered in front of them with very disapproving looks on their translucent faces. I was hoping it would be the ideal place for you to spend your summers, but I guess that's not the case, Sirius sighed. The whole town's changed so much, anyway. It's just not what I was hoping for. Maybe I could look for a house in Charlotte or something. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Hermione was waiting for them at the front gate, along with Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxime, Moody, and a dozen other adults. Before Harry could even ask what happened, Hermione said, "I'll give you 3 guesses, and the last 2 don't count." "Where's Cedric?" Harry asked, looking back and forth between it Fleur and the Durmstrang boy who had arrogantly boasted that he would be the champion upon his arrival. "Cedric. Who is that?" Fleur asked. "You know the Hogwarts champion," Harry stuttered out, sensing something was very wrong. "You are Z, Hogwarts champion. And yet you do not show up for Z choosing." "What? You mean I'm not the 4th champion?" 4. Tri-Wizard Tournament. 3 champions. Is counting no longer a skill required at Hogwarts? The Durmstrang boy said mockingly. "Never mind," Harry said. He didn't bother opening his mouth again, lest he make himself look even stupider. "And why did you not even attend Z Feast?" "Then you make us wait hours after you are chosen," huffed Fleur. "I had more important things to do," Harry said. He didn't want to share the details of his private life with the ice-cold Fleur. What did he do last time for her to warm up to him? He couldn't remember exactly. More important. What could possibly be more important than Z tournament? ETE's Z Road to Fame and Fortune. You will represent your country. Oh, don't worry. I already have both, but my patriotism isn't running very high at the moment. I didn't enter my name in the cup, anyway. That much is certain, Harry. Did you ask an older student to enter your name for you, though? Dumbledore asked as he walked into the room, followed by Maxime and Karkaroff. Is that really all it takes to bypass the protections around the goblet? Harry asked incredulously, not bothering to answer the question. Come now, Dumbledore, you can't possibly be backing out just because the goblet chose a younger contestant. Just because he has no chance against Ivan, Karkaroff sneered, thumping his champion's back hard, which sounded more like hitting a tree trunk than a person. Yes, yes. Z dangers of Z tournament were explained quite clearly to all Z students. If E broke Z rules to enter Z tournament, then being forced to compete should be a very poetic punishment, Maxime said. Karkaroff nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, he might learn some humility when he has to face real competition, Ivan added. Just try not to die. The tournament has history of culling the weak. Fleur smirked at his remark. Oh, that's it. Technically I might be cheating, but I'll show them, Harry thought. You know what? I don't care what you have to say. See you at the first trial. He waved them off angrily and made for the door. Harry, I'm sorry I do not have the power to override the Goblet of Fire, but it is a very courageous decision to face your fate, Dumbledore told him as he passed by. Does that old fart always have to say something wise-sounding whenever I see him? Harry thought angrily, without letting his emotions show on his face. Especially when I know he's completely wrong. Did he just try to tell me that giving up is a courageous and noble choice? He pushed through the few journalists who lingered behind in hopes of getting a quick interview. Wait, Mr. Potter. The weighing of Ludo Bagman tried to call out to him, but he was too frustrated to hang around. He knew what was coming up, so he ran directly to Gryffindor Tower. He was greeted by loud whooping, cheering, and applause. He heard a few bottles of butterbeer uncork as everyone congratulated him as a party in the common room began. Wow, Harry, we never thought you would actually be picked, George said. Yeah, I mean, your lessons during SNAPES is fantastic, but we had it pinned on Michael being the champion, Fred added. Or Roger Davies, from Ravenclaw, Lee Jordan added. None of you thought Cedric Diggory would be champion? Harry asked. You mean the pretty boy from Hufflepuff? Why him? Seamus asked. He did give Harry a run for his money last year in Quidditch. And he ain't half bad in Harry's dueling lessons, Dean said. I wouldn't mind cheering for him, one of the girls chimed in. But of course I'm behind you all the way, Harry. That doesn't matter now. Tonight, you've made Gryffindor the champions of Hogwarts. Go Gryffindor. Go Harry. Everyone in the tower was in a festive mood, while Harry quietly sipped his butterbeer on the armchair with Hermione on his lap. I just don't understand how I'm the champion again. What happened? Who could have slipped my name in? Harry asked. They didn't tell you. It was the twins, Hermione said. I think they put nearly everyone's name in from Gryffindor. Didn't they get caught? Harry distinctly remembered the pranksters sporting long, fluffy beards a few weeks ago. Only after Dumbledore came back and added more protections. It only took them 2 nights to bypass Professor Flitwick and McGonagall's charms, Hermione explained. Still doesn't explain why I'm the champion. Barty Crouch Jr. is some kind of expert with enchanted objects, but I don't see the twins altering the goblet that way. They didn't have to. You're the Hogwarts champion, Harry. Of course I am, that's what. No, don't you get it? You're the Hogwarts champion. You're simply the best candidate that Hogwarts has to offer. That can't be. Harry paused. He knew exactly what the events were going to be. He'd received half a year's worth of Auror-level training from Moody himself. His potion skill was getting better every week under Fleming's tutelage, and teaching dueling and brewing to other students was improving his own skills in those fields just as much. Since I'm learning dueling on my own and potions from a private tutor, I don't think I'm really representing Hogwarts here. Maybe the goblet doesn't mind where your knowledge comes from. This feels like cheating. If they haven't changed the riddle, I bet I could finish the trial of water in 10 minutes flat. Maybe the goblet doesn't mind when your knowledge came from, either. Look, you don't even have to take this seriously, all you really have to do is show up at the events, right? Who cares about a silly contest? True, Harry said, but secretly he really wanted to put his competition in their place. Not for Hogwarts, but himself. Thankfully, the first event was the trial of air, and he'd be an even better flyer than last time. He could kick off the tournament with a commanding lead. Breakfast was rowdier than usual as many students found out that Harry was, officially, the Hogwarts champion. While most of the younger students were still starstruck and wholly supportive, many 6th and 7th years were not. I thought that was going to get fixed. Weren't we going to pick a different champion? Great, we've got a little kid representing us. Why is the Gryffindor Golden Boy getting to compete? It's against the rules. He wasn't without his fair share of supporters, however, most notably from the Gryffindor table. A few Hufflepuffs threw in their support as well as the few upper years who had decided to attend the SNAPES meetings. Harry's a fantastic choice. If any of you have ever actually talked to him, you'd know. Cedric declared, to Harry's surprise. Yeah, he's great in our study groups. He's taking 6th-year courses already, and doing better than most of the class. He's as good a champion as any 6th or 7th year bloke. One of the Ravenclaws from his runes class added. Ron was also at Harry's side this time, not something he'd expected. I'd like you see any of you do better. Haven't the Durmstrang students been picking on you all month? Harry's the only one who had the stones to stand up to them. Again, to Harry's surprise, Draco seemed to have stopped attending school and wasn't there to protest. Luna was, though. The goblet must have picked the wrong name, because Harry Potter doesn't go to Hogwarts anymore. This one has to be some kind of duplicate, she announced. As usual, few people took notice of her crackpot statements. All 3 of the headmasters stood up together, announcing that the decision was final. For the first time since their arrival, the 3 of them all agreed with the decision. Dumbledore's acceptance was the most puzzling, but, as usual, the British students all assumed that he knew something they didn't. The foreign students were just happy that one of their competitors was a mere 14-year-old. Thanks for the support, everyone, Harry said to those that had gathered around him. I'm thinking of flying around the castle to celebrate after classes. Anyone else want to join me? He wanted to get some more practice on his broom without giving away the fact that he knew what was coming up. Sure, Harry. That sounds like a great idea. Just because there's no Quidditch this year doesn't mean we can't have a few games on our own. We can even scout out players early for next year, Katie suggested. And she was right. After classes, the word had gone around and there were plenty of people looking to play a pickup game of Quidditch. Many of the second and third years who weren't confident enough to try out for the team still showed up for a friendly flying session at the Quidditch pitch. With over 40 students on the field, too many of them would be sitting out in the sidelines if they were to play a proper game. Instead, Harry settled back onto his original plan. Everyone who wants to play a game of Quidditch, head over to Katie and she'll sort out the teams. Everyone who just wants to fly around and maybe play follow the leader, you can follow me. He yelled as he mounted his broom. Wait, you're not playing. Ron shouted after him. I've got a firebolt. It wouldn't be fair, especially with all the newcomers today. Besides, you should probably be looking for a reserve seeker anyway. I have a tendency to get injured, if you haven't noticed. As he took off, a train of a dozen other students took to the air after him. He started with a few lazy loops to warm up and make sure the others were comfortable on their brooms. Seeing that everyone was keeping after circling the pitch twice, he sped up a little and soared past the top bleachers. He spiraled upwards, higher and higher, seeing a few nervously drop away, probably due to a fear of heights. He was already much higher than his usual vantage point when he had to scan the entire pitch for the snitch, so he quickly flipped around and dove straight down towards the ground, rocketing past those who had turned around early. He pulled back early, not wanting to show off too badly. As he came close to brushing the ground, he actually felt a twinge of fear run through him, not for his own safety, but for the 2 or 3 others who were attempting to follow him closely. He thought he'd pull up early enough that some of the others, riding older clean sweep 6s, would still be able to pull out, but one of them was headed straight to the ground and Harry knew he wouldn't be able to stop in time. Springing his wand from his holster, he cast a cushioning charm at the ground as quickly as he could manage. Thankfully, the rider was pulling up and managed to hit the cushioning charm feet first, but still plowed straight through it and into the ground. Harry only noticed it was a girl, probably a first year, picking herself up off the ground, barely holding back her tears. Are you all right? Harry asked. Do you want me to take you to see Madame Pomfrey? I'm fine. I just couldn't keep up on the old school broom, that's all, she said. What's your name? What year are you? I'm Demelza Robbins. I'm only first year. I know I shouldn't be flying without my own broom, I'm sorry. I'll go now. She picked up the old, used broom and dejectedly shuffled her way back to the bleachers. Harry was reminded of how much he'd loved flying from the first time he ever mounted his broom. Then he was reminded of how depressed he was when the Whomping Willow smashed up his Nimbus. He didn't want to end the dreams of another young Quidditch prodigy early, especially if she had almost been able to perform a suicide drop on a school broom a mere month and a half after her first flying lesson. Hey, wait up, Harry said. You're still good to fly, right? Why don't we trade brooms? Demelza stopped in her tracks. You can't be serious. I mean, that's your broom, you can't. Of course I can. Hurry up, everyone else is waiting, Harry said, quickly pulling the school broom out of her hands and shoving his towards her. Oh my god, this is a firebolt. It's Harry Potter's firebolt. I can't believe I'm touching it. You're letting me ride it. Oh my god, I promise I'll be careful. I won't break it or anything. Demelza began to follow, flying even more cautiously than she originally did with the school broom. Harry was taking it slowly as well, trying to adjust to the vastly different old broom. It was certainly slower. It was also heavier, making his turns a little harder to pull off, yet he could feel every little breeze pushing him off course. Its control and stability charms must have been worn away. On the other hand, he was quickly beginning to find the unsteadiness of the broom more entertaining. He'd gotten used to the firebolt, still the most advanced Quidditch broom in the world to date, but after receiving flying lessons from Hedwig, he realized that it responded to the rider, and only the rider. It had mostly allowed him to ignore the wind instead of drift along with it. Now, with the ratty old broom, he realized he was closer to actual flying than he'd ever been. Without any real direction in mind, he drifted back and forth, twisting and twirling, gliding through the wind as it carried him through the air like a leaf. Things got especially interesting when he circled around the goalposts, flitting in and out between them, letting the broom lead him. Occasionally when he was forced to make a turn the broom couldn't handle, he ended up using his robes like a sail or a wing to give that little extra power the charms couldn't supply. It wasn't until someone else yelled at him that he'd realized he lost the entire group. Oi, Harry. Are we still playing follow the leader? Because if we are, you should stop doing the impossible. Huh. With a lazy spin, he turned to see everyone else just hovering nearby. It seemed that everyone else had given up trying to follow him exactly and were now just watching him move. I'm riding a firebolt and I couldn't even keep up with you, Demelza sobbed. You can have your broom back, Harry. I'm a horrible flyer. How did you move like that? I've never seen anyone pull off those stunts you just did, and I've watched a lot of Quidditch, Faye gushed. Yeah, most of us thought you were going to fall off the broom or crash every 5 seconds, Colin admitted. Hermione's down there, freaking out, Ginny informed him, pointing at her out of the crowd. It seemed like Hermione's normally bushy hair was now even more chaotic than before. Well, Demelza, don't sweat it. I'm not sure if I could have done that with my firebolt, either, Harry said to calm her down. And Colin, Ginny, did it really look that bad? I thought I was just playing around. Yes, it looked bad, Ginny said. You looked like you were knocked out by a bludger and falling into the stands half the time. Then there were the spins and tumbles that only happen to riders who've lost control completely, except it turns out you were in complete control. Yeah, you should have seen Demelza. I think she only kept up with you for 10 seconds before she nearly bucked herself into one of the hoops. I don't think anyone else even came close, Colin added. Well, I'm going to see if I can do that again, Harry said, mounting his firebolt. I wouldn't suggest any of you follow me. He took off again, but immediately felt disconnected from his flying. He almost thought there was something wrong at first, but came to realize that the broom was working exactly as it had been before. Demelza had kept her promise, at least. The broom was doing an excellent job of dampening the air currents, and that was the problem. Whereas before it was a blessing that had allowed him to concentrate on the snitch, it was now getting in the way of the fun he'd discovered as a bird. He knew the extra maneuverability would definitely come in handy, but the school brooms were simply too slow. Maybe I can build myself a better broom, he thought. I'm not sure I'm following your reasoning. Harry, Professor Vector said, looking at a set of messily scratched drawings that Harry had handed him. 3 and 5 are both closely associated with air, but 3 is preferable, as it's luckier. On top of that, 4 creates stability, and adding the 2 together makes 7, a very powerful combination. Nearly all brooms share this fundamental arrangement. We covered this in the analysis of your firebolt. I was thinking of 1, and 5, actually, Harry explained. It's less stable, but more powerful, and I think it should have a higher affinity for air. It still totals to 7. Unstable. That's putting it lightly. Without a 4, and with 2 of the same number, I'd be surprised if a person even managed to mount it. You'd need a dozen dampening charms to make it workable. That's just not worth the effort over the more common layout. I don't think any broom company could market a product like this. A knock on the door disrupted Harry's arithmancy discussion. Colin Creevey was standing at the door. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm here to take Harry down too. The weighing of the wands, Harry finished for him. Can we continue this later, Professor? With Professor Vector's nod, Harry jogged down to the Great Hall with Colin at his heels the entire time. I just knew you'd be our champion, Harry. Ever since they announced the tournament. Colin yapped like an excited puppy. Even when they said it was only for wizards who were of age. Harry said, that doesn't matter. You know I've attended every single one of your SNAPES meetings. Harry knew that very well, in fact. Well, you're practically a professor yourself. You've been teaching everyone so much. I'm not the only one. Hermione leads the history sessions and Barnabas is doing a great job with care of magical creatures. I only do dueling and potions. Yeah, the exciting ones. Potions isn't really exciting. Yeah, but dueling is. You're going to blow the other champions away. Ka-pow. Fizzum. With Colin making his sound effects, Harry knew it would be a lost cause. At least the Slytherins hadn't been bothering him this time, for whatever reason. Just like last time, Mr. Ollivander was waiting for the champions to assemble, as well as the Medowitches. Ludo Bagman had finally returned, but apparently Bartemius Crouch had been permanently replaced. Bagman seemed to be overdoing his enthusiasm, probably to make up for the fact that England still wasn't looking very good to its competition. Ivan went first, following the full set of spells that Mr. Ollivander demonstrated just as Harry remembered it. This time, he noticed Ollivander doing something with his left hand last time. He had been too distracted watching the actual spells for the weighing. So that's how they disabled my wand last time, Harry realized. When his turn arrived, he immediately drew his offhand dragon heartstring wand. If things got really hairy, he'd rather lose that one than his trusty phoenix feather wand. Well, Mr. Potter, do you intend to make your way through the entire tournament with the Rowan and dragon heartstring? It would be quite a severe disadvantage. The holly and phoenix feather is simply a much better match. I'll be fine with it, Harry answered confidently. The last several weeks of practicing left-handed spellwork was quickly bringing him up to speed. He needed some kind of handicap to keep the competition fair. Harry handed it over to Mr. Ollivander, who performed his set of spells as well as the sneaky registration spell for the tournament. Harry took it back. He conjured a stone, levitated it, transfigured it to wood, set it on fire, doused it with water, blew it up and vanished the sawdust, all flawlessly, albeit a little slower and more cautiously than if he had done it with his right hand. Very good, Mr. Potter. That wand is certainly fit for competition. Now, the Medowitches are waiting, if you please. Ollivander gestured towards the side room where Harry would be receiving his medical checkup. Harry walked inside with much more pride this time, almost ready to show off his healthier, fitter body. Then he realized that the only thing covering his runic scars was a simple glamour, but if they hadn't noticed last time, they shouldn't this time, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw Moody standing in the corner of the room. Professor Moody, what are you doing here? Security, the old Auror grunted, and said no more. Even the nurses were uncomfortable with his presence, but they didn't dare kick him out. Mr. Potter, please lie down on the cot. Harry noted that Moody was watching intently as the witches performed their medical scans. Well, Mr. Potter, it seems that you're in perfect health. In fact, I've rarely ever seen someone in such good condition unless they've been taking a regrowth potion regimen. I did, Harry admitted. Over the summer. Really? There aren't any records listed. Who was the healer that approved the treatment? No healer. It was homebrewed. Well, at least it worked. You really should get a potion made by an approved potions master in the future. Next, we'll need a drop of blood. Blood? What for? Extra security requirements, she said, her eyes darting towards Moody momentarily. Harry obediently held out his hand. He felt a pinprick as the nurse cast a spell that drew a drop of blood, which she then dropped into some kind of potion. After a few swirls, she dripped the mixture onto a piece of parchment, which quickly displayed the name Harry James Potter. Satisfied, Mr. Moody? Not nearly. Did you catch the scarring on his back? It looks unhealthy. Harry's heart dropped into his stomach. Take off your shirt, boy. I'd rather not. Don't be embarrassed, dear. All healers and Medowitches swear a magical oath of patient confidentiality. We just want what's best for your health. Yeah, but what about him? Harry asked, pointing to Moody. He's taken a vow not to reveal anything that does not pertain to the security of the tournament, an additional vow not to discuss any medical issues the champions may have, and finally, a contract with all three ministries not to discuss anything about the champions not pertaining to security. Satisfied, Mr. Potter? Not nearly, Harry mimicked Moody. How long do these contracts and oaths last? What does he stand to lose if he breaks them? I don't exactly like people seeing them. Moody answered him directly this time. Only until the end of the tournament, otherwise I'll be facing hefty fines and possibly a stint in Azkaban. Potter, as a retired Auror, I don't have very much money and I don't fancy being locked in a prison where I personally sent half the inmates there. Believe me, I'm just doing my job. Now let's see what's going on with those scars. With no other choice available to him, Harry removed his shirt, while secretively unsheathing his wand as he turned around. I don't see anything wrong, the nurses said. That's because you're not looking hard enough, Moody said. Finite. A few silent seconds passed before Harry heard one of the witches ask, Is there something we're supposed to see, Mr. Moody? Yes, I'm looking at it right now, but this damn glamour won't end. Finite incantatum. He cast again, still revealing nothing. Vidya Verita. The stronger spell ended the charm. The Medowitches both gasped as the massive amount of scarring on Harry's back revealed itself. Merlin's beard. These are blood runes. Who did this to you, Mr. Potter? Me. No need to bring Hermione into this discussion. What does all this mean, Potter? Moody was much more calm, possibly owing to his own impressive set of scars. You want me to explain it to you? Can I just tell you that none of it is a security concern and leave it at that? I'm going to need more details than that, Potter. These are runes. I recognize a few time, memory, a few numbers. Oh, a charging rune. That's why a finite couldn't end that glamour. You didn't take runes back when you were in Hogwarts. Didn't see the point. Too much sitting, not enough doing. Learned my lesson after I walked into a BP trap, but since then I've learned to recognize when to call a curse breaker and when I can just blast straight through. Nothing here looks deadly, but I need to know exactly what this is, he said. I hope he's not bluffing, Harry thought. Well, it enhances my memory. It lets me, relive a memory very quickly. That's how I managed to learn so quickly over the summer. Please, please, please believe it, he thought desperately. You do know blood runes are illegal, don't you, Potter? Moody said. Oh nuts, Harry thought. You are going to follow your oaths not to mention anything about this if I'm not a threat to the tournament, right? He challenged right away. I'll be the judge of that. Any good Auror would put his foot down when he sees a breach of the law, Moody retorted. But you're not an Auror anymore, Harry said. That statement seemed to hit Moody harder than expected. The old Auror's shoulders sagged for a bit as he seemed to stare past Harry, possibly reminiscing about old battles. No, boy, I guess I'm not. Thought getting out of the Auror business would mean less restrictions and paperwork, he grunted bitterly. But I'm keeping an eye on you. The path to dark magic begins with a few innocent steps. I'm always ready to trade spells with any up-and-coming Dark Lord as long as I live. Knowing he'd only temporarily dodged a bullet, Harry scurried past an impatient Fleur as he left the room. Having lost the most photogenic champion, the press immediately descended upon Harry, blocking his path out of the Great Hall. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter. James Jans, of Wizards International Sports Paper. Is this exciting for you, to be chosen to represent your country in the Triwizard Tournament? Harry shook his head. This isn't the first time I've been tossed into a strange and dangerous situation at school, he said. Dangerous? Are you saying that you've already faced things more dangerous than the Triwizard Tournament, where contestants in the past have been known to die in competition? Am I going to have to defend myself from Dementors in the tournament? Seeing the shocked look on the reporter's face, Harry smugly added, I thought not. Andrea Anderson, Daily Prophet. How do you plan on preparing for the tournament, especially since you're the youngest contestant? I've already started a student society where we teach each other and practice dueling, brewing, and a few other subjects, he explained. I think we might add flying and Quidditch, too, since there's no Quidditch this year. You're turning to other students. You don't feel any professors can take credit for your achievements? Harry thought about for a while. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were all good professors, and were actually quite exceptional at not giving him special treatment as a student. The last head of house, however, I think some credit goes to Professor Snape. He taught me that sometimes, learning on your own is much more effective than being taught by a professor. So I started the Snape Society, for students who want to learn how to brew potions properly. We expanded from there. Constance Girdle Band, Witch Weekly. So, Harry, that French witch is quite the looker, don't you think? Harry rolled his eyes. Just inform your readership that I'm already taken. Rita Skeeter. Before she could even finish her introduction, Harry immediately drew his wand and had it pressed under her chin. If you write a single word about me, Skeeter, I will crush you like an insect. He stormed out of the hall, leaving the spectacled woman speechless as her quick quotes quill skittered across the parchment. Working on his new broom was a much-needed distraction for Harry. In classes and during SNAPES meetings, he was constantly being hounded by the other students, asking for even more help with their work or just offering congratulations. Since Snape had found out about his namesake club through the newspapers, no less, he also began publicly denouncing Harry, which, of course, resulted in an immediate backlash for deriding the Hogwarts champion in the presence of other schools. Consequently, the number of students attending SNAPES doubled within a week, and Harry was leaving a very good impression on those who attended. Now the only free time he had was late evening, which he often spent in an abandoned tower accessible only by flying, as the stairs had collapsed, to work on his pet project. Dobby and Hagrid were immensely helpful, and the advice from Professor Vector was invaluable. Hagrid's many trips into the Forbidden Forest produced many fine samples of ash wood, a few of which he could quickly carve out to emulate his firebolt's main shaft. Finding proper birch twigs for the bristles was difficult, though, because of the stringent length, thickness, and straightness requirements. Clearly, the Broom Company grew their own trees instead of harvesting random twigs from the forest. Dobby, while bringing him snacks, found an obvious solution. Can Harry Potter fly with feathers? And not just any feathers. With the Beauxbatons visiting, Hagrid was taking care of the Abraxans. The huge winged horses were at least twice as big as a hippogriff, and their feathers were correspondingly larger and stronger. With a little modification to his design, he didn't even have to charm twigs for flight. The feathers were already magical in nature. It was so obvious that Harry wondered why no wizard had ever thought of it before. The end result, as Ron succinctly put it, was ridiculous. "You're riding a giant feather duster," Hermione reassuringly told Harry. "Well, if you think about it, it's no sillier than riding a broom." "What are you talking about? Brooms are for flying," Ron protested. "And what do you use to clean the floors?" Hermione put dryly. "Mops. As much as I love magic, wizards are just plain ridiculous." "I still can't believe nobody thought of using feathers for flying," she said, shaking her head. "Muggles are the ones that aren't making sense," Ron said defensively. "Those airy plane contraptions just don't make sense. At least wood is solid. Riding a machine that's made of paper, really. Airplanes aren't made of paper," Hermione argued. "Then what are they made of?" "Metal. Aluminium. That's even more ridiculous. Metal. To fly. Now you're going to tell me that they make boats out of metal, too." Not to interrupt your argument, guys, but could you keep an eye on me while I go on my first flight with this thing? Just be ready to cast a resto momentum if anything goes wrong, Harry cut in, seeing they'd never stop bickering if they were left to themselves. The test runs scared Hermione witless, naturally. Harry had foregone cushioning, braking, stability, and even durability charms on his first try to keep things as simple as possible. For the first time since picking up a broom, Harry honestly felt that the broom was capable of more than he was and that he needed more training to be able to handle it, and he only had a few more days for fine-tuning until the trial of air. All eyes were on Harry as they waited in the champion's tent at the entrance to Carishalope Gorge. Fleur had the same broom as last time, a Cloudrunner Hurricane. Hers was a top-quality broom and the absolute opposite of his. She was definitely holding back her laughter as she eyed Harry's handmade broom. Harry unconsciously started preening its feathers, not that it really helped. Ivan wasn't much of a flyer, too tall, too bulky, and holding a relatively underpowered Nimbus 2002. It may have been the best that the Nimbus Company had to offer, but it was still no match for a Firebolt. That didn't stop him from smirking at Harry as well. Neither of Harry's competitors said a word, though, as the judges were arguing over whether or not Harry's broom actually counted as a broom or not. Nobody in the wizarding world had ever seen anything like it. On one hand, it clearly was neither a flying carpet nor a Muggle contraption, and it did have a shaft in the middle for someone to sit on. On the other hand, it had feathers. "We'll allow this," the head referee declared. "But only because nobody's seen one of these before, and if you squint really hard, there's not much of a difference between feathers and bristles. We'll have a final decision from the Department of Magical Sports and Games by this evening. For now, we can race." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Ludo Bagman then explained what was happening in the trial of air. Much like before, it was a combination of a race and aerial obstacle course, so Harry paid more attention to his broom than to Bagman. His ears perked up, though, when Bagman was explaining, golden egg from 3 particularly vicious Griffinet dens. Don't let their size fool you, they attack in numbers and are just as dangerous as their full-size cousins. Wait, what about the zoo? Harry couldn't help but ask. Oh, you know about that? Bagman looked more embarrassed than surprised. There was a slight change of plans last week. We've decided to use more of the local wildlife, even if they are a little more challenging than what we had originally planned. In Ozzer words, your own director of international relations being arrested is not good for international relations, Fleur jabbed at Bagman. Harry recalled that the zoo was actually Persian Beast. If that thing had been considered the safe alternative to Griffinets, then he didn't want to know how much more dangerous the race was this time. Fleur had enough trouble with the big bird last time, and if things were any harder, Harry suspected she might not be able to walk away from this event with an egg at all. The other two champions stood at the starting line, looking extremely confident. Ignorance is bliss, thought Harry. As Bagman's green flare erupted from his wand, Harry took an early lead as he shot from the starting line. Pressing his body low against the shaft, he gripped his broom with both hands as hard as he could, fighting to stay on under the extreme acceleration. He didn't bother looking back. Ivan was no match, he knew, and Fleur might have a higher top speed, but she couldn't accelerate the way he did. The first two obstacles were just as he remembered them. First, a net strung across the entire canyon, no need for a spell, as he kept low to the canyon floor and bypassed it completely. The maze-like pile of thick logs was the true test of his broom's maneuverability. Barely slowing down, Harry tucked his elbows and legs in and began dodging. This was exactly what he wanted out of his broom, the quick, jerking movements. Nearly threw him off the broom multiple times, but wouldn't have been possible even with his firebolt. Favoring a stronger grip instead of casting spells, Harry's adrenaline focused his vision into searching for the tiniest gaps, of which he had milliseconds to react to at the speed he was moving at. Up, down, twist, left, ouch as he scraped his shoulder, right, flip, wince as he scraped a few feathers on a tight turn, left, down, down, up, and he was free. His broom felt a little wobbly. With nobody else in sight, he could afford to slow down a little. Taking a peek at the back of his broom, he noticed one group of feathers was badly mangled and messing up his flight. Next time, he wouldn't skimp on the durability charms, but it was too late to fix that now. He ripped off the bundle of 7 feathers and felt his broom stabilize. He didn't like having to sacrifice his top speed so early in the race, but there were no quick fixes for Abraxian feathers. A loud screech brought Harry's attention up front once again. He'd arrived at the harpy nests. The first few had already alerted others to his presence and they were getting ready to swarm him. He released his wand from his holster into his left hand as the first harpy launched itself at him, shrieking the whole way. Harry dodged, and nearly lost his grip. He cast a sticking charm on his right hand before trying to dodge again. Probably should have spent more time flying this broom one-handed, he realized. Venticindo. The blade of wind carved a path for him which he followed closely, but the spell also left a trail of turbulent air behind its path. Harry needed to get away from the harpies before Ivan and Fleur caught up, though. Venticindo. He cried again, retracting his wand and grasping the handle with both hands, fighting through the chaotic winds he created. That second spell gave him just enough leeway to dodge the last of the harpies, and he sped off. After a long, easy cruise until he reached the narrow ravine. He expected Fleur to catch up fairly soon, as open-air flying was her strength. If he fought his way through the ravine one more time, she was sure to pass him. Being first in an obstacle course KS, he thought. I have to do all the work for them. He eyed the many giant weaver webs that were strung across the area. Last time, Fleur had dealt with all of them herself. Maybe Harry could do it too. A simple cutting charm would probably get the webs out of the way, and casting a deafening charm on himself would let him ignore the bats that roosted there. A few slashes from his wand and spiders were dropping down left and right, though most of them were quickly scrambling back up the cliff face and ready to take vengeance on their attacker. Hermione had told him they were carnivorous, and often liquefied their prey alive with digestive venoms. Harry didn't want to stick around to find out. The bats, on the other hand, were assaulting him with their resonating screams, and his muffling charm was doing its job protecting his ears. However, that wasn't all they affected. His broom was starting to vibrate, along with the cliff face. A few loose pebbles were starting to pelt him, while a few loose feathers were falling off his broom. He made it out, though a little short on breath and feathers. The sound of the bats getting riled up again told him someone else was approaching Fleur, most likely. Harry decided to concentrate on the next obstacle, which his broom was nearly tailored for. The wind-buffeted stretch of the race was the one part Harry had been looking forward to. This time, instead of using smoke to show the way, he simply let the broom get pushed around and drifted wherever the air currents were sweeping him. He only made sure not to crash into the ground, or fly out of bounds. It was very much like kayaking down whitewater rapids, not that Harry had ever tried it before, but without fighting to stay in a straight line, his erratic flight path ended up being faster than a more direct route. With one long straightaway to the griffinet nests, Harry expected Fleur to catch up at any moment, and she did. They arrived at almost the same moment, stopping about 100 meters from the nests. Both of them spied 3 glinting gold eggs scattered around the cliffs. 100 beady eyes were staring at them cautiously. "That was some impressive flying, Monsieur Potter. Would you like to go first?" Harry could feel a little bit of her Vila aura nudging him into agreement. Harry knew she just wanted to use him as a distraction, since she'd never want to charge in with that broom of hers. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he decided to play along. "Why, certainly, milady," he replied, putting on a dopey smile. He shot forward, quickly formulating a plan. He could probably take them on the same way he fought off the harpies. A sticking charm to his right hand and a wind-splitting hex towards the boulder beasts gave him a clear path towards the first egg, for 2 seconds. Harry tried again, but before he could get a spell off, one griffinet swooped in from the side and snapped at his arm. He had to cut his casting short and roll away just to keep his wand intact. "Clever girl," Harry muttered, noticing that the beasts weren't attacking haphazardly like the harpies did. They regrouped and circled around him, no doubt preparing to assault from all directions at once. Clearly, they were more organized and intelligent, not to mention having twice as many claws. Where was Fleur? Harry thought he could turn the trap around on her, but she was nowhere to be found. As the first griffinet dive-bombed him, Harry swooped to the walls of the gorge and shot towards the egg on the far left, hugging the cliff face as he went. Now they could only attack from one side, and he could better protect his wand. He tucked in, casting Cyclone and Wind spells to disrupt his attackers while keeping the egg in sight. Harry retracted his wand into his holster to snatch the egg up when the egg floated out of its nest. A slight shimmer told him everything he needed to know. Fleur, seeing Harry and 24 griffinets bearing down on her, lost her composure for a second and dropped the egg. Perfect. Harry deliberately waited until the last second to change direction, buzzing by Fleur before dropping straight down to snatch it. A female scream followed by some bird-like shrieks told him the plan went perfectly. Safely cushioning the egg just before it hit the ground, Harry breathed a sigh of relief for only an instant. A strong set of talons dug into his right shoulder. His flinch thankfully protected his head from the griffinet's beak. Trying to swat the animal away with his right hand, he forgot that it was still stuck to the broom and ended up flipping end over end. Luckily, that was enough to shake it off, but its friends were attacking as well. Elbowing one away with his left hand as another dug its claws into his leg, Harry deliberately rammed himself into the rock face. He heard the slight crack of wood and noted his broom wasn't quite as solid as it was a moment ago. Without any free hands to cast spells, he resorted to tackling, kicking, and ramming the beasts as they continued to claw at him. As he put more distance between himself and the nests, most of them returned, though a few still decided to give chase. His broom was a little shaky and almost about to fall apart, but he couldn't slow down or his feathery friends would tear it to shreds. He passed by Ivan as he approached the perpetually turbulent section of the race. The bulky boy smirked at Harry's ragged appearance and damaged broom, but Harry didn't mind. It just meant Ivan didn't know what he was in for. Thankfully, the crossing of paths meant the last of the griffinets gave up the pursuit on Harry and switched over to Ivan. The rest of the flight was a hard fight, even though it was slower. The damage to the broom made it difficult to control. He didn't want to risk falling out of the sky, but the repair charm only barely kept the broom together. He moved through all the obstacles more carefully and disillusioned himself against the harpies, afraid that the slightest bump would cause everything to explode in a shower of wood chips and feathers. Despite his cautious pace, Fleur never managed to catch up at all throughout the race. Harry had expected her to take the lead eventually. His feet touched ground and he was exhausted, bloody, and ready to collapse. When he let go of his broom, he could see the giant crack running along the shaft. The entire thing was held together by splinters. Almost 3/4 of the feather clusters had been damaged or ripped off completely. He could barely hear the cheers of the crowds. A supportive hand on his arm almost went unnoticed until he was dragged to the medical tent. It took nearly an hour, but he walked out fully healed. Despite the massive injuries, they were all quickly healed with basic blood replenishing and Dittany potions, and some Skelligro to take care of hairline fractures. Harry wondered why nobody, neither champion, had returned yet. In the meantime, he decided to search for Sirius, Hermione and Ron in the crowds. He spotted them at one of the top boxes and climbed the stairs all the way up, his broom being in too poor a condition for him to risk the short flight. "What did I miss?" Harry asked. Hermione fainting, Ron chuckled. "I did not," she protested. "It just got so scary I had to close my eyes for a second." "You weren't even paying attention." "Yes, I was. I kept my eyes on the image the entire time." Sirius barked with laughter. "Only when Fleur being shown. I didn't know the Vila aura could work through projected images." Ron turned beet red with that comment, but Sirius ignored it. "You remind me of James more and more, Harry. Especially after he started dating Lily. He toned down the stupid pranks, but he stayed competitive in Quidditch. Maybe a little too much for Lily's tastes. I think you've set the Potter family record for the craziest stunts in the air." "Yeah, it was a little iffy out there," Harry admitted. "Iffy? You call flying on a broken stick for more than 50 kilometers a little iffy?" "Let me see that broom," she said, snatching it out of his hands. The simple motion caused it to creak. "Harry, this thing isn't even straight anymore. I can't believe you managed to convince me this was a good idea." I wouldn't have believed him if he told me he outgrew my Christmas present in a year. But after seeing him fly well, I think it was worth it. "It was a good learning experience," Harry laughed. "I've already got a list of improvements in my head. You know, Harry, aside from the quality issues, you could do pretty well selling those brooms," Sirius suggested. "I know the Black family name isn't quite what it used to be, but our family has always meant business. Your showing here is pretty amazing. I mean, that Ivan fellow is only just arriving with his Nimbus 2002. He pointed up at the projected image, where the Durmstrang champion was finally passing through the maze of logs. Fleur was right beside him, strangely enough. It looked like they weren't trying to pass each other, though and each still had their wands in hand, casting spell after spell behind them. Both were looking even worse than Harry had been, with scratches and bite marks all over. "What are they doing?" Harry asked. "Are they working together? Is that even allowed?" "It was the only way either of them could get the eggs," Sirius answered. "And boy, those things are vicious. I think it would have been easier to wrestle a griffin than a pack of griffinets. I can keep track of 4 big claws, 40 is a bit tougher." Statistically, the annual number of deaths by griffinets is about 3 times higher than by griffins, according to the Malicious Magical Monsters Fact Book. "It could be because they're deceptively cute. I'll never make that mistake," Harry declared. "As that did they follow them the entire way here." He pointed as a flock of griffinets emerged from the maze, just behind the other champions. "Yeah, they've been following the 2 of them. Both their brooms are broken, and they're moving slowly, but as long as they stick together they can hold them off. Neither of them wants to try to pull ahead, not yet, at least," Sirius answered. "Ivan and Fleur managed to destroy most of their nests in the process of trying to get the golden eggs. I think they're out for revenge," Hermione added. "Are you sure they won't start attacking the spectators when they get here?" Harry pointed out. "Nah, the organizers of the tournament can't be that incompetent," Sirius reassured them. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, and drew their wands. Fleur and Ivan would both be rounding the final bend any second now. Both of them abandoned their attempts to fight off the griffinets with teamwork as they came into sight and pushed their brooms to get the lead. Ivan was still casting, while Fleur decided to just concentrate on flying as fast as possible. Her decision cost her, though, as one of the animals snagged her bristles, causing her to veer dangerously. Her broom, heavily damaged and rapidly losing its flotation charm, was falling apart. "She's not going to make it," Harry breathed out. "She'll be fine," Sirius waved him off, his eyes fixed on the racers. "As long as the Medowitches can get to her in time, you mean," Hermione said. "You should be more worried about everyone else. I don't think tournament security was prepared for more than 3 living things crossing the finish line." Surely enough, Fleur skidded into the ground just past the finish after Ivan, but well over 50 griffinets were now trying to claw at the champions. The security wizards, more used to keeping unruly crowds in line, didn't know how to deal with the flock of angry bird-lion hybrids. Moody, being head of security, was equally unprepared for the prospect of fighting non-humans. "So should we help them?" Ron, on the other hand, was already leaping down the stairs. Harry and Hermione had no choice but to follow. "Oi, you keep your filthy claws off her," he shouted, casting stunning spells haphazardly into the fray. Perhaps the Vila charm still worked when she was unconscious, too. Unfortunately for him, one of his spells zipped a little too close to Mad Eye's cheek. The old man was just hitting his stride again, and the spell made him instinctively whip off a bone removal curse at Ron, striking the boy in his arm. Ron collapsed in surprise as his arm flopped down like a rubber glove. "You're in for one disgusting recovery, Ron," Harry said once he caught up. "At least it was a competent professor that did it to you. You kids always put yourselves in messes like this." Moody growled behind them. "Jumping into a fight just means you're going to get hurt. Think about that while you sip your Skelligro for the next few days." The flock was being scared back towards their home by the security team, who now had the situation under control. "What am I doing down here?" Ron asked, coming to his senses as Fleur was now safely tucked away inside the medical tent. "Oh bugger all, I've made a fool of myself again because of the Vila, haven't I? Her name's Fleur. You could try blocking it out, you know. Like Moody. Or me." Harry couldn't fault Ron for it too much, though. Upon closer review, most of the security team hadn't positioned themselves to protect the general public, but to defend one silvery-haired champion. "I'm going to go talk to the other two champions for a bit. Maybe I could put in a good word for you. You'd do that for me." Ron's eyes lit up with hope. "I'll eat my wand if Fleur ever willingly dates Ron." Might be funny to watch, though, Harry thought. He just waved nonchalantly to his friends before poking his head into the tent. "How are you two doing?" Ivan only snarled angrily in reply. Harry turned to Fleur instead, who was regarding him angrily, but respectfully. "You pulled some very dirty tricks during Z race, Monsieur Potter. You are unlike Z, Arrow my sister reads about." Harry only laughed. "I'm afraid you're going to have to do more than read storybooks to know what you're up against. So you're not a dragon hunter, slayer of dark lords, or protector of young children?" "No, yes, and not yet. Can I add inventor to that?" "Your broom was intriguing." "I guess so. I don't really spend time thinking up inventions, though. I only made it because my old broom wasn't performing as well as I liked." "And what broom was that?" "Firebolt." Fleur nearly spat out the potion she was drinking. "I suppose you will be a professional Quidditch player when you finish school, Non. It is good to avenue your life laid out for you." "Nah, I'm not sure if it's a good use of my time." He wasn't entirely put off by the idea. He was already a celebrity, but becoming even more influential through Quidditch fame could get more things accomplished, like exposing Voldemort to the public and forcing people to take action against him. You could easily be the greatest star in all of Quidditch with your skills. You could comfortably retire at the age of 30 and you would turn that down. Fleur asked cautiously. "The more I talk to you, the less I seem to know." "I'm sure I could be," Harry said. "But what about you? You could easily be a successful fashion model for Witch Weekly, or, dare I say it, you could just charm some rich old fool. But you don't want that, do you?" Fleur gave him an understanding nod. "I see. Fame alone is nothing to you, is it?" "Not unless I can do something with it. I can't change the world if I'm too busy playing games." Ivan, who was apparently listening in on their conversation, finally piped up. "And the tournament? Is this just a game to you?" "Yeah, that sounds about right. Someone else entered my name. I certainly didn't. I have other things to take care of, tutoring other students, training, learning. This tournament is getting in the way of that, to be honest." "So you don't care if you win? Why do you try at all?" Fleur asked. "Oh, it's good training. It's not so much about winning the tournament, as much as it is about proving to myself that I'm strong enough to face a few challenges. I won't be going easy on you too." For the first time since his name was drawn, the two older champions took him as a serious threat. To Harry, he knew the tournament was rather limited in its usefulness. If he had to do this another time, it would be less and less useful to developing his general skill levels. For now, it still offered some challenges to him despite his advanced knowledge. Beating his competition would just happen to be a side effect of doing very well. Back at school the next day, Harry was lauded as a hero. Being labeled the underdog for the past month, everyone had low expectations of the British champion. The seemingly come-from-behind win that Harry achieved lifted the spirits of not only Hogwarts but all of magical Britain as well. He held an even more commanding lead than last time in the scoreboards, due to a slight scoring change with only 3 champions. Some over-enthusiastic fans were already declaring victory, despite having 6 more trials and the final task to get through. Still, there was not a bad word to be said about him, and nothing proved it more than when the Slytherins came to shake hands with him, led by Blaise. "Potter, I think you've truly proven yourself as a champion today. I think if Malfoy were still here, he'd be doing something to try to steal your glory, but since he isn't, we're here to extend our support. If there's anything the Slytherin house can do to help, just ask." The dark-skinned boy seemed to be genuinely interested in helping. Probably with an ulterior motive like getting into the good graces of the already famous Harry Potter, of course, but he wasn't hiding that. Harry had noticed him networking with the foreign students fairly often as well. He wondered if Draco would have ever done something like this, but brushed that thought away. Draco was always interested in being handed power, like his 2 Goonies, not working to earn his way up like Blaise was doing now. Harry could actually learn something or two from this boy. Their hands met and shook with a firm grip. There was no animosity, nor veiled threat like the way Marcus Flint had shaken during Quidditch games. It was simply starting a good business deal, and Harry had a proposal to make. "So, there is something I could use your help with," he said. "All of you. 2 things, actually. Go on. First, I'm inviting you to join Snape Society. Hermione and I started it to teach some of our skills to other students, but we found everyone has some expertise that others could learn from, everything from potions to housekeeping charms to cooking. It's been growing quite rapidly and, quite frankly, I think it's everyone's loss by leaving a quarter of the school population. What do you say?" "Well, I'd be delighted, Mr. Potter," Daphne Greengrass said, extending her hand out, palm down. For a second, Harry was dumbfounded. He was about to take her hand to shake it, when Blaise laughed and stopped him. "You're supposed to key it." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Harry took her hand and bent over like in the shows he spied on the telly, dotting her hand lightly. "And your lips aren't actually supposed to touch my hand," Daphne sighed. "It looks like I could host a class on proper formal etiquette. No boy from Hogwarts has any chance of impressing a girl from Beauxbatons without it. Let's just hope you haven't all made fools of yourselves already. Where do we meet?" "The next meeting is tomorrow afternoon, up on the 7th floor near the tapestry with the dancing trolls. The subject is going to be beginners dueling." Blaise and most of the other boys nodded approvingly. "And you mentioned a second request, Harry." "Yeah, get your head of house to stop looking at me like that," he said, nodding over at the staff table. While all the other staff were amused and hopeful about the newfound friendship between former enemies, Snape naturally disapproved of all things Potter. "We can try but no guarantees. What did you do to him, anyway, Potter? It's like he goes out of his way to hate you. Did you insult his mother or something? I really don't know. If you could find that out, too, it'd be great." The room of requirement seemed to know in advance that there would be more people coming, and Harry walked into a slightly larger space than usual. It filled up quickly with the usual members, but Harry spied about 10 faces he'd never seen before. He realized that his entire experience with the Slytherin house had been tainted by Malfoy and Snape. The rest were as unknown to him as many of the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs had been a few weeks ago. More pertinently, he noticed that nearly all of the Slytherins he knew the names of, like Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, and Malfoy, weren't present. The only ones he did know were Zabini and Greengrass. "I can't believe you're doing this, mate. We had such a big advantage over the competition and you let them in on it." Ron expressed his disapproval in a low voice. "School's not about the competition, Ron," Harry answered. Hermione gave him a strange look. "Okay, fine, it is a competition for some people, but it's not about whether or not you can beat someone in a duel." A few people overheard him and now had their eyes on him questioningly. Harry sighed. "Okay, yes, I do have to get through a few duels, but what I'm trying to say is that there's more to life than just school and spellwork, alright? Meet new people, see the world, and all that jazz. Who knows, you might even meet the love of your life somewhere in there." Ron snorted. "Not bloody likely. Just give it a try, will you?" With all the new students, Harry decided to use the class to review their skills and gauge where the Slytherins stood. Secretly, he also wanted to know if he could consistently beat Cedric, since the duels were coming up, but he wasn't sure if Cedric had been training more intensely when he had been a champion. He wondered if the Slytherins had anything to teach him, but dueling seemed to be more of a Gryffindor interest, he had to admit. The rest of the hour revealed no surprises. Naturally, some were uneasy with working with the House of Snakes, but people kept their tempers in check when they saw that Harry was fine with teaching them. Everyone was progressing nicely. Harry himself was still able to get some good practice against the 7th years. When it ended, Blaise had a satisfied smile on his face. "That was more civilized than I expected, Mr. Potter. Glad to hear that. I was actually afraid of a few real fights breaking out myself." "Did you learn anything?" "Yes, actually. Most importantly, the fact that our chances of winning the tournament are actually quite high. Do you know how often Professor Snape calls you a self-centered, unskilled brat? Most of the house believes him. You're lucky I prefer not to let others lead me blind." Tracy Davis stepped in, still a little out of breath from the intense magical workout that she wasn't used to. "You really do know your stuff, Potter. You pretty much proved our head of house wrong in only an hour." Daphne was straightening her hair as she approached them, having clearly not worked as hard as her friend this past hour. Harry suspected she didn't want to show off all her skills, or maybe she just didn't enjoy getting sweaty. "Yes, if my father had heard someone saying something like that about me, he'd probably challenge them to an honor duel." "Oh, I'd like that," Harry replied. "Hey, Hermione, are honor duels actually allowed at Hogwarts?" Hermione just raised an eyebrow and frowned. Daphne gawked at him. "I was only joking, Potter. Dear Merlin, you think for a second that a Gryffindor actually has brains." "Hey, it's not like I'm trying to take on Dumbledore here," Harry said, as if it were a legitimate excuse. He had to stop himself and wonder, did he really have what it took to take on Snape? He'd never seen Snape in action, although he did know the man served Voldemort at one point and was unlikely to be a pushover based on that alone. Then again, if he couldn't beat Snape, he didn't have a chance against Voldemort. "You know what? I'd like to face him." Daphne rolled her eyes. "I wouldn't bet on it, Potter." "I would. I'll wager a year's subscription of the Quibbler for the winner." Harry didn't have to turn around to know who that was. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," he sighed. "I'll wear radish earrings for a year if I do lose to him." Luna's support actually convinced him that it was a silly idea after all. There was no need to stir up another hornet's nest so soon. Leaning heavily into the armrests of his office chair, Dumbledore pressed his lengthy beard into his palm and sighed. He peered over the top of his glasses to meet Alistair eye to eye, but was silenced before he could speak a word. "You may have my loyalty, Albus, but I still have my honor. Not to mention that little contract getting in the way. He's fine for now. Borderline, but I can't act until I can report a viable threat. Perhaps not to the tournament, but he could very well be a threat to the school. I recall a crafty, young boy I taught ages ago who hid some dark ideas behind a charismatic facade. If he weren't one of the champions, I could have half a dozen of the security team questioning him on a whim. But I can't. The system was designed to protect the champions and the tournament from interference, not allow me to interfere with them." Moody tapped his wand on the stack of parchment on the desk, and 24 sheets flew out. "That's the relevant section regarding the home team champion, if you'd care to read it." Dumbledore made the sheets file themselves back into their proper place. "No, I trust you've done all in your power, Alistair. For now, we have to assume that this is the genuine Harry Potter. What we need to know now is what caused him to change so dramatically, and so secretly, over the summer." He rose from his seat, stroking his beard straight again as he walked over to the fireplace and inspected the silvery trinkets that spun, bobbed, and puffed. "How can you be sure that he's changed at all? Maybe he's just decided to show his hand. Or perhaps you're losing your edge. You need to rein him in. He's taking advantage of every benefit being a champion has to offer, especially access to the restricted section. He's practically devouring books, from what I hear." Dumbledore smiled wisely. "Alistair, you'll find I still have a trick or two under my cap. The most dangerous books have been removed from the school completely. The Board of Governors may not be happy, but I believe I can still keep Hogwarts under control." "Except you were nearly tossed out 2 years ago," Moody pointed out. "And Malfoy's been at your throat a little more than usual lately." Anything I should know? No, nothing that relates to the school. He is being the usual thorn in my side, even though he seems to be acting a little more rashly than usual. Perhaps this is the chance the Auror department has been hoping for all these years. He hummed a bright tune as he opened the door. That's all for today, Alistair. Now I have a meeting with the other headmasters. After Moody hobbled out of the room, Dumbledore's humming stopped. Losing my edge. The troubling suggestion gnawed at him. He'd been so used to being in control. He almost always got what he wanted, and when he didn't he could see it from miles away to minimize his losses. Luck had never been on his side, but planning had been. The very idea that a teenage boy could outwit him was, well, he wanted to say impossible, but it had happened once before. It was improbable, he relented. And improbable meant possible. He considered himself skilled at judging others, finding the hollows of people's lives and placing himself in them. For Fudge, it was a shield from political ridicule. For Moody, it was the cavalry to back him up. For Harry, it was the lack of a parental figure. Or so he thought. Maybe he wasn't losing his edge, but instead, worthy opponents only came by once every few decades. He looked at the clock. The meeting hand was still half an hour away. Perhaps it was time to observe the star pupil of Hogwarts a little more closely. Dumbledore made his way to the former chamber pot room, which had now reformed itself once again. This was another mystery he had to solve. He knew the room could shift in and out of existence that was actually common knowledge among the student populace this year. And all sources pointed to Harry as the only one who could summon it on a whim. Where did he get the knowledge? Continuing further, he stepped into the adjacent room and locked the door with a few privacy spells. Dumbledore cast a spying charm on the wall, but it revealed nothing but more stone. He then cast a more difficult variant of the spell, but was now facing velvet curtains instead. He sighed. Sometimes he could swear the school was not only sentient, but had a sense of humor. Photon negligetriobstructio, he incanted. The third level of the spell was difficult enough that even he had trouble performing it silently. He was looking at a parlor. And Harry Potter was sitting at a table with Daphne Greengrass, Hermione Granger, and Cedric Diggory. Somehow, he'd expected something a little more sinister from the boy's secretive and cold new attitude towards him. Tea time with Slytherins and Hufflepuffs wasn't his idea of suspicious. Was Harry trying to make connections to some of the older pureblood families? At least he wasn't being too exclusive about it, Dumbledore noted as Harry made formal introductions to Neville Longbottom, despite having been on friendly terms with him for years. Even the Lovegood girl was there. In fact, nearly every pureblood in the school was at that meeting, save for Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Clearly, this was an attempt at networking. But what was Miss Granger doing there? She was intelligent and had a strong work ethic, but as many Ravenclaws would attest to, high marks alone don't get you very far in life. Being a Muggle-born meant no established name to rely on within British wizarding world. Although her peers may respect her grades, their parents wouldn't let her get very far. And while her Muggle family had respectable careers and a comfortable level of income, they wouldn't be considered rich. If the rumors were true, however, then Harry could forcibly place Hermione into pureblood circles through marriage. Perhaps he's young and rash, just like his father, Dumbledore considered. But his attitude and actions over the summer were far too deliberate. He has a plan. But the thought of marriage at the young age of 14 was ridiculous. No 14-year-old contemplates marriage, at least, not seriously. Harry could barely comprehend gaining a loving family member 6 months ago. Dumbledore's wand chirped to remind him of the Triwizard meeting he had to attend. The benefit of being able to apparate within Hogwarts, unfortunately, deprived him of seeing the real reason for the afternoon tea session walking down the hall. Karkaroff slammed his fist on the table. "Watch the orb again," he demanded. He must have been cheating. Nobody can fly like that with 2 weeks preparation time. On the contrary, Igor. Harry has been the star seeker of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. He has been a natural flyer ever since the first time he mounted a broom, Dumbledore explained. "I agree. Mr. Potter simply had a spectacular performance," Ludo Bagman exclaimed enthusiastically. "The Goblet of Fire certainly didn't find anything wrong with it. You don't even understand how the goblet works. Its original scrolls, Avenue been lost to time," Madame Maxime said, setting the orb to show the moment Harry led the Griffinettes to Fleur. Right, Air. How can any human perform Z's move? That's right. The only person who could manage that was my own former student, Victor Crumb. So you admit that it is humanly possible. Right, let's move on then, Bagman said dismissively, setting off tempers all around the room. Frederick Frenemies, the new head of magical cooperation, couldn't do anything to calm down the angry officials. Every attempt to defend the English officials' decisions only furthered the dispute, while every attempt at placating the foreigners was met with silent glares accusing him of treason. The discussion quickly devolved into an argument. A strange thing happened over the next hour, one which Dumbledore had seen too often at the Wizengamot. With blame flying every which way and excuses being equally frequent, everybody began to forget what had really happened at the trial of Air. Maxime claimed the event was too dependent on equipment. Karkaroff brushed off the flying as Ivan's weakest skill. Both claimed Harry should have been disqualified by his broom, although the referees vigorously defended their decision. The officials, in turn, blamed Frenemies for failing to strike a deal with the Persians for the zoo. Dumbledore tried to keep everyone on track, but short of obliviating the whole room, it was an exercise in futility. As everyone's voices were getting hoarse, Frenemies finally made a suggestion just crazy enough to agree to. Well, even if all of you think Harry Potter has had extra time to prepare, it can only take you so far. If we simply made the events more difficult, then the less skilled wizard will never be able to keep up, no matter how much extra time they have. If we change the events, then any advanced knowledge would be useless as well. No, the events are dangerous enough as it is, Dumbledore began to say, but he was quickly overwhelmed by the cries of agreement from the others. Yes, the change in events will mean that any leaked plans will be meaningless. It is the fairest way to do this. Karkaroff shouted gleefully. Where shall we begin? Well, there's no need to change any of the trials of champions, Bagman said. That's direct champion-to-champion combat. We can let them all know about those immediately. The preparations for the trial of water has already been finalized, so that means that we can still make some alterations to the trials of earth and fire. Good. Golems were nothing more than posturing for the audience. Perhaps some Arachideian sandworms would provide an actual challenge. I'll contact the North African reserves right away, Frenemies said, jumping at the chance to look useful. Dumbledore held him back. Perhaps we can wait until after duels next week, he suggested. Then we can truly see if Mr. Potter had won the trial of Air through his own skill. If he can best your champions in a duel, then you will admit that he won the first trial through his own skill, correct? There's no need to make things more dangerous so quickly. Truthfully, he didn't believe the changes would matter. He was more concerned with making the tournament even more of a mess than it already was. The ministry had wanted a way to boost morale of the country, especially after the Sirius Black fiasco, and somehow landed on the idea of reviving a centuries-old tournament around last Christmas. It was hard enough organizing the whole thing with only 7 months planning. Reorganizing it while it was already underway would increase his workload so much that any hopes of keeping tabs on Harry Potter may as well be tossed out the top of the astronomy tower. But then if he loses Z duels, you will accept that we must make Z events, harder to leave Z weak behind, we. Get those sandworms ready, Karkaroff said gruffly to the young magical cooperation head. He held out his wand and tapped a blank Triwizard Tournament parchment. A succinct contract wrote itself out. We, the undersigned officiating persons of the 99th Triwizard Tournament, agree to alter the trials of fire and earth and the final task due to a breach of security. The difficulty of those events will be increased should the Hogwarts champion, Harry Potter, receive the lowest score in first trial of champions, Dumbledore read aloud. We need to make room for a few exceptions. There's too much at risk if a simple mishap. You and your exceptions. You're too soft, Dumbledore, and that's your problem. I hear discipline at Hogwarts is an issue. Students learn best when they suffer a little, Karkaroff sneered. Just sign the damned parchment. Dumbledore wasted no time after the meeting tracing his last steps with Harry Potter. If this was an imposter, then he desperately needed to find the real Harry, and the other champions could be at risk. If not, then the boy was even more sly and cunning than Tom Riddle had been. The prophecy rang in his head again. Mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. He was forced to reconsider a few assumptions. The latter part of the prophecy convinced him Harry, but it had been vague about what equality truly meant. Defeat his nemesis. He originally thought that meant Voldemort had to defeat Harry, since the boy seemed to be nothing exceptional, but that may not have been the right interpretation. All three instances where Harry had met with the Dark Lord, Dumbledore only arrived to see the aftermath. He could only guess what happened at Godric's Hollow. With the death of Quirinus, he knew Harry had already managed to defeat an adult wizard, without any useful magical skills. It was quite a stretch, but he'd told Harry that it was simply the power of love that could burn a man's body to ashes and banish a ghost. He convinced an impressionable 11-year-old, or perhaps not. Maybe Harry had known all along what his own powers were, and had been playing his headmaster the fool. Was it so hard to believe? The 11-year-old Tom was sly and manipulative, paying lip service to Dumbledore while cozying up to the other professors. With a prophecy calling them equals, was it so unrealistic to think that Harry Potter could do the same, but better? To intentionally sort himself into Gryffindor even as the Hat wanted to place him in Slytherin, to simply be a good enough actor to fool Dumbledore himself. Harry's second year was probably the key. The boy had spent hours down in the Chamber of Secrets with no witnesses. Ron Weasley was left behind, trapped by rubble. Ginny Weasley was unconscious for the entire affair. Harry was alone, with the spirit of Voldemort. What words were exchanged, he would never know. True, he could resort to legilimency, but that would be wildly inappropriate for a man of his position. Perhaps if he convinced Severus to do it instead, but that would mean he had to depend on Severus's reporting, which was notoriously inaccurate whenever it involved a Potter. He decided that the Chamber of Secrets would be the ideal place to begin his investigations. There was nothing left of the diary, even though it had been powerful enough to enslave the youngest Weasley. Some of that power may have entered Harry. Now, although the entrance had been revealed to him, he still needed to figure out how to open it without enlisting either of the only two Parselmouths he knew of. I presume you are here to investigate the chamber, Mugwump. Dumbledore. I'm afraid it is currently occupied at the moment. Dumbledore was jerked away from his thoughts and found himself facing a gaunt man with only one eyebrow. Mr. Potter prefers to work alone, as he tells me. Ah, Mr. Fleming, I didn't know you were going to be on the premises today. I thought your tutoring sessions were only for Mondays and Thursdays. Dumbledore took another step towards the door, but Fleming sidled over to block him. I wouldn't presume to tell you where you may go in your own school, Mugwump Dumbledore, but I would ask you to respect the privacy of my client. He gave the headmaster a knowing grin. After all, everybody likes to keep their secrets, don't they? I'm afraid that I haven't got much time. If you please, Dumbledore said firmly as he pushed open the door. So Harry has been visiting the chamber regularly. I should have sealed off the place permanently. At least this way I may be able to see what he's up to. I'll tell him to expect you. Myrtle's ghost smiled sweetly, curtsying just before disappearing down below the sinks. I know what you're thinking. Personally, I rather like the change, Fleming said. I've never met a ghost that was affected by potions, either, but I think it may be due to her affinity with water. Perhaps we can discuss the implications another time. Realizing that the surprise had cost him precious seconds, Dumbledore descended to the sewer chambers without a reply. As he continued onward, he realized that it was much cleaner than how Harry had first described it. There was now a simple walkway that rose above the water, and the entire path was lighted by bluebell flame torches. Walls that must have been covered in slime and mold had been cleaned, although Argus could still use a dozen students in detention to scrub it some more. His brisk pace led him to the vault-like door guarded by metallic serpents just as it was closing. Hello, Headmaster. I heard you came to see me. Would you like to walk with us back upstairs? Harry stood in front of the door, alongside Hermione and Myrtle. He had a rucksack slung over his shoulder, as did Hermione. Again, the ghost was very unlike her usual sobbing self. Tom himself did manage to charm the Grey Lady, although I have to wonder why Harry would bother with Myrtle, Dumbledore thought. Hello, Harry. I see you've made a few improvements to this place, he said, waving his wand, reinforcing and smoothing out the makeshift walkway. He saw the boy nod but quickly break eye contact. Moody had noted that his occlumency was unusually well practiced, regardless of his age. Well, it's been a hobby of mine to come down here, Harry said casually. But it's still rather dangerous for the other students. Maybe I can clean it up by next year so they can visit it. It's a part of Hogwarts history, after all, Hermione added. A noble idea, but I am concerned about your safety. Perhaps you should leave the cleanup to the staff. Nobody on staff speaks Parseltongue, as far as I'm aware, Harry said. Adult supervision is still necessary, Harry. You could ask for an escort at the very least, even if you are the only one that can deactivate any traps. Master Fleming usually comes down here with us. He's quite the competent wizard, I can assure you. Dumbledore sighed. He could already tell that any suggestions that they take Severus as an escort instead would only antagonize him further. Could you permit me to come down and help you get it done faster, then? I'd like to inspect the interior of the chamber, just to be safe. He caught the split-second hesitation from Harry before the boy replied, No, I'd rather not. I consider this a personal hobby between me and Hermione. Maybe if I have trouble finishing this by the end of the year, I'll ask for some help. Well, there was no hiding it now. The boy was definitely using the Chamber of Secrets for something. There wasn't any need to push further and take the risk of pushing Harry into eradicating evidence, though. By the way, Harry, would you deign to let me know what it is you're doing with those satchels? Dumbledore asked as they approached the entrance. Making good use of a deadly corpse, Harry said, swinging it off his shoulder. Here's the basilisk skin you wanted, Master, Hermione said as Mr. Fleming came into view. She'd unbuckled her bag and pulled out a heavy, rolled sheet of rawhide. Excellent. We'll start on the tanning potions tomorrow to make the best use of this, Fleming said. I've been meaning to ask you, Mr. Fleming, why do you have my students you, Master? As I understood it, you are simply a potions tutor, Dumbledore asked as he watched their exchange. That's still the standard title for the one who is directing their apprenticeship, is it not? As of several hours ago, they are officially my apprentices, and I am their master. Tanned basilisk leather generally meant only one thing: magical armor. The last time any had been seen was the Wizarding World War several hundred years ago. Perhaps Harry was cheating at the tournament and was already preparing for the second trial of champions, but something of this expense more likely meant he was preparing for something far deadlier. December snuck up on Dumbledore much the same way that a dragon could sneak up on an easel with a ball of yarn. Being highly distracted by the Barty Crouch case in Wizengamot, an international tournament at Hogwarts, and one pesteringly persistent Greek ambassador in the ICW meetings, the calendar pounced on him. Above all else, his investigation into Harry was running him in circles. The facts told him the boy was planning something. The books told him that everything the boy did was legal. The staff and students told him Harry was every bit the boy who lived. His gut told him the boy was planning to follow in Tom Riddle's footsteps. All the while, Harry had been wary of him. In fact, he suspected Harry had already begun avoiding him before the school year started. He'd hoped the boy's attitude at Peter Pettigrew's trial was only due to being in a foul mood from Bill Weasley's death, but it was quite clear now that Harry's attitude was permanent. Every so often he would hope to catch a glimpse of Harry's true power, perhaps one that he supposedly had over Voldemort. Harry never pushed himself beyond what was needed for his classes, though. True, a 14-year-old keeping up with 6th-year classes was fairly impressive already, but above average simply wasn't what he was looking for. Helping Hagrid tend to the flock of Abraxians, having tea with Slytherins, and learning to brew potions. Harry seemed to be very careful to not cast spells in public ever since he was chosen as champion. Modesty could be a good trait. Deception could be very bad. That was the reason why Dumbledore welcomed the first trial of champions with more relief than he expected of himself. This one event in which Harry was forced to participate could reveal more about the boy than the past month of rumor and hearsay. Finally, I will see where the boy's strengths lie. If Harry is straying down Voldemort's path, then he won't let his pride suffer a humiliating defeat in front of an audience, he concluded. Tom Riddle kept his head low at school, but he could never turn away from an insult. You remember our bet, Dumbledore? Madame Maxime said as he passed by. Of course, I think we will all be pleasantly surprised by what each of our champions are capable of, Dumbledore replied. The bet was a silly idea, Karkaroff muttered. Oh, what happened to your eagerness to make the bet? I certainly hope you haven't lost faith in Ivan, Dumbledore said kindly. No, I have simply lost all faith in yours. I hear your boy was already preparing some armor even before our last meeting was adjourned. Serpentine of some kind. It's quite clear your so-called champion is a cheater, Karkaroff said. No matter. The boy will lose to Ivan easily. The bet rests on your champion, Maxime. Fleur. She is leagues above Ivan. Must I remind you of the current standings? Her best event against Ivan's worst. The tides will turn rather quickly, you shall see. Durmstrang prides itself on dueling and Ivan is no slouch. Dumbledore felt frustrated that he always heard rumors of Harry's prowess but never witnessed it this year. Again, he questioned the boy's motivations. He clearly didn't intend to be picked as champion, but as soon as he had, he began to hide his strengths. Maybe he was simply being paranoid. Harry could simply be keeping his competition in the dark. It would be nice to know how Harry gained foreknowledge of the events, but that was probably Ludo Bagman, trying to make a few extra galleons betting on the home representative. That very same Mr. Bagman stepped up to the podium to announce the beginning of the duels. Fleur and Harry stepped out of the champion's tent, waving to the audience. Fleur was confidently striding ahead. Harry was extremely focused and ignoring the audience. Your boy seems to lack the confidence befitting a champion, Maxime gloated. Harry has never been one to show off, Dumbledore responded. You mean, he shows off in subtler ways. He is chosen to go through the entire tournament using his offhand wand. Surely enough, the referees rolled up Harry's right sleeve to ensure he wasn't hiding his holly wand in his right sleeve before he released his Rowan wand from his holster. The duel seemed to start off with a dance, of all things. Harry kept light on his feet, circling around the oval while Fleur did the same, each matching the other's movements while concentrating on the defensive. Time-delayed spells and traps were laid down by Harry, which Fleur did her best to dispel as quickly as possible. Fleur, on the other hand, tried to hide herself, but Harry was surprisingly proficient with Hominem Revelio and Vidia Veritas, rendering her efforts moot. Completely contrary to his attitude in the Trial of Air, Harry was being very passive, content on trying to trap Fleur without ever casting a spell directly at her. Unfortunately for him, Fleur was dispelling his traps faster than he could lay them, and she realized it. Harry did as well, but continued his strategy of casting delayed detonation spells, sticky and slippery traps, and some light transfiguration on the arena floor. He spared no wand movements at all for putting up a shield, using his body and feet instead to dodge everything with night clairvoyant ability. Dumbledore could already see Harry's strategy, namely, it involved tiring out Fleur by forcing her to take longer paths to approach him while forcing her to wait if she ever got too close. It was a good tactic against another who was faster, but not more powerful, use spells that took more time to deal with than power. And Harry obviously still needed all the time he could get, as his left hand wasn't nearly as deft or accurate as his right. Fleur caught onto the pattern pretty quickly, switching to simpler spells, aiming to overwhelm Harry. Without dispelling his last two traps, she unleashed a stream of simple sparks, basic bludgeoners, and easy enchantments. Unable to dodge everything, Harry laid down one final trap on the ground before putting up a shield. He tried to lead her into the right spot on the ground to set off the traps, but she was wary enough to avoid them. As a stinging hex struck Harry's leg, he dropped his shield. A sigh of dismay came from the audience, and a laugh from Madame Maxime, but Dumbledore knew it wasn't over. Like a cornered animal, Harry unleashed a strong wave of unusual spells: jelly legs, dancing, foot reversal, tripping, and several others of that sort. Only one of them struck home, but that was all he needed. Fleur stumbled onto Harry's delayed spell, setting off a bright flash that blinded her as well as him, and everyone in the front row of the audience. Still seeing spots, Dumbledore could just make out one lone figure standing on the platform. An eerie silence swept over the entire stadium as everyone else's eyes readjusted. It was Harry, standing alone. A few lone cheers rang out from the crowd, and the sound of applause slowly began to crescendo. Too early, grunted Karkaroff. Dumbledore agreed. He noticed Harry begin the wand movements for Hominem Revelio when a series of glowing bolts raced towards him. He abandoned the spell, awkwardly twisting his left hand to switch to casting a shield charm as he jumped out of the way, but he was struck by one and went flying. One final spell struck him right in the chest, and his wand popped away from his hand. The cheers instantly turned to sighs of despair as Fleur reappeared triumphantly. She walked forward to pick up Harry's wand and promptly set off a trap that had yet to be dispelled, cementing her foot to the ground and causing her to fall flat on her face. Harry scrambled over for one last chance to stay in the fight, but with a simple summoning charm Fleur had his wand in her hand. The march away from the podium was not pretty. Fleur hobbled off, refusing help but clearly having twisted her ankle at the end. The Medowitches would have her fixed up within a few minutes, but she was clearly angry at being hit with a spell even after she had supposedly finished the duel. Harry, despite his loss, was enjoying it. "Your boy lost, Dumbledore. I can guarantee you Ivan is far stronger than the Beauxbatons champion. He was using his offhand for the entire duel," Dumbledore said. "Perhaps you should give him more credit. Non. Just like last time, he uses barely legal attacks against Fleur. If is left, and were Z weaker one, why would E not use is right instead of cheating? That was merely a mistake," Dumbledore sighed, but she raised a detail he had nearly forgotten until today. He assumed Harry's left hand was his weaker one, but the boy showed a massive increase in skill despite the factor, maybe, because of it. Tom Riddle was always right-handed was the mysterious power that of a southpaw. Ridiculous, he told himself. 1 hour and a few potions later, Fleur was walking back out to the arena as if it were her first duel of the day, save for her tousled-up hair. Ivan was waiting confidently. Dumbledore decided get up from his seat before he got caught in the crossfire between Maxime and Karkaroff. He considered this to be a chance to have a chat with Harry, perhaps under the guise of giving him some advice for his upcoming duel. Upon his arrival at the champion's tent, he found that it contained no champions. "Mr. Potter is having lunch elsewhere," one of the officials told him. "I suspect he's still nearby, watching the duel, though. His girlfriend came to pick him up." Dumbledore nodded thankfully and scanned the surroundings. Nobody in the stands was swarming for autographs, so that must have meant Harry wasn't watching from there. Of course, Sirius Black wouldn't miss his godson's first legitimate duel. He quickly ascended the steps to the box seats, where Sirius, Harry, and his friends were all dining together. Hermione was providing her analysis of his duel with Fleur. Sirius jumped to his feet when Dumbledore knocked on the door. Come in, headmaster. So, you think you could give Harry any advice before the next duel?" He looked out over to the arena, where Ivan was laying down line after line of ground pounders. Fleur was hiding under a disillusionment, but she wouldn't be able to much longer. "Gladly. May I take a seat?" "Mr. Kolov seems to favor heavy-hitting spells over precision," he said as Ron scooted over and he sat down beside Harry. A pair of green eyes met his for only a second before forcibly turning back to the arena. "That's just what Hermione was thinking, sir. I just hope I can draw out the duel long enough that he exhausts himself before I start attacking. Tell me, Harry, have you been learning any spells on your own outside of the classroom to help you in the tournament? I may not be able to teach you a new spell during the lunch hour, but I hope I can help correct and improve a few." He eyed the wand which Harry was already gripping in his hand. "Well, I'm sticking to spells I'm already confident with, but can you give me some general advice on how to be more precise with my left hand?" "Alas, Harry, mastering your offhand is much like mastering your left hand for writing. This simply takes time and practice." Dumbledore smiled softly, remembering the time when he was still friends with Gellert. Both of them searched for every conceivable advantage in training to improve their power. Gellert, however, had decided to go beyond what he was willing to do the dark arts. Left-handedness is not evil, Dumbledore told himself before his mind began to make random associations. Hermione and Harry whispered a few things to each other. "Then maybe you could help me with fumation. I've been reading about it in some texts, and it seems like a nice alternative to apparition. Harry, you know that you cannot get your license until you turn 16, no matter what year of school you're in." Sirius looked at Dumbledore sheepishly. "That would be my fault, sir. I thought I'd start teaching them early, you know, so they could get the license right away. And that's why I want to learn fumation," Harry said. "You don't need a license for that, do you?" "Well, I've been working on the 3 F's of fumation: flux, flight, and formation. The last 2 are pretty easy, but the first step is the hardest." This was a chance that Dumbledore was hoping for. "As first steps usually are," he replied. "Fumation is both less useful and more difficult than apparition. Are you sure you want to spend time studying it?" "It's perfectly applicable in combat," Harry said. "Which I seem to have a knack for attracting." There is nothing I can tell you right now, but I suppose I could schedule a few private lessons after your classes. This is certainly a skill you need competent supervision to learn properly. Harry paused and seemed to communicate silently with Hermione before answering. The old Harry he knew would have jumped at any chance to receive any sort of private tutoring from his headmaster, be it spellwork or story time. Now it was actually a risk he had to weigh. "All right, sir," he answered. Dumbledore let out the breath he was holding. "I suppose Wednesdays are as good a day as any. You can come to my office an hour before dinner. It's never a good idea to vaporize yourself on a full stomach, after all." "Oi, Harry, I think they're calling for you," Ron said, pointing to the arena. The duel was over, and Fleur looked like she wasn't walking off by herself this time. Hermione gave him a hug and a peck on the cheek. "For luck. I'll need it," he said. "Ah, humility and love," Dumbledore thought. Perhaps. There's hope for the boy yet. Dumbledore watched the final duel with some disinterest. Ivan was confident enough that he didn't even ask for the standard 1-hour reprieve, downing a pepper-up potion and immediately demanding the next fight begin. If Karkaroff's sneer was any indication, he certainly didn't see Harry as a worthwhile opponent. Harry began with a similar tactic as last time, charming parts of the floor as traps to keep Ivan at bay. Ivan decided to deal with the traps in a different manner than Fleur, though. Instead of dispelling the traps, he simply set the floor on fire presumably, making the traps even deadlier, and so he could easily see where they lay. Harry decided to switch strategies immediately, shooting pockets of water at the flames. The water didn't douse the flames, but instead created enough steam to hide him from view for a second. Much like Fleur, he used it to set up disillusionment. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles slightly in order to see Harry clearly. Ivan, seeing a similar strategy, countered it with what worked against Fleur, a set of ground pounders in a wave-like pattern to corner an invisible opponent to one side of the field. Harry was a little different, however. He seemed to be almost precognitive in his ability to squeeze in between the waves, letting Ivan think he'd been cornered, but was invisibly closing the distance between him and Ivan. Having blanketed the entire field with spells, however, Ivan realized something was wrong before Harry could reach him, and raised a wall of fire in front of him. Harry was forced to stop short. Ivan wasn't done, though. After a quick sweep of his end of the arena to make sure Harry wasn't behind him, he cast a flame freezing charm on himself and began to conjure oil. Harry, seeing what was coming, quickly cast the same spell on himself. The oil immediately alighted as it flew through the firewall and continued to burn as it oozed across the arena. Dumbledore wondered if Harry had learned the upstream down spell, which would have elegantly caused all the oil Ivan was conjuring to flow back towards him as if he were downhill. It was a rather obscure spell, though, and Harry took a different strategy. Blinding curses rocketed towards Ivan, giving Harry's position away, but he didn't stay there for long. Dashing straight through the fire, he attempted something that didn't quite work, but Dumbledore couldn't tell what it was. Ivan immediately raised a shield afterwards, and Harry retreated through the flames again, this time using his efforts to vanish as much oil as he could so he could safely stand as his flame-freezing charm began to wear off. His robes were on fire already, but he had to defend himself against Ivan, who was advancing steadily towards him. He ripped off the burning robes with his free hand, leaving himself dueling in only his trousers. The audience cheered. In retaliation, he sent a conjured blotches of ink and paint at Ivan's eyes and followed up with an enraging charm. The physical substances penetrated the shield easily, allowing the enraging charm to strike. Ivan took a little longer to remove the spell from his angered state, which gave Harry enough time to attempt a notice me not charm. The plan worked almost perfectly. Harry stood safely away from Ivan, who was lashing out angrily and wasting his energy attacking nothing. Unfortunately, he forgot to account for the type of spells Ivan would use. He conjured huge waves of fire that swept the arena, streams of molten lava, and even some burning rocks that rained down on the area from the sky. The officials were definitely having a hard time keeping the audience from being injured. Ivan is very particular to flame, as you can tell. I believe it became his favorite category of magic after the mandatory outdoor survival class at Durmstrang Institute. Karkaroff laughed. Oh, he seems quite proficient. How many years has he been honing this specialty? Dumbledore asked casually, not rising to Karkaroff's baiting. 5 years, obviously. Harry eventually had to actively defend himself against Ivan, a move that spelled the end of the duel. The still enraged wizard now focused all his anger on the sudden movement that caught his eye. Harry was blasted off the platform by a cyclone of volcanic rock and burning bits of the arena floor. A perfect way to end the day. What is it those Americans like to say? There is no kill like overkill. 0 for 2, Dumbledore. Now let's start making this tournament more interesting. The New Year's ball wasn't going to catch them unprepared. After the last day of classes, Harry and Hermione practiced their dancing in the only place in the castle where they could still find any privacy, at least, until everyone left for the winter holidays. You know, the giant, carved-up snake really kills the mood, Harry said. Ignore it, Hermione said. And you're not holding me correctly. Harry lifted her hand a little higher and pulled her in aggressively with his other, squeezing their bodies together. Better, he whispered into her ear. Ah, can't move. He shouldn't be leaning forward so much. I should be leaning back more. His hand should be higher on my back. Oh, this feels so nice, though, Hermione thought. I'm not complaining. Harry laughed. You know you can tell me what I need to fix, right? You can always find something wrong with my technique. Ahem. Something to improve, she corrected. I'm really happy about your, performance. In the tournament, I mean. And out of the tournament as well. That is, Snape Society. Oh bugger, that came out all wrong. Hermione. Language. Harry mimicked Hermione's usual tone on him, bursting into laughter immediately afterwards. So, what should I fix first? Hermione realized that the whole time they still hadn't moved. You know, maybe we're taking this too seriously. Forget about putting on a good show for the audience, I just want to enjoy the night. Let everyone else dance around us if they want to. Sounds perfect. The two of them hadn't been able to find much time together. They certainly spent a lot of time in each other's presence, classes, training, extra lessons, Snape Society, but never any time to relax with each other. And when they did have time, both were too tired to really do anything but sleep. The fact that they even had a few hours this evening was practically a miracle. In fact, why are we even wasting our time here with this corpse? Let's go outside, Hermione suggested. Take me for a ride, Harry, she said, picking up Harry's duster MK2. With Hermione's arms wrapped around him, Harry rocketed through the dark tunnels of the Chamber of Secrets and out one of the secret exits in the Forbidden Forest. He felt the cold December air for only a second when he was enveloped in an insulating warmth. Thanks, Stilts, Harry said. The sky was cloudless, giving them a full view of the starry night sky. Below, the rustle of the wind through the trees induced a sense of solitude that neither of them had been able to enjoy since the summer. Traveling even further away from the castle, Harry continued over the forest until he could hear the sound of waves crashing upon rock. Looking back, Harry realized he couldn't even see Hogwarts anymore. Want to have a little fun? He shouted as the sea got louder. Show me what you can do, Hermione replied. You're a natural dancer when you're in the air. Harry felt Hermione's grip tighten as he dove towards the sea, and used that to gauge how well he was doing. He cruised along the undulating surface, holding as close as possible without letting the spray catch him. As Hermione's grip loosened, he spied a larger wave and decided to surf it, following a rising wave close enough to skim the water with his hands. Hearing a joyful giggle behind him, he asked, "This doesn't scare you anymore?" "You're going to have to do better than that," Hermione replied. "Show me something you did in the trial." Harry obligingly raced towards the cliffs this time, racing towards the rocks and waiting to pull up as late as possible. Like before, he scraped the rocks with his feet before rocketing vertically upwards. "Thanks, Harry, that's more like." Harry wasn't done. Letting himself free fall for a few seconds, he spun around and started rocketing towards the water again. Hermione kept laughing until the last second, when she realized that there simply wasn't enough time for Harry to pull out of the dive, and screamed. An uncomfortable tug of the navel and a characteristic crack later, and they were high in the air again, just outside the Hogwarts wards. "Gotcha," Harry said. "I've been working on that one. Wanted to use that in the tournament, but it probably would have gotten myself in trouble." "A little trouble? From mid-air apparition? Are you insane, Harry? How do you focus on a mid-air destination? What if you splinched the broom?" Hermione's voice was mixed, as she couldn't quite figure out whether she was being inquisitive or concerned. She was, however, back to the worrisome Hermione that Harry hadn't seen in a while. I would have just turned into my animagus form. So could you. I wasn't too worried about it, Harry said. They flew silently, Hermione still recovering from her fright. Harry continued. Don't think I can do it with anyone else because of that. We could practice it together over the holidays, at Sirius's new place. I'm sorry, Harry, you know my parents wanted me back home to celebrate Christmas. Convincing them that I had to be back for New Year's Eve was difficult enough, Hermione replied. I know my father's still holding a bit of a grudge even though I sent them a few copies of the Daily Prophet about how you're the champion representing magical Britain this year. And, to be honest, I haven't spent a Christmas with them for years now. You're right, Harry relented. She needed time with her family, alone, and his only family now was Sirius. He could probably make good use of it himself. We can have a fabulous night together when we come back here for the ball. The house appeared to be small, subdued, and completely unfit for the last surviving member of an ancient line of pure-blooded wizards who could trace his lineage back as far as the days of Merlin. The thatched roof made it appear to be no better than a farmer's hut. The muddy, unpaved path leading to the front door was not very inviting to anyone wearing dress robes. Despite its prime location near the legendary Camelot, it sat at the base of a hill and gave panoramic views of only mud, grass, or at this time of year, endless white snow. It bordered a meadow where hares were known to breed incessantly, drawing other wild predators onto the property. Sirius thought it was perfect. Remus came bearing a rather meager gift for the housewarming party, but Sirius obviously didn't care about it as much as seeing his friend waiting at the front door. He left Harry behind, changing into his grim canine form mid-leap and bounding towards his old friend. Whoa! Down, Patty! Remus laughed. You're going to break your gift. He dropped the package as gently as a person piggybacking a 10-stone dog could. Save it for the full moon. Yeah, Sirius. It's going to be a pretty sad party if you maul half the guests before it starts, Harry said. You two aren't the only ones I've invited, Sirius said, transforming back. Come on inside, I'd like you to meet my family. I mean, the only real family I have left. Sirius, Remus, and Harry entered the living room, which was very sparsely populated with imposing armchairs and a Chesterfield that looked out of place in the cozy and inviting home. I kept some of the furniture from Grimmauld Place, Sirius explained. At least, until I find enough time to go shopping for my own, he said. They sat down in front of the massive, blazing fireplace. Hang on for a second, he said, tossing some flow powder inside. After sticking his head in for a few seconds, he stepped back. Allow me to introduce to you. 3 people stepped out of the fireplace, dusting themselves off. The first was a woman who looked as old as Sirius, but then again, Sirius looked 10 years older than he actually was, due to his time in Azkaban. She immediately wrapped him in an energetic hug. Following her was a portly man, presumably her husband, who just smiled and waved meekly at Remus and Harry. Finally, there was the shockingly out-of-place daughter, who was dressed in a more form-fitting muggle jacket, chewing bubble gum that matched her hair. Tonks! Harry shouted suddenly, recognizing her from a deeply buried memory. The entire family's eyes turned to focus on Harry, and then his scar. Still trapped in the arms of the older woman, Sirius gestured as best he could. Oof. Well, like I was going to say before my cousin here squeezed the life out of me, this is the Tonks family. The only good cousin I have left, Andromeda Tonks, her husband, Ted Tonks, and their daughter, Nim. Don't you say it. She said, raising her finger at Sirius as her hair darkened to match her cheeks. Just Tonks, Harry finished for her, chuckling. But won't that be confusing with all 3 of you here? That's right, Nymphadora. Just go by your given name today, Andromeda said. Tonks was too perplexed to respond, staring at Harry instead of responding to her mother. How did you know? Sirius would never give up the chance to call me Nimmy if he could get away with it. That's Harry Potter you're talking to, Nimmy, Sirius laughed. Let me tell you, I've tried that pickup line on my fair share of girls, and it's not going to work any better on the boys. Tonks blushed even more furiously, and now her face was starting to morph into a bony, aggressive snarl. Hey now, Sirius, don't be so hard on the girl. We're here to celebrate, aren't we? I'm Remus Lupin. He extended a hand to Tonks. See, Sirius, why can't you learn to be more of a gentleman like your friend here? It's unbefitting of someone of such noble blood. There was a short, awkward silence before everybody burst out laughing. Everyone relaxed from there, and Sirius began leading them around the house. Despite looking like a simple cabin from the outside, it housed 4 bedrooms upstairs, one of which Harry was thrilled to see had already been marked of as his own. On the main floor, there was a complete kitchen that would satisfy any chef, currently being occupied by one extremely happy elf. Moppet here couldn't wait to start making dinner for everyone as soon as I said I wanted to invite you over. She's been in here all day, Sirius said. Say hi to everyone, Moppet. Hello's guests. The elf squeaked and went straight back to work. What happened to Creature? Andromeda asked. Not that I'm complaining, of course. Moppet has much better manners. Got rid of him as soon as I could. He almost tried to kill me when I got some of the Cursebreakers to take out my mother's portrait, though. Probably should have ordered him to take it down himself. His brain would have melted trying to process that, Sirius explained. Leaning over to Harry, he whispered, speaking of Cursebreakers, I need to talk to you after the party. The rest of the evening was pleasant, and it reminded Harry of the Christmas he had spent with the Grangers. Andromeda and Sirius reminisced about their old families, sharing stories of their childhood, while Ted told the story of how he and Andromeda met. Tonks and Harry were more interested in Hogwarts stories from Remus. Moppet cooked a delicious meal for them, consisting of roast hares and local vegetables. Did you catch these yourself, Sirius? Ted asked. There's nothing quite like fresh meat. Hunt. No, I bought these at the local market. You mean you catch wild animals yourself? His carnivorous instincts were piqued, as were Harry's. Oh no, here it comes, Andromeda muttered. Ted began to regale upon them the joys of marching through the woods, rifle in hand, waiting for hours to find the perfect target. He explained at length how his Muggle father had taken him hunting every summer through his teens. Without an adult wizard, he had learned to hunt without any aid of magic. When he came of age, though, he certainly didn't mind making a few things easier on himself, but had quickly realized that the joy was in the hunting, not the catch. Sirius, who had spent much of his time as an escapee chasing rats for food, was thrilled at the idea. Harry's summer of catching his own meals had already taught him to appreciate a good hunt. Before they knew it, he'd roped all the boys into a hunting trip in the spring. When the Tonks family left, Sirius brought Harry and Remus down to the cellar. It was stuffed with chests, boxes, and trunks. This is most of what I could salvage from the Grimmauld place, he explained. At least, all of objects that aren't cursed. I had Creature sort and get rid of all the cursed items, and Moppet to check his work afterwards. All of it's safe to handle. So take your pick, you two. It's your Christmas presents. Moony, may I suggest my father's overcoat? Harry began rummaging through the nearest boxes while Sirius and Remus were busied themselves with an old wardrobe. He wasn't looking for anything flashy, and certainly not anything valuable, but nevertheless came across a box of jewels. The Blacks certainly enjoyed flaunting their wealth, as there were massive gems set in every accessory Harry had seen: earrings, necklaces, tiaras, rings, bracelets, and some that Harry couldn't even figure where they were supposed to be worn. Sirius caught him staring at them. You might look good with one earring, Harry, but if you start wearing a tiara I might have to disown you. What? No, I didn't really want any of these, actually. Wait, I do. But just the gems. I don't suppose there's a way to take the gems out. There's a project I'm working on, you see. Have you ever heard of a caster glove? Interesting devices. They store a tiny bit of magic and release it later. Those things were outlawed ages ago, Harry, Remus answered when Sirius just looked confused. At least, for squibs, muggles, and non-humans. They're not very useful for wizards, since they run out of juice before you'd normally run out of breath. How did you know that? Sirius asked. I qualify as a non-human. Incidentally, a caster glove would allow me to cast magic even when I'm in werewolf form. Hence the ban, he sighed. I was thinking of building my own, but I'd end up ruining the jewelry, Harry pointed out. Go ahead. I'm never going to wear that stuff, and the real black treasures are stored in Gringotts. Those are just cheap and flashy stones. Real gems, of course, but nothing important, Sirius answered nonchalantly. They just remind me of my old family anyway. Smash 'em for all I care. The following morning, while they were having breakfast, Sirius asked, "Which do you want first, good news or bad news? Is this about the Cursebreakers?" "Just give me both at once," Harry said, worried what could have gone wrong. "They found a locket where you said it would be. And then they lost it," he said. "Lost it? Define, lost." "Sitting at the bottom of an underground lake with at least 1,000 inferi, that kind of lost." Harry slumped in his chair. "At least it's not going anywhere," he sighed. "Then I might have to tell you the ugly news now," Sirius said. "That locket might have been a fake. A decoy. They said it had almost no curses on it at all. They only confirmed it had no curses, but that's when the inferi attacked. The ring was different, it had layers and layers of protections and a few nasty curses on it. So did the tiara," Harry thought. That was enough to convince him the real Horcrux was elsewhere. He didn't fancy trying to pick Voldemort's brains face to face again, but if it came down to it, he might have to. "Well, I guess that's enough for now. I'll figure something out later. Maybe we should let Remus in on this?" Sirius asked. "He's pretty brilliant, you know. Came up with all our pranks at Hogwarts, helped me pass all my classes, and you said he was a decent professor to boot." "I think we can trust Remus," Harry agreed. "Good, because I already told him." "What?" "Hey, it just slipped out," Sirius said, shrinking into his chair. "He was helping me tally up my finances, all right. A few thousand galleons doesn't slip by a guy like him. Besides, I trust him with my life. We're all marauders." Harry begrudgingly nodded. "What's more, he came up with a business proposal." "Oh, well, as usual, he's having a hard time finding work, and I'm having a hard time finding work that I like. You, meanwhile, have a broom that nobody's ever seen before. I say we should start our own broom company." "That's a great idea." Harry ran upstairs to his room and popped open his trunk. "This is the second version. A little more durable than the first," he said, presenting it to Sirius. "Do you want to give it a try?" "Do I ever?" Sirius giddily took the broom outside, launching himself into the air as if it were his first time riding a broom. Much like a first-timer, he fell off almost immediately. The snow cushioned his fall, and the duster landed several paces away. "Is it just me, or is that broom really hard to control?" "It takes some getting used to, for sure," Harry said. "I don't think you could sell it to anybody. Start with the professionals." "Do you have a different version? Something a little more toned down?" Sirius asked. "I doubt I could convince anyone to buy this if I can't even demonstrate it. This is the toned-down version. The other one could barely last one race without falling apart," Harry laughed. "Although, I guess it would be pretty easy to leave out a few bundles here and there, maybe use a softer wood. I'll try to make one that an old man like you can handle." "Old man? I'll show you, old man." Sirius ran over to the broom and took off again. This time, he managed to last a full 30 seconds before he nearly crashed into his new house. Harry spent the rest of the morning trying to coach Sirius on how to fly his particular broom. It took several hours, but Sirius's old Quidditch training slowly came back to him, and he was able to get it under control by lunchtime. "Huh, what did I tell you? Black Feather Brooms is in business." The remainder of the Christmas holidays was quiet, but busy. He kept in touch with Hermione and Ron with the help of Hedwig. Hermione was having a grand time explaining to her parents why she absolutely had to return to school with a beautiful dress instead of celebrating the new year with her family. Ron, meanwhile, was having less than Merry Christmas, as it had turned into an extended family reunion without Bill. When Harry mentioned Ted Tonks and hunting, however, Ron relayed it to his father, and both expressed their interest in joining. Since Harry and Ron wouldn't be able to go out at all until June, Ted decided to have a short hunting trip a few days after Christmas, just before they had to return to Hogwarts for the ball. Early in the morning on the 27th of December, 6 men gathered together in Sirius's front yard. Arthur came, prepared. He had several enchanted bear traps that had come across his office earlier, as well as a bow and some enchanted arrows. "You won't be needing those," Ted told him, chuckling inwardly. "And I'll be doing most of the shooting today. Handling a firearm is dangerous for the inexperienced. Now, does everyone know where the Forest of Dean is?" Sirius, Remus, and Arthur nodded. "Good. We can bring Harry and Ron here via side along." There wasn't any snow where they arrived, although the ground was covered in frost. The frozen leaves crackled underfoot as they surveyed their surroundings. Ted dropped a long case on the ground. He opened it to reveal a shotgun, binoculars, maps, whistles, and various other equipment. Is that what a gun is? I thought they were supposed to be like Muggle wands. A little smaller, Arthur reaching down to inspect it. Ted swatted his hand away immediately. First thing you should know about guns is that you're very liable to hurt yourself if you don't know what you're doing. So, unfortunately, I'll be the only one handling it today, unless we can find several more weekends for you to learn about safety. And get licensed. So what do we get to do? Sirius asked, feeling cheated. Ted handed him a pair of binoculars. I'll have jobs for everyone. Now, let's lay down some ground rules. He spent the next half hour giving a short lecture on safety and strategy, making sure everyone had a permanent Revelio charm on themselves. They also planned their route and knew the signal if anyone became separated. At the end, everyone was assigned a role. Sirius, Harry, and Remus were the both spotters and beaters. They would slowly drive the birds to designated areas. Sirius would transform into a dog when they got close enough to chase them out. Ron would be in charge of directions, although it was a pretty easy job with an enchanted map. Arthur decided to carry equipment, since he was more interested in the Muggle devices inside than the hunt itself. Their first few attempts were less than successful. Every time, a small issue would arise that caused Ted to miss his mark. First it was terrain, then it was timing, then it was placement. He didn't have a chance to pull the trigger once before the birds got away. Ted apologized. I usually hunt with a few of my Muggle friends. I'll be honest, I'm rarely ever the one to devise the strategy ever since my father realized I had better aim than he did. Staring at the map in his hands, Ron came up with a suggestion. There's a small clearing over this way, and the last I saw the pheasants were moving this way, he said, tracing a path on the map. If Sirius could keep calm, maybe can move over here. Professor Lupin can take a position above this ridge. He started pointing everyone to specific positions on the map. I can't take a shot if anyone else is in front of me, though, Ted warned. Well, let's do it this way, then. Ron formulated an alternative position that would have the pheasants flying up through the clearing. Ron and Arthur stayed with Ted, helping to keep extra eyes out for the Revelio charm in case something went wrong. Harry, Remus, and Sirius slowly swept their prey. As soon as they started to run, Sirius pounced forward, barking loudly. The birds took flight just in front of Ted, as planned. Boom! Arthur and Ron fell over. Sirius managed to change back into a human, whip his wand out, and then proceed to fall over as well. What the bloody hell was that? Ron exclaimed. Language, Ron! Arthur shouted. Bugger me, Ted, what was that? I warned you it would be a little loud. Don't you have your earmuffs on? Yeah, but I didn't think it would be that loud. It sounded like an explosion. Are you sure that thing's working properly? Actually, a gun pretty much works by making an explosion, Remus said dryly. He picked up the prize and handed it to Arthur. Dear Merlin, that looks delicious. Let's bag ourselves a few more. The hunt continued in the same manner, seeing how successful that strategy had been. After catching 3 of them, congratulations were handed all around to everyone and their hard work. Harry and Ron, not quite ready to settle down for the day, went for a flight above the house, tossing a conjured ball back and forth as a quaffle. Harry was rather impressed with Ron today. Had it been last year he wouldn't have expected his friend to take the initiative. You did well today, Ron, he tried encouraging him. Thanks, Ron replied. But it wasn't that much. I mean, they're just a bunch of dumb birds. What, you want something a little more challenging? Harry asked, hurling the quaffle hard. Well, yeah, I guess that might be fun, Ron said, extending an arm to block it. What have you got in mind? The response surprised Harry, who honestly expected Ron to turn down extra work as he used to. Then again, he had to admit Ron had attended every Snape Society meeting he could. Really? I should have asked you earlier then. I want you to help me with the tournament, he said. What can I possibly help you with? You're the one who's already teaching everyone how to brew potions and how to duel. You jumped straight to 6th year, mate. I've got so much to do to catch up. Harry could tell that Ron was feeling patronized. The quaffle passes became a little more aggressive. Consider it a practice run, Ron. I've got a bigger project after all this is over that I'll definitely need your help with, he said. But let's start with something easier. The trial of water is all sorted out, and I've already got a plan for the wandless duel. I need your help with the last few events, more specifically, the ideal routes and timing to get past some of these challenges. You know how busy Hermione and I are already teaching extra potions to everyone. Harry still wasn't sure why the events had changed, but at least they were announced to everybody. Now he didn't have to make excuses as to why he was so much better prepared than the other champions, and have people working on the problem openly. Yeah, I could do that, Ron said, throwing the quaffle back at Harry. But what's this big project you've got going on? Harry sighed. He felt the awkwardness of bringing up a touchy subject with Ron when his friend was already feeling agitated. Voldemort. Multiple curse breakers and a small security detail. A very dangerous Azkaban escapee. A heavily fortified position. You're talking about how Bill died, Ron said flatly. Yeah, I think I might have to do something like that again, Harry hinted. In fact, would you like to see the notes I have on that day? He gently lobbed the ball to Ron. Ron held on this time, staring at it silently. He then vanished it and said, "All right, mate. Let's see what you've got." Back in Harry's room, Ron pored over pages upon pages of parchment. Harry answered his questions to the best of his ability. Completely engrossed, he didn't even hear the call for dinner, but rushed down when Harry pulled him away. Throughout dinner, Ron was silent, making Harry worry that Ron might once again blame him for the loss of his brother. After dinner, he went straight back to the room, this time scratching little pictures and diagrams on blank sheets of parchment, speaking to Harry only to ask more questions or for more parchment. It wasn't until it was time for Ron to return home, feeling more worn out from an afternoon of reading than a morning of hunting, when Harry decided to ask. "Ron, are you still angry at me for what happened?" No, that's not it. I kind of hoped, you know. I want to blame somebody, maybe I could say you screwed up and I could vent. But every time I thought I had something, I'd need something else, like when I'm playing chess, and I would sometimes think, maybe if I had 3 knights, this would be easy. That's bunk, because I would have to pretend you had a seer on your team, or that Bill wasn't a Gryffindor, or that it would be just fine if Lee's brother had died instead of mine, or that I could see the whole field like I can in chess. I guess I think I'm mad because I can't blame you, Harry. I can't blame anyone but you know who, and that doesn't make me feel any better. It's all bollocks, anyway. Thinking about this won't do any good unless I could go back in time to fix it. Harry just waved silently with his best poker face on as Ron stepped through the fireplace. Returning to Hogwarts on New Year's Eve with just enough time to get dressed and meet with Hermione. She came down from her dorm this time with a simple, little black muggle cocktail dress. She changed her hair again. This time she chose to curl her hair so that it looked like an organized mess as opposed to the usual chaotic one. She also had minimal jewelry on, opting only for a simple gold chain around her neck and ruby studs for her ears. "You're making me feel overdressed this time," Harry commented as she descended the stairs. "Come on, didn't we agree that tonight we'd just have some fun?" she asked, linking elbows with her date. "I didn't want my parents to spend all that much on a dress for me. As much as I liked the last one, I can't see myself wearing it more than twice in my life." "True. Although I wonder what the wizards will have to say once they see a girl with a dress cut above the ankles," Harry laughed. "Maybe I should have just worn a muggle tuxedo instead of dress robes." "We could still change that," Hermione said, pulling her wand out from under the side slit of her dress. Harry gawked for a moment. Shaking himself out of his trance, he laughed it off. "Always prepared, aren't you?" "No, these robes are hand-me-downs from Sirius. Black family robes, apparently," he explained. "Still, I can't blame you. Can't let another vision ruin the party tonight." "Why does it have to be tonight?" she sighed. "Well, today's his birthday. I suppose some rituals work better that way," Harry answered. "Look, let's just have a dance, a dinner, and then we can nip off and enjoy the rest of the evening until Riddle decides to crash the party, The great hall they arrived at was far less joyful than the last time around. The crowd was downright chilly to one another. The dinner tables were sharply divided into Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, each one eyeing the others distrustfully. Fleur was dating someone from her own school, as was Ivan. For an international relations stunt, this entire tournament was a disaster. The gloomy atmosphere certainly made them want to leave the ball early. Fleur and Ivan took to the floor as if they were still competing. Harry's indifference and casual dancing made them seethe. It was quite obvious neither of them were truly interested in their dates. Harry and Hermione were the only ones having a good time. Late into the evening, as Ludo Bagman was unsuccessfully trying to drum up excitement for the midnight countdown, Harry and Hermione slipped away from the crowds and made their way down to the Chamber of Secrets. "I suppose it's a good thing we practiced dancing down here after all," Hermione laughed. They held each other closely for a slow waltz until the hour approached. The pain in his forehead gave only a second of warning, letting him kneel down. "Come on, Voldy. Let's see what you have to show me this time. Crouch, Crouch, where are you? The transfer is complete. Get me off this table." The shrill voice of a teenage boy couldn't convey the authority the words demanded. Harry found himself staring at the ceiling. Blurry and dim, he couldn't make out where he was. The voice sounded out again. "Crouch, you mad fool, get in here right now." A door creaked behind him. "I'm right here, my lord. Why can't I move?" "Apologies, lord. The boy's been sedated an entire month. I'll have you up and about in 2 shakes." He wandered off without ever coming into Harry's field of view, which was slowly becoming clearer. There was a chandelier up above him. Fancy. He could hear Crouch continue to tinker with something behind him. "Ah, this should wake your body up. It'll give you a little boost to your magical strength as well." Harry watched as Crouch came over, carrying the thickest needle he'd ever seen, almost as large as a pencil. Oddly enough, it resembled a sewing needle more than a syringe, complete with some kind of ethereal thread looped through the end. He could even spy some odd marks on it, either writing, or runes, he couldn't quite tell. "No marks on the boy, Crouch. Don't worry, m'lord. It'll heal right up when it's done." He then jammed the needle straight into the heart as Harry watched, unable to move. Thankfully, the entire body was still numb, but he could feel Voldemort's fury build up. He could also feel a touch of fear from another source, but it was faint. As the needle sank all the way in, the thread that was looped around began to pull its way into the body, going faster and faster until it ran out completely. When it was done, Crouch yanked the needle back out. Voldemort jerked awake to the pain, now that the body was fully functional. Crouch remained calm as ever, healing the gaping hole with a basic spell. "I am not to be used as one of your experiments, Crouch. Where is my wand? Now, don't be hasty, m'lord. What doesn't kill the boy will only be used to make you stronger." And I think that was a success. You should be back to about a quarter of your usual strength despite that weakling's body. Just don't overuse it. He left the room with a mad cackle, passing Lucius Malfoy at the doorway. Malfoy entered bearing a tray with a glass of water and 2 wands, 1 yew, and 1 hawthorn. The man, once an alpha among wizards, had been reduced to house elf duty, since he didn't have a house elf of his own. Voldemort grabbed the glass of water and drank. With his other hand, he flexed his fingers open and closed, testing his control of his new body. He then grabbed the yew wand. "Cast a shield charm, dear Lucius." "My lord." Malfoy was hesitant to draw his wand. "Do it." He raised his wand, pointing it straight between Malfoy's eyes. The shield charm was cast almost reflexively, and Voldemort wasted no time casting an explosive curse. The magic hammered Malfoy's shield and knocked him into a bookcase, covering the crumpled heap of a man in dusty, unread tomes. Voldemort's line of vision followed Malfoy as he crawled halfway across the room, where his wife laid motionless, with a glassy stare of hopelessness that was now frozen in time. Lucius was obviously still in shock, shifting only slightly to look between his wife and Voldemort. Harry had never seen the man appear so weak and vulnerable, completely unlike the ruthless Malfoy who dominated the Wizengamot, who held the minister in his pocket, or who would stare down Dumbledore like a predator. "My wife, please, my lord, I humbly ask of you return my son unharmed once you have finished," he mumbled. "You look at this as if it were a loss, when you have been rewarded. Your pathetic excuse of a son could never do something like this." A stream of deep purple light erupted from Voldemort's wand and enveloped Narcissus' body. It quickly crumbled to ashes, and the ashes faded to nothingness. "I have given your son more power than he could have ever hoped to attain by himself. And in doing so, the Malfoy family will be generously rewarded once I return to power. I just need a little of Draco's time." You can always find yourself some other woman. Harry then felt Voldemort speak inwardly, as if talking to him directly. Remember, Draco, all you have to do is go back to Hogwarts and act normally. Your mother caught a rare form of Spattergroit and you've been taking care of her for the past month. I have given you power, and if you cannot use it well I will have your body as well. Remember, I will always be watching. Harry's vision dimmed as Voldemort relinquished control of the body back to Draco. So, what did you see? Hermione asked, as soon as he woke up. Draco's coming back to school. And as much as I'd like to see him wearing a turban, I think we may have bigger problems to worry about. Turban? What on earth are you talking about? Voldemort is hitching a ride to Hogwarts inside Draco's head. To look for something. I'm going to take a wild guess that it's the diadem I've already destroyed. Oh, by the way, Crouch and company are all hanging out at Malfoy Manor. Hermione's eyes widened. So what should we do? Hunt down Draco before he gets here. How do we exorcise him? Harry shrugged. Well, with Quirrell, I grabbed his face and he started burning away. But that's not going to help. Voldemort's spirit just flew away last time and it would probably do the same if I tried it again. He finally got up, straightening out his dress robes. That would involve killing Draco, wouldn't it? Hermione asked cautiously. Well, Quirrell certainly didn't survive. Harry sighed. But despite how much of a ponce Draco is, I'm not quite ready to kill him. So what are we supposed to do? Let Dumbledore handle this. Giving up was certainly not something Hermione was used to. I'm sure he'll take a wait-and-see stance like with Quirrell. No, we need to find someone who's actually concerned about the security of this school. The answer came to Harry as he was saying it. Moody. The question was how to break the news to him without arousing too much suspicion. With a few more days before school started again, Harry decided to be patient for an opportunity. In the meantime, Dumbledore made good on his promise to teach Harry about fumation. Harry was a little nervous being trapped in Dumbledore's office, alone, but was glad to see Fawkes sitting on his perch. The furniture in the room had been neatly moved out of the way, and Harry was certain the office used to be smaller. Are you sure it's safe to practice in here? Harry asked. For the first few lessons, yes. Tell me, Harry, have you ever experimented with self-transfiguration? Dumbledore asked while still sipping on tea. No, Harry replied succinctly, eager to get on with learning the skill. Never. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he smiled knowingly. Not even a little. Harry quickly broke eye contact and looked at the floor, bracing his mind. The old Moody would have chastised him for not maintaining his constant vigilance. No, sir, not at all. Well, I only ask because there seems to be an osprey that has moved into Hogwarts, and strangely enough hasn't migrated south this winter. He never seems to hunt during the day, either, which is also rather odd for most ospreys. Ah, I really should have been more careful with those late-night flights, Harry thought. Since there wasn't any point in hiding it anymore, he said, yes, that's me. I'm also an animagus now. But what does this have to do with fumation? I was under the impression that this was supposed to be a lesson, not a detention. Dumbledore gave Harry his usual, genial grin. You can trust me with your secret, as your father did. Although I have to say, you are by far the youngest animagus I've ever known. You really knew nothing of animagi until last year. Seeing only a curt nod from Harry, he continued. Fascinating. Well, the reason I wanted to confirm this was because fumation is very much like the animagus transformation. It is a wandless form of self-transfiguration and, because of this, it is very hazardous to learn improperly. Harry was expecting a little more interrogation from Dumbledore, but was glad the headmaster was keeping his word. He would probably have to go through this with every lesson in the future. The main difficulty with this type of transfiguration is that you are transfiguring yourself into something formless. Losing a bit of yourself to a stray breeze before you attempt to reform your body would result in something much like splinching, but harder to repair. Dumbledore extended his left hand, which appeared to be steaming. Or, more accurately, turning to white smoke. As the smoke grew thicker, his hand also grew fainter. The smoke collected around his arm, never moving far from his body. It quickly coalesced into the shape of a hand again and solidified. We can begin with learning to control smoke first with your wand, then wandlessly. Dumbledore picked up something that looked like an Arabian oil lamp and set it between them. With a tap of his wand, it began releasing puffs of white smoke at regular intervals. Harry began by trying out several wind spells to keep the smoke contained, but Dumbledore quickly stopped him. No specific spells, Harry. You'll have to do this wandlessly eventually, so just try to focus by channeling your magic alone. By the end of the session, Harry was able to get the smoke curling around the tip of his wand. Not very impressive to Harry, but an impressive step according to Dumbledore. It was something he could practice on his own for the rest of the week. He kept the smoke bound in a tight ball at the tip of his wand as he left the office and made his way to the Gryffindor common room. "So what did you learn today, Harry?" Hermione asked as he stepped inside. "This," he said, holding out his ghostly lollipop, and released the smoke in front of her. She blew it away. "I think the question is how much did Dumbledore learn? What did you have to tell him, Harry? Did you say anything about Draco?" "Nothing he didn't already know. He knows I'm an animagus, and probably assumes you are too. As for Draco, I'd rather let Moody take first stab. Have you figured out how we're going to do this?" Well, Ron came up with an idea that was remarkably simple. The dot with the name, Draco Malfoy, appeared on the Marauders map in a group of 4 like the others, indicating that he was riding the carriages like everyone else. Moody was waiting at the front gate with his security team, with Filch eagerly awaiting his chance to confiscate any undesirable Christmas gifts the students were bringing back. "This feels so unnatural," Harry said, putting the map away. They waited behind a pillar just a little bit behind Moody, watching the students grudgingly shuffle back into their school. "I mean, this just isn't me. I'm not sure if I can do it properly." "Oh come on, Malfoy's done it to you just about every day for 3.5 years. You just have to channel your inner poofter," Ron said. "Easy for you to say. You're not risking detention with Moody," Harry replied. "Hush, boys. He's coming up the steps. Act natural," Hermione whispered. Harry put his hands in his pockets and started counting the tiles on the floor. Ron started whistling, or tried to, at least. "Since when did you start whistling, Ron?" "Since you told me to act natural." "That's completely unnatural for you, Ron. Your whistling sounds awful, and it's obviously something you don't normally do." Hermione was on the verge of pulling her hair out. "What about you? How long can you stay there and tie your shoelaces?" Ron countered. "Hey, at least you're bickering like usual. Keep it up," Harry said, breaking off from the group. He marched forward against the stream of entering students. Seeing Draco in front of him, he crossed his arms like Draco would have and posed like a prima donna. "Hey, Malfoy, were you crying to your daddy for 2 whole months because you couldn't enter the tournament?" His challenge was predictably met with hostility from Draco's little posse. Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson all stopped and drew their wands. Harry grinned wickedly, drawing too. Hermione and Ron stepped out from the sides with their wands at the ready. The only one who didn't do anything was Draco himself, who only stared straight ahead and kept walking. Harry noticed the boy's blank expression and sunken eyes as he walked by. He looked like he could have been sleepwalking. A little taken aback by Draco's complete non-reaction, everyone stared as he shuffled by. "Hey, wait!" Pansy ran after him, and the 2 bulky boys followed suit. Harry gave chase and tried taunting him a second time. "Hey Draco. Your mother's a gerbil. I'm no good at this." Hermione patted him on the back. "Moody's out of earshot anyway. We'll find another chance." "Well, mate, if that was your best impression of Malfoy, I have to say you looked like a complete wanker up there," Ron told him. "Thanks. I think. I just don't think I'm cut out to act like a Malfoy," Harry sighed. "That's a good thing," Hermione reminded him. The next chance they had was during another press conference for the tournament. With Dumbledore and the other headmasters tied up in front of the journalists, they could stir up some trouble, and the headmaster wouldn't be able to deal with it for a while. Unfortunately, that meant Harry had to stay in the spotlight as well while Ron and Hermione tried to get Moody's sights set on Malfoy. Harry looked out at the sea of quills and parchment. "Remember, Harry, you have to be on your best behavior for this," Dumbledore told him. "The tournament is standing on rather shaky grounds already. This is our chance to show the world how friendly competition has brought our countries together. Mr. Potter, your performance seemed to swing wildly from first place to last place. How do you think you'll do in the upcoming events? I suppose the other 2 champions are feeling confident after the duels, but there's only one of those in the tournament." I'm pretty confident that I'm going to win, he answered. Richard Kingston from the Daily Prophet. Your classmates, including my son, have said that you use your right hand in school, yet you registered with your left for the tournament. Are you actually left-handed? Harry laughed. No, Mr. Kingston, I prefer this wand for most of my spellwork, he said, brandishing his holly wand. But since the tournament had a history of, shall we say, broken bones and broken wands, I would rather not lose this one. Even if it might mean you'll lose the tournament. Lose? Never. I'm just giving the other two a sporting chance, he laughed, jerking his thumb over at Fleur and Ivan. Alton Oakfield here of the Quidditch Inquisitor. Mr. Potter, given your spectacular performance in the Trial of Air, there are rumors that you'll be selling your broom. Is this true? Harry gladly responded. Well, the broom I used is now broken, but I've given the design to my godfather, Sirius Black, and he's working hard to make an improved version available to everyone soon. A question from the readers of which weekly rumor has it that the lucky witch you brought to the ball was Muggleborn. Don't you think a talented young man such as yourself deserves an equally talented witch from a prominent wizarding family? Harry took a deep breath and ignored the throbbing in his temples. No. Could you care to elaborate? The witch asked meekly, seeing how little was on her parchment. I could point to the fact that she's easily the most talented witch I've ever met. Secondly, the most talented competition I've had from a witch is from a part vila, he said, gesturing at Fleur. And lastly, the most intense rivalry is in my life is with a Muggle-raised orphan named Tom. He narrowed his eyes, daring her to say it plainly. We'll let our readers know, she answered meekly. Are you talking about Tom, the barman from the Leaky Cauldron? Someone in the back shouted. No. Harry gave his terse reply once again and everyone laughed. Smile and wave, he thought to himself. The next question came from one of the French reporters who was worming his way through the crowd in front of Fleur to get in front of Harry. Monsieur Potter, Le Proclamateur Parisien would like to know, why avenue you chosen to take your potions lessons from one of our great potion masters? Mr. Frenemies interrupted before Harry could answer. I believe Mr. Fleming, who you are referring to, was born a Scotsman, so your question is poorly worded. Ah, yes, but he was trained in both France and Germany, and chose to establish himself in France, did he not? I will still reword the question. Mr. Potter, why avenue you chosen not to take potion lessons from the school you are representing? Harry glanced at Dumbledore who was giving a don't you dare look at him. He looked at Frenemies, who was like a deer caught in the headlights, fumbling for a way to turn the question around. Well, on one hand, we have the reputation of Hogwarts and Britain as a whole. On the other is Snape, Harry thought. On the other hand, I could just say that raising the standards of education is my duty to my country. Oh, to hell with it, I just wish Snape was here so I could say it to his face. He sat up a little taller in his chair, straightened his shoulders a little, and leaned forward. That's because the Hogwarts potions professor is substandard, he said with a straight face. A backwards glance at Dumbledore revealed the headmaster was already focusing on damage control. And I even said it as politely as possible, he thought, suppressing a smirk. The uproar his statement caused all but guaranteed its place in the headlines tomorrow. Dumbledore was bombarded with questions while Frenemies did his best to prevent Harry from answering any more. Since the others were interrupting him so much now, he skipped out on the remainder of the conference while the others tried to salvage what they could of the situation. He found Hermione and Ron waiting for him in the boys' dorm, looking quite bored with the map splayed out in front of them. No luck, I suppose. He hasn't moved from the dungeons for the past 2 hours, and whenever Moody's not in the classroom, he's patrolling outside. This is pointless. Ron cried out. I didn't expect him to be so patient, Hermione said, exasperated as well. This is definitely a different Malfoy from a few months ago. The following evening, Harry and Hermione were doing their usual Snape Society potions lesson in the room of requirement, but Ron wasn't attending this time. Seamus explained, yeah, he started something with Malfoy and Dada. A little too obvious, even for Ron. He's got detention with Moody, and Malfoy got off scot-free. And I hear detentions with Moody are worse than his classes. Given how Moody was capable of doing everything short of torture as part of lessons, Harry wondered if he would be okay. The potions meeting went ahead as usual, only to be interrupted halfway through with Malfoy barging in. Potter, he said tensely. What are you doing here? I'm having a student club meeting. You're not part of the club, so I should be asking what are you doing here? Draco didn't answer. He just glanced around the room, noting there were well over 50 others in there, and left. While everyone was cleaning up at the end of the lesson, Hermione pulled him aside. Harry, you need to take a look at this, she said, holding out the map. What am I supposed to be looking at? Harry asked. That dot, Hermione said, pointing to an unlabeled speck sitting just down the hall from the entrance. It was Draco Malfoy a minute ago. I'm guessing Voldemort's taught him a powerful concealing charm. What should we do? What can we do? Harry was shaking his head. He couldn't be everywhere at once. I'll stay here and keep the room as a brewery, Hermione said. You go grab your invisibility cloak. I'll watch for you on the map, and if I'm right, he'll go in as soon as I leave. When Harry returned, Hermione was already waiting for him around the corner. You're just in time, she whispered. He's pacing back and forth in front of the doorway right now, she said. I found the twins' stash of dung bombs, Harry said, holding a dozen of them in his hand. And a few of their experimental fireworks, he added, holding up his other hand. That should get every staff member up here in a jiffy. I thought you wanted Moody to have first crack at Malfoy. What about Dumbledore? Can't let him find out about the diadem, Harry said. Dumbledore's unpredictable, but somebody else is bound to notice Draco's a little odd once we alert the entire school. Lighting the fuses, he dumped his entire arsenal of explosives at the entrance to the room of requirement. The resulting explosion could be felt down the hall, smelled as far as the 4th floor, and heard throughout the castle. Everybody's reaction was either to run away from, or towards, the source. Harry and Hermione used the bubble head charms to bear with the smell, and waited for the staff members to investigate. They didn't see Draco, or a nameless dot, reappear on the map. Curious students who braved the stink, and the usual staff members were already gathering around. Harry, a little more planning could have made this go more smoothly, Hermione said. She pointed to the map. With the ever-growing crowd of dots gathering in the hall, spotting the nameless dot appear would be nearly impossible. There was always the possibility that he would just keep himself inside the room until the crowd dispersed once again. The junk room had unlimited places to hide, after all. I think we've lost this round. Not quite, Harry said, his eyes fixed on the map. There he is. This is our chance. No longer a nameless dot, the name Draco Malfoy had already slipped past the crowds and was moving down to the 6th floor. From the 3rd floor coming up the same set of stairs was Moody. Come on, we can catch up. Leaping down the stairs with such speed that he was nearly flying, Harry could barely keep his invisibility cloak wrapped around his body. He had to slow down and cast a disillusionment on his feet once he got close enough, but Draco obviously wasn't slowing down until he got to the dungeons. He pointed the tip of his wand out of his cloak and let loose a disarming charm. Draco rounded the corner just as the spell was about to hit him, and it went sailing past into the next wall. Harry rounded the corner with a Protega raised, expecting a counterattack now that the element of surprise was lost. Instead he saw Draco sprinting past Moody. Don't think that I can't see you, Potter. Moody barked. True enough, his vividly blue eye was fixed on Harry, even through the invisibility cloak and disillusionment charm. Just because you're a champion doesn't mean you aren't still a student as well. Were you trying to duel in the hallways? Need to catch Draco, Harry shouted absent-mindedly as he sprinted past Moody. The old man was fast despite his wooden leg, but not quite fast enough to keep up with Harry. Every second, he was falling further and further behind. Draco, on the other hand, was a surprise. The self-proclaimed Prince of Slytherin whose mouth got more exercise than his legs could run. Every time he turned a corner, Harry could only just barely catch a glimpse of the boy taking the next one. Surely he was using spells to enhance his body, but Harry didn't know of any that didn't have detrimental side effects, and he didn't want to get into a duel with his legs already pushed past their limits. He continued to chase Draco the natural way all through the castle. As soon as Harry was outside, though, he knew he had an advantage. With his invisibility cloak still on, he transformed into Mr. Bandana and took off into the skies. As an invisible hawk, he was able to quickly catch up to Draco. The boy was heading through the forest, directly away from the castle to the edge of the wards. Because of foliage and Draco's deliberate zigzagging course through the underbrush, it was hard to see and predict where the boy was going to be, but Harry did his best to make a quick strike against him. He dove down, avoiding the branches as best he could and transformed about 15 paces ahead. It wasn't far enough. As soon as Harry had his wands out, he was already on the defensive. 3 silently cast curses were flying at him. He blocked one while dodging 2 others. One was powerful enough to topple a tree behind him, fencing him in with no easy escape route. "Potter," Draco spat. "Every single time, you just have to get in my way, don't you?" "I don't have time for you, Malfoy. I need to deal with the other person in front of me," Harry said. "Shut up," Draco snarled, and let rip another set of deadly curses. These ones caused the vines and roots on the ground to snap at Harry and bind his ankles, while another one caused the felled tree behind him to explode, sending splinters into Harry's side. Harry cut himself loose immediately and banished the shards of wood towards Draco. An invisible shield incinerated the wood before they could touch him. Harry continued with the offensive. He cast sticking charms on the ground with one wand and explosion curses with the other to send dirt and rocks flying towards Draco from every direction. Draco managed to block most of it, but the portion that he missed was now clinging to his face and his hand, slowing down his vision and movement. With Draco's body already taxed from the running earlier, he was slowing to the point where Harry could easily dance around him. Nevertheless, his confidence remained high. "You can't stop me, Potter." "Not this time," Draco shouted. "I'm stronger than ever before." He continued with the direct attacks, sending magical blades and flaming spears flying towards Harry. The trees weren't much use as cover, most of Draco's spells were powerful enough to penetrate them. "Yeah, that only means you've got a fair chance against me," Harry replied, ducking behind another tree. He cast some leadweight charms on the tree line above and a hail of leaves, 100 times their usual weight, rained down on Draco. He was going to follow up, only to see Draco copy him and perform the same spell on the leaves above his head. Countering with a featherweight charm, Harry followed up with a cyclone, causing all the fallen leaves to mix with the loose dirt, obscuring Draco's vision. He finally began attacking directly with stunners and disarming charms, forcing Draco to maintain a shield. In this final stand, Draco was tiring much faster than Harry, and eventually succumbed to both a stunner and a disarmer. Harry caught the hawthorn wand in his hand and approached the body slowly. He cast one more stunner in Draco's chest, just to be sure. As he got nearer and nearer, he could feel a burning sensation much like he felt in first year, with Quirrell. His head started to throb as if his brain was being pulled out of his head. He knew what it meant. This could really hurt him, Harry thought. But last time, it killed Quirrell and only slowed down Voldemort. He wondered if he could banish Voldemort's spirit from Draco's body without actually harming the boy, so he grabbed Draco's wrist. Instantly, he could feel an intense heat throughout his entire body, as if he had a sudden fever and all of it was being channeled through his hand. He could see Draco's wrist slowly begin to wither and age apart from the rest of his body. The intense pain and energy that seemed to be flowing through his hand was making Harry feel faint, but he held on, waiting for any sign that Voldemort's spirit would be released. He was suddenly ripped away by a summoning charm, landing on his back. Moody was standing above him. "You've got 10 seconds to explain what the hell you've been doing with that boy, Potter," Moody said. "And take off that invisibility cloak, you look ridiculous as a floating head." "Voldemort. Possessed," Harry managed to mumble out. He slowly got to his feet, taking off the cloak, which was in remarkably good shape for what it had been through. Folding it up and putting it in his pocket, he asked Moody, "Did you hear about what happened in my first year?" He asked. "Rumor has it Dumbledore was protecting the Philosopher's Stone from you-know-who and you got to it first," he answered. "But those are just rumors. Let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth." "Later," panted Harry. He looked at his hands. They were red, throbbing, and some of the skin was flaking off the palms. "But Malfoy, he's dangerous. Which means you should have told me instead of putting on that stage show with your friends," Moody shouted angrily. "Oh, you think I didn't notice? The Malfoys are already a dark family. The boy leaves school for months, his father hasn't been seen in public for weeks. It's my job to investigate why the boys come back now. Your job as the champion of Hogwarts, Mr. Potter, is first and foremost to not die. I'm going to need a full explanation of what you were doing with him, he said, pointing at Draco. And how you managed to do that, he added, pointing out all the destruction in the forest that the duel had caused. And especially this. He tapped his wand on Harry's back, with his special eye obviously fixated on the runes Harry had hidden. Eventually. Start with Malfoy. Harry was still trying to catch his breath and steady himself when Moody suddenly kicked him down again. The world moved in slow motion as Harry fell. An intricate crystal knife that was aimed at his heart ended up spearing him just below his right collarbone. Draco, fully awake and now holding a U-wand, cast a fiendfire spell to prevent Moody from catching him. He glared at Harry with a look of triumph from his glowing red eyes for a second before apparating away. Harry, that was Hermione's voice. Professor Moody, what happened? We need to get him to the infirmary. Harry felt his body lighten as it floated up. Don't move the knife, Moody instructed her. It's cursed, and it's king the blood out of him. Harry rolled his head to the side noting that the glassy blade had now turned blood red, and he was feeling fainter by the second. Now go, get him to the infirmary. I'm going to try to stop this damn fiendfire before it burns down the whole forest. Don't worry, Harry, you'll be fine, Hermione reassured him. The treetops were a blur, and the cloudy skies above were getting darker and darker. Hermione's voice was getting further away. Hold on, Harry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.